The result was shocking when Yoo So-yeon, prodigy born into the Yujin clan, one of Korea's top 5 clans known for exceptional talent, lost to some nobody from Fukfu during the selection for one of Korea's top 3 hunter academies. Valhalla, infamous for its brutal 500-to-1 acceptance rate. Every year, countless hunters dream of earning the Valhalla title, but fewer than 150 actually graduate with it. The competition was fierce from the very start. Yoo So-yeon had mana levels on par with top students at age 10 and could channel mana into her sword to enhance it by 13. By 16, she had challenged and defeated every member of the Yujin clan, but that was just what was on paper. Some even say Yoo So-yeon could communicate directly with her clan's guardian star, and that is why the Yujin clan had such high expectations. The reason Korea has 5 clans is that each one is linked to a specific guardian star. Normally, hunters receive blessings or contracts with a guardian star, but the guardian stars of the 5 clans are something else entirely. The Yujin clan has the Sword God, the Gangsan clan the Spear Saint, the Chojin clan the Blade Emperor, the Osung clan the Fist King, and the Dujin clan the Arrow God. Members of these clans receive blessings from their respective guardian stars, giving them talents and abilities far beyond others. There is a huge difference between just receiving a blessing and having a direct bond. A direct bond means signing a contract with the guardian god themselves. If that is true, then Yoo So-yeon is a genius. But even a genius is just a pawn compared to Kim Joo-hyuk. Everyone expected an intense battle with Yoo So-yeon taking down his opponent in one move, but no, the one who got knocked out in one hit was Yoo So-yeon himself. Much to the shock of reporters, Valhalla's head coach Sang Chien, and Yujin clan's heir, Yun, Kim Joo-hyuk calmly watched his opponent fall right before him. So why is everyone so weak? Is this really the world 300 years from now? Why do you ask? Simply because 300 years ago, at the Tower of Destruction, the Tower God Bakcho and the War God Kim Hee had an epic showdown. The War God defeated the Tower's guardian, stopping the world's destruction. But man, that was awesome, except the tower went wild and started shaking like crazy after Bakcho died. Kim Hee clutched his stomach in pain, wondering if the tower was collapsing because he killed the guardian, and it seems that is exactly what happened. In his final moments, bidding farewell to the mortal world, he thought of his students, lucky they did not share his name, or they would all be doomed too. Though unwilling, he just smiled foolishly before turning into a messy pile of flesh. But death was not the end. Kim Hee was reborn in the body of a 17-year-old, 300 years after the Tower of Destruction collapsed. Still, he was totally satisfied just to be alive again. Being younger and weaker than when he was called the War God was not a problem. If he trained again, he believed he would live like a king at least until that transparent window appeared. And of course, no matter how much he tried to run, that window always clung to hunters like a shadow. The Tower of Destruction warning would show up within 5 years, right in your face, driving Kim Joo-hyuk crazy with frustration. Damn, that Bakcho should be just thrown that bastard into lava back then. Now there is nothing left to do but destroy the tower once and for all, then live the rest of his life in luxury. But living in luxury means there is still a long road ahead. The system reminded Kim Joo-hyuk he could reclaim his weapons and memories on the 3rd floor, room 5, on the right side of Valhalla, and that is also why he entered this selection tournament. Day 4, the top 10 matches begins. This time, Kim Joo-hyuk's opponent is the eldest son of the Ozen clan, Seek. This guy is neither smart nor skilled in magic or martial arts, but he has got one talent that stands out: brute strength. Seek can do what others can without mana, and just a bit of training makes him exponentially stronger. Seek's incredible raw strength is completely natural, and that alone makes him a genius. Seeing his opponent did not look strong, Seek was confident he could take down Kim Joo-hyuk in a flash and use it to boost his own fame, but that only happens in dreams. What a brainless guy. After just a few words from Kim Joo-hyuk, he lost his cool and charged in without thinking. Kim Joo-hyuk knew he could not win a pure muscle battle, because Seek's strength was on another level. But being big does not guarantee a win. Martial arts support muscle power and sharp observation. Without using those, this is the outcome. Kim Joo-hyuk dodged Seek's attack in the blink of an eye, throwing him off balance, then spun around and landed a finishing blow to his opponent's back, leaving him writhing in pain on the floor. After winning this meaningless match, Kim Joo-hyuk turned his back and walked away coolly. The reporters and guild members present buzzed with whispers, evaluating his skills. Among them was the chief of the Chujin Power clan, who noticed that Kim Joo-hyuk's strike was not just a simple attack. Even though his son did not care about martial arts and only focused on muscle strength, he could easily dodge punches from anyone his age, but Seek could not dodge that strike. At first, Seek acted recklessly, just charging headfirst at the enemy and using magic he almost never employed to try and end the fight quickly. But Kim Joo-hyuk tilted his head slightly to dodge because Seek got cocky, thinking the hit was guaranteed, so he shifted his entire weight. Chi-jin Vijit looked thoughtful, realizing the kid moved faster than Seek's maximum speed. Right when Seek charged in, Kim Joo-hyuk already had a plan that alone was extraordinary talent. He seemed really excited, glancing around at the other guild members before turning back to the main character of the day. Silently vowing, I will recruit you into our clan no matter what. The break was over, and the next match began. Kim Joo-hyun's opponent was Chu Jin's second daughter, Koi Arin. As soon as she appeared, all the guys in the stands went wild, cheering nonstop like a bunch of lovesick bulls. Kim Joo-hyun's eyes itched. He felt like he was surrounded by crazies. Why the hell were those guys who just finished military service calling a 17-year-old girl sis? He thought. Like always, the other side would attack first, but no, they both just stood there frozen like avocados, waiting for the other to make a move. Fine then. Kim Joo-hyun decided to go first. With a slightly villainous grin, he stepped forward lightly. Right then, Arin saw her chance, drew her sword, and decisively swung, but just like before, the same old moves. Kim Joo-hyun's eyes flashed, and in a blink, he appeared right beside her. A huge question mark appeared over Arin's head. If she kept staring at her target, was not she just guiding him where to go? Then he launched a counterattack toward her. Arin was pushed back instantly but managed to stay standing by blocking with her sword. But before she could react again, Kim Joo, like a wandering ghost, was already in front of her, delivering another strike. Now try to block this. Caught off guard, Arin could not defend herself, took the hit, and fell immediately. Watching her lying there, Kim Joo-hyun thought the last hit felt a bit off, but whatever, he already won, and so, the top 10 matches officially ended, with none other than Kim Joo-hyun claiming first place. Exhausted, rubbing his small, skinny shoulders, he bumped straight into a group of guild recruiters. Super annoyed, Kim Joo-hyun shot them a bullet-like glare and muttered 4 curse words in rapid fire. The next day, news about the top-ranked young man at the entrance exam, who defeated and rejected guilds, spread quickly across the media. Comments flooded in, questioning if Kim Joo-hyun was crazy, a villain, and all kinds of nonsense from the usual trolls. But whatever happened, the guy remained the center of attention, standing tall and proving himself with pure skill. The first thing upon enrolling was attending the orientation and speeches from the academy's leaders, or as they called them, the revolutionaries. Seeing Kim Joo-hyun standing there singing non-stop made a few guys nearby feel uneasy. He wondered if he was standing out too much today. But hey, that is fine. No need to make friends with any of those guys, standing and listening until their ears were raw. The entrance ceremony finally ended. The students were randomly assigned to different classes. In the virtual battle simulation room, Cho Jin, the leader of the Chu clan and instructor for class 24, looked over the students and wondered if his time was up. Why would the school pick a class like this? It is supposed to be a random elite group. Up front was Ju So-jian from the Ju Jin clan, next to him Cho Jin from the Aaron clan, and the big guy in the middle was Osek from the O-sun clan. How did the 3 geniuses from the 5 great clans end up in the same class? And on top of that, why the hell was Kim Joo-hyun here too? Ju looked totally confused, but he quickly regained his cool and introduced himself as the homeroom teacher and Kim Lee-gun's instructor. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed a button on the keyboard, and everything around them suddenly shook. They were all transported to another space where about 100 goblins and orcs appeared outside. The monsters rushed at them, but lucky for them, they were protected by a magical shield that blocked any physical attacks from outside. Kim Lee-gun called Kim Joo-hyun over and asked if he could handle these monsters alone. This guy was trying to embarrass Kim Joo-hyun and knock down his ego. For the students, monsters were only something they would read about in books, never seen in real life. No wonder he was scared. Dante pretended to consider it, just refuse already. He wanted to start as soon as Ju hesitated. That is exactly what he wanted. Kim Joo-hyun thought for a moment, then gave a sly smile. The instructor got pretty annoyed and told Kim Joo-hyun to just get on with it. But seriously, why would any sane guy want to do this on the very first day? He looked the instructor straight in the eye and asked what the reward for this test was. Kim Lee-hyun was caught off guard but then agreed to negotiate. If you kill all the monsters, I will do anything within my power for you. Now that is more like it, even if it is a bit lacking. It is decent. Kim Joo-hyun accepted the deal without letting the teacher say more. He pointed at the sword behind him. How could he fight these monsters without a weapon? Under the eyes of everyone, Kim Joo-hyun swung his sword fiercely, striking true to the monster's weak points and cutting down every single one in a flash. As he fought, he thought about the past. It would have been 300 years since he last held a sword. Not bad, he thought. Back then, the world was turned upside down by monsters, and humans used whatever they could as weapons, but swords were still the most familiar. Just as I thought, these monsters are simple. They are just empses, cleverly made fake monsters. While he was getting pumped up outside, inside Kim Lee-gun was freaking out, sweating buckets. Unbelievable, what I gave Kim Joo-hyun was just a regular sword. It had no magic power or anything, but he could kill monsters as if slicing through mud. Not only Kim Lee-gun was shocked, but even the 3 young men from the prestigious clans were stunned. The last monster fell, and Kim Joo-hyun slowly sheathed his sword, then turned to the instructor and made his request. I want to move down to the constellation room. You will keep your promise, right? A few hours later, the first class finally ended. Kim Joo-hye looked so drained it was like his soul was leaving his body. He felt tortured. The plan was just to grab what I needed and get out as soon as possible. But now I have to sit here and listen to this nonsense. Come to think of it, I never planned to go to school, and I have never even been to one before, but it is not totally pointless. Even though the class was boring, I got some useful info, especially stuff about the constellation. Kim Joo-hye's world does not even have anything like constellations. Constellations are a term for the transfer of those destined to become gods in the future. Most constellations tied to hunters act as their relics, granting them special powers. Valhalla in Korea is the world's third largest academy, packed with constellation relics. And apparently, all sword skills and monster hunting tactics mean nothing to them, so Kim Joo-hye decided to go to the dorm and seriously train martial arts. His body is seriously weak. His distracting thoughts were cut off by the arrival of Choi Arin, the second daughter of the Chojin family. Teach me swordsmanship, she said as soon as Kim Joo-hye turned back, but like Mel said, the answer was no. She stood there, repeating her request once more. Kim Joo-hye had lost all patience by now, his eyes blazing with irritation as he shouted at her, "Are you crazy or something? Stop clinging to me. I have zero intention of teaching you, so just go away." With that, the guy turned his back and walked off, leaving the stunned girl standing there like a ghost. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, Coach, who was trying to comfort Kim Lee-hoon after his humiliating defeat, he still could not believe Kim Joo-hye was a high school student who flawlessly wiped out 120 monsters in the virtual battle room, despite never facing real monsters. Though not special himself, coming from a tough orphanage, Kim Joo-hye had extraordinary power. Kim Lee-hoon thought he was a fraud, but Coach, who disagreed no fake would be crazy enough to try causing chaos at Valhalla's entrance ceremony. That made sense, so Kim Lee-hoon kept worrying about what might happen next year if Kim Joo-hye was not dealt with properly. It would be impossible to control the three guys from those prestigious families. Coach Lee Sang-cheon sympathized, but quickly pointed out he was lucky since another student from the big Vanchik family was in a different class. Kim Lee-hoon felt a bit better hearing that, knowing Jodel Vanchik, the Vanchik branch heir, had once been expelled for cheating at a British academy. The next day, hoping for a normal student life, Kim Joo-hye's fate dragged him straight into drama. Tension followed him everywhere. While daydreaming about his future, he suddenly got face to face with Jodel Vanchik, the notorious heir of the Vanchik family, and his follower Yuri Aziphilis. Since he was reincarnated, Kim Joo-hye had no idea who these guys were, so when Jodel stepped closer, he had to ask for his name. Jodel stared back, thinking this guy was a rude ignoramus who'd never even heard of the Vanchik family. Without wasting words, Jodel cut straight to the chase with ambitious eyes. Do you want to get stronger? In most families, branch members usually have less power and wealth than the main line. But Vanchik is different. They have a defender constellation that sets them apart from other clans. Usually, a high-level or rank defender constellation protects the family, choosing a member to grant power and protection. But Vanchik made a pact with a family member who is not a constellation. This lets the chosen one form a contract without opposition from the constellations. Thanks to this unique choice, Vanchik holds massive power across Europe. If you are in the Vanchik family, you can pick a fake contract no matter your bloodline. So even branch families can wield power like the main line, but the guy supported by that family power became way too arrogant. Not long ago, because of chaos at the British Academy, he got expelled. To make up for that, he planned to recruit Kim Joo-hye, the center of the opening ceremony, to his side. If you join me, I will take you to the Vanchik constellation. Before he could finish, he got shut down instantly. So what? Idiot! You think I am dumb? You are not interested in me at all, just bragging nonstop. And now you say stupid stuff like that. You are definitely an idiot. And I'm wrong. Being humiliated like this for the first time, he was so pissed he wanted to beat the hell out of that rude bastard. But before he could do anything, Sukarna suddenly shouted from behind with a sharp voice, "Go back to your place." Rajan Vanchik. Twice insulted, he angrily spun around to face the teacher who had just called out his full name. But the teacher was not backing down either. Firing back, "This is not the British Academy. This is Valhalla. I do not care how powerful the Vanchik family is. If you study here, you follow the advisor's orders. That is me." Stung by those words, Ragan had nothing left to do but swallow his pride and walk away silently. After class, Kim Joo-hye felt pretty bored. He had not uncovered any new info about the constellation today, and instead got tangled up with some idiot. While muttering about that jerk who bothered him, Choi Arin appeared behind him like a ghost, sneaking up silently. "Teach me your sword skills," she said, making Kim Joo-hye raise a big question mark over his head. He turned to glare at her. "Are you kidding? Haven't I humiliated you enough already?" At Valhalla Academy's dorm, in a deluxe room, after being humiliated by a pitiful orphan in front of everyone, Kim Joo, furious, smashed all the furniture and grabbed Juji, slamming her head hard against the floor. "Jugi, answer me. Do you still think you are the eldest daughter of the royal family? Should I throw you out of the house? Contact Guy Sarati. There are a few people who need special attention. Also, tell the rebellious son in class 2 that I want to see him. Meanwhile, in Kim Joo-ik's room, it was pretty late, but he was still hard at work. Well, not exactly studying, more like working out, but halfway through, he got winded and out of breath like a dog. This body of his was seriously trash, and he could not use magic anymore. Suddenly, Kim Joo-ik remembered the bet he made with Choi Arin earlier. He accidentally promised her 10 million coins in one class just to get her to leave him alone. He thought she would find that hard to pay. But nope, she was not short on money at all. Choi Arin immediately asked for his account number and transferred the money within a minute. 100 million coins hit his account, but Kim Joo-ik playfully refused it with a big smile. No way, I am not teaching you. Honestly, he was pretty surprised a student like her could transfer 100 million coins so fast. Kim Joo-ik rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If he taught her, he would not have to reveal all his secrets. That is a huge amount of money. Whatever, let us do it. After all, it is just money, and he could earn it himself even if his mana was embarrassingly low. Saying that, he packed his gear and got ready for a billion-coin heist. Let us go find that secret dungeon. Before coming to this school, he scouted the area, but most of the records hidden 300 years ago had been destroyed. Research showed at least 4 records were still around, and he was sure they were somewhere in the Valhalla Mountains. As known, the locations of the records could be detected by the magical stones he carried, so Kim Joo-ik carefully used the little magic he had to try and find them. Boom! After all that effort, a beam of light appeared on the ground. Kim Joo-ik frantically dug, cursing his weak body. If he would known he would have to work this hard, he would have picked a shallower spot. Plus, if it were not for the 300-year-old Tower of Destruction, he would not be suffering like this. Back then, the world on the brink of destruction had no place for his treasure, so Kim Joo-ik created these records and buried them all. Digging all night long, he finally reached the outer shell of the dungeon, but the locks were special. Regular keys would not fit. He summoned some mana and crafted a magical chain to act as a lockpick. Perfect match. Maybe I should quit hunting and become a thief instead. Kim Joo-ik immediately jumped down and looked at the piles of glittering gold and silver. He wanted to sniff them, even though they were all his. Are you all doing well? My children, that is all Kim Joo-ik could say right now. Now I do not have to worry about money anymore. Maybe selling all this could make me richer than those noble families. To keep the mark active, I infused a bit of magic earlier, but the day to use it has finally come. Kim Joo-ik grabbed the magic gems and absorbed all the magic power inside them. Just like I expected, energy flooded into my body. That tingling, electrifying feeling that is hard to describe. Now it is time to deal with this place. Kim Joo-ik wondered if he should leave behind the heavy gold bars and just take the lighter. Valuable gems carrying all this would be a real pain. But it was definitely a pain. Kim Joo-ik went to class with zero focus on the lessons. His limbs felt so loose, like they might just fall off. He lay exhausted on the desk, not even noticing Choi Arin sitting right beside him. Same old line. Teach me swordsmanship. Kim Joo-ik could not figure out why she was so persistent. From what he knew about the top 5 families, the Chojin clan specialized in swordsmanship, so the question was, why was she after him? Choi Arin said she wanted to learn from him because she would never seen anyone swing a sword better than him. Kim Joo-ik kept wondering, what about her dad? He is the head of the Chojin clan, right? He is better at swordsmanship than me, is not he? Just then, before Choi Arin could answer, the teacher outside opened the door and called Kim Joo-ik to the staff room. Once he heard it was about the Star Circle room, the guy immediately grabbed his pants and ran. Even better, he seemed to appreciate Arin's sincerity and tossed her a quick message before leaving. Meet me at the training ground at 6 a.m. tomorrow. In the staff room, Kim Lee-hoon got straight to the point. The request to enter the Star Circle room was approved, but only the basement floor was allowed, no going below the first floor. That sounded fair, even if a bit strict, and Kim Joo-ik happily agreed right away. He did not forget to ask when he could actually enter. After some thought, Kim Lee-hoon said, if possible, tonight let us make it quick. Kim Lee-hoon expected the student to be upset about not being allowed to go to the second floor, but surprisingly, he accepted it cheerfully. That night, as promised, the teacher sent him off. Looking sharp, to the treasure of Valhalla, the Star Circle room. The place was heavily guarded because it was so important it made Valhalla one of the 3 greatest academies. Kim Joo-ik looked around and could not help but marvel. Not just the security, but the outer walls were covered in every kind of magic except the entrance. Kim Joo-ik nervously asked the teacher if it would be okay to go down to the second floor. Kim Lee-hoon got a little uneasy and quickly answered before it was too late. You 1T become a criminal, but you will be expelled and your memories before leaving will be erased. The magic on the second floor of the Star Circle is brutal. If you touch it, your brain will shatter and you will go insane. Now that all questions were cleared up, Kim Joo-hyuk had 30 minutes inside. The message popped up again. Retrieve your weapon on the 3rd floor, right room of Valhalla. Kim Joo-hyuk did not care about being expelled or anything. He came to Valhalla for that reason. And first thing was to head to the 3rd basement floor. But after just a few steps, he bumped into something. Suddenly, a system window appeared with a request, pulling Kim Joo-hyuk into a strange room. Long time no see. Kim Hyung knew that is what he heard when he was sucked in, and saw the bastard Bak Cho right in front of him. The Tower Lord of the Tower of Destruction, 300 years. What a reunion, not really. Bak Cho was about to say more when he got punched straight in the face with a loud smack. Kim Joo-hyuk was fuming, yelling right in his face. I am so happy to see you again. Damn bastard. Bak Cho tried to get up, waving his hands like, calm down and listen to me. But there was no calming down here. He said one word. Kim Joo-hyuk punched him once. Bak Cho kept begging for mercy, while Kim Joo-hyuk kept throwing punches. All you could hear were screams. Stop. Done hit me. Wait. Please. Done T. I will hit you more. I am not the type to throw punches to settle things. But when it comes to someone ruining my comfortable future, like you, that is a different story. You jerk. My wealth. My fame. All the time I spent training those brats gone. Cho could only cover his face and take it. While Kim Joo-hyuk was resting, he tried to get up, but could barely manage a word. Wait or not you curious about where we even are? That is when Kim Joo-hyuk freaked out, wondering who he was and where he was, since there was nothing familiar around. Cho finally got a chance to stand and explain that this was a fantasy world, a kind of relic space, and the form Kim Joo-hyuk saw of Mer. Cho was just a projection of this fantasy world. His real body disappeared 300 years ago. A huge question mark popped up as Kim Joo-hyuk asked, wait, so you have been inside this relic all along, knowing it was time to flex? Cho soared up high, looking down proudly with a smug grin. That is right, Kim Joo, you have become a constellation, but thinking being a constellation sounded cool. Kim Joo-hyuk punched him right in the face for that annoying attitude. 30 minutes were up, and though it was unclear what was collected, Kim Joo-hyuk had to head out as per the rules. As soon as the teacher saw him, he marched over with a suspicious glare. Did you do anything weird while you were in there to avoid more trouble? Kim Joo-hyuk quickly gave a vague answer and bounced. There were weirder things he needed to figure out. After giving Cho a solid beating, he finally calmed down and started talking politely. 5 punches forced him to spill everything that had happened. Cho cried silently, punched straight across his face. After being killed by the teacher, he would have been trapped in this thing for 300 years, with no powers at all. He regained his memories after getting a message to contact the reincarnated Kim Joo-hyuk, which led to a suspicious figure showing up. He wondered if this was all because the guy who turned him into the Tower's Master was behind it. Kim Joo-hyuk kept pressing about who turned him into the Tower's Master, but Cho did not know those memories were completely wiped. After that, Cho asked Kim Joo-hyuk what the message he received was about. The guy remembered the annoying blue screen. It asked him to find weapons and memories, but the rest was blocked by some squares he could not read. But Kim Joo-hyuk did not recall losing any memories. He still had memories from the tower. Cho pointed ahead to a key spot and explained that some memories had not returned yet, but he would found the weapon, so the rest would come back on its own. The more this guy talked, the crazier it sounded. What weapon? I have not found any weapon. The teacher was still slow to get it. So Cho went on. Yeah, this space is inside the world of the 4 weapons, which have become relics. The Thun Sword. You became a constellation just because you used the relic. Kim Joo-hyuk felt like he was being trolled and punched the kid again just to vent. By now, Kim Joo-hyuk roughly understood the situation. Cho was once his student but got turned into the Tower's Master by some force, and Kim Joo-hyuk killed him to save the world. Now he has been resurrected, living 300 years as a spirit inside the Thun Sword relic. And the best part, that weapon, the Thun Sword, is yours, and inside it is a whole constellation. What a mess. Kim Joo-hyuk wanted to destroy it and forget it, but even though it is cursed, it survived. Cho, who was called the King Slayer, so he decided to keep it for now. He guessed only the Thun Sword's owner would know about the notification window popping up. His head was spinning with all this info when suddenly his thoughts were cut off by some lackeys in front of him. A blonde dude acting like a big shot from J7T swaggered over to threaten him. Hey, you are the top-ranked guy at the opening ceremony. Kim Joo, right? I am standing right here. No need to wait. He said, I am Lorik Sunrise, eldest son of the Sunrise family, second-year student at Valhalla Academy. You would think seeing a senior like this would be scary. But not to Kim Joo-hyuk. He was not fazed at all. He immediately argued back. Senior, do bullies like you even have juniors? After being insulted by the underclassmen, one of them, full of fighting spirit, stepped up with a spear demanding to deal with the newbie. Hey newbie, The difference between freshmen and sophomores before he could finish, he got kicked right in the stomach. Kim Joo-hyuk glanced at them with half an eye. Not one for talk. He is all about action. Quit the nonsense and attack already. You punks. So without giving them a chance to strike, Kim Joo-hyuk charged forward to show them what a real fight looks like. One bout. They got punched, then kicked, collapsing flat on the ground. A few still stood frozen like statues. Kim Joo-hyuk was not about to let them walk away empty-handed. He twirled his sword in hand, feeling awesome. Come on. This is gonna be fun. If you just stand there like that, I will smash your head to pieces. 3 hours earlier, Lorik Sunrise, eldest son of the Sunrise clan and a sophomore at Manhwa Academy, was summoned by Rock Invincibility for a favor, specifically to handle a freshman with a reward that could benefit the Sunrise family. He agreed to let him use a weapon while he cleaned up afterward. With such a simple request but huge payoff, Lorik accepted right away. He figured that no matter how top-ranked the freshman was, freshmen are just freshmen. They are no match for a sophomore because at Manhwa, students must reach the astral realm in the second semester of their first year and sign a pact with a constellation, becoming pact holders. Once a pact holder, they can use the energy of their constellation. And from what he knew, Lorik was confident Kim Joo-hyuk came from an ordinary family with no guardian constellation, so this game's easy. He thought he could take him down without a sweat before even arriving, but now he understood exactly what he was up against. Lorik was terrified but said nothing, watching Kim Joo-hyuk calmly approach. That strange sword technique, he barely used any force. Yet the opponent took a devastating hit. Questions flooded his mind, but pride would not let him admit weakness. The juniors still stood frozen behind him, unsure whether to jump in. He could not lose so badly. Ignoring the outcome, Lorik yelled for his juniors to attack. What is there to fear? They are just freshmen. That is what he said. But deep down, he was scared shitless. Kim Joo-hyuk drew his sword and waited for the action, watching them yap away with a smirk. Yeah, the bold leaders there. Stand still, and you will get hit first. No sooner said than done. He stepped right in front, pressed the sword into Lorik's stomach, and pushed, knocking him out cold. Sad to say, even a tough girl would get beaten up after stepping in. Waiting for him to open his eyes, Kim Joo-hyuk had to give his handsome face a little nudge to wake him up. Wake up, kid. Who are you? Why did you drag your crew to attack me? Despite being roughed up, Lorik gritted his teeth and refused to say a word. Not wanting to waste more time, Kim Joo-hyuk left them behind and told them to clean up before leaving. Furious, Lorik tried to shout after him to save face. You think you can just go back to school after this, even if you are top freshman? If word gets out, you will get expelled. Does this guy have no brain? Steal and then cry wolf. Kim Joo-hyuk did not want to care but stuck around to explain. Whatever. You know what people will say if you blab about today. A bunch of sophomores come to mess with a freshman, but end up getting beaten. Done to you. Feel embarrassed showing up at school after that. Think hard if you want to keep coming to school and join the guild. Keep your mouth shut. Meanwhile, Rock Jin was anxiously waiting in the dorm for news that his enemy had been thoroughly beaten. Lorik had just called, and Rock Jin thought he would get good news. But what he heard was the complete opposite. I am done getting involved in this. Rock Jin tried to stay calm, thinking about having his senior report the attack to the academy admins, so Kim Joo-hyuk could get in trouble. He promised to pay whatever it took if that happened, even offering money to the clan. But the big shots here said money is not everything. They care about honor, so the answer was a flat no. Annoyed, Rock Jin smashed his brand new smartphone to the ground. Then he glared at Joo-hyuk standing behind him with wild eyes. You contacted Jizra, right? Where is that guy now? Used to these situations, she calmly replied. Yes, I informed him that you wanted to meet, but since he is far away, it might take some time for him to get here. In Mexico, at Aripia Academy, Jizra Vanchik, a notorious bully, got Rock Jin's message about coming to Korea to deal with Kim Joo-hyuk, with a reward already set. As soon as he got the news, he was over the moon and cracked a strange smile. The next morning, 6 a.m. at Van Halle's training room, Kim Joo-hyuk showed up with all his gear, excited to start basic strength training, when suddenly a voice startled him. Standing there, Kim Joo-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat and asked back, What? Who is there? Wait a sec, where are you talking to me from? Turns out it was his little brother hiding inside the sealed sword. Kim Joo-hyuk got angry and gave him a good scolding. I am surprised you managed to escape from there. I might just send you back in and lock you up again. Wait, do not scare the teacher. He promised, saying he would not cause trouble, and revealed he left a copy of the sword there. Kim Joo-hyuk was pretty curious about the copy. Since you woke up, you have lost all your power, the voice explained, but you gained this special ability, though you do not know why. Before he could think more, Arin appeared, keeping her promise to teach Kim Joo-hyuk swordsmanship, but the guy said they would not start lessons yet. First, they needed to improve their physical strength. They began with warm-up exercises, because better stamina means the body can absorb more mana and control it more easily. Kim Joo-hyuk found the current youth training weird. They focused on mana control before improving their physical strength, and Arin was no exception. Despite having huge mana reserves, their actual skill was only that of a sword-wielding student, so like a real coach, Kim Joo-hee started days filled mostly with basic training and exercises. That same morning, Kim Joo-hee's class had a small written test supervised by Van Halilia's senior trainer on the topic of monsters from other worlds. She had previously told the class to self-study and research the monster topic, so now it was time to test their knowledge on handling different monster types. Everyone quickly wrote their answers and finished the test. The test would not affect final grades, but would evaluate their readiness for the next class. So tensions were high. Only Kim Joo-hee seemed off, so much that even the trainer gasped in disbelief. "Are you sure you can write answers like that?" In the first-year teacher's lounge, the teacher reviewed the test papers and was quite satisfied. Lilia confidently told Kim Lee-gun that, as expected, students from all 5 famous clans did very well. But that was just a moment before disaster before the teacher could finish his coffee. He spat it out. "Kim-hee, you call this a test answer?" The teacher angrily crumpled the paper and glared at Kim Lee-gun. "He is not just lazy. He is mocking the class. This can be ignored. Next lesson, I will show him this test and give him a proper lesson." "Too bad. Next class I will show him this test and give him a thorough lesson. That monster is not easy to deal with." And sure enough, girls hold grudges exactly as expected. A week later, in the training room, Lilia called Kim Joo-hee up for a surprise quiz. She slapped the blank test paper in front of him and asked if he really took the test seriously. Kim Joo-hee was totally confused, even wondering if she would lost her mind, but confidently replied, "I did take it seriously." She feigned anger but kept her composure and asked the first question, "What is the best way to deal with a rock monster?" "How did you answer that question?" Kim Joo-hee just showed a deadpan face and said, "Stab it in the belly." The second question was, "If you saw 8 goblins coming through the forest, write down what you would do." Kim Joo-hee confidently picked up the test and read it aloud without hesitation. Starting with the first goblin coming, he would stab each one and send them straight to hell. The teacher was furious, but what could she do? They argued back and forth endlessly, but she was too mad to say anything more. She decided to give Kim Joo-hee a chance to prove what he said was true. "If you can take down this monster like you wrote on your test, I will reconsider your grade." She thought he would be scared and beg for mercy, but no. Kim Joo-hee went straight to the weapon stash, grabbed a sword, and walked up to the rock monster. The monster swung to attack, but all you heard was its painful roar as the sword stabbed into its belly, and within seconds it completely vanished. Kim Joo-hee turned to the stunned crowd with a totally casual look. "Yeah, just stab it in the belly." The other students froze for a moment, wondering how he could take down a rock monster with just a regular sword, no magic at all. Seeing this, the teacher did not dare argue anymore and calmly asked how he did it. Kim Joo-hee looked at her with a questioning gaze and said, "Didn't you see? Just one stab to the belly. That is it." Hearing that answer, Doya and Lilia stopped feeling embarrassed and instead found it completely absurd. The teacher bit her nails, thinking through a bunch of possibilities. To kill a rock monster with a knife or sword, you would usually need at least a rank weapon. Normally, it would make sense to kill a rock monster with one strike from such a weapon, but he did it with just a regular sword. Just when it seemed like that was the end, the teacher still wanted to test the second question, so Kim Joo-hee was immediately sent to another scene. Before he could even assess the situation, a bunch of green goblins, basically goblin soldiers, appeared right in front of him. These were tough to deal with simply. If you did not handle it right, the front goblins would roar to signal an attack, and all the others would swarm at once. Usually, strong mages would kill them all in one go or run far away instead of facing them head-on, but that is for others. Kim Joo-hee was not one of them. He ignored how many or how they fought, grabbed his sword, and charged straight in, starting with the first goblin. One painful overhead slash took down the first. The second goblin roared but got stabbed in the neck right after. One bout. He took them down. Kim Joo-hee turned to the teacher confidently and said, "I got the second question right too, didn't I?" At this point, the teacher shut up, not daring to say another word. The next day, as usual, Kim Joo-hee dragged R into the training room to work on physical strength. Ju tried her best but still could not keep up. Lying on the ground, totally wiped out, Kim Joo-hee asked her, "Don't you usually train? Why are you acting so useless now? How are you going to fight monsters like this?" Arin, exhausted, tried to explain she uses magic by borrowing power from her guardian constellation, just as Kim Joo-hee expected. Instead of building physical strength, they focused on magic power thanks to the constellations. They do not need physical strength. As long as they can borrow enough power from the stars, they will be fine, but that is risky. What if they get stuck in a maze or dungeon where magic's banned, or if their mana runs out during a long fight? What if the guardian constellation refuses to lend power? Too many problems could come up, so Kim Joo-hee let Arin rest while he trained for another round. After the beauty left, the old man finally dared to speak up, asking the master why he was helping her train. Turns out it is because she is the one who dances the most, so Kim Joo-hee agreed to help. Nothing more than that. While chatting casually, I glanced over and saw that Sik, the muscle training guy, was here too, and he looks like he has made some serious progress. Watching Sik's back as he walked away, Kim Joo-hee quietly thought himself that this guy seemed way smarter than those magic-only training nerds. Then again, he wondered what those constellations were up to, acting all secretive like that. The old man could only say he did not know, because he honestly did not. The cat wanted a punch, so the kid decided to give the teacher a hard time if he finished the new mission in the system. He might learn more about the constellations. Speaking of which, Kim Joo-hee quickly opened that damn window to check, and it had gotten some new info. It said he needed to go to the Great Forest Eye of Van Hera, the home of Megi Aruna, to complete the mission. It felt familiar even though it was his first time hearing it. Great Forest Eye was the final destination in the first semester. If it were not for this annoying mission, Kim Joo-hee would be rushed there right after recovering his energy. But now he just had to wait it out. No matter how clueless he was, he still knew that until he finished the mission, he could not be kicked out of the academy. His secret had to stay hidden. Meanwhile, in London, England, inside the Ventric family mansion, Adelia, the Ventric family's second-in-command, sat arrogantly in her chair listening to a report about Desira being summoned to South Korea by Roxanne. Hearing those names gave her a major headache. Gisello Ventric, the family's troublemaker and worst thug, he would use the Ventric family name to cause countless scandals. At 19, he killed 5 people from the British Academy just over an argument, so his name was completely erased from the Ventric family records. He had been living in hiding for years and was now trying to meet up with Roxanne. Sensing trouble, Adelia immediately ordered someone to keep an eye on him before it was too late. Not only that, she sent a message to Roxanne warning that if Desira was caught doing anything shady, he would be kicked out of the family. To Adelia, she hated freeloaders, people who got the family's power without earning it. That power was not for those parasites. It was all hers and hers alone. The next day, even during class, Kim Joo-heek's mind was totally elsewhere, like it was hanging upside down on a tree branch. Lost in random thoughts, the female servant suddenly appeared with a note and handed it to him. As soon as he read it, his face drained of color and his attitude shifted instantly. Since students were allowed out this week, Kim Joo-heek wasted no time writing a permission slip right after class. Juseo Ji-yeon had been trailing behind awkwardly, stammering and unable to say a word, which annoyed him to no end. Ju had politely answered the note, but since she did not respond, he was already pretty ticked off. The girl just stood there rambling nonsense. Juseo Ji-yeon just wanted to ask Kim Joo-heek how he managed to get permission to keep the magic stone so easily, but the words barely left her mouth before she felt embarrassed, like she was insulting her own pride. Before she could finish, the teacher suddenly appeared like a ghost, cutting her off and demanding to know how he killed that love monster. That sudden arrival totally stole the spotlight from the poor girl classic, and if that was not enough, the teacher then invited Kim Joo-heek to be her assistant, promising lots of perks, especially the chance to study different ways to defeat monsters. Watching the two walk away, Juseo Ji-yeon cried silently. Deciding it was best not to ask anything more, Kim Joo-heek took his pile of loot to a night market to sell it off. He chose the night market to avoid revealing his identity, and other similar items were being sold there too. This illegal market still existed because it was created and protected by a constellation known as the Hidden Controller. Since it was made and maintained by a constellation, top-level players used it openly and frequently, even though it was illegal. The government showed no sign of cracking down. That is also how he easily figured out how to sneak in. Following the online guide, Kim Joo-heek arrived there in no time. Looking around, he felt something strange yet familiar. The purple sky and cloudy moonlight were exactly like the night sky he saw 300 years ago. Setting aside the weather, Kim Joo-heek was surprised to meet the staff member he read about in that article. He handed over $2 million in cash to pay the market fee, and was immediately welcomed like a VIP guest. From this guy, Kim Joo-heek received a mask and info on the best buyer in town. Following the directions, Kim Joo-heek arrived in front of Morris, known for offering the best prices. Without wasting time, Kim Joo-heek pulled out a bag full of precious rings. Morris initially thought they were fake, so he was a bit skeptical, but as soon as he inspected them, he was stunned. I have seen plenty, but these are relics from the Apocalypse era. Are the others the same? They are all from that time. Where did you get so many relics? Morris asked curiously where Kim Joo-heek got these items, but rules forbid asking about personal matters, so Kim Joo-heek did not answer. Instead, he urged Morris to appraise quickly and say how much he could pay. Morris thought for a moment, then said he could not appraise them properly because they were from the Apocalypse era, and he did not have enough capital to buy them. Kim Joo-heek was pretty surprised and pressed for a place to sell all this stuff. Morris pointed to the tall tower where the auction hall was located. However, it usually takes 2-3 weeks for your turn because many people book ahead. You also have to come back for verification and payment. What a hassle. Even with more money, Kim Joo-heek was not happy and asked if Morris could give him an estimate. Morris typed a number into his calculator, Too many zeros for Kim Joo-hyuk to count, though he kept them because they were valuable. Kim Joo-hyuk never expected them to be worth that much. Morris said, by his estimate, selling the whole fortune would only cover about 3/4 of this place's total value, not wanting any hassle. Kim Joo-hyuk agreed to sell for that price, leaving Morris in disbelief. These Apocalypse-era relics fetch high prices due to their age. There is another big reason behind it. It is because of the constellations. The constellations started appearing after the era ended and react strangely with relics from that time. I heard an ordinary person even made a contract with the constellations thanks to these relics. Morris carefully examined the rings, mana flowing through the details, and the magic lingering on the items. He felt lucky to buy such items for so little money here. Just then, someone showed up, surprising Morris completely. Since he registered anonymously for the auction, Breckhart personally came to inquire. Looking at the items in Morris' hands, Breckhart was amazed, saying, apparently, my guardian constellation really wants that ring. After the deal, Kim Joo-hyuk quickly left, thrilled looking at his bank balance. No more money worries from now on. If he is short, just take from the relic stash. He has got tons of those. Right then, his phone rang. When he answered, the other side kept talking nonstop. Turns out it was teacher Lilia inviting him out to eat. Hungry and free food. Wanna go? But you know what they say, free meals come with strings attached. The teacher kept pushing about inviting him to be a teaching assistant with lots of perks, like scholarships and certificates, working on a thesis with her, getting honored at the Monster Research Association fame, and money would follow. Blah blah. Especially, he would get to go out twice a week instead of once a month. Listening to all that gave Kim Joo-hyuk a headache. None of it sounded useful to him. What he really needed now was to get to the Great Forest Eye, and the only way was through the first-year final exam. Even if she was the instructor, that would not help. Kim Joo-hyuk flat out refused the teacher. He was not going to become some lecture note or write a thesis with her, so stop dreaming. If plan fails, try. Lilia offered to share info if he gave up some secrets about how to attack monsters. Curious, Kim Joo-hyuk asked what kind of info it was, hoping for something good. Turns out it was just some stuff about Aaron Sclair, totally boring to him. Stuffed and satisfied, Kim Joo-hyuk stood up and headed out. Before leaving, he asked the teacher why she had to be so tough on her students. They were still kids after all. Like a direct hit to her core, Lilia launched into a long explanation. Simply put, as a mysterious monster instructor, she had to give her all or it would be terrible. Usually, monster attacks directly affect survival rates. If students can't even remember basic attacks, she has to be strict with them. After hearing that, Kim Joo-hyuk just shrugged it off, saying it was only her opinion, then bowed out and said goodbye. At Siang, the Choi Jin family home, the head of the Chu History Guild and leader of the Choi clan, Juts, called in his eldest son Choi Jin Jian and second daughter Choi Arin to ask about their plans before the classification test. Passing the test could give them a chance to sign a contract through the sacred relic of Master Wundo, a ceremony that marks the successor of the clan. But if they fail, they will be disowned from the family. As he spoke, he drew his sword and gave them a serious look. Are you two going to take part or not? Both hesitated a bit, but since their dad said so, they agreed. The classification test would be held in 3 weeks, so they had plenty of time to prepare. On the way back, Choi Jin-jung clearly did not like Aaron and threw some mocking, disdainful, and challenging remarks at her. When you said you would take the classification test, did not you notice Dad's expression? Looks like you really want to become the heir. Huh, you wild kid. Look at you scares me. Dunny, fool yourself thinking you will pass. You can even receive blessings from the stars. How do you expect to beat me? Someone who has already made the contract. What? Have you given up already? Then keep draining the family's money, and I will make you pay it all back. Dear sister, a few days later, as time passed and midterms approached, while the homeroom teacher rambled on about rules and punishments for failing the exam, Kim Joo-hyuk did not catch a single word, lost in distant thoughts. Every exam at Valhalla was super important, both midterms and finals. Low scores meant immediate expulsion, so Kim Joo-hyuk was a bit worried. The practical test was easy, but the written one, not so much. He needed to stick with the academy until finals to reach the Great Forest, but he still had no clue how to make that happen. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk had an idea. He called his buddy unconsciously. Hey, you have been to almost every class, right? How about you take the test for me? His buddy flat out refused. Can you imagine how unfair that felt? But no matter the refusal, after some threats from Kim Joo-hyuk, he ended up agreeing wholeheartedly. After class ended, Arin had already packed her things for a while. She shyly approached Kim Joo-hyuk to ask about training. Perfect timing, he needed to practice with weapons anyway. So he decided to teach her some sword techniques. Calling it sword training was a bit much. It was mostly how to hold the sword properly. A basic move every swordsman needs to know. Arin said it had been a long time since she last touched her sword after training physically with Kim Joo-hyuk. Usually, she practiced all the time. Kim Joo-hyuk told her to draw her sword, but it seemed she was holding it wrong. He started teaching her step by step, applying pressure with the ring and pinky fingers, gripping the sword handle tightly. Arin felt something odd, no need to channel magic into the sword, yet it felt steadier and more stable than holding it with both hands. "Come on, show me everything you have got with that sword," Kim Joo-hyuk said, eagerly waiting for her to demonstrate her strength. Arin's movement speed improved a lot. Thanks to those intense training days, Kim Joo-hyuk kept showing her footwork for attacks, how to apply pressure, and so on. As expected, Arin had gotten way stronger, and she silently thanked Kim Joo-hyuk for all his help. An hour later, both looked exhausted. Kim Joo-hyuk told her to stop for today. Saying this was enough, Arin plopped down tiredly, looking at Kim Joo-hyuk standing there, a new thought crossing her mind. She asked if he could train with her again next time. Kim Joo-hyuk thought for a bit training with Choi Arin would definitely teach him a lot, and teaching a natural talent like her was pretty fun too. From the opening ceremony, he could tell she had a unique sword technique. Even though she used the breathing method, it felt totally different. Thanks to her special sword skills, he was able to regain his own sense of self. If this were 300 years ago, she would be a rare talent worthy of being his disciple. But sadly, not anymore. He's not that free now. Feeling like teasing her was pretty fun, Kim Joo-hyuk said he did not want to fight anymore. He thought Arin would beg him, but she simply said she understood, which kind of surprised him. Arin replied that since he is always right, she would follow his lead no matter what. 2 weeks later, at Valhalla Stadium, all the top male students gathered. Everyone knew the reason except one guy. Kim Joo-hyuk wondered why on earth he had to be there. Feeling bored and frustrated, he grumbled that the homeroom teacher already explained this 2 weeks ago. If he could, he would punch that old teacher a few times, without making everyone wait. The head coach and teacher stepped forward to explain the midterm exam rules for Valhalla. This time, the practical midterm test is a dungeon assault. Students will form teams and enter an artificial dungeon. Anyone can join any team. I think 8 members per team is ideal, but you guys are free to add or drop players. The school will only evaluate based on your contribution level during the dungeon assault. The time limit is 5 hours. If you can't clear the test within that, you will be disqualified. The dungeon's difficulty is F+. Now, let the test begin. As soon as the announcement ended, students scrambled in panic to form teams. The 5 great clans probably already got the test's key points, while others either formed big groups of 20 or smaller teams of 8. If the teams are not balanced, fights are bound to break out. Points start counting the moment students step into the dungeon. There are exceptions though. Everyone chose to team up except Kim Joo-hyuk, who decided to go solo. At his level, this game is easy, but he was not alone. Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised to see Arin still standing there, not entering yet. Turns out she said she would follow his lead and go in alone just like him. Others invited her to join their teams, but Arin firmly declined. "Sorry, I will go solo. I can do it." Joo-hyuk said it is not that hard. That is what she told them before stepping in. In the Valhalla control room, proctors watched and graded the test strictly. Scores seemed low, since Coach Lee Sang-chun was the chief grader. When he was young, he was known as the Dungeon Master, a legend with a 99% dungeon clear rate. He knows dungeon assault better than anyone, which explains the tough scores he gave. After reviewing, the old man seemed pretty pleased. This year there is quite a few talents, especially Jun Seo-jun, an amazing fighter who follows the textbook perfectly, handles situations expertly, assigns team roles, and coordinates everyone smooths to rack up points. And best of all, he formed a team mid-battle to make sure they finished the dungeon. Jun Seo-jun is pretty solid, but unlucky to run into Kim Joo-hyuk this year, so his record got overshadowed. Speaking of Kim Joo-hyuk, the old man hit the search button to look him up, but what the hell? No name showed up at all. Lee Sang-chun wondered if the machine was broken, since supposed to find info on all students who entered the dungeon. Just thinking about it felt off. He opened the list of those who cleared it and, sure enough, Kim Joo-hyuk's name was right there. The old man was shocked, could not believe Joo-hyuk went solo and finished in just 23 minutes and 32 seconds. This had never happened at Valhalla before. He did not believe it at first, so he had to review the footage to confirm. One by whole groups fell to Kim Joo-hyuk's blade without a single miss. First the goblins, then the orcs ///. Within minutes, he was standing right in front of the boss. It is a legendary beast specially created for the midterm exam, but Kim Joo-hyuk handled it with just one swift strike. His stats are like the combined strength of 8 people. Watching that scene, Lee Sang-chun gave a helpless smile. Looks like Kim Joo-hyuk taking first place this time. The test wrapped up quickly. The contestants were happy, but some had to lean on their canes. Looking at the results, the homeroom teacher was speechless. Seeing this, the head coach explained, "We expected him to top the list, but did not think he would clear the dungeon solo without a scratch. If he sticks with this path, South Korea might reclaim the title, the one and only. That is the title for the strongest spirit pact holder." Kim Lee-gun stammered, asking for clarification. The head coach, realizing he sounded a bit eager. Brushed it off. Maybe it is because we have not seen a genius like him in a long time. I got a bit excited, but the real surprise was not him, it was the runner-up. Koi Arin. Lee Sang-chun never thought she would go solo, but she did finish it. Though it took time and left her with quite a few injuries, he wondered aloud to the homeroom teacher if this test was about team actions. Then Do-so Ji-yeon would definitely have scored higher, but Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Arin earned higher scores due to their contributions. The results are in. No point debating further, although the teacher said that Kim Lee-gun still felt doubtful. He would met Arin back when she was in the Choi Jin Club, a model student who only practiced swordsmanship. Now she is trying to solo the dungeon. That is crazy. For a moment, he blamed Kim Joo-hyuk's wild side, but quickly dismissed that crazy thought. The next day, just as expected, the ranking results shocked everyone. Roxio Vanchik saw Kim Joo-hyuk's name at the top and scratched his guts in disbelief, then turned to his assistant and asked, "Zizira's in Korea, right? Call him immediately." Julia knew the results were in, but, being just a subordinate, had no choice but to OB. That same day at Jam Sil restaurant in Seoul, Roxio rushed out to meet Zizira. The moment he saw the scar-faced guy, he waved and asked right away. Then, as if starved for decades, Zizira grabbed a steak slice and shoved it into his mouth, chewing fiercely between bites. Zizira mumbled, "That guy you want me to watch? Kim Joo, what is his deal?" After waiting a long time to speak, Roxio snapped back, "Nothing. He just annoys me because of his lowly background. Please send him back where he belongs." So he is a classist. All lives are equal. But he thinks he is superior. Zizira finished his bite, looked up, and asked, "Can I kill him?" Roxio coolly nodded. "Up to you." Then Zizira pointed at Julia and revealed he just killed a busybody from her clan, making her shake like a leaf. After that, he laughed wildly and warned Roxio to get ready for an attack. He said he would be gone in a week. Since Kim Joo-hyuk was the top of the exam, he was allowed a little freedom. Seeing this, the elder kept biting his lip. Has the teacher already gone out? Not wanting to argue with this busybody, Kim Joo-hyuk said he needed to find the records at Shugwon. With his luggage and Google Maps, he wandered up a hill, just as he was about to sit, enjoy the view, snack, and sip tea. Some jerk showed up to bother him. Kim Joo-hyuk stopped and asked the stranger for his background, hometown, and name. What the heck was he doing here? Zizira, of course, said nothing and ignored the question, instead rambling on about why he, not anyone else, was the one who found Kim Joo-hyuk on this mountain. Kim Joo-hyuk knew exactly why he used to be the Sword King. He was not stupid. So what did he mean once this was over? He would leave as if nothing happened. They both got ready to fight, like two old friends who totally get each other. Kim Joo-hyuk swung his fist down with a smack, while Zizira launched a fierce punch. Just as the fist was about to hit his cheek, Kim Joo-hyuk dodged instantly. The punch smashed into a tree right in front, splitting it clean in two. Zizira was super hype, turning to taunt the other guy. "Lucky you dodged that hit. If you had not, you would know your fate, right?" Kim Joo-hyuk smirked and shot back. "Lucky. Nah, I dodged because you were way too slow." Glancing at the mess the guy had made over there, he was not dumb enough to not realize this dude was seriously strong. Hell, this bastard might even be on par with, or better than, Hyu's crew. Kim Joo-hyuk figured this dude was way too dangerous. His weak body could not take a full-on hit. Out of all strategies, running away was the best move. Zizira was not going to let this punk escape, so he chased after him, thinking he had it easy until Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly whipped around and punched him in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. "Hit your enemy hard." Kim Joo-hyuk grinned wickedly, raised his foot, and stomped fiercely on the guy's face. In a split second, lucky for Zizira, he gritted his teeth and twisted his body to dodge the blow, otherwise he would be headed straight for surgery. The old man got up, wiping blood from his nose, teeth clenched tight, muttering, "You bastard, what you just did caught me off guard." Kim Joo-hyuk was not backing down either, replying quickly, "You probably know I am the top ranker in Valhalla." Zizira fell silent after hearing that. He knew, but he could not figure out what kind of drug Joo-hyuk took to get that strong. Members of the Vanchik clan boost their fighting ability a bit using their clan's talent. Their talent, a natural gift for making potions. Zizira could easily use any potion handed to him. His parents had him chug hundreds of thousands of enhancement potions. That is why at 16, he was stronger than most adults. His parents wanted clan recognition through him, but once he grew up, Zizira refused to live his whole life under their control. So he sent his parents packing and got kicked out of the clan by the self-proclaimed leader. But Zizira did not care. In this dark world, most problems can be solved with money anyway, and he got even bolder after cutting ties with the clan. When he got a job from Roxy, he asked for cash up front but ended up more interested in Kim Joo-hyuk, so he just asked to spare his life. He wondered how fun it would be to team up with the top scorer in the entrance exam, who was also considered crazy for trash-talking and wiping out all the guild's spies. But facing Kim Joo-hyuk, he had a different question. Who the hell was this guy? Jizera stayed quiet for a moment, then blurted out, "Hey, what kind of drug did you take to get that strong? I do not think it is any pricey potion some orphan like you could afford." Kim Joo-hyuk burst out laughing, clutching his stomach for a while before answering, "Drugs? Ha ha ha, hey, you little punk, what nonsense are you spouting? So you are a juice head?" Jizera felt insulted but stubbornly asked again, "You really do not use drugs to get strong?" The more Kim Joo-hyuk heard this idiot talk, the more he wanted to throw down. He cracked his neck and replied, "Of course not. Dumbass. I got strong through hard training and discipline. If I had to compare you to Ozark, that DB rude. Comparing someone naturally muscular like me to you is just insulting." Called out like that, Jizera got madder than eating chili. He pulled out his weapon, silently cursing, "You are done for, bastard." But maybe he was just paranoid from all the stress. He barely drew his knife, surrounded by a burst of magical energy, about to say something cool, but before he could speak, he took a hit that left his head spinning with pain. "You think I am just gonna let you walk away? You are seriously dumb. Who waits for their opponent to get ready? I just beat you senseless and now I am yelling at you. Dude talks way too much, no points for that. But I approve." Jizera raised his hand, begging for mercy. "I give up. No hard feelings." Kim Joo-hyuk grabbed him by the hair, grinning savagely. "You are not off the hook yet, you drug junkie moron. I was gonna spare you, but all you did was try to bait me into a fight. But you said you would take care of me. So I can't just let you go. Anyway, I have got a few questions for you. So grit your teeth tight." Seeing the fist right in front of Jizera, he nearly lost his mind, his face turning pale as he screamed in despair. "You know what they say, if you walk in the dark, you will meet a ghost. A little creek trying to compete with the ocean. Dream on, sweetheart." Meanwhile, at Van Halladorm, Roxiel was anxiously waiting for good news from his senior. He was absolutely sure Kim Joo-hyuk had already dealt with it, but he never expected that the one needing a coffin was actually Jizera. Roxiel happily called Julia to grab a car and get ready to go finish the job. Just then, Jizera called, and Roxiel eagerly snatched up the phone excitedly. "Yes, big brother. Did you take care of him yet?" Silence on the other end, then painful groans, followed by a familiar voice. "I bet you have no clue what is going on. Huh. Wonder how you would look if you saw for yourself. Let me translate for you. My brother, if I burn 2 sticks of incense for me, and wait for me." Roxiel Vanchik, after hearing that, the guy's face went pale and he hung up immediately, not even letting Kim Joo-hyuk say a word. Now he is scared his dirty deeds will be exposed and that he will get what is coming to him. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before the Vanchik family finds out. Roxiel stayed quiet, but inside he was plotting how to take down Kim Joo-hyuk once and for all. He figured Kim Joo-hyuk was just some lowly civilian, so nothing serious would happen. Just wait it out and it will blow over. Meanwhile, after handling that idiot, Kim Joo-hyuk and the two masters resumed searching backpacks for relics. Bakcho, confused, finally asked, "The guy you just beat must be left his brain back at point A. Why did not you just finish him off?" Exhausted by his curious student, he had to explain, "If it were my past self, I would have smashed that guy's head in already, but I am just a high schooler now." "Makes sense." Bakcho nodded, still curious. "By the way, I am kind of worried about something about that magic aura we just felt. It is strangely familiar. If he could unleash more, I would be certain, but I have seen this before. Done to you feel anything?" "Teacher? Magic? Huh." Kim Joo-hyuk did not sense anything special since he is not an evil spirit, so just ignore it. Back to what Jizera confessed after having a few fingers broken, Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him calmly and asked, "Who sent you to find me?" "Oh, right. I already crushed your jaw, didn't I?" Then he grabbed the guy's mouth and snapped it back into place. Now he could open his mouth again. Jizera was stubborn, but after losing a few broken fingers one by one, he had to speak up. "Rocio Vanchik sent me. I am Jizera from the First Clan, working as a hired soldier." According to him, the First Clan was the original worshippers of the Bladed Fan, and he had a pact with one of their stars. Jizera bragged confidently that if he would had 30 more seconds of power, the outcome would have been different. This guy's rambling gave Kim Joo-hyuk a headache. He was about to let him go if he showed remorse, but then thought better of it and told him to shut up, snapping his jaw back to normal. The First Clan was a name Kim Joo-hyuk vaguely remembered, so he searched online. A flood of news popped up, mostly bad stuff. Kim Joo-hyuk is sharp, so he did not waste time reading. Just went to settle the score with that punk Roxiel to teach that bastard a lesson. He came up with a bold plan. In this age, you gotta use tech, not just raw power. Earlier, he would recorded all of Jizera's confessions, so now all he had to do was find a place to upload it. Game on. You fools thought you could mess with me. Think again. Kim Joo-hyuk immediately called his Aunt Lilia for help. She thought he was calling to ask for an assistant job, and happily picked up right away. That is not why I am calling. He cut her off. Do you know any reporters? Kim Joo-hyuk interrupted her thoughts right away. The next day, news about the Vanchik, a mill family killing a student at Valhalla, quickly became a trending topic. The story's been spiced up, but in the end, it still dives deep into the Vanchik family and Rockzilla. The fans are buzzing with drama. Non-stop discussions everywhere. Looking at what he created, Kim Joo-hyuk grinned with satisfaction. This is what modern warfare looks like. Even I have to admit, for a guy from 300 years ago to adapt to modern culture this fast is impressive. When he first reincarnated, Kim Joo-hyuk struggled a lot, but he focused on catching up by browsing forums and news, which is why he is so sharp now. After reading all the latest articles, Kim Joo-hyuk frowned in frustration. Sadly, he only wanted to target Rockzilla, but all the reporters ended up attacking the Vanchik family instead. What he did not expect was that the family head had to hold a press conference to apologize. Because of this, he showed sincere remorse but denied any guilt and refused to take responsibility, only expressing regret and promising to visit the victims personally to apologize. Without any further explanation, watching the news, Rockzilla's face turned pale as a toad's backside, just as his dad called telling him to return to England immediately on the family's orders. The next day, to get his sentence reduced to just 5 years for personal gain, Jizera sold himself out and took the fall for that bastard. He was shipped off like cargo on a prisoner transport boat across the Pacific to a prison tower. This place was created by an S-class star of prison that can strip away special abilities and turn gifted people into ordinary humans. Jizera happily thought all he had to do was keep quiet and let Rockzilla stay in the family. If he pulled it off, his sentence would drop to 5 years. Failure meant a brutal fate, but 5 years felt like nothing. His thoughts were suddenly cut off by an angry voice from beside him, definitely from an ugly face. Jizera barely glanced up before his head was sliced off. No chance to say a final word. At the Ventric mansion, Rockzilla's father and his son bowed deeply before the person opposite them. Rockzilla, what are you planning to do now? She asked. The father and son quickly bowed and apologized, but it was not enough to calm the family head's fury. If apologizing could fix murder, the world would be chaos. After hearing Rockzilla's lame excuse, the person opposite grew even angrier. A terrifying mana aura burst out, terrifying everyone around. She stepped close to Rockzilla's face and asked, "What should we do now?" Rockzilla Ventric. Now he is finally scared like a stray dog about to be put down. I will do whatever it takes to restore our family's honor. The more he talked, the more ridiculous he sounded. The only way to restore family honor is to wipe him out. Hearing wipe out, old man in next to him spoke up. Family head, is not that punishment a bit too harsh? She whipped around and asked if he wanted to side with his son. The old man fell silent, not daring to say a word. She wanted to kill or wipe out the father and son right then and there, but doing so would basically admit he was behind everything. After thinking it over, the family head grudgingly said, "I won't expel you yet. Go back to Valhalla and keep a low profile. After I meet Kim Joo-hyuk, I will reconsider. Now, leave." Even though she was spared, Rockzilla was not stupid. She knew she would eventually be wiped out. It is just that the media is involved now, so she can't act yet. So before that happens, she has to do something, because right now nothing can stop her. Rockzilla looked at her father and said, "You have to help me too, Dad." The old man, who day always spoiled his precious son, did not even need to be asked. He just warned him to keep things discreet no matter what. Truly a perfect father and son when the house leaks. It is from the roof and both of them. A few days later at Valhalla Academy, when Kim Joo-hyuk heard the head of the Vanchik family was coming personally to apologize, he felt really annoyed and did not want to meet at all. But in the end, after the homeroom teacher's persuasion and knowing they were the family who de-invested the most money into the academy, he reluctantly agreed. She walked in with that super noble clan vibe, but Kim Joo-hyuk did not even bat an eye. "Nice to meet you, Kim Joo-hyuk. I am the family steward of the Vanchik clan, Adelia Vanchik." Kim Joo-hyuk just replied with a few polite words. "Yeah, nice to meet you." After a long, intense stare, she was the first to speak. "We issued an official statement right after the attack. But unfortunately, neither the media nor the public believes it. So I want to tell you this. I also want to open a chance for us to clear up this misunderstanding. Can you help us?" Kim Joo-hyuk. "Oh man. Seriously? She talks like her words are gospel. What a damn mess." "Nope." Kim Joo-hyuk snapped back with just one word. "No need to overthink it and give myself a headache." To convince him, Adelia laid out tons of perks, full support through graduation, job offers after, and a clear path to becoming South Korea's top hunter. Just hearing that made my mouth water, but hey, I am no Kim Joo-hyuk stared her down and burned her straight up. "I do not want any rewards or favors. I just want to see how you live with the shame Roxville left on the Vanchik name." She got pissed. No more superiority. Just a scare. Twisted face, spitting insults like scum and trash. She snapped. Who do you think you are talking to? I came to this crappy academy to make things easier for you, and you still dare to act arrogant. Should I just kill you right now? I was trying to be generous and give you a chance, and you just threw it away. So much mouth. Acting all tough and fiery, but Kim Joo-hyuk is not backing down either. Not perfect, but number 2 is no one's number 1. Didn't you say the Van Chick clan had nothing to do with the assassination attempt on me? You want to backtrack now? You invested time and money in me, but now you want to kill me, and even if you really did attack me, you still can kill me. Adelia was about to flip the table but could not do anything. Just stormed off, reminding Kim Joo-hyuk to remember her face first. After things calmed down, Bocher complained, "Teacher, did you really have to make such a big deal? But I do not want to get involved in this nonsense." Just as he was annoyed, Kim Joo-hyuk found someone to vent on. Who else but the loudmouth teacher? Loy is just standing there, making him even more speechless. Fed up with these rich kids, Kim Joo-hyuk decided to drag his weak body to the gym a bit early, but as the king of bad luck, wherever he goes, trouble follows. Just outside the gym gate, he bumped right into 2 Choi Jin siblings having a fight. Listening to Choi Jin Gun disrespectfully pressure Arin not to take the entrance exam made him angry. He had to step in. Kim Joo-hyuk jumped into the fight, pointed right at him and said, "You are the asshole here. Why would you try to stop someone who has worked so hard training?" Suddenly, the jerk talked back. Choi Jin Gun coolly asked who he was and if he knew who his dad was to be so disrespectful. Kim Joo-hyuk did not care about his dad. If he is annoying, he will curse him out. No exceptions, and if he wants more, he will get it right back. Why do these jerks always feel the need to show off fake power? I do not care if you are king, president, or whatever. Don't mess with the academy grounds or demand anything from a student. If you are done talking, then get lost. After finishing, he turned to Choi Arin, looking for support. The girl had been invisible all this time, but when called out, she agreed wholeheartedly. Caught off guard, Choi Jin Gun did not want to argue anymore and stormed off. Of course, he left a few parting words for his little sister. "You will understand everything during the test." Choi Arin, like a life raft, she turned back to thank Kim Joo-hyuk for his rough and ready help, but Arin was crazier than he expected. She insisted that if it were her, after finishing, she would not say gone somewhere, but your mom. His words were sharp, so he jumped in and dragged them both into the training room for a brutal session. He would wasted too much time on that jerk already. A few days later, Kim Joo-hyuk packed his gear and headed to the mountain near Xihong to start treasure hunting. Curiously, Bakcho asked quietly, "Hasn't the master already found a bunch of artifacts and rune stones in the old records?" He just did not get how bottomless human greed really is. Of course, Kim Joo-hyuk did have some, but he still wanted to know how many more were hidden in the remaining records, and he figured there must be some miracle waiting to be uncovered. If he found them, it could fix the major weaknesses of his frail body. Meanwhile, at the Choi Jin family estate, a crowd of reporters and journalists had gathered. They were here because today was the day of the family selection exam. Inside, the clan head Choi Jong questioned his 2 kids one last time to be sure the exam was about to start. "As I announced before, whoever passes this test will be recognized as the family heir. Those who fail will be expelled. Are you both ready?" Their quick answer pleased him, and he went on to explain the rules. "The goal of this test is to find the pair of swords hidden on the mountain. Whoever finds the swords and brings them before me will be declared the winner of this exam. It does not matter how you do it, but killing is strictly forbidden. Now, let the test begin." At the signal, Choi Arin immediately sprinted into the forest to search. Her brother, on the other hand, took it easy. He already had a plan. He just needed to wait until she found the swords, then snatch them away, and everything would be over. He would have the hair position wrapped up. A lazy glutton who wants to eat without working. Robbery is all he has got. As promised, he quickly set his dirty plan in motion. While Arin was out there sniffing around, exhausted and gasping for breath just to find the sword's trail, her brother was casually poking around, asking pointless questions. "Are you busy tracking the magic trail? Who taught you that?" "Choi Arin's a good girl," she answers when asked. This time, she replied with a simple duh, then drew her sword, ready for a solo fight. Earlier, her friend taught her to relax completely and use just the tips of her fingers and toes to release magic softly, then slowly spread that magic through her whole body until she could feel it even in each strand of hair, to sense magic gradually and calmly, even the magic radiating from those around her. Thanks to that, she could easily detect leftover magic on the ground or in the air. It is almost like magic radar. What a total hack move. Using what Kim Joo-hyuk taught her, she was closing in, but her annoying brother kept getting in the way. Hearing the name of her rival, Choi Jang-un sneered with contempt, stepped closer, and taunted, "Kim Joo-hyuk, I know him, that dumbass who used to hang with you. Can't believe he has got any skills. Mock me all you want, but only Kim Joo-hyuk would be crazy enough to look for death like that." Koi Aran bit her lip, ready to fight back. He is stronger than someone like you. So why are you even here? Choi Jang-un smirked like he would hit a sore spot, drew his sword, and swung fiercely. You want to know why I am here? This is why. He thought Arin was still weak like before, so he acted all cocky like the king of the world, but his arrogance was quickly slapped down by reality. Blocking the strike, Choi Jang-un wondered, wait, not only did she block it, but she is pushing me back? Since when did she get this strong? Koi Aran kept attacking, swinging her sword without tiring. Koi Jang-un panted hard, complaining, where did you learn to fight like this? You are stronger than before. That is for sure. Aran ignored his empty words. They did not faze her pure heart and fired back. Give up and stop wasting your time. Now he is really here, getting beaten by a girl without dodging, and then telling him to give up. No way anyone would take that lying down. Koi Jang-un flew into a rage, took a running start, and charged straight at her. Koi Aran read the situation perfectly, spun her sword upward just in time, making him lose momentum and fall flat on the ground. While he dropped his weapon, she twisted her sword back and stabbed him right in the stomach. Choi Jang-un took the full combo and ended up sprawled on the ground. Only then did she dare to breathe a sigh of relief. She would have been confident she could land at least one hit, but did not expect it to be a knockout blow like this. No time to waste. Choi Aran grabbed her weapon and got ready to sprint away. Injury and all, you do not seriously think you have won? Do you? That question from behind froze her for a moment. When she turned around, the other guy was completely out of control, surrounded by a dark, black man aura. He has gone dark, possessed by some demon. Why? Koi Aran looked at him and asked. Koi Jang-un stayed silent, gripping his sword as he charged straight at a vital spot. Aran could not dodge in time and got slashed across the stomach. Turns out he joined a group called the Cult of the Witch, the world's third most dangerous villain gang. That is, how he got this power. She clutched her wound and looked up at him with curiosity. Joining them is better. What about your own life? Such a pointless question that it made her burst out laughing. Koi Jang-un shrugged and said bluntly, look, I want ultimate power and authority. I want to break free from petty desires and have it all. Then he went on a rant about his tough life as the eldest son of the Choi Jin clan, expected to be the perfect example. The only reason he was still in the Jinse Guild was because of his father's watchful eye and his ambition to become clan leader. Most importantly, the key to joining the Cult of the Witch was owning the clan's legendary twin swords. If Koi Aran's sister had not entered the first tournament 10 years ago, he would already have those swords, but at 12, he could not control his urges and ended up killing her on the mountain before even getting the swords. Bad luck followed him. He still could not find the swords, got seriously injured, and failed the test. But now he is grown up and won't let the same mistake happen again. Koi Jang-un raised his sword with a wild grin. Say hi to your sister from me. Aran could only sit there helplessly, waiting for death to come. She did not even have the strength to fight back anymore. But hey, 30 is not over yet. Only when you are 6 feet underground is it really over. Just when death was hanging by a thread, about to strike, Kim Joo-hyuk suddenly appeared like a god and blocked the sword in a flash. He looked at the guy and said, what the hell are you doing? Your brother's here. Why are you just stabbing your sister's neck? No sooner said than done. The guy flew back several feet. Turns out Kim Joo-hyuk came looking for treasure, and since it was right here, he jumped in to stop him. Otherwise Aran would only get to go home twice a month. Interrupted, Choi Jang-un angrily charged while shouting, this is family business, so back off. Big mouth, but still missed his strikes, then got hit with a combo from Kim Joo-hyuk and immediately went down. Thought it was over. Nope. He still got back up strong. Choi Jang-un stood tall again, radiating a massive dark mana from his sword, completely out of control now. His mind filled with nothing but death. He aimed straight for his opponent. This bastard's just some thug from Van Halla, and he actually thinks he can take down a gang leader. He charged with everything he had, yelling like crazy. Kim Joo-hyuk was not messing around either. Even with that dark magic sword, he dodged and countered fiercely, then turned around and handed the self-proclaimed gang leader his ass. Seeing no other choice, the guy pulled out a stone and swallowed it like nothing. Turns out it was an artificial holy relic, containing the power of a sealed star. Just after swallowing it, a surge of magic erupted, covering the whole sky with an overwhelming force. Reporters and even the head of the Choi Jin clan were left horrified. Normally, I would not interfere in the selection test, but this situation's too dangerous, so he had no choice but to show up and check it out. The dad's worried, but the son's actually the cause of all this trouble. Koi Jang-un excitedly said, that is a special effect, part of the power I got from the pact with the Star Core. This is going to be your doom. Sent. Right after he spoke, a bunch of alerts popped up signaling the Star Core's appearance. The destruction stream recognized the sign and descended. It buzzed quickly like it had not been this pumped in a long time. The destruction stream Braba. The martial spirit was bored. Then the stream activated its gluttonous eye skill. But facing Kim Joo-hyuk, it got a bit scared, withdrew the eye immediately, then reactivated it like it was going crazy. It even ignored the call from the sign and broke the pact. then turned tail and ran. If it was not fast, even the Star Corps would be toast. Kim Joo-hyuk saw the other guy stunned, then used a sneak attack sword strike as a little bonus hit at the Long King Hannibal's Tome Raiding Guild headquarters. He got roasted by that dragon for daring to cause him big trouble, suddenly yelled at without knowing why. He just bowed his head, gritted his teeth, and endured it, vowing to get to the bottom of what scared the Star Corps so much. After finding his gear, Kim Joo-hyuk quickly hauled himself back to the dorm room, holding the divine martial fist in his hand. He could not stop grinning, clutching it like a treasure. This fist technique is a special breathing method that can boost a person's magic power to a whole new level. Bacho curiously asked, "Is it different from the breathing technique the master used before?" Kim Joo-hyuk excitedly explained that the breathing technique he would use before was just junk. When he was weak, he bought some random one from the market, learned it, and used it till the end. Nothing impressive. Bacho was shocked and intimidated just buying something random and still climbing to the top of the server. If he ever got his hands on something good, he would probably wipe out everyone. Also, before finding the divine fist, Kim Joo-hyuk could not change his breathing technique because the old one was deeply ingrained in his blood. That is why he got beaten when fighting Bacho. But now, no more. He is starting fresh at this level with a new training method. Kim Joo-hyuk cracked a confident smile and stroked the book mysteriously, already planning his next move. "I will pause physical training for a bit to focus on mastering the divine fist first," he thought. Just as he was feeling good, Bacho suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He asked curiously if the showdown on the mountain had a good ending. Kim Joo-hyuk was super confident, saying he heard someone leave, and he would carefully warn Aaron not to expose him. So nothing bad will happen, only the Choi Jin family is in trouble. Because the press came to cover the hair selection test for the family, the event quickly hit the headlines. The Choi Jin family did something shameful. No surprise, they conspired with the world's worst villain gang, the Tome Raiders. That is what the reporters wrote. But that is not all. Besides Choi Jang-un being handed over to the police, the association also sent them a warning letter. On the bright side, Arin's injuries were not too bad and she has been taken for treatment. Some articles even hailed her as a hero for defeating a Tome Raider member. It is complicated, but the media seems to support her side. A subordinate noticed the clan leader still looked worried and spoke up. "Isn't he that a relief? The selection test ended in chaos, but the next clan leader has been chosen, and these articles will help her firmly secure her position as the heir." Bo agreed but still doubted if Aaron really defeated Jang-un on her own. A few days later, Arin seemed to be recovering from the accident, but she could not keep training with Kim Joo-hyuk anymore because her health would not allow it. Besides, he has been busy perfecting his breathing technique lately, so no time for fancy moves. While reviewing key points, Bacho remembered a bit about the magic energy rock deal and Jang-un had used, but he still felt something was blocking him. He needed to find a way to satisfy the second condition to break through this mental barrier. The second condition, the vision of the Great Thousand Miles Forest, is something Kim Joo-hyuk can hardly reach because you can only get there during the final exam. Just as I was about to head into school, planning to find the Great Forest's eye, or whatever, the teacher called me to the office. There is a school-wide competition next month, and they decided to pick the top scorers from this midterm exam to represent us. Of course, Kim Joo-hyuk could not escape being sent as a representative. Before the teacher could even ask, Kim Joo-hyuk coolly replied, "I am going." Kim Lee-gon was quiet, but he looked at the teacher and said, "You have not even gotten to the important part yet." With all the school stuff and having to listen to the teacher ramble on, Kim Joo-hyuk urged him to get to the point already. The top 300 academies in the world, Valhalla in Korea, White Lotus in China, and hockey in the US each pick a number of freshmen to compete against each other. The contest includes one-on-one duels, escaping mazes, and other tests. It sounded like a headache, and Kim Joo-hyuk yawned, waiting for the exciting part that never came. Just as he was about to refuse again, the teacher leaned in mysteriously and said, "But are not you desperate to get to the Great Forest Eye soon?" That question made Kim Joo-hyuk instantly perk up, eagerly waiting for the rest. That is where the final exam will take place, and the inter-school competition will be held there too. Basically, it is just like the final exam, and anyone who passes gets to skip the final test. Sounds tempting, right? Saves a lot of time too. With that offer, Kim Joo-hyuk obviously agreed to join right away. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of England, Lady Adelia Ventrix was grilling her servants about their plans and the whereabouts of the Rockin' father and son. Nothing unusual about family matters, but the servants had been gossiping and brought some shocking news. Apparently, they are building a giant paper and voice building in the market, or so the servant said. To put it mildly, it is a bizarre piece of news, and according to him, Beckett is directly responsible for this. But to say responsible, Beckett himself has no clue what his boss is actually planning. All he heard from his boss was that it is a gift, a present for someone, and the boss demanded Beckett find the trail of whoever sold those invoices as soon as possible. The next day, While Kim Lee-hoon was hard at work, head coach Lee Sang-cheon came over to ask if he would pick the members for the upcoming inter-school competition. Kim Lee-hoon nodded, handed over the list of those who promised to participate. Lee Sang-cheon was shocked to see Kim Joo-hye's name on the list. He could not believe that Brad agreed to join. Seeing his curiosity, Kim Lee-hoon explained that at first, Joo-hye did not want to join, but when he found out the contest would be held at the Great Forest Sai, he flipped his stance faster than a pancake. Lee Sang-cheon said nothing, but knew deep down there was some secret reason he came. Being the head coach, he asked the teachers to arrange a meeting with the guys to give them some instructions. All 5 participants showed up: Joo-hye, Joo-so, Choi Arin, Jo-jin, and Kim Joo-hye. With everyone ready, the teacher got straight to the point. There are 3 parts to the competition that need to be completed. First, there is a one-on-one duel between the participants, like the entrance exam. Second, a team battle. The 5 form a team and face off against other academies. But here's the twist: all 3 teams fight at the same time, and the final part involves the Great Forest Eye. Hearing what he wanted, Kim Joo-hye immediately went silent and listened closely, not wanting to miss a word. Lee Sang-cheon briefly described the terrain of that forest. The Great Forest Eye is a maze, true to its name, a dense forest full of trees. Unlike a normal forest, its gates are heavily guarded and designed so nothing can sneak in. The only way in is through the main gate, and each person's specific mission will be assigned on the day of the event. With time running out, the coach quickly explained the specific details and format of the team battle. Then, without delay, they jumped straight into training. Surprisingly, the coach agreed right away and even asked if anyone else wanted to join. Erin had said she would follow whatever Kim Joo-hye did, so she also wanted some quiet time to train, and even joining the competition was because he was participating, so she agreed to be on the team. After wrapping up work, everyone quickly headed out. Suddenly, Erin turned to Kim Joo-hye and asked, "Should I join the training?" Kim Joo-hye was a bit surprised but knew her condition well enough to offer some advice. At that moment, Erin had a strange idea. She wanted to get stronger with him and help him achieve his goals, just like he had helped her. 1 month later, on the first day of the inter-school tournament, all the Valhalla trainees came out to cheer, buzzing with excitement. Among them was Rockdean Venchik, who came to watch the show. Earlier, he would used his father's money to hire a group of assassins tasked with taking out Kim Joo-hye. They were the Samson group from Insinja, a seasoned assassination team of 3 who had never failed a mission, but that was before now facing Kim Joo-hye. Luck was questionable. They planned to ambush him on the 3rd day of the tournament, inside the Great Wilderness, by sneaking in with another contestant. They had intel that only monitoring devices would be there. No judges would enter the forest area at all. To kick off the tournament, Valhalla Council President Simdon gave a speech and introduced each school's representatives. Watching the kids below, head coach Lee Sang-cheon felt a bit uneasy. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by veteran guide Jack Rover. Seeing the team, the coach said they were all 3rd-rate. Just like last year, Jack Rover confidently replied this year would be different, because the son of the top contract user, Logan Zay, was here. He would sign a contract with the destroyer of all things. Though not as skilled as his father, he could defeat a fully grown contract user in a flash. Lee Sang-cheon just nodded coolly and told his friend he would understand that reaction soon enough after watching the match. The first match, Kim Joo-hye from Valhalla versus Logan from Heroes. The rules were clear: the first to defeat their opponent wins. Even if you hit a weak spot with a weapon, the arena system automatically reduces the damage. Instead, it sends a stun shock that causes pain, so hitting the target's body directly causes no interference. Kim Yoo, who mostly slept through school, was curious why they even needed this protection system. The head coach explained to the clueless teacher that fighting ability was needed throughout days 1 and 2, so they could also compete on day 3. The match began. Van went first. Kim Joo-hye charged an attack, but his punch was blocked. The opponent glanced at him half-heartedly and asked, "You think you are that strong?" Kim Joo-hye politely replied at first, then quickly changed his expression and challenged, "But how long can you handle my team?" Then he spun his fist and landed a punch right to the guy's stomach. The guy doubled over, clutching his stomach, then used the Destroyer-S technique to counterattack. Kim Joo-hye dodged a few hairs' breadth, stepped aside, then kicked the guy hard without mercy. "What are you doing?" Logan groaned, clutching his stomach as he struggled to stand. Just 2 hits, and he felt like he was about to pass out. He still had a trump card. Logan sank down, smashed the arena floor with force, then kicked lightly, sending debris flying everywhere. Turns out he was using the debris as a shield to attack from the shadows, but Kim Joo-hye had hawk-like eyes. There was no way he would not see him. Soon enough, he spotted Logan hiding under the dirt and landed a critical blow right in his face. The round ended to Jack Rover's shock. He could not help but say that kid was a monster. The next match carried on, with Kim Joo-hye dominating and winning again and again without losing a single hair. Finally, at the semifinals, the surprise opponent was none other than Choi Arin. The winner would get a scholarship and prize money, so she was ready to quit. "I do not care who wins, but do not back out. Everyone is gathered here already. We have to show what we are made of in battle." Kim Joo-hyuk spoke up, making Choi Aaron reconsider. And of course, when the teacher says something, you listen. Kim Joo-hyuk stretched and promised he would go easy, careful not to hurt her. But this easy was weird. The match ended with Choi Aaron face planting the ground not even once but multiple times. Even the referee had to step in, saying he was way too harsh. Kim Joo-hyuk insisted he was gentle, said he did not even hit her in the stomach. It was just a coincidence. Her spear accidentally grazed his stomach, so he just flinched, and the result was what you saw. Watching her lie there, he felt he would gotten a lot stronger, but this girl was not far behind. Still, he would have to wait another day to reach the Great Forest's true vision. Kim Joo-hyuk grew impatient and went to ask the teacher directly. He approached and asked, "Sir, about tomorrow's match, if I finish early, can I move on to the next round?" The teacher was not sure, so he checked the rules. The rules mentioned some exceptions. Basically, if the task is done before afternoon, students can start the next one depending on the teacher's decision. Hearing this, his eyes lit up like car headlights, and he said, "It says it is up to you. Teacher, what do you think? Can I move on to the next task?" The head coach was out of options with this guy and had to confirm again. "As long as you finish early and report to the teacher's room, you can start the new mission in the afternoon. Now go get some rest and stop lingering here." The next day, inside the Essen Sanctuary in Valhalla, the chairman announced the second team competition. Teams would battle out one male rep from each school facing off in the mountains. Because of the tough terrain, the audience would watch live in 3D on screens. With just minutes to go, Kim Joo-hyuk still had not shown up, leaving the team worried. Do Sojin was nowhere to be found, no clue where he was hiding. When she finally spotted him in the distance, she scolded, "Do you even know what time it is? You were supposed to be here 30 minutes ago. Didn't you listen to the teacher?" Sometimes she just wanted to punch his smug face, but Kim Joo-hyuk had to hold him back. Then the team captain apologized and said she would handle everything. Do Sojin immediately objected, saying this was a team game, not an individual event. Then she went on a long lecture, pointing fingers and all, but knowing how quick-tempered this girl was, Kim Joo-hyuk stopped arguing and asked if anyone else had opinions. Choi Aaron suddenly raised her hand and said she wanted to join, thought she would protest, but no luck for Do Sojin, so Do Sojin just stood there frustrated and yelled, leaving Kim Joo-hyuk to solo the match. Before the match began, he told her to tone down the attitude. It was annoying, and he still had to prepare for the afternoon's big event. The start announcement blared out, and in no time, Kim Joo-hyuk found the White Lotus team and gave them a few friendly strikes. Just minutes later, he let the whole team quit early so they could rest. News of White Lotus's quick elimination spread fast among all players. Logan broke into a sweat. Only 10 minutes had passed. While he was lost in thought, a teammate reported sensing magic nearby, snapping him back to reality. Even stranger, it was not a group, just one person. Logan reacted quickly and ordered everyone to take defensive positions. 2 leaders set up magic shields. Mages prepared buffs. Another guy stood guard, and Logan got ready to strike. Everything was carefully prepped like they were about to face a massive army. One team member, not getting it, asked out loud, "But it was just one person. Do we really have to do all this?" Those who had fought Kim Joo-hyuk quickly jumped in to explain that his power was not just that of an ordinary high schooler. While they were still waiting, a team member announced that the magic was gradually disappearing. Thinking the others had left, Logan let out a relieved breath. Little did they know, Kim Joo-hyuk had been watching from the tree all along. When they let their guard down, he suddenly swooped down and landed a direct strike right in the face of the opposing team captain. The others did not even have time to react before he took them down one by one, hitting the ground before they could throw a single punch. True equality, 1 hit each, and it is game over. Seeing the fake elimination notice, Kim Joo-hyuk drew his sword with excitement and said, "Now I can move on to the next mission in the forest." In Van Halle's control room, the teachers still could not accept that the match ended in just 23 minutes. With Kim Joo-hyuk handling everything solo, one of them could not help but point out that he had been wandering around for 20 minutes already. The actual fight lasted only 3, a national-level competition, and Kim Joo-hyuk just crushed it like this. Incredible. The academy president tossed his papers aside, worried today's schedule was totally thrown off. Big trouble. The head coach pulled out the rule book and explained about starting the next game the same day, if time allowed. With no other options, the president and other teachers reluctantly agreed. In the waiting room, the Van Halle team stood silently, not saying a word to each other. Ju So-jun stared intently at Kim Joo-hyuk, eyes burning with frustration. She was about to step forward since the coach called on her before the captain. But before she could do anything, he stole her role, and since she would lost to Choi Aaron in yesterday's match, her anger only grew. Ju So-jun had heard Kim Joo-hyuk taught Choi Aaron, so she was thinking about humbling herself to beg him to teach her to. Just then, a mission update arrived earlier than expected, sent to all students. Before everyone got ready, Kim Joo-hyuk told them, I will head to the forest myself. You all survive on your own. If you run into trouble, you can call me. Even after he spoke, Ju So-jung kept staring, so Kim Ju-hyuk finally asked, "Hey, what is up?" Little bird, suddenly annoyed by the nickname, she snapped back at him fiercely. All the teams gathered in front of the maze entrance. Like before, the audience could watch the action on screen. Before entering, the president gave a detailed briefing on the game's rules and evaluation criteria. The forest is a maze, like a huge woodland with massive trees, featuring a special environment with a 1.02 rating. It is constantly raining. Monsters are mostly low-level and not very dangerous. The relentless rain and dense bushes are the real threats here. The game's goal is to test each player as survival skills after 5 hours. The better your health, the more points you earn. The president stressed that any fighting between teams is strictly forbidden. All right, let us get started, the old teacher shouted. Meanwhile, in an abandoned Valhalla warehouse, 3 members of the assassination group gathered, ready to enter the forest. Just minutes into the match, all surveillance cameras in the maze failed, and communication with the main gate was cut off. The head coach realized this was a serious, life-threatening problem for all students inside and suggested sending others in to rescue them. But when they arrived, they were met with a horrifying sight: guards lying dead. Logan barely had time to react before it stabbed him in the stomach. He was stunned and confused when didn't get behind him, and sneered mockingly, "Still do not get it? Look ahead. Wait. Why are there 2 of you?" Logan's face went pale and grinned wickedly and plunged another knife into his chest. "This is called a clone." Logan did not stand a chance to fight back. Lisa asked him if he stabbed Logan in the neck at noon, but instead he purposely stabbed him slowly to make it more fun. Just then, the red-haired girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The tattoo gang, seeing a new witness, just shrugged and decided to finish them all off, and told Lisa to just keep using her concealment skills for now. Lisa said to end it quickly and get out of there, and gave a creepy smile, said he got it, then charged straight at the redhead. Meanwhile, Kim Ju-hyuk flew like a bird through the forest searching for the giant Valhalla tree at Meji Arona's house. But only if he had the village sword. Is that so-called Megi Arona's house really just the one right at the entrance? But that place is just trees everywhere. There is no way a real house could survive there. As he passed by, he saw a blonde girl standing there, looking dazed, then suddenly panicked and ran off. Of course, and would not just stop because of one scream. 3 students from the Brave team had fallen, and even the Tattoo Assassin team was having a tough time. Lisa was exhausted from every time they took someone down. Another witness popped up, even got frustrated instead of amused. Just then, Han spotted someone their target this time. Kim Ju. The target has come to them on her own. Seems like Han heard the stabbing and the scuffle, so he rushed over. "Because this is interesting. I did not kill Han." Ju-hyuk caught the word target in their conversation. Looking down at the stabbed victims, Ju-hyuk told the blonde girl, "I will clean up the rest. You stop the bleeding on the injured first. They are still alive, just by looking. It is clear the guy did not stab any vital spots to make the victims drop immediately. Maybe he did it on purpose to make them bleed out slowly. Such a twisted way to have fun. Hey, I am in a bad mood right now. So answer my question, how did you all sneak in here? Then I will finish this quietly," and could not believe what he just heard from a student's mouth. Han was sure and did not realize his situation and was just bluffing. Right now, Ju-hyuk is trapped inside this maze. The only entrance and exit of this maze have all been destroyed by us. Even the surveillance drones can get through, so will the authorities notice? Well, they can just get in immediately since the entrance is completely blocked. Clearing the rubble would take at least an hour, and seemed super confident with their plan. But for Ju-hyuk, that hour is the max time to hide and find a way out in this huge forest, and had no clue what Ju-hyuk was rambling about, but was ready to send him straight to hell. This time he did not use a clone, strangely. His blade stabbed straight into the ground instead of the usual body strike, where Ju-hyuk teleported to, and had no idea. "You guys are definitely done for." Boom! Ju-hyuk's sword pierced right into his nose. He got a bloody nose and stumbled, wiping the ground with his face. Lisa just stared, stunned, while the 2 girls were spraying glue. Ju-hyuk dashed behind and smashed each of them right in the head. Just like that, all 3 Samson members were knocked out cold by Kim Ju-hyuk. "Blonde, now hurry up and use your magic to stop the bleeding on those who passed out. If you can handle it alone, run west. There are Valhalla students that way." The blonde was doing her best at that moment, and woke up and froze seeing 2 teammates lying flat out beside him. Kim Ju-hyuk immediately rushed over to protect his weak teammate, and then raised his hand to stop him. "Before I beat you up, answer me this. You said I am the target, so who is the one who hired you? It might be ruthless, but as an assassin, he had principles. He would not reveal his client's identity." Kim Ju-hyuk had never met someone so tight-lipped before, so he was a bit awkward, and was also surprised by Ju-hyuk's stubbornness. But this time he was going to fight for real. But this clone move can catch Ju-hyuk off guard, and was stunned because the clone's attack had no shadow. So he could not figure out how the kid dodged it. "Why do you keep sneaking up and hitting from behind? Just makes it easier." right? Why bother being all straightforward about it? And why does he only fight 2-on-1? Is Grandpa trying to teach him a lesson or something? Kim Joo-hyuk stubbornly asked who the puppet master was and stayed silent, protecting the honor of a fighter. Then I will just enjoy beating you up. Honestly, this guy's the real villain here. When Coach Lee Sang-kao arrived with help, the students gathered to tend to each other's wounds. The scene took the teachers by surprise. Coach Jack was the first to react, rushing over worriedly to check on the tough student. The guy had been treated, so aside from some difficulty moving, he was okay. Jack Rover was literally moved to tears. Coach Lee Sang-cheo looked around, then asked the students what had happened. The tough student explained they had been ambushed by a group of 3, one guy and 2 girls. Lee Sang-kao guessed it was the tattoo gang, then hurriedly asked where they were now. The tough student pointed to a nearby tree. That is where Lisa and were unconscious. Kim Joo-hyuk had already taken care of them all. Lee Sang-chao was stunned. Had the kid really reached this level already? The ground around the tattoo gang spot was all torn up, showing they did not go down easy. While unconscious, I dreamed of Kim Joo-hyuk fighting. It was incredible. The tough student openly admired him from the bottom of his heart. He completely dominated the bad guys, and I have not even touched him yet. That kid, when he fought us, he had not even used half his strength. The tough student said bitterly, I always thought I was strong for a high schooler, but looks like I have been way too cocky. Coach Jack encouraged him to cheer up. Kim Joo-hyuk was just an outlier, but the tough student said there were 3 attackers. Where did the third one go? The blonde girl said Kim Joo-hyuk had dragged him away. Just as soon as the question was asked, the glasses girl got tossed away like a sack of rice back to the ground. She spilled everything, the mastermind and their purpose. Joo-hyuk stood with his hands in his pockets, updating everyone. Lee Sang-kao asked if he was okay. That question's pointless. Someone like Joo-hyuk is not going down. Lee Sang-kao chuckled, telling them to save the details for when they got back to the academy. The teachers helped the injured students to the hospital, while Valhalla students were told to find the White Lotus Society and announce the inter-school battle was over. Finally back home to shower, Kim Joo-hyuk let out a deep sigh of relief. Today was brutal, so he did not hesitate to crash on his bed right away. So the reason the teacher used magic to attack the bad guys was because of that. Hand started itching to ask, saying Joo-hyuk had boosted his magic power and used it to attack. Plus, after a day of struggle, the results were not bad at all. That is the great forest eye of Valhalla. Meggy Arona's home. It is the jewel of her house. The lootie stuffed in his pocket, like some wild treasure. No matter what, having this prize is pretty sweet. Thankfully, it is done. Back in the forest, the nearsighted girl finally woke up. Before she could even open her eyes, Kim Joo-hyuk called her to stand up. What ability do you have? He asked, and she looked completely lost, like she would just heard an alien language, not human words. Yet Joo-hyuk kept talking, though he did not know where she was from. He guessed based on her goal that she was probably part of an assassin group. Usually, there'd be one fighter, and one supporter in the back. Was not that their setup. The glasses girl just stared blankly, totally stiff. In the trio, the one at the back, seems more like support, not a direct assassination power. What is her ability? The girl with glasses told him to get lost. There is no way she would spill the beans. As she tried to pull him back, Joo-hyuk charged straight in. The girl with glasses was shocked he could block her space warping like that. You can tell just by looking. Her power creates mini spaces to move through bigger ones, right? Kim Joo-hyuk grabbed her immediately. Perfect timing. Use that power to help me out a bit. I am looking for something. If you cut it open, nothing bad will happen. When he said that, he gave a not-so-friendly smile, and we all know how that turned out. Gotta admit, that space warping power really came in handy. Joo-hyuk was not about to let the girl with glasses walk away, unscathed like he said. He did that because she clearly knew which organization their squad belonged to, and who the client was. Even so, Joo-hyuk already knew those 3 assassins were from Samsung, part of the Villainous Yuzinja, and the client was none other than Robin. He was planning to leak the ambush info to the media like last time. But thinking about the headache from barging into Vanchik's place again made him reconsider. He would probably need stitches. Anyway, he got what he came for. Next up, face the lost memories through a deep sleep. Not just Joo-hyuk, but the others were eager to recover their memories too. As the notification window popped up, well then, lights out and time to sleep. What else are we waiting for? Before falling asleep, Joo-hyuk was sure he had not lost any memories. Whatever, let us see what dreams reveal. In his dream, he was back inside the Tower of Destruction. After Kim Hyuko said his final goodbye to the world, the huge rock about to crush him suddenly stopped. More precisely, everything around him froze in place. A shadow encircled him, and a voice from an unseen figure said it would remember Joo-hyuk and the names in the world he protected, then vanished. Joo-hyuk woke from the dream, but still could not believe what he saw actually happened. Hey, you did any memories come back to you? Let me check on him and see how he is doing. Nothing at all. Man, seems like I was once a tiger. What the hell? Of course, he is not really a tiger like Joo-hyuk imagined. After all, He was part of the Tower of Destruction team, no way he would be wandering around like that, and he did not find anything special in his memories either, so he did not see anything strange like Ju-Huk did. But whatever, he is the one who stabbed me in the back here anyway. You do not remember that name at all, or anything related to it, not really sure about that. Honestly, this whole trip feels like a joke, only a few tiny memories that do not help at all, and the description about carrying a name is super vague too. Right then, the notification window popped up again. This time, it was about the office in the Ahala Royal Palace, the secret room of Ali Frijani. Go find out the truth about Ali Frijani's secret room in the Ahala Royal Palace. Ju-Huk immediately thought to ask Lily about this palace. The Valor Gym always has 3 regulars before classes, Kim Ju, Joy Arin, and Yu's Hike. But today, Ju Sozian showed up too. Seeing Yu's Hike, she was startled and asked why he was here. Didn't she see him lifting weights? Why ask that? Si Hike also wondered why she was here. Sozian looked embarrassed. Well, it is because, probably like me, even though it is a serious blow to my pride, I just want Kim Ju-Huk to train me. I am different, I am a regular here for workouts. Kim Ju-Huk has nothing to do with it. Just saying, Yu's Huk even knew why Sozian wanted Ju-Huk to train her. It was because she lost to Ari. Sozian bowed her head and admitted it was true, remembering the one-on-one match at the last inter-school tournament. Ju Sozian kept attacking but could not knock down Choi Arin. That girl even coldly sliced Ju Sozian's sword energy in half with a single strike. Stung in her pride, Ju Sozian unleashed 3 sword flames at once, but Choi Arin dodged every one and countered with a sword strike straight to Ju Sozian's face. At that moment, Choi Arin was the clear winner. He has gotten way stronger since the opening ceremony. Ju Sozian honestly admitted that, but also said it was thanks to Ju Higua's training, even though I have been training hard to boost my strength, magic, and sword skills. Besides my family, no one else has ever coached me on swordsmanship or weight training. Isn't he that why Choi Arin's stronger than me? Because of that kind of physical training? After thinking it over, Ju Sozian decided she should ask Kim Ju. Not him, that guy's training does not mean anything. Ju Sozian did not want a pointless talk like last time, so she swallowed her pride and was determined to get through it. Ju Sozian stepped forward and called out, and Kim Ju Higu wiped his sweat and replied with a pretty unfriendly attitude. What do you want, you rude brat? Ju Sozian could not believe he dared call her rude, but she held back and, gritting her teeth, asked if he was the one training Arin, then pushed herself to speak up. I want you to train me like you do Choi Arin. At the same time, trainer Lee Sang-cheo approached Kim Ju Higu and asked if he was free. Kim Ju Higu ignored Ju Sozan and told the coach he still had some physical training left. Asking what it was about, Lee Sang-cheo told him to finish up quickly and meet him after showering. Someone really wants to see him. That person said if they can team meet now, there won't be another chance. Kim Ju Higu found it strange but agreed with Coach Lee. Ju Sozian stood there feeling unlucky. Always cut off and left behind like this, she wanted to cry. Hey, rude brat. What is up? If you want me to train you, just ask Choi Arin about the exercises I gave her and follow those. If you do well, maybe I will sympathize and consider teaching you something. Nobody's even looking at your neck, so why start crying? Choi Arin, hearing Kim Ju, happily passed on his words, but also picked up his habit of calling Ju Sozian rude brat, which drove Sozian crazy. Meanwhile, Kim Ju Higu followed the coach to meet that person. Curious, he asked Coach Lee who was so desperate to see him. The coach told him to think carefully. There is only one person waiting at the dojo, and that person was none other than Rock Dean. Looking gaunt and way weaker than a few days ago, Rock Dean stammered desperately, dropping to his knees before Ju-Higu with wild eyes. Please help me. I beg you, I am so... Please save me. Rock Dean kept pleading desperately. Kim Ju Higu pointed at him and asked Coach Lee what was wrong with Rock Dean. Lee Sang-cheo sighed, thinking Ju Higu already knew, but still explained that Rock Dean had made a deal with that assassin group, including the latest suspicions about the level 1 hit squad. He is the mastermind behind both murders. Plus, the media found out about this, so now they have all the info on Rock Dean and the mastermind behind the Van Hala attack. And Ju Higu really played the wolf in sheep's clothing, because he was the one who leaked all this to the media. If he is the head of the clan, why did they send him away? Why is he asking you for help? Kim Ju Higu wondered aloud. And Lee Sang-cheo said the Ventric family officially cut ties with Rock Dean. Not just him, their relatives, even his father, were also shunned. This time, his entire family made no move to support him. So without his family's protection, he is about to be thrown in jail. That is why you want me to help? Rock Dean screamed, begging for one last chance. This got blown way out of proportion because of your testimony, did not it? Were you begging or ordering them? Why did you sound so annoying? Rock Dean had no idea how awful his pleading sounded. He just kept whining like a broken record. Of course, Kim Ju Higu could not stand it and flat out refused, but Rock Dean clung on like a leech, crying and begging, promising never to show his face to Ju-hee-gu again, but Ju-hee-gu did not care about that. Rock Dean pulled out money to bargain. That is when Master Lee started to lose faith, but gritted his teeth and stayed silent. Besides, Ju-hee-gu did not even need the money. Rock Dean went crazy, glared at Yuria, and roughly dragged her over. What about this woman? I will give her to you. She is a royal asset from the British monarchy. Having her will definitely boost your status. Rock Dean was more than happy to trade her for a decent price just to salvage his already ruined reputation. You are handing her over to me like she is just a product. Kim Ju-hee was about to lose it. But Rock Dean was not the type to read the room. He was completely crazy, trying to save face after his mistake. He insisted Yuria was his possession, even showing a glowing spell as proof to Ju-hee that he was serious. I can cast a transfer spell if you want her. Master Lee frowned. That is a binding spell, marked with magical seals. It is a taming spell that forces the target to obey their master's commands. It is a spell no normal contract holder could ever break, yet this lunatic dared to use it on a human being. There have been others like you before, those with comfortable lives who slap binding spells on innocent people. Ju-hee reached out to Yuria, unleashing energy that ripped the spell apart without a trace. The binding spell was broken. Coach, can I punch this guy? Just once. Ju-hee asked with a dark look. Do you think a Valhalla coach like me would let my students fight? Master Lee scowled but admitted he would wanted to hit this guy for a while. Then he said, but if this guy's a criminal, that is another story. Besides, Valhalla does not care much about the Vanchik family members, so just transfer him, I will handle it. Rock Dean was stunned, never thought he would get this far. But he did not dodge Ju-hye's hand coming straight to his shoulder. Bite your tongue and do not try anything, Ju-hee warned nicely, but still punched the jerk square in the face without holding back. Rock Dean passed out on the spot. Outside, Batcha said she thought Ju-hee would kill that guy right then and there, though it was not the first time Ju-hee got that mad since reincarnating. If this was 300 years ago, Ju-hee would not hesitate to strike. He once had a disciple sold into slavery because of that binding spell, and remembering it drove him insane. Besides, Ju-hee had gone through similar things before. Batcha was shocked. Was her master once a slave? Wait, Yuria was running after someone fast. Her legs almost gave out. I was caught off guard and could not thank you properly. So thank you so much. Ju-hee said she did not need thanks. From now on, she did not have to worry about anything, just live freely. Yuria was so touched she cried. The next day, after school at a cafe in Valhalla, China, Lily blurted out some confusing words that left Ju puzzled. The royal palace of Valhalla is in China. Why did not you just say that from the start instead of being so vague? More specifically, it is a labyrinth owned by the Chinese White Lotus Society, one of the groups that came to Valhalla for the inter-school competition. The problem is, lately, unlike before, they have strictly banned outsiders from entering their labyrinth, but Ju could not understand how a labyrinth could be owned by anyone. Before, even dogs and cows could wander into the labyrinth without issues, and Ju thought he could easily crush it if he wanted, just inconvenient because it belonged to the academy. Is there any way to get in there? That is tough. Ju Bach Lin Hatchley will open the doors for their students, but for outsiders, not so. Plus, if you want in, you gotta hurry, the timing's really tight. Speaking of which, the teacher suddenly covered her mouth like she would almost spilled a secret, and honestly, she kinda did, since she usually exchanges info with that kid nonstop. It is super important for her to keep things under wraps. By the way, you are just listening, right? Hand over some info already. Lily the cat snapped at the freeloading guy sitting across from her. Ju did not get what she meant, so Lily held up 3 fingers demanding 3 pieces of info before she would let him off. Thanks for the coffee. I am now. Kim Ju stood up, and Lily quickly tried to stop him with her foot. I am just telling you this, listen, and then decide. Kim Ju sat back down, and Lily, looking a bit resigned, whispered to him while covering her mouth. This is a secret. Okay? The Valhalla Royal Palace was chosen as one of the venues for the World Tournament in the 2nd semester. Ju did not think what she said was a secret. Sounds like all the trainers already knew about this. Lily insisted even the trainers do not have this info. She has her own sources. The World Tournament is like the inter-school contest, but on a bigger scale. If the Korean contest is just for Korean, Chinese, and American students, the World Tournament is like an Olympics where academies from all over the globe come to compete. In other words, it is an expanded, more unpredictable version of the inter-school contest. It takes place in the 2nd semester, so there is still plenty of time. Is there a way to get in earlier? Ju wanted to speed things up, which made Lily pretty uneasy since she had no connections with Butch Lin Hao Sai. After thinking for a bit, she said it is hard to guarantee, but probably doable. But I need your help with something. Ju-hye's face twisted as he asked what it was. Hey, it is all give and take. Why the look like you want to eat me alive? Come with me to the Global Monster Research Organization. Just one day, so no worries. They quickly arrived in North London, Tottenham, where the Global Monster Research Organization is located. One day, my footed is all the way in London. Realizing he would been tricked, Ju freaked out. Well, It is just one day at the place itself. Finally got Ju Hagu to bite once. Lily grinned like a flower in bloom. Still, I am allowed to stay till the end of the week. And they even gave me next day off, so just have fun. This lady sure knows how to abuse her privileges. What do you want to do? Whatever it is, do not look at each other like that. You two are so stiff. Now, Ju Hiyu stood with his sword in front of a wild boar. While three middle-aged guys outside stared him down without blinking, Ju Hagu looked at the boar. Remembering Lily said her favor was not much, just help her get a headline. Something like, Ju Hagu, the legendary monster hunter, faces a challenge at the Global Monster Research Organization. Ju Hiyu coldly stabbed the boar's head. Before it could squeal, the system logged him out, and a confirmation beep sounded outside. Hell's Forest quick and clean. Verification complete. Prepare crystallization. Ju Hiyu sighed. There is still more. An hour later, he finally flopped onto the sofa. Complaining, Lily's favor was a pain. This girl sure knew how to twist things. I thought the plan was just to defeat 3 monsters. Why verify 10? Lily looked away, mumbling she did not really know why. Ignoring that, Ju Hiyu could not figure out why the vibe there was so weird. Right when we walked in, everyone stared at us nonstop. Then they started laughing and acting rude. Do you have beef with this place? Lily sipped her drink, stayed quiet for a bit, then said, it is because they hate it. Some article just popped up, directly challenging decades-old monster fighting strategies, but is not the verification method already outdated? Just swinging a sword to hit the target means game over, right? But Lily says it is the safest method, a tradition of the organization. If that is the case, would not it be better if someone else in the organization did it? I do not want them to do it. Lily suddenly said seriously, they are just stubborn old men. That is all. Articles on monster fighting tactics are smart moves to boost status and power. Nowadays, the Knowledge Society is where people grab status by teaming up and messing around, even though Hiv can't help but admire it. These are impressive people. But still, does Lily really need to keep writing articles nonstop? Journalism is just a piece of paper not yet recognized by society. No matter how messed up society is, what matters more to me is having the right strategy to deal with monsters. That is why I can endure those cold stares. From this angle, Lily is a girl who is always loyal and firm in her beliefs. Now that her business is done, it is time for Lily to return the favor to Kim Joo-hik. She said it is great they came because she is here too. The head of the White Lotus Society often visits the organization. I think she came before to observe the verification process. Well, that is good. Kim Joo-hik quickly stood up to find her so they would not waste time. Just then, a woman came over to talk to him. Turns out, she was the head of the White Lotus Society. Nice to meet you. I am Seal's leader of the White Lotus Society. Kim Joo-hik politely responded and asked if she had something to discuss. Sul came to ask him for a favor. If you can, please help me with this person. Actually, Tiki Van wants Joo-hik to deal with that person. Lily sensed something serious and slipped away quietly with a drink. After she left, Kim Joo-hik asked Hiven for the full story. She said that although she currently leads the White Lotus Society, she is originally a member of the Type family. It turns out they were the first family to settle in China after the Sealing era. Thanks to that, they raised their status, established the White Lotus apprenticeships, and trained outstanding contract users. By chance, their family has a young prodigy almost like a reincarnated soul. At just 13, this kid can beat mid-level contract users, even older siblings and society members from the family. Moreover, even the Teat family leader had to bow down to her. Eventually, maybe thinking there is nothing more to learn outside, she locked herself in the Teat family's training room, the White Lotus Sanctuary, and never went out again. I am supposed to knock some sense into that loudmouth, right? Kim Joo-hik quickly caught on. This is exactly what Tip Vien meant. This is just a minor issue for you, but there is still one thing I am wondering about. If it is just teaching that kid a lesson, are not there plenty of others stronger than me, even considering magical strength? You, the leader of the White Lotus Society, are not exactly strong. Tip Van could not help but admire Joo-hik's sharp eye. She hid her strength, yet you still saw through it. 2 reasons. Tip Van decided to be straightforward. First, they require everyone to fight purely with physical strength. Second, that person is 17 years old, same age as apprentice Kim Joo-hik here. Tip Van has also tracked Joo-hik's recent battles and saw clearly he has incredible physical power. If a trainee like Kim defeats a girl who arrogantly thinks she is stronger than any other 17-year-old, her pride will be completely shattered. That is why I came to ask you for this favor. If trainee Kim Joo-hik did not come, I would have tracked you down myself later. Whoa, a blessing falling from the sky like this, there is no way anyone could say no. But hey, when you were asking for a favor, nothing's ever free, right? This was not a problem for Teep Van at all. She quoted him a price, but Joo-hik's loaded, so he did not even bother. There is a place I want to go. Can you open the door for me? Instead, she made a different offer. In a flash, the two of them flew from England back to China. straight to the White Lotus Society's headquarters. Ju-hyuk did not expect to get there the same day, let alone fly on a private jet. That is because he said he only had time until Monday. So Teep Van sped up her work to meet the deadline, and Ju-hyuk's fee. Naturally, it was charged to the Royal Palace's account. For Teep Van, this was no big deal, so she agreed right away. So Ju-hyuk followed Teep Van into the White Lotus Society and headed straight to the training room, where he had some questions about the recent inter-school tournament. He felt like the White Lotus Society's members did not seem the least bit serious. Was the person he's about to meet the one responsible for that? That explanation made sense. After facing that kid, many realized their limits and left the White Lotus Society, both students and teachers. Teep Van confided that she really hoped Kim Ju-hyuk could knock some sense into that brat and ease the tension between the Tayet family and the White Lotus Society. Ju-hyuk also hoped the kid would actually go all out, otherwise it would be a waste of time. Step through that magic circle, and you reach the Tayet family's secret training room. The kid was there. Before going in, Ju-hyuk suddenly remembered to ask her name. Her name's Yen-lan. She is like the tiger cub type, cute face but sharp as a wolf's fang. Who are you? Did the Tayet family send you here to kick me out? I am not going anywhere. Get lost? Hey old lady, I am barely standing on the doorstep here. Where exactly do you expect me to run off to? Kim Ju-hyuk was not happy with her attitude. She came in all quick to leave. He was about to teach her some manners but got caught off by a one-handed punch. Well, that was kind of fun. Yen-lan even quickly counterattacked Ju-hyuk. Dumb move. This girl reads lips well, but can't even recognize her opponent's skills right in front of her. No way someone would suddenly throw a punch like that. Kim Ju-hyuk smirked, thinking to himself, with Yen-lan's shocked eyes on him. He grabbed her wrist with one hand and threw a punch with the other. Yen-lan tilted her head to dodge, but Ju-hyuk still landed a hit on her wrist. That brat Nia Gangia Loy, does this guy not know how to be gentle with a lady at all? Yen-lan was knocked back, clutching her wrist as she quickly asked who he was. Ju-hyuk just smiled, pleased with himself. Looks like she has no idea what a 17-year-old student's real skills are. Yen-lan could not land a single hit, so she gritted her teeth and started planning her next move. She guessed Ju-hyuk would attack next, so she stepped back. Ju-hyuk saw this and followed immediately. No openings missed, asking where she thought she was running off to before landing a solid punch to her gut. Boss, she is a girl, not a frog, take it easy. She has got a boyfriend. You know, but credit where it is due. Yen-lan knew she could not dodge that last punch, so she stepped back to soften the blow. That was enough, and Ju-hyuk realized it right after intentionally taking the first hit. Even among Ju-hyuk's disciples from 300 years ago, hardly anyone at this age could move like that. Meanwhile, Yen-lan was silently sizing up the guy her age standing in front of her, but she was still confident she was way better than those older guys Ju-hyuk was compared to. Yen-lan promised herself she would hit harder on the next strikes, judging by her smile. Ju-hyuk guessed that last punch was not enough to teach her a lesson. Outside, Teep Van watched the fight through surveillance cameras. Her assistant stammered, saying he had something delicate to bring up but still wanted to check if everything was okay, while inviting a student from another school to the White Lotus Palace was unavoidable. Ju-hyuk holding the upper hand right now did not guarantee he could beat Yen-lan. Besides, and thinks Teep Van did not lose when facing Yen-lan. But the truth is, Teep Van did lose to Yen-lan once, and even with magic energy that time, Teep Van could not guarantee a win against her. This surprised Inspector quite a bit. But back then the difference in mana levels between them was barely noticeable, and that was years ago. Right now, Yen-lan might be stronger both physically and magically. Inspector has even less faith that Ju-hyuk can beat Yen-lan, since he doubts Ju-hyuk is stronger than Teep Van at the moment. Even Teep Van is not sure about that, but Ju-hyuk has already taken down tons of notorious criminals and even won important tournaments, so if Yen-lan wants to win, she has got to struggle, and if she loses, it is no big deal. Back to the fight, Yen-lan slashes out with her claws, unleashing the Kuumbachkot wave technique, using a double claw strike aim to mess up Ju-hyuk's hair, which he dodged, so she tries a knee strike to reshape his nose instead. A brutal clash. Yen-lan was laughing because she hit his head, but then she turned pale and clutched her knee. Stepping back, hey, is your head made of stone or what? She angrily protested, but Kim Ju-hyuk just casually said he had no idea. She was the one kneeing him. Ju-hyuk just barely blocked it, yet his knee was not nearly as tough. Yen-lan was frustrated but could not do much. She threw out every attack, but this guy was like a rock. Yen-lan's pride took a serious hit, but you gotta admit Ju-hyuk's physical ability is on a whole other level. So far, he has not even used magic power. Right? Yen-lan asked. Ju-hyuk confirmed, saying he held back just to please her. But now I am ready to switch it up. This girl's about to regret it. When it comes to me, I gotta give it my all if I want a shot at winning. Yen-lan flaunted her mana strength, and Kim Ju-hyuk knew this was the sign he would completely crush her arrogance. Planning to focus your magic power. If you want that, then I guess I should show off a bit too. The amount of mana Ju-hyuk radiated was even more intense, making Yen-lan impressed, but now she did not need to show off physical skills. She poured it all into a punch combined with magic power to end the fight. Yanlan decisively threw a punch aimed straight at Ju Hyuk's face. Seeing her desperate to finish it, Ju Hyuk just stayed still, letting the punch come right up to his nose. Yanlan was all pumped thinking she landed the hit. Oh no. Kim Ju-hyuk twisted his body like taffy and dodged in a flash. Enough playing around. Time to end this. Then he landed a deadly punch right in her stomach. Yanlan cursed the damn monster and collapsed unconscious on the floor. Game over, baby. Game over, just like you asked. I beat her and dragged her outside. Kim Ju-hyuk carried Yanlan like a chicken right in front of Teep Van. Hey, who carries a girl like that? Teep Van was stunned. Never thought Ju-hyuk could beat Yanlan. She worriedly asked if he was hurt anywhere. Ju-hyuk calmly said he was fine, but he did not know about Yanlan. Teep Van then asked how tough the fight was. She is strong, but I am a bit disappointed it ended like this. Ju-hyuk threw the limp Yanlan down onto the ground. Yanlan woke up in pain, but when she saw Teep Van, she immediately got hostile. Teep Van put Yanlan's drama aside for now and talked about Ju-hyuk's reward first. You said you want to enter a Halas royal palace. What else? I have been waiting all this time. Teep Van said she could let Ju-hyuk in right now, just waiting to see what he wants. Ju-hyuk obviously wanted to go immediately when it comes to food. It has got to be hot and crispy to be good. Yanlan watched them walk away, and Inspector Ha had to remind her to go get treated. Yanlan finally reacted. The guy who beat me, what is his name? Inspector answered right away, saying his name is Kim Ju-hyuk. Kim Ju... Let me tell you, he is one of the strongest people in the world, Yanlan said with admiration in her voice, and deep down, she really wanted to fight him again. In undefined space, a creature with huge horns appeared, emphasizing the phrase the strongest with question marks. What is this place? Is this really the maze? Kim Ju-hyuk looked at a Han's royal palace ahead, unable to hide his astonishment, remembering what Teep Van said. This place is a special maze, like a giant castle. Just watch out for those monsters called living armor. Then you can explore freely. Teep Van gave Ju-hyuk a special warning about important details. Kim Ju-hyuk asked how long he could stay here. Teep Van said about 5 hours. And if you want to stay longer, you have to come back tomorrow. 5 hours is plenty of time for Ju-hyuk to explore comfortably. But first, gotta deal with these living armors. After powering up, it is time to jump into battle. After a few textbook perfect slashes, Kim Ju-hyuk smashed the armor squad to bits. I have searched about 20 rooms for the secret room of Alafree Joni. But damn, no sign of it anywhere. Look to the right. Teacher, I have to remind my hot-headed mentor. The door looks fancy but the room seems pretty ordinary. Kim Ju-hyuk doubted that claim but opened the door anyway. Seeing a portrait of a tall man who looked like he was dodging debt collectors, overall, this really does look like a normal office. But is this really the room of that Alafree guy? I think it is. Look under the painting. It says Alafree Johnny there. I am pretty sure about it. Kim Ju-hyuk wondered how he read it. Honestly, I do not know either. But part of it came from memories he recovered, so this has to be the room. But the secret room inside still needs to be found. Searching everything one by one would take too long. Better smash everything to bits and search faster. If you like breaking stuff, just say so instead of pretending to be quick and slow to pay. Whatever. This room's gonna be wrecked by Ju-hyuk anyway. Lucky for him. After smashing, he found a door beneath the floor. Crawling down, it was pitch black. Could not see a thing. Kim Ju-hyuk was still annoyed when a pop-up appeared saying he met the requirements. Right in front of Ju-hyuk stood a red-haired witch, a sly hollow youth flirting with a girl. The red-haired witch smiled softly. Nice to meet you. I will answer your questions. So why do not you take a seat? Kim Ju-hyuk silently sat down. Let me introduce myself. I am a guy. Kim Ju-hyuk looked surprised, so she explained. Sorry, that is not my real name. It is just what people call me since my real name was taken. Kim Ju-hyuk was also a victim of that nameless shadow stealing others' names. He did not expect this girl had lost her name too. I thought it was nonsense. But when you said your name was taken, I realized it is real. But what does it mean, and how can we get our names back? Kim Ju-hyuk was eager to solve everything quickly. The red-haired witch said, a name holds power. Every living being is given a name at birth. Every action they take, every effort and achievement they make, good or bad, these things are represented by the most meaningful thing in life. The name, a name backed by glorious deeds, brings immense power. The one who stole those names absorbed the power within them. And what happens when someone's name is stolen? I am sure you know they become a constellation. Yet, the red-haired witch mentioned an exception. Because he was reincarnated. That is when Kim Ju-hyuk realized this girl knew he was reincarnated. Just like Dad had predicted. You still doubt me? Huh. A reincarnated guy with a notification window and all. The tour guide's words hit Kim Ju-hyuk like stepping on a wasp nest in his gut. Honestly, I am not sure either. I do not even know when the notification window will show up. The red-haired witch married Ju-hyuk off to help him chill out. But man, if you mess with him, he gets seriously annoyed. Alright. Enough nonsense. Just explain it to me already. Who is the guy that sent the Tower of Destruction down here? His name's the Labyrinth Lord. Like I said, he sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth to steal other people's names and boost his power. So it is that bastard, but Kim Ju-ik still found it weird. How could some random Labyrinth Lord just send a Tower of Destruction to Earth? Something on that scale. Only someone way above could pull that off. Kim Ju-ik sensed something, hesitated, and the red-haired witch smiled. So you finally get it. Huh, the place you live, Earth, is actually a labyrinth. You expect me to believe that your choice, but I have no reason to come all this way just to lie to you. Fine, let us say that guy sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth to steal names. The red-haired witch added, if Earth's in chaos, it is easier to steal people's names. Everyone's busy fighting monsters or saving people, or taking advantage of the chaos to do bad stuff, so not everyone can steal someone else's name and turn it into power. Only the ultimate winners can. If what she says is true, all of Du Hyu's disciples have already turned into stars. Of course. I hope they can reclaim their names in the end. Du Hyu grumbled in frustration and said, no matter what we do, we are still trapped in the Labyrinth Lord's hands. The red-haired witch disagreed. Your reincarnation and arrival here is already a wild card for him. Du Hyu wondered if the Labyrinth Lord knew he was reincarnated, and if he was the one who contacted them through the notification window. You have got it wrong, according to the witch. The one who gave Du Hyu the chance to reincarnate in the notification window was not the Labyrinth Lord. Du Hyu wanted to know who, but the witch had no clue. She only knew whoever it was must have some kind of connection with Du Hyu. For now, the witch can let this chance slip away. She magically conjured a ring and handed it to Du Hyu. I do not have time to explain everything right now. This will be the key to our counterattack against the Labyrinth Lord. Du Hyu asked why she did not just sit down and explain everything. The witch said she was being chased by the Labyrinth Lord, but do not worry. All conditions are met, and you will see me again soon. Before Du Hyu could react, she set a meeting for 2 days later, warned him not to lose the ring, snapped her fingers, and vanished back to where she came from. Kim Du Hyu clenched his teeth, furious thinking about the day's revelations. Being good does not guarantee good luck. Trying to live well is tough. Looking at the ring in his hand, Du Hyu felt it was tracking his position. If that is true, then the leftover mana stones from the last big battle. Kim Du Hyu planned to gather every single one to boost his power as fast as possible. That way, even if he is still weaker, his potential could surpass that jerk much faster. Meanwhile, on an island in the North Pacific, a man was reading the news about the assassin group, Sam-san, being totally defeated by a student from Van Hella named Kim Du Hyu. He got so mad he smashed his iPad screen and threw it while cursing. What idiots! Geez, if you are not using it anymore, just hand it over to someone less lucky instead of smashing it. Old man, this guy is the guild leader, King Jagal Hannibal, who set his sights on Kim Du Hyu after hearing John Sao's words. That same Oat kid beat Choi Jing-gon, even though he had a pact with John Sao. Because of that, Oat from Ventric asked him to take care of Kim Du Hyu, and to be sure, he trained with Sam-san, but somehow nothing came of it. And meanwhile, his own bachelor status got exposed. I think today's been a series of bad dreams. Hannibal, the one talking is Commander George. Top rank, I remember telling you to call me before coming here. Hannibal might be embarrassed, but he has not lost his authority. While George is just teasing him, I only came because you looked miserable, and Kim Du Hyu is the thorn in Hannibal's side right now. Got it. We already lost someone to him. George looks pretty hurt. I mean that bastard making headlines everywhere. That is the one. The crazy junkie who is practically courting death. George was the one who gave him the secret mission but forgot to inform the organization. And obviously, he screwed up, even revealing his identity to Kim Du Hyu. But that was a pawn George used to gather intel on the Ventric family. He also feared that guy would leak info, so he personally neutralized that useless pawn before he was sent to the tower. So can you finish off those guys just chilling outside? Hannibal S. talking about the 3 from the Sam group. Of course, George does not mind, as long as Hannibal wants it done. But Hannibal S. still stuck on Kim Du Hyu. With all due respect, I advise you not to touch him right now. Finally, George says something sensible. Right now, Yujo is watching him. Sir, turns out we already have useful intel. This info surprises Hannibal. Don't tell me Yujo's just a bunch of cowards running away. Exactly. George confirms. We might be ruthless, but they are on a whole other level. No one knows their motives or goals. Logan's and Joe Once S squads have already been wiped out by them. Hannibal has heard about all this, and he is relieved George told him about Yujo hunting Kim Du Hyu, because anyone who messes with that crazy group's target is basically signing up to be their enemy. So they just sit back and watch the chaos unfold, making the most of it. Meanwhile, a tense showdown is brewing over here. Kim Du Hyu is surrounded by a black-clad special squad. But it is not because he is searching for a single answer. Kim Du Hyu coldly asks who they are, if they know this is Van Halla's territory, and what kind of fools dare show up at this damn hour. The leader says he has orders from the Ventric family head, Adelia, she still holds a grudge for being snubbed by Kim Do-hee and sent people to teach him a lesson. Before this, they took their time preparing, needing a fake pack that can create hidden space in the Vanguard, and making sure the target was in Valhalla. Adelia wondered why they needed someone who could bend space simply because everyone on this mission works directly under Ventric and can be exposed. Adelia really respects their discipline and wants to know if they have fully prepared as she instructed. Yes, to prepare for the cathedral transition, I have already set up a power source storage stone. Adelia is very satisfied with this plan and is ready to move out. Meanwhile, the head butler will join the intelligence team and take on the role of lead scout for the assassins once the hidden space is complete. The head butler understands the situation, but still wonders if the sanctuary is a preparation step to heal a constellation. That is exactly right, and it is the whole point of Adelia's move this time. The butler's urgent tone really put her in a bad mood, facing off against a high school kid. Scared out of your mind, say what you want, but why all the energy blasting? Seriously, the butler quickly regained his composure, so Adelia pulled back her energy and smiled. It is just a precaution. No need to worry, sounds pretty believable. Huh. Besides, there was a recent incident the constellation that had been quiet suddenly reacted. Adelia saw the notification window, and the beak mask told her to explain everything in detail, so she got all worked up, storming over to question the constellation thoroughly. Back to the siege, the butler ordered the intelligence team to prepare space disruption. A group immediately surrounded Kim Joo-hyuk, who just stood there looking tough. What is this? Hidden space? Honestly, who came up with the idea to ambush a high school kid? That is some crafty thinking. Butler's face was stone cold. What is with this arrogant kid? Whose idea was this? Could it be the head of the Vanchik family? The butler was so shocked he almost blurted out, "How do you know that?" Not knowing would be an insult to Kim Joo-hyuk's intelligence, so he explained to this so-called smart crew that among his enemies, 2 groups use dark magic, the rest do not, so it has to be the Vanchik family. Who else would be messing around here? The butler caught a bad vibe and hurriedly gave new orders. "We are trapped here too, so hiding won't do any good. Call the assassins soon." A powerful squad was deployed in no time. No shame. Huh. What if the whole academy shows up? Kim Joo-hyuk smirked. The butler said it did not matter, they are just following the family's orders. Kim Joo-hyuk shrugged. Yeah, sounds like your family's got no shame at all. Kill him, the butler ordered sharply. Kill who? Look at the lineup. Kim Joo-hyuk's taken on the whole crew alone and still laughing. The assassins got knocked down flat one after another. The butler was not eager to fight Joo-hyuk, but ended up mocked by him. All you do is swing that sword. Huh. Just as he said that, 2 axes came flying and watch me show you how to swing a sword the right way. He slashed the blade into the ground, freezing one assassin in place while they sprayed glue. Kim Joo-hyuk followed up with a solid kick to put one down for good. You guys do not even give me time to breathe. The butler saw Joo-hyuk busy dealing with others and tried to sneak and attack from behind. Too bad his opponent had eyes in the back of his head and dodged it while the butler was stunned, wondering if this was really a high schooler's skill. Kim Joo-hyuk muttered and pierced through armor with a single strike. Of course, no one hit by that would come out unscathed. Same for the butler. He used to think a high school kid could not do much, but after this experience, he understood why Adelia went all out. Just as he fell, the head of the Ventrix family appeared. Adelia looked around. Most here were stronger than other summoners, so how did they all get taken down by this guy and knocked out? Hard to believe, and she was not about to let things continue like this. Be proud because you are about to witness the sacred treasure of the Ventrix family, something ordinary people never get to see. Adelia unleashed blazing yellow mana and said that. Kim Joo-hyuk shot back sarcastically. I should be proud of seeing your rusty old dagger. The family head was shameless enough to send a whole gang just to bully a high schooler. What is that about? Only a hopeless crush can mend a broken heart. A rude mouth. Not so much. Adelia was so furious she swore, brandishing a small knife and lunging at Kim Joo-hyuk. Just then, the spirit stone suddenly glowed. Her knife stretched longer, and a dazzling light flashed. A yellow notification window appeared with 3 dots, ending with a shocking message. Hold on. The spirit stone shone golden, but froze time for everyone around. Even Adelia was stuck, frozen like a statue. Only Kim Joo-hyuk remained unaffected. Though Adelia could not move, she was still aware, realizing everyone was frozen stiff. Meanwhile, Kim Joo-hyuk was busy inspecting his glowing golden knife. At that moment, a yellow notification window popped up, confusing even Kim Joo-hyuk. Suddenly, golden light shaped into a figure wearing a funny clear mask with glasses. When the mask came off, it revealed an insanely cool and stylish beauty. Their eyes met, and she looked completely different from when they first met. Back then, she was still chained up in prison, seeing the world through eyes full of hate. At that time, Kim Joo-hyuk was still Kim Hyun-oh, and looking at his eyes, it seemed she hated all humans. The blonde grit her teeth, telling him not to act like he understood her. He did not know anything about life. I may not know everything, but I know enough, because I was once a slave too. This shocked her. For once, when I was young, I was powerless and got cornered by a slave trader. Then, just like you, I lived as a slave, bound by chains. Do you want to be free? Isn't that a pointless question? Didn't you just say you were a slave too? Then why ask something so obvious? Because of this damn thing? I can't even dream of freedom anymore, the girl almost screamed, grabbing the enchanted chain around her neck in frustration. So do not piss me off. Get lost? I do not know how you sneaked in, but the slave trader will be here soon. She was truly desperate to escape slavery. The curse of that chain was that it could only be removed by its master or if the master died, and if unlucky, even after the master dies, the chain might never come off. Looks like that is the situation she is stuck in. That is when the slave girl realized her bastard master was long gone. She fell into total despair, but Kim Hyeno asked what if he had a way. Before she could react, Hyeno grabbed the chain and started analyzing it. By decoding the magic in this chain, I can reverse engineer the spell and slowly undo it. Though it is not my specialty, taking off this chain won't be a big deal for me, because only then can I finally end my life as a slave. The moment Kim Hyeno finished speaking, he crushed the cursed chain around the blonde's neck. At that moment, she was so overwhelmed she cried tears of relief, finally free from the torment of that chain. With that done, Hyeno excused himself to leave, saying this girl needs to start making her own choices in life. Hyeno asked her what she wanted to do next, find her family, or go home. I do not have a home or family. The slave trader killed mine and burned my house when he cornered me. The girl carried a heartbreaking story. Kim Hyeno hesitated a moment, then said he would travel and explore, crushing slave traders like he just did today. Want to come with me? Of course. Why would I pass that up? Hyeno was pleased with her answer and told her to treat him well, like a master. If you see me as your master, use proper respect, do not talk like a commoner. Kim Hyeno stopped ahead and gave her a strict reminder. She obediently agreed. The blonde kid asked his name. Kim Ju-hyo could say it, but as she introduced herself, the memory abruptly cut off. Now, the commoner in his words had become this sharp, beautiful, and confident girl. Just like that, the commoner became a constellation's name. Kim Ju-hyo was confident he understood this girl better than anyone, yet he could not remember her name. Now he finally got what the fortune teller meant when the Demon King steals a name. It means this, but there's no other way now. Luckily, I still remember her nickname. Commoner has been around for a while. Huh. Adelia was stunned. Did this guy just call a constellation commoner? Meanwhile, the constellation she worshipped called him master, brandished a golden knife called a relic, restored everyone's consciousness, and asked Kim Ju-hyo, should I kill them? I have a better idea. Kim Ju-hyo smiled slyly. The next day, the homeroom teacher nearly had a stroke seeing the sponsorship amount 9 digits listed specifically for Kim Ju-hyo on the school S funding roster. Kim Lee-woon kept feeling something was off but could not put his finger on it. 5 billion won, that is a headache-inducing amount. I guess you have seen it too. No guesswork? I am watching it live, sir. But it was not just the homeroom who found it strange. Lee thought it was weird too. Kim Lee-woon figured maybe the Ventrix family suddenly softened because he would accidentally messed up their academy. But even with that explanation, Lee Sang-cheo still found it illogical. When Kim Ju-hyo was attacked by Desara Ventrix before, they must have sent sponsorship money to silence him. The fundraising was meant to protect the reputation of Rockden and the family, but the Ventrix family had already cut ties with Rockden and kicked him out. Otherwise, they would have raised hell and put Rockden in temporary detention, not sponsor Kim Ju-hyo like this. There is definitely a conspiracy behind this. Plus, they do not even know if Kim Ju-hyo accepted the money. Knowing his rebellious streak, he is probably flipped out and is confronting the Ventrix family right now. Well, the best way is just to ask him directly and get an answer. Lee Sang-cheo said this while sipping his coffee. Better that than sitting here guessing and making wild assumptions. This time, Kim Ju-hyo's answer was surprising. Yes, I accept. Lee Hoon's eyes went wide, thinking he misheard, but no. I mean, who turns down 5 billion won? True, but Kim Lee Hoon still felt something was off. Kim Ju-hyo was eager to leave, so the teacher quickly explained the new benefits to him. Not only does he get sponsorship, but the Valhalla Academy also receives donations. According to Valhalla rules, he can move into the deluxe dorms. What do you think? Right now, I do not find anything uncomfortable about my current dorm, so next time you can help me move if needed. He's gone. But Teacher Kim is still sitting there clueless, not understanding what just happened right in front of him. Since when did this guy change like this? Whatever. Does not matter. Teacher's not losing anything, so why stress over it? This all started when Kim Ju-hyo had the brilliant idea to deal with Adelia and her gang of assassins. He told the kid to wake her up for a talk. Adelia was trembling on her knees when Kim Ju-hyo leaned down to talk, easing the tension in the room. Look, I think your star husband would forgive anything I do to those guys. What do you think I should do now? Kim Ju-hyo smirked. Adelia's star husband even said that he made the Vanchik clan serve her, so the master can do whatever he wants. Adelia still could not wrap her head around it and asked again, could it be that all for one is a core principle passed down through generations in my clan, and now you are using that same phrase to tell me what? The kid got furious hearing that. Of course. That phrase now means you all serve my master. Just now you finally realize that this student here, this person really is the future master. Honored star husband. Yeah, even if their appearance changed, the magic power from back then definitely belongs to my master. Kim Joo-hyo saw she would asked enough and thought it is better to worry about herself now. Honestly, having assassins bother Kim Joo-hyo just made him want to wipe them all out, but their level and strength are legit. To live comfortably, he would have to make those guys work for him, but managing them directly would be a huge pain, so why not use someone who is already experienced in this line of work here? According to Adelia, although she is only vice clan leader, she has been leading the clan for 4 years now. In those 4 years, she rebuilt her clan's fading power and made it the strongest clan in England, so just have her manage the clan. Kim Joo-hyo did not hesitate and gave her the order, support my operations at the clan level. Don't ask me why. If you mess this up again, I won't be happy. You know what'll happen, right? The moment the master signals, the fortune teller Scromask confirms he will personally supervise to make sure it never happens again. Suddenly, her figure turned into a golden light and then faded away. She said it was time because to show up here in person, the constellations need a huge amount of magic power, meaning they need tons of magic stones. That is why these people brought a pile of magic stones here. The magic power is draining, and since I used my skill too, I will need to rest a bit. Kim Joo-hyo did not expect even constellations have to deal with limits like this. Still, she felt witnessing her master's rebirth like this was pretty amazing. Kim Joo-hyo worried about her and told her to take a break. Before leaving, she put on a mask and said something. Besides me, it seems there is another disciple who has also become a constellation. I will meet him soon, so please forgive me. I am leaving now. Then she completely vanished as if she would never been here. That stuck with Kim Joo-hyo, who kept thinking about it. I had a feeling about this, but who exactly is about to show up? Plus, it is likely all my disciples will become constellations, and Kim Joo-hyo already met 2 of them, Badger and Morin. Meeting Badger was avoided thanks to a notification window, but the one with Morin was pure coincidence. Now there are so many constellations. Meeting them one by one does not really matter, but why has not Badger said a word since I met the second guide? What does the teacher call you? I am about to show up. Kim Joo-hyo immediately asked why you are not as lively as usual. Badger said he is sorting out his thoughts. His memory got cut off right when Joo-hyo stepped into that secret room. In his mind, felt like he stepped outside the moment he entered that room, and a bit more of his memories started coming back. Do you remember how fragile and weak you really are? Seeing the tension, Joo-hyo gave him a little pinch to lighten the mood. Badger blurted out how could he remember such a trivial memory, but he would learn the meaning of a name, something Joo-hyo should be known, and another pretty important thing. The Maze Lord, that is the one who gave you the name Badger. Walking and thinking, I have already arrived at class. Kim Joo-hyo sat down in class, but his mind was not on the lesson, so the one who stole his real identity and gave him the name Badger was the Maze Lord. Badger confirmed once again. That is exactly how it went. That name gave him power, but also killed him, but with the power of the Tower of Destruction's master, that was to be expected. But did that power affect his personality? When I was the Tower's master, I was a bit rigid too. Maybe it is because of the identity and power I inherited, but my current personality is pretty similar to GGS. Kim Joo-hyo did not understand how that weirdo could give or take away someone's identity like that. Badger did not know exactly how he did it either. Kim Joo-hyo's side, this world is a maze big enough for that guy to exploit identities, so he can give or snatch away identities at will. Badger did not get what Joo-hyo just said. How is this world a maze? Juch, how do you not know something this important? So the 2 of them talked through the whole class, and Badger finally pieced everything together. Kim Joo-hyo is clever, but right now, they are just fish being raised in that guy's tiger cage, so they can act yet. But with a guide, there is a chance to fight back. They just have to wait for the right moment. The next day, just like promised, the sorcerer guide showed up. At that moment, Kim Joo-hyo was still standing there holding his meal. Stunned, the guide lightly sprayed some glue and asked, "What is that shiny silver thing?" Kim Joo-hyo snapped, "It is my food container. I know we said we would meet in 2 days, but why are you calling me in the middle of a meal? My mouth is on fire, waiting to eat, and now this lady drags me right in front of my food." The guide promised to be more considerate next time. Putting that aside, the guide asked if he brought the ring. "Of course I did." "Old lady, let us hurry up. Why are you dragging this out? Looks like this is not some item to boost my stats. How do you plan to fight back with this?" Kim Joo-hyo took charge again. "Simple, put on the ring and get through the maze." She said it like that. But which maze? Any maze. At first, only a few mazes were natural. The rest were all monitored. Right? Guide said he could get through any maze. Soon, the Maze Lord will create mazes himself. Then in his world, you know, monsters will explode and disasters will happen. That means when a maze starts forming, monsters pour out and the surrounding areas get wrecked. Before Kim Joo-hyo was reborn, those were everywhere. That is why after that, nowhere was safe. After being reborn, things settled down and he could finally enjoy life a bit. Damn it, everything always ends up in my hands. So where and when will it happen? And how bad will it be? About 3 months later, the scale is being determined. It is said to happen in a country called South Korea. I can't believe it. Even though I live in Korea, how am I supposed to stop it if you do not tell me the exact location? The guide still won say, scared the maze lord will find her. So all we get are these limited details. Seriously, it is like nothing ever goes smoothly. The weird part is, this world was already a maze from the start, so how is there another maze inside it? The maze lord created on purpose. And now he is planning to create another identity. Exactly. He has made up his mind. He's basically prepping everyone to adapt before the Tower of Destruction appears. So I have to wear this ring and destroy the maze when the disaster hits. That is right. But the guide still wants to know how Kim Joo-hyuk usually destroys mazes. The monsters in the maze are tough to deal with, so I usually ignore them and just destroy the maze's core. Doing that makes the maze disappear automatically. Kim Joo-hyuk always likes to get things done quickly and cleanly. Usually that is the fastest way. But this time you can do that. What? Then what am I supposed to do? Old lady, wear that ring and defeat the cluster. Why should I do that? Of course there is a reason. Even though your world is just a maze, the maze lord can randomly cause a disaster or the Tower of Destruction. He has to use the power of the identities he has gathered. Simply put, mazes are created from identities among the parts that make up the maze this way. The cluster holds the most power from the identities. If you wear that ring and defeat the boss, you can absorb the identity from the labyrinth lord. That will be the starting point for our counterattack plan. Kim Joo-hyuk wonders if that guy has absorbed countless identities already. How can we fight him if you have only absorbed one identity so far? That is actually a really good question. Of course, the labyrinth lord would not even notice if just one identity disappears. That guy's role is to help everyone adapt before the Tower of Destruction appears. So instead of stealing identities, the real strategy is to destroy the labyrinth quickly. Then the labyrinth lord will realize the labyrinths disappeared before everyone could adapt and change tactics. He will create an event by sending tons of identities into the world. That is their chance to absorb loads of identities, which also boosts the user's power. Absorbing identities to turn them into power. Just asking, so how are we any different from the labyrinth lord? Kim Joo-hyuk got pretty serious with that thought. Surprising the guide, she always thought Joo-hyuk was the type who would not care about stuff like this. Who do you think I am? Doing the right thing is what makes me feel at ease. First off, we would never hurt innocent people just to get identities, and if the labyrinth lord takes your identity, it gets chained up, preventing you from reincarnating or becoming a constellation. That means you would be imprisoned. Plus, if you use the power of the absorbed identity, once their identity is not chained anymore, they will be freed too. The guide said that, but if Kim Joo-hyuk still feels uneasy, he can do whatever he thinks is best. Also, you will get to know what kind of person owned those identities before absorbing them. Kim Joo-hyuk had no objections and now just waits for the disaster to happen. The guide said she will tell him the exact location and time later. Until then, Joo-hyuk should form a team to stop the disaster. But did not you say we just need to beat the boss and destroy the labyrinth? The guide explained that while monsters in the labyrinth die when it is destroyed, those that escape will still be out there, so they need to be stopped. See you later. With a snap, Joo-hyuk was instantly teleported right in front of the counter. She said to announce before teleporting, though the little guide girl already told him that, but she said they need to form a team to stop the disaster before reincarnation. I dealt with disasters alongside my disciples. Doing it alone takes ages. Plus you have to limit damage. So maybe I should recruit disciples this time. Just then, Joo-hyuk ran into an old acquaintance. Yen Lang. What is she doing here? Yen Lang said after losing to him. She reflected a bit and wondered why she just let it slide and then made a shocking discovery. It is because the other person was stronger. So I lost. How come it took you so long to figure out something so obvious? You know what? I thought I was pretty much like that too. That is a harsh roast. Let us just cut each other some slack. A person who can dominate everyone just with talent and has never tasted defeat. That is pretty rare for an adult. You know, Yen Lang was really confident about her discovery, but Joo-hyuk thought she was totally wrong. I am someone who has tried hard and worked my ass off. What she said was just my old mindset. I have changed now. The strikes that beat us were not just simple attacks. They were moves backed by countless experiences. I was furious when I lost, but after calming down, the reason became crystal clear. I was way too inexperienced in real combat. And then I realized that by fighting you, I have actually gotten stronger, so I want to keep fighting you, to beat you. And then, fight me once, think you can win. Kim Joo-hyuk told her not to bother him with that weird nonsense, but Yen Lang kept trying to hold on to Kim Joo-hyuk to fight because she came all the way from China just to challenge him. But for Kim Joo-hyuk, that is none of his business. So instead of this drama, why not spend time really training your clan's martial arts? Yen Lang said she only had formal training until she was 5 or 6 years old, and after that, She was self-taught, and then she got beaten by Kim Joo-hyo. Even the fake contracts at home were not happy with her. But Yunlang did not bother fixing them. They kept not letting me join the clan's daily training sessions. So I told them to bring others in for me to train with so my skills would not waste away. But then suddenly they threw grown fake contract fighters at me. That is why I started winning. Luckily, they did not have many of them. Kim Joo-hyo felt what Yvonne said sounded like her. But the meaning behind it was totally different. Clearly, Yunlang is talented. And it seems true she likes fighting. But the leader of the White Lotus Society hinted that she is the type to pick fights with everyone she meets. So I got a little curious about their family drama. Was she forced into the White Lotus Palace? Yunlang said she partly stayed there by choice. She stayed because she was tired of being seen as the family's troublemaker. Besides, it did not really matter since she was stronger than all the adults there anyway, and especially now, she has found someone way stronger than her Kim Joo-hyo. So what is so great about that? Just by fighting you, I do not even need my clan's guidance to get stronger. Right? Who is fighting who? Kim Joo-hyo replied coolly. Yunlang hit a nerve and desperately pleaded with Kim Joo-hyo, but the guy just ignored her. It is just that even he felt something was a bit off about this. Clearly, Yunlang was imprisoned in the White Lotus Palace by her own clan, so why would Tetvan want her back? Kim Joo-hyo did not know the full story, but from the clan's perspective, would not it be better to keep Yunlang locked up there? This girl's been pestering me too much. Kim Joo-hyo could not stay calm and had to speak up. Alright, let me go. You want to fight me? I am pumped. My heart's alive again. We are at school, so I do not want to cause a scene. I am headed to the gym anyway, so just come with me. Yunlang happily agreed. At the gym, Koyeon and Ju Sojin glared over. Even Heike's driver looked curious. I will change and be right back. Kim Joo-hyo told Yunlang. She acted all noble and aloof, and he just sighed and walked away. Just as he turned, Koyeon followed him. Kim Joo-hyo thought Yunlang was still lurking around, so he impatiently told her to wait. Koyeon, expressionless, asked who he brought here. Joo-hyo said she the crazy glizzy girl he met at White Lotus who came all the way here just to challenge him. So he brought her here. Choi Aren's expression switched from innocent bunny to fiery-eyed foe, clearly hostile toward Yunlang. Yunlang was not stupid. She instantly noticed Choi Aren's weird glare and stiffened up. That look, does she want to fight too? Of course not. Choi Aren did not want that. Ju Seo-ji-un watched nearby and guessed from Yunlang's hair color that she might be from the Tit clan. Ju Seo-ji-un was pretty surprised that this girl came all the way from China just to spar with Kim Joo-hyo. Sounds pretty interesting. Soon, the whole crew gathered at Valhalla Stadium. I am sure only Yunlang and I agreed to face off against each other with everyone else here. Kim Joo-hyo really is someone who gets angry easily. I am keeping an eye on her to make sure she does not do anything weird. Choi Aren responded instantly with a solid reason. I followed Choi Aren, and Ju Seo-ji-un had a pretty good reason too. No need to pay attention to me. But Joo-hyo just threw out his reason straight away. It is tough, but if he came up with it, what can you do? Yunlang started warming up. Clearly hyped for this battle, she has gotten way stronger than before. Really? I am going all out then. At that moment, Kim Joo-hyo remembered the guide's advice to form a team to prevent disaster. Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? Kim Joo-hyo asked Yunlang. She eagerly confirmed it. Then if I win today, you can become my disciple. Yunlang's face lit up. Her real goal was to get stronger and beat him. Just like that, they moved on to master and student talk, and Kim Joo-hyo answered like it was obvious. That is how it is once you become my disciple. You can make your wish come true. Let us get started. Yunlang said she hates having a master, so she is super determined to win. Already in position right from the start, on the first strike, Yunlang sent out a fire spirit as her vanguard. Kim Joo-hyo could not help but admit she has gotten pretty strong. Yunlang immediately shouted proudly, unleashing a burst of mana from her chest. She claimed that while he blocked her last attack, this time he won. Yunlang's mana forced Choi Aren and Zhu Xian to brace themselves. Zhu Xian even exclaimed, "Are there monsters like this in back line?" That is a huge amount of mana. Even more focused than Kim Joo-hyo's in the competition. Even Joo-hyo's team was stunned. Yunlang charged forward using all her skill and magic. She was sure that if she landed just one hit, it would be a critical blow. Even if Kim Joo-hyo blocked it, the mana would still cause a powerful shock. But what is going on? Kim Joo-hyo struck a stance just like Yunlang's earlier, surprising her a lot. I like a direct fight too, Kim Joo-hyo said confidently. His right fist and Yunlang's hit each other with a massive clash. After chasing each other for a while, Yunlang felt herself pushed despite focusing her mana so intensely. Meanwhile, she sensed Kim Joo-hyo did not have that much mana. This proves he is stronger than before, but he is still the same guy. Just different times. I will only go for a direct fight once. What the heck? The second time, I will block and counterattack. As Kim Joo-hyo said this, he drove his knee straight into Yunlang's stomach. Despite trying hard to defend, Yunlang was knocked down hard on the ground. This time, she could not land a proper hit at all. From now on, I have got another disciple. Kim Joo-hyo showed his joy openly. When Yunlang woke up, The first thing she did was complain about losing again. Kim Ju-hyuk praised her strength. He thought she would be out cold until morning. Didn't expect her to wake up already. Yen Lang wondered if that was a compliment or sarcasm. Whatever it is, she still has to become his disciple. Yen Lang was about to suggest a no-magic duel like last time, but since her master was wide awake, she decided to just accept it. Now I am officially your first disciple. Right? Yen Lang said proudly. Though technically not true, Yen Lang was surprised when he said he already had disciples from level 2. That is not the case. But Joy Erin was the first he taught at this level, and she also claims to be Kim Ju-hyuk's first disciple. For him, she is not the first, but when things get messy, it is best to avoid them. Specifically, explaining things to that group that always has 100,000 why questions ready. But when Erin called Mayo by that name, Yen Lang got furious. Thinking she was mocking her, Joy Erin was not scared at all and even stood her ground. Yeah, so why are you still mad? I am Yen Lang. Don't just throw weird nicknames at me. What is wrong? Sounds kinda cute though. And that is how an endless war of words started between a grumpy girl and a stubborn one with a cute streak. Watching this, Kim Ju-hyuk suddenly felt a strange vibe, like when he used to observe his disciples back in the day, but this is starting to get out of hand. Cut it out. Even Kim Ju joined in, making Yen Lang even more cunning. The truth is, Joy Erin became his disciple first. So is not she your senior? Don't be disrespectful to your senior sister. You also have a senior, so show her some respect when you talk. Hearing that, Joy Erin blushed. Ju-hyuk had already recognized her as his first disciple. Joy Erin smiled gently and said, if you say that, this senior sister will be patient. Yen Lang was pissed hearing that. Training for today's done. Kim Ju-hyuk told everyone to head home, but Yen Lang had nowhere to go. She just wanted a fight here. No one forced her to become a disciple. Asked Tit Ven, who said that once she got to Valhalla, she just went straight there. The school gave me a dorm room. You can stay there for now. Yen Lang happily agreed. At this point, Joy Erin somehow called Yen Lang Kitty, and the war of words started again, with Kim Ju-hyuk unable to stop it in time. It was late when he finally got home, all because these two were fighting like cats and dogs, and as their master, he had to spend the whole day and got nothing done. But at least he managed to get 2 permanent members for the disaster prevention team, though Duke-sen is still focusing on physical training. She has got a long way before mastering sword techniques, and Ju-hyuk does not care about anything besides building muscle, so she does not count. Just then, Adelia called to say she would handle the noble support situation and other issues Kim Ju-hyuk wanted to hear about before they met. Kim Ju-hyuk told her he was updating the contract holders. He said the disaster would happen in 3 months. Adelia wanted to know where he got that info, but Kim Ju-hyuk could not reveal it. Plus, he did not know the disaster's scale yet, but it was definitely coming. Adelia asked if he was notifying people in Han. Kim Ju-hyuk confirmed, and she immediately said she would contact the contract holders with powers and Ventrix and guilds in Korea. Kim Ju-hyuk told her to keep it a secret for him. Hey, Kim Ju-hyuk, when the Guardian wakes up, could you speak on my behalf? She is still asleep. Pretending not to see her, Adelia was totally helpless trying to reach Moron. Moron mentioned resting after giving her all to meet him, but had not expected one day would not be enough. So Kim Ju-hyuk agreed to Adelia's suggestion. The next day, at Valhalla's training room, Kim Ju-hyuk and Joy Erin resumed running hard. Yen Lang still was not used to this, so her expression was kind of terrifying. After the run, she collapsed on the floor, gasping, complaining she felt like she was about to die, loudly accusing Kim Ju-hyuk of almost killing her. Izak, totally blunt, said, "You are still alive and kicking? Still, you caught up faster than I thought. I figured you would be done by halfway through. Of course, I did not come here to play around. Whoa, her stamina is solid. Should I slow down a bit? Hey, did Yen Lang come here?" A woman I do not recognize suddenly asked. She looks a lot like Yen Lang, but it is unclear why she is here. Why come all this way without telling her own mother? Yen Lang. Yen Lang. She frowned and gritted her teeth. Tit Nin Ho. That attitude is not like you are meeting your mom. More like you are facing a ghost. Are you Yen Lang's mother? I thought it was the old lady. Tit Lin is actually her mother. Kim Ju-hyuk also wondered. Tit Nin Ho froze for a few seconds before answering him. So you are the one who brought our Yen Lang here? Wait, who answers a question with a question? Auntie, I prefer not introduce myself so openly. Auntie's rambling is tiring. Just get to the point. My name is Tit Nin Ho. I am the head of the Tit family and Yen Lang's new mom. Tit Vien, leader of the White Lotus Society, is my sister. That is the family, but Tit Nin Ho is puzzled. Tit Van promised to contact her when Yen Lang left the White Lotus Palace, but instead she sent Yen Lang here. But Auntie quickly pushed that doubt aside to focus on the main point, bringing her daughter home. Yen Lang, I am not going back. I was ignored and abandoned before, and now you want me to return. She said it angrily. Get lost? And do not treat me like your daughter, it is annoying. Yen Lang said irritably. Tit Nin Ho showed no reaction at all. Acting like it was obvious, she said rejecting her was an order from Trom, and she already knew about it. So what if she knew? I heard it from a servant, not from her own mouth, and only recently Yunlan reacted really strongly. Titney and Ho said it was fine. That is just the truth. This time she came because Trom Sao told her to train Yunlan. What the hell? This is your chance to get Trom Sao's approval. Don't embarrass your mom anymore. Yunlan, you want me to go back to At right now? So that is why you've been trying to pull me back all this time? Titney and Ho did not hesitate to admit it. Being a mother like her is really tough. Yunlan kicked her out, frowning hard, and told her there were students practicing here, so she should leave and not disturb them. Yunlan also warned her that this is Valhalla, not some random place like Backline Association. So do not even think about causing trouble. Do you know why I came here alone without a bodyguard? Of course. You are frowning. It is to bring you away without drawing attention, said the woman, then swung her hand and slapped Yunlan once. Yunlan tensed up to block but still got pushed back, her arm reddening from the hit. What are you doing? Didn't I make myself clear? I want to raise my hand. Huh, I see now. If that is the case, Yunlan also declares she won't hold back anymore. She said that and immediately sprang up with lightning speed. Remember? Even last time when you challenged me, I still beat you. Yunlan jumped up, gathering all her strength to throw a punch straight at Titney and Ho. The woman stood firm, expressionless, smoothly blocking Yunlan's heavy strike. Titney and Ho had to admit Yunlan had gotten stronger, definitely not just playing around at Back Lion Palace anymore. Yunlan yelled she had trained 100-fold just to avoid being left behind in a worthless place. Titney and Ho said if that is the case, Yunlan should return to Back Luan and study properly. Under her breath, she twisted Yunlan's wrist, pulling her off balance. Yunlan's eyes widened in shock since when did her mom's skills get this good? She slammed down hard, quickly freeing her hand from Titney and Ho's grip and kicked her. Titney and Ho stumbled back, nodding in respect now that was a powerful strike. She stormed off, muttering to leave her alone so she could focus on winning. Meanwhile, on the other side, Choi Arin asked Kim Joo-hyo if they should call the coach to stop the fight, but if they told the coach the Back Lion leader was causing chaos at Valhalla without guards and trying to take her daughter away, what would happen? It would definitely spark a huge riot. Still, Kim Joo-hyo really could not stand that woman. Same with Choi Arin. She abandoned her own daughter, then suddenly showed up to take her back just to steal back. So Yunlan must be so disappointed, you can tell just by how fiercely she is clenching her fists, ready to smash her opponent. Meanwhile, Titney and Ho kept her composed demeanor, advising Yunlan to stop this pointless chaos and come back before she gets hurt. That advice was really for her own good. Yunlan snarled and fiercely kicked Titney and Ho straight in the body. Titney and Ho clutched her stomach and stepped back as Yunlan smirked proudly. She used a lot of strength in that kick. No matter if it was blocked, it would still hurt. But just 2 seconds later, Yunlan panicked as her right leg suddenly froze solid. Whoa, this must be the first time you have seen this. Huh. Titney and Ho condensed a chunk of ice in her palm and solemnly introduced it as the power of the Bakso, the king of the snow realm in their clan. While you can master it right away, once you return to Back Lion, you will have the chance to train this ability through a pact with the Bakso. Yunlan realized her precious mother was stronger than before. Turns out she borrowed power from the Bakso. But for the Back Lion leader, this is not borrowing power, it is natural and expected in today's world. If you are a member of a clan protected by the Bakso, it is only natural you would use this power. You are not seriously thinking I fought you using only my own strength just to satisfy your earlier demand, right? You have probably changed your mind. So I will ask one last time, will you come back? Of course not. Titney and Ho sighed at her childish stubbornness, then teleported right in front of her and bluntly said, do not expect to leave here in one piece. Yunlan could only grit her teeth, unable to react because her right leg was frozen solid, and now Titney and Ho was targeting Yunlan's right arm. She wanted to freeze and shatter that arm, then deal with the missing limb later, making sure Yunlan would never dare challenge the clan and the Bakso again. Of course, that plan was never going to work. Kim Joo-hyo's face stayed calm as he rushed out to block Titney and Ho. Leaving her mother stunned, Kim Joo-hyo boldly planted his long leg right between the two of them. He snapped, asking if she seriously planned to chop off her own daughter's hand. Titney and Ho sneered, saying she was just teaching her daughter as a mother, and did not think Joo-hyo had any business getting involved. Kim Joo-hyo got even more fired up. Are these kinds of harsh teachings really popular these days? I have heard something similar before. Titney and Ho had never heard that, and now she was wondering how he dodged that strike without freezing. What is more, Joo-hyo's counterattack actually injured Titney and Ho. That could only mean one thing. Joo-hyo's magical counterstrike was even stronger than hers. Choi Arin, take Yunlan outside, Kim Joo-hyo ordered. Choi Arin obeyed immediately. Yunlan protested loudly, saying she could fight too, and this was her personal business. Fine, it is your business, but look at your leg. Can you even feel it well enough to fight back? Before I teach you anything, if my disciple gets hurt, is not it my job as the master to step in rather than just stand by? Step back. Yen Lan was so moved by her master's words she blushed and obediently backed off. Tight Nian Ho was surprised Tucan high schoolers really accept disciples now. Interesting, but that is where it should end. Tight Nian Ho stressed she just wanted to take Yen Lan away. But this was affecting him, and he was acting like her teacher. What was going on? Kim Joo-hee assured her he was not affected at all. They just happened to share the same thoughts. But Tight Nian Ho could not understand what kind of master-disciple relationship led to such aggression. She charged at him again. Let us see how skilled this master really is. Kim Joo-hee silently assessed her. Though cold on the outside, her temper was just as fierce as Yen Lan's. Earlier, though his kick hit, facing her head-on still drained a lot of magic power. For now, dodging her attacks is the best strategy. At the same time, aim for her joints to strike back. Though older, Tight Nian Ho's reflexes were still sharp and quick. Just as her strike brushed past his shoulder, she slashed fiercely in a deadly sweep. Luckily, Kim Joo-hee was quick enough to dodge smoothly, but this old lady is wrecking Gong's stuff too much. Fighting's one thing, but why cover the whole training room with ice shards? Kim Joo-hee silently cursed. The attack did not even hit the ground but caused serious damage already. Plus, this lady can cast ice storms too. Pretty intense, but I gotta give a little warning. The training gear belongs to Gong at school. You break it, so before you head back to China, you better pay up. Tight Nian Ho said if he wins, she might consider it. Look at her, trashing Gong's stuff then brushing it off like it is nothing. How is that even allowed? Forget the arguing. Right now there is a straight strike aimed at Kim Joo-hee's neck. Dodging now is useless. It would only make her unleash more ice attacks, but blocking even small damaging hits drains a lot of magic power, so screw it. I will just break through. Kim Joo-hee swept low and landed a kick right on Tight Nian Ho's wrist, sending her attack flying off course. While she was distracted by the direct magic hit, Joo-hee lunged forward, smirked darkly, and landed a devastating punch straight through her. That was a crushing victory without all the usual fuss. Yen Lan could not believe Joo-hee could overpower someone with the strength of a star like that. Even Tight Nian Ho had to admit he fought well. Obviously, borrowed power that can rival a G-high-rank martial god. Plus, that is exactly why Yen Lan came all this way to become his disciple. But even if I accept you, I am still taking her away. You are joking, right? Second aunt, this is the will of our guardian star. Even if I fail, thousands of people sworn to the constellation will come to take her back. What is this crispy peanut nonsense? Yen Lan was upset because her opinion was dismissed, feeling as insignificant as a grain of sand. Tight Nian Ho firmly stated again that the constellation's will is absolute. That is the very purpose of the Tiet family's existence. Yen Lan went pale with fear. Does she have to fight her own family again, even if it is something she does not want? Stop it. That is enough already. Seeing the new students stuck in this situation, Kim Joo-hee frowned and asked how to meet their constellation. Tight Nian Ho was so shocked she could not even respond right away. Kim Joo repeated irritably. Did not she say it was because of the constellation's order, so they will keep coming here to take Yen Lan away? Then I just have to beat them, right? This time Tight Nian Ho was truly panicked. Does this kid even know what he is talking about? The only way to face the constellation is when it appears at the sanctuary, but that requires a huge amount of magic power. So it does not happen often, and because one person could threaten the family, we dare not deceive our constellation, the one who will cause sanctification, Tight Nian Ho explained. But Joo-hee thought there was another way. Touch the sacred relic and enter the mental world. Tight Nian Ho was stunned. She never expected that, and neither did he. If Kim Joo-hee touches the Tiet family's sacred relic, he will meet the Eye King. But unlike this world, where original power is suppressed, the mental world is the constellation's territory. When ordinary people enter, they are crushed by its pressure. Tight Nian Ho asked him, even so, do you still want to fight? Of course. Why would not I fight? It is settled then. But we can do it right now. Letting an outsider touch the sacred relic is not something Tight Nian Ho can decide alone. The plan to bring Yen Lan back is postponed for a week. Until then, no one will attack Yen Lan or you. Kim Joo. Sounds good, right? But the head of the Tiet family still has conditions. If you get defeated in the mental world and come back here, what will you do then? After all, giving you unconditional access to the constellation is a loss for us. Does Yen Lan sound like she is happy about that? Look at that ridiculous woman talking. Kim Joo-hee did not hesitate to take responsibility. Win or lose, you will never touch Yen Lan again. I will take care of her like she is my disciple. Kim Joo-hee laid down his own terms as well. Tight Nian Ho agreed and returned to the family to prepare, but inside she still thought he was arrogant. A week later, Kim Joo-hee met the Eye King, the protective constellation of the Tiet family. A few days earlier at Valhalla Dormitory, Kim Joo-hee had arranged his unused VIP room for Yen Lan. This VIP dorm room is as big as a 100 square meter apartment worth 10 million. Yen Lan was shocked because the dorm looked like a well-off family's home. Even more shocking, she got to stay there all alone. Kim Joo-hee said it was originally his premium dorm room, but since he requested a different one, this room was free. Yen Lan blushed and shyly asked, "Hey Kim Joo-hee, Why are you so nice to me, whether it is Tit Nien Ho or others? It is my family's business, you could just turn a blind eye. Right? You are doing this because I am your disciple. Right? Well, that is part of it. But honestly, Ju Hee-gu does not like that kind of thing. He hates those loud, bossy types who act like their status makes others owe them respect and control their actions. Does that bother Yun Lang? Of course not. It is just the first time someone cared about me like this. And I just want to thank him. Kim Joo-hoo smiled. If you train with me and find it painful and tough, will that gratitude disappear too? That is where the gratitude story ends for now. Kim Joo-hoo has something else to ask. Is your family's constellation the Deep Mountain King? It is the Snow Deep King. Kim Joo-hee wants to know what kind of personality this guardian constellation has. Yan Lang has not been close to her family for a while, so she is not sure. But even though her family uses its power, she heard it does not interfere much with the Xu family. And some relatives do not even know which constellation it is. Really? Then why did the Snow Deep King order Yan Lang to be dragged back? Yan Lang does not understand either. Since she and him do not have any connection at all, Kim Joo-hoo has his own way to handle it. He tells her to rest and wait until they get to the Xu house. She will still have to be his guide. After saying this, Kim Joo-hoo leaves. Yan Lang can stop blushing. Back in his room, Joo-hoo calls Adelia for help. First, he tells her he just had a huge clash with the Xu family head. Adelia is shocked and anxiously asks. Joo-hoo says they came to take the girl back, but he refused and they ended up fighting. As a result, some of the school's gym equipment got broken, so he asked Adelia to handle it. That is something she can fix easily since Ju just needs to replace the equipment. Besides, Joo-hee wants to ask if Adelia knows anything about the Xu family's constellation. The Ventric family head only knows it as the Snow Deep King, who does not get involved in family matters. The Xu family acts secretly, so she does not know much either. Joo-hee thinks of Morin and asks if she is awake yet. Not yet. Still no response from her. Adelia says this disappointedly. Kim Joo-hoo says he understands and falls silent. Deep in thought, at that moment, Adelia hesitantly speaks again. Can you ask about your disciple-s constellation and say something good about me? Pretty please. Kim Joo-hoo smirks. Now you are suddenly all casual and friendly. Well, I am hanging up now. Adelia quickly apologizes, but Kim Joo-hoo already hung up. No idea what the Snow Deep King is, since nobody seems to know much about him. Badger finds it odd too, but not the Snow Deep King. Kim Joo-hoo is the strange one here. Kim Joo-hoo has no clue why he is the odd one out. Usually, Ju beats any opponent without breaking a sweat. Badger says. Kim Joo-hoo admits that is true, but even if Ju has gotten stronger, he knows his power is not what it was before he was reborn. Facing off blindly without knowing the enemy's strength just feels dumb. Plus, the mental realm is the domain of constellations. They can unleash or suppress power there, so why does Badger get weaker inside the mental realm? And with Badger's usual power, his authority should be as strong as other constellations. But if Joo-hee wants to fight in the mental realm, Badger can share some secrets. Power in the mental realm does not rely on the body as strength at all. What? That makes no sense at all. If you can use your power based on your physical body, then that is body strength. Is not it? Are you kidding me? Kim Joo-hoo snapped. Normal people outside or inside the mental realm would think that, but you are not a normal person. Keep that in mind. I see what you mean now. Badger, now we just have one thing to do, go to the shrine and defeat the constellation. A week later, Joo-hoo takes Yan Lang to the Xu family. The Xu family lines up to greet them like they are welcoming the Prime Minister. Xu Renho leads the welcoming party. He sneers when he sees the two of them. I thought you would run away. I am not some irresponsible guy. So now, can I finally touch the sacred treasure? Kim Joo-hoo is not the type to be bothered by comments like that. Usually it is his sharp tongue that drives people crazy. Xu Renho noisily tells him to follow. Joo-hoo pats Yan Lang's shoulder and tells her he will be back. Sai Renho led Kim Joo-hoo into a room filled with snow and dazzling ice. Yan Lang's precious stepmom dug her hand under the snow and pulled up a chest. As she opened the chest, she said that after returning to the Xi family, she wondered what would happen if her husband lost to him. Then she thought, if Joo-hoo lost, what if he became a servant for the Xi family? Whatever she thought was her business. Kim Joo-hoo just wanted to finish this match quickly and get some sleep. Hand me that glove. The moment Kim Joo-hoo touched that glove, he was transported before the Snow Deep King. He sat on a throne made of ice, one leg casually resting, looking like a total boss. He asked Joo-hoo who he was, and Joo-hoo raised his fist and said, those who go by name, I will tell you. Joo-hoo knew he was not the king's disciple, but he looked familiar. He was sure he would seen him somewhere. The Snow Deep King never expected some random punk to show up out of nowhere one fine day, shouting to kill him. As for the shouting, wait until Kim Joo-hoo is still alive, then you two can talk it out. For now, the Snow Deep King readied a punch packed with countless sharp ice arrows. Kim Joo-hoo laughed, so this was a ranged attack. Joo-hoo moved like Michael Jackson, dodging all the ice blocks. The ice blocks slammed into the ground with a thud, while Joo-hoo was not even scratched and casually jumped onto the pile of ice to get higher. How did he dodge that? Unexpected. The Snow Deep King froze. He knew that move could not be dodged by just jumping. Kim Joo-hoo must have used magic to leap farther, and now he realized the guy in front of him was not some weakling. I was about to tell you my real name, but I have been stuck here so long. I forgot it. So I will just tell you my title instead. Saying this, he stepped down and approached. Out there, they call me the Snow Deep King. Kim Joo-hee felt a chill as the wind and snow suddenly picked up, but my worshippers call me Chaos Heaven, while those who fear me call me Kneeling Snow. Combining those two nicknames, I am known as the Chaos Snow God. Man, a guy with so many names it is hard to keep track. Is that so? Well, I am Kim Joo-hee. Chaos Snow God said he would remember that name and then raised his hand. Huge ice pillars appeared around Joo-hee, trapping his escape routes. At that moment, Chaos Snow God swung a fist, sending a bunch of ice pillars crashing toward him. Woo! Trying to block that barehanded would hurt like crazy, so Joo-hee pulled out his beloved sword. The Snow Deep King looked a bit puzzled at that weapon. Kim Joo-hee fiercely slashed through the advancing ice blocks. Two powerful forces clashed fiercely. Soon enough, the Snow Deep King found himself cornered by his own ice pillars. He smirked, impressed that Joo-hee was using this tactic while all the snow and ice here answered to him. Is that so? Kim Joo-hee did not know when he would close the distance. He smiled wickedly and swung his sword upward from the ground. The Snow Deep King casually blocked it with his bare hands. So you tried to distract me with ice pillars to get close? Huh. Nice idea, but still weak. Seriously, are you sure you are weak? You are pretty tough for a so-called weakling. Try taking this hit and see if you are still weak. Okay? Kim Joo-hee flicked his wrist, summoning a blazing red flame. He punched straight into Chaos Snow God's chest. Kim Joo-hee grinned devilishly as he sent the massive star constellation flying like it was nothing. Chaos Snow God retracted. Hit by the blow, it has probably been a while since someone landed a punch like that on you. Huh, feeling full now. How about that? You dimwit. The attack was packed with magic, and that sword too. I get it now, you are some kind of martial god. Right? Well, that is just a title my disciples gave me, but it is true in Chaos Snow God's memory. The name of a real martial god is still clear. Kim Haino, I do not know much about him. But Chaos Snow God personally witnessed Kim Han's power 300 years ago. At that moment, in a frozen mountain region, the Chaos Snow God was attacked by a horde of monsters. Even though he gave it his all, it was an entire army of monsters he simply could not handle. Just as the Chaos Snow God was about to perish alongside them, the martial god suddenly appeared. He was about to ask why Kim Haino showed up and stood in front of the monsters. The moment that pitch black sword swung, Kim Haino wiped out the entire monster army in the blink of an eye. All of the Chaos Snow God's questions vanished along with the monsters, replaced only by amazement, and the spell that hit him just now was the same, though he looked very different. It was definitely the martial god. You are not stepping up anymore. Kim Joo asked. Curious, then I will make my move. After that, I will decide for myself, then why ask at all? Dude. Alright. Martial god, I have wanted a real fight with you for a long time. I will take you on, using his full power. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Yen Lan was warmly welcomed by the atmosphere of the Tayet family. She could see dark shadows crowding outside the door and feel unfriendly stares. This was exactly why she did not want to return to the Tayet family. Remembering how Joo-hee told her to rest while at Tayet family, Yen Lan rolled her eyes. If not for his request to be a guide, she would probably have thrown a wild party right here. Just then, Tayet family's eldest daughter Tet Thai Lam and second daughter Tet Bo Nai entered the room. Yen Lan, expressionless, said a single word and then asked if they came to fight. Tet Bo Nai hesitated, denied it, saying they came to see her. Even if they fought, it did not mean the two of them ganged up on her, but if they always fought when they met, how could they say they were not fighting? Well, if you just came to see me, you could stand out there with those shatty people behind the door. You know, hey, they are feeling the heat too. Tet the Lamb scratched her head, feeling a bit misunderstood, and came to apologize. She figured a direct apology was better. Yen Lam was so surprised she almost popped her eyes out. Apologize? Sounds way too realistic. Tet Bo Nai nodded firmly. You know, since you had to go to Batch Lian Hall after our match, we never really had time to talk, so now I want to talk with you, even if it is late. I know it is late, but about us isolating you from everyone else. Sorry. Yen Lam was even more shocked. Were these two possessed or what? After all this time, they just came here to say sorry. She could say whatever she wanted because she was scared of her being here. Tet Bo Nai was nearly in tears from Yen Lan's scolding, and Tet the Lamb, seeing this, jumped in to intervene. I know we look like we are just giving a half-hearted sorry, but we really have no other choice. We have tried to meet you, but my mom always stopped us. And there is also this thing. That is not all. Even removing you from training was her order. Isn't he that right? I always thought it was just jealousy isolating you. Yen Lan, Tet Bo Nai admitted she was right. But honestly, they felt more pride than jealousy, because it was good for Tet to have someone stronger than her. But while they thought that, Tet Nian Ho summoned them and said from now on, do not let Yen Lan join training. She said you. Yen Lan, would be a threat to us in the fight for the next family head. Even if the current family head, supports us, all the other elders would pick you. So whether we want it or not, we have no choice but to agree with her and work with the family to isolate you. But their precious mother miscalculated one thing. Neither of her two daughters had any interest in being family head, and on top of that, it was even better if they did not want the position. As Yan-Lan was wondering why, Tetvan opened the door and walked in. "I will tell you about that," she said while the sisters chatted. The Chaos Snow God was unleashing his full power. A shower of sharp ice pillars gleamed down on Kim Ju-hike. The guy sprinted away, dodged like crazy, then leapt straight at the Ice Chaos God. The Snow Depth King threw a solid ice punch soaring into the air. Sharp ice spikes sprouted from that icy orb, surrounding Ju-ha. Annoyed, he swung his arm and shattered them, then charged forward like a beast. "Someone trying to distract me with weak attacks. What about this guy? So he wants to hit me with a big move. Huh, okay. Got it." Here comes the big move. Right in front of Kim Ju-hyuk, a massive ice formation appeared, then exploded with a damp boom. Kim Ju-hyuk did not expect the Ice Chaos God to have skills like that. Definitely caught him off guard. The Chaos God even tried to freeze Ju-hyuk completely, but Kim Ju-hyuk broke free with just a bit of snow on him. No wonder he is a martial god. "Don't throw around compliments that can be trusted. You are embarrassing me. But I will admit this guy's a bit different. If his power level's this high, Ju-hyuk can believe you would not remember him well. This guy probably trained here a lot. He has developed some serious insight and progress about Bangkok. That is probably why he is stronger than he was in my past life. Interesting. Indeed. Wish I had met him sooner. That would have been better. Right?" Kim Ju-hyuk sighed. The Chaos God did not get his meaning. Ju-hyuk said it was actually praise for his power since he made him draw his sword. The Chaos God gave a rare smile. But instead of just enjoying the compliment, he left his words hanging, conjured a giant ice punch, and said, "I will surpass you." The Chaos God charged with his fist, and Kim Ju-hyuk grinned wickedly, swinging his sword. They passed by each other like a gust of wind. The Chaos God gave a bitter laugh. "Forget surpassing you. I am nowhere near your level yet," he said, collapsing to the ground while Kim Ju-hyuk stood proudly, smiling. Outside, the white glove kept glowing with a mysterious blue light. Tight Ninho stood watch right beside him. This fight was taking longer than she expected. She even thought Ju-hyuk was using some strange magic, so her star spirit was just playing around with him. Suddenly, she noticed the blue light flickering. This meant his consciousness was taking damage in the mental realm, but Ju-hyuk looked totally fine. Tight Ninho stammered. Calling out, Kim Ju-hyuk immediately responded, "I have defeated your star constellation." Of course, Tight Ninho did not believe him. But soon, a message popped up on the info board. Tai Tham Vong expressed his respect for Kim Ju-hyuk. This shocked Tiat Ninho to her core. She never expected a high school student to beat a star constellation. She just could not accept this reality. "If you do not believe me, just ask that star spirit yourself." Tight Ninho was so shocked she nearly collapsed. Kim Ju-hyuk came up and patted her shoulder. "Hey, you said before if I won, you would not bother Yan-Lan anymore, right?" He flashed a mischievous grin. "I think we need to tweak that condition a bit." Just like that, Ju-hyuk headed to the living room to pick up Yan-Lan. As soon as he walked in, he told her to leave without caring who was around. Then he noticed there were a lot of people staring. "What are you all doing gathered here?" Tai Van smiled brightly, happy to see Kim Ju-hyuk again like this. She never thought he would actually come here. Kim Ju-hyuk remembered Tai Van was the leader of the White Lotus Society, so he assumed she was not here. Yan-Lan asked if he was done with his business. Ju-hyuk said he would tell her everything on the way, because there were too many prying eyes here. Not just Yan-Lan. Even Ju-hyuk felt the intense, suspicious stares from the people outside, waiting for trouble. At dusk, Kim Ju-hyuk and Yan-Lan left the star spirit. Is what she is doing considered running away with a guy? He came back so fast he must be lost, right? Ju-hyuk nearly fell over at that question. Yan-Lan kept overthinking like crazy. "You must have had a tough time, no holy power to protect you and facing that star spirit alone." "Yeah, that is true." Yan-Lan really wanted to know what her dear stepmom had demanded if he lost. Ju-hyuk just said flat out that she wanted him to become the star spirit as slave. Yan-Lan was shocked. "So from now on, you have to serve the star spirit." Kim Ju-hyuk even got a little playful with the girl. He found it funny and wondered if he should tell her the truth. "I should be stopped him. I have heard everything from my sister." Yan-Lan looked extremely worried. Tight Ninho is crazy. She is willing to risk her life to grab that family position. Since she was young, she has had her sights set on that spot. Tip Vien warned her to give up her greed, but after becoming head of the family, her greed only grew bottomless. She wanted to keep that position for life. She was suspicious of the elders and saw her own children as threats to her status. That is why she kept such a tight watch on us. Just in case, she undervalued my talents, so she used clan members and my sisters to isolate me from everyone else. Not only that, but for some reason, even the family's guardian star shared her thinking. Sounds suspicious? Huh. Honestly, I never intend to become this clan's head. Man, that woman is seriously crazy. Kim Ju-hyuk was honest too. saying he wanted Yun Lan's imagination to run wild a bit more, but there were no hidden points to find, so he just came clean. He said he already defeated their guardian star. Yun Lan thought he was joking, but he was not. This is not something to joke about. The deception started when that star helped bring her back after she left the Silver Palace, but that is not entirely true either. According to her, that guardian star was not interested in ruling the clan at all, so I asked him myself, while still in his consciousness, Ju-Huk, after winning, did not leave right away but woke the Chaos Theory God from his dream and told him to get up so they could talk. The Chaos Theory God asked what was going on. He heard someone called Yun Lan back to the clan. Why? The current clan head asked me to do it. She said her youngest daughter needed my holy power for protection, so she thought the girl would listen to me after all. I am a powerful star in the clan, so I ordered her to call her back. This was the first time he heard about it, and only now did he realize the clan head's youngest daughter is named Yun Lan. Just that simple. So even he was used by the clan head, which means Tik Nun Ho deceived everyone around her. She threw out meaningless words to confuse people and used the guardian star to achieve her own goals. Yun Lan was furious. She never expected her stepmother to trick everyone in the clan and the guardian star just for her own gain, and to make things worse, she ruined Yun Lan's life so she could stay clan head forever. Disgusting. So I told the star to cancel the pact afterward. The pact between him and the clan head was broken, and at the same time, Tik Nen Ho received news that the Snow King reclaimed all the power he had granted her. The pact with the Snow King was shattered. Tik Nen Ho's face twisted worse than a grimace. Not just her position as clan head, she would lose everything, so she did not have to get her hands dirty. And Yun Lan blushed as she thanked him. Kim Do-haek finished the family stuff. Now it is time for business, back to physical training. Nothing else. Little do they know, a guy with a skull mask has been watching them for a while. He asks his master if he should keep following them. The horn guy orders him not to and instead to find out who his enemy is in a secret heady-up. Members are all gathered, just staring at each other. This place is full of people who look like weirdos. Purple-haired guy wearing a Jabo mask asks why they have been called together. The white-haired blindfolded guy says it is because of the call from the Star Lord. Everyone knows that. But was not the Star Lord supposed to order Kim Do-heek's assassination first? Why suddenly ask them to find his enemy? Simply because the Star-Lord changed his mind. The purple-haired guy asks who took the first order and carried it out. The Skull Mask speaks up. She asks what kind of guy Kim Do-haek is and who his target was. The Skull Mask says he is a strange one. He tracked Kim Do-haek and investigated him. The only clear info is that Kim Do-haek grew up in an orphan camp, and no one knows who his parents are. That is all. Then he followed Kim Do-heek's trail, waiting for orders from the Star-Lord, but ended up watching the kid defeat both clan members and the clan leader. Then it was the turn of the Order-S seat to start hunting down Kim Do-heek's enemy after hearing he took out the Order's guard seat. The Skull Mask was about to continue when he got a message from the seat, asking if the sword was ready yet. The Skull Mask named three: the Vanchik clan, Yuzinja, and the Azu faction. The blind guy knew Yuzinja and Aruzong were villain groups, while Vanchik was a prestigious big family from England. But Vanchik suddenly turned friendly toward Do-heek. Right now, no one is sure if those two are friends or foes. Also, Purple Hair caught wind that an assassin group called Baek Jiang has Kim Do-haek in their sights, though they have not made a move yet. The blind guy thinks they are just trying to build their reputation by doing this. New orders just came in. Wipe out all his enemies. No exceptions. The next morning, as soon as Kim Do-haek arrived at the training room, he got 3 messages from Choi Arin, all just repeating the name England. She said she was skipping training today to go back home and get something. Sounds important. I wonder what it is. It would be awesome if she brought back a sword, because it is possible that Choi Yuzinja's seat is also his disciple. After fighting the Order of Tetra, he checked the relics they collected but found nothing special. With the disaster and the Tower of Destruction looming, every disciple is important. But everything's been put on hold for now. They said the Silver Lotus Society has quite a few relics. He seriously considered dropping by. While he was thinking, someone showed up, a man wearing a black leopard mask. Kim Do-haek vaguely recognized that this guy was from the black market. He suggested they step outside to talk without drawing attention. Kim Do-haek told Yun Lang and Du Sojin to wait while he stepped out. Yun Lang did not object since it seemed easier than eating porridge, but Du Sojin wondered why he had to do that. Kim Do-haek said nothing and just left, leaving the 2 girls to bicker, though it was more like a verbal battle. The black leopard mask introduced himself as coming from the market. Kim Do-haek pretty much guessed that from his mask and outfit, but that market keeps visitors' identities secret because of the plague. Right? Showing up at school and calling someone outside like this is pretty unprofessional. The black leopard mask told him to calm down. He was just there to deliver a message. It was a letter from the real owner of the market. The seat is known as the backstage ruler. Read the letter and come to the market if you can answer it. What could that mean? The black leopard mask said the letter was sent to a few others besides him. The seat is looking for someone who can read it. The black leopard mask admitted he did not know the letter's content or meaning, so if Kim Do-haek could understand and wanted to respond, he should come to the market. The seat's owner there is waiting for him. After that, the young man said goodbye and left. The chat window popped up immediately. He asked what the letter said since he could not see it. I should go to the market. Well, that was a quick decision. The characters used to write that letter were created by me. Kim Joo-hyuk smiled with interest. At this moment, Kim Joo-hyuk was walking down the street like a lost puppy. The chat window started chatting a lot with him, noting that lately he has been going out often without telling anyone. That is true, Joo-hyuk explained. I already worked something out with the white-haired teacher. Hey, her name is Lily. Such a cool name. Do not just call her teacher, Lily said, because the last results were good. He only needs to report info about monsters and how to defeat them. The chat window still wondered. But did not you say you created the characters used in that new letter? That is right. Then why do you want to go there so badly? Those characters are from 300 years ago, but many are still around today. Joo-hyuk wondered if he should tell the chat window that it is part of his training, and maybe he could discover things he did not know. You are about to spill the beans, but never mind. You know about this anyway, so let us talk about something else. Before I get into the mindscape and give you a beatdown. The black cat sighed and oddly agreed to switch topics. The sky was pitch black as Joo-hyuk pushed open the gate a tight, closing door. Joo-hyuk thought he would never return to this black market. Yet here he was again. Joo-hyuk guessed the purple sky was because of the constellation he was about to meet here 300 years ago. The sky here was that same shade of purple. As soon as he arrived, Kim Joo-hyuk was greeted right at the door. You are here because of the letter, said a young man wearing a black cat mask. That is right. Where should I go now? Please follow me. I will lead the way. Do I need to wear a mask like you? No need. I will take you through a back route, not the main market street, in Zone 7's black market, inside a skyscraper. Joo-hyuk looked outside wondering if the black cat was around here. The heavens reminded him. Look outside, see that yellow part of the building. It is all paper money. Last time you were here, was there a building like this? Was there? I do not quite remember. Just as he was wondering, the market leader arrived. There you are. Kim Joo. Did you bring the answer to the letter? He got straight to the point, very direct. No time wasted. I do. But the letter is not something you can just reply to normally. Soka. What do you mean? Let me see it. Hand me some paper and a pen. Here you go. Thanks. The black cat felt this guy was starting to get on his nerves. Of the three people who said they would answer the letter, they were all frauds. What they brought only fueled the black cat's anger, but this young man scribbled something and said, Here. The black cat thought it looked like the description the constellation had given. But what does it mean? It means no. Instantly, the black cat's constellation reacted sharply to the answer. A fierce reaction. Joo-hyuk, you have been confirmed. You should meet him as soon as possible. All right. Joo-hyuk did not hesitate and agreed right away. The black cat quickly pulled out a token and explained that touching it would teleport Joo-hyuk into the mindscape. Okay? After blinking once, in front of Joo-hyuk stood a girl with long purple hair. This magic power, though her appearance changed, I can still sense her magic. It has been a while. Luminous, the red-eyed girl held her cheek, screaming happily. Master, your disciple is so glad to see you again. Master, Luminous knelt down to greet Joo-hyuk. Why are you kneeling? Stand up. Joo-hyuk bowed and winked at her. Yes. But Master, do you still remember these letters? You have not forgotten them. I created them, but both of you remember what happened before. That was when Luminous was rescued by Joo-hyuk and Mulan after taking you as my disciple. I realized you did not know any language or letters at all. You could only express emotions and thoughts by nodding. You refused to learn any kind of letters. So I taught you by creating a new language together with you. I thought if you liked it, you would be more interested in learning. So I did that. Then I could teach you many things, like martial arts. Thank you. Master, that is how I learned to speak and write. It is all thanks to you. Master, you understand the hidden meaning, right? Yes, I miss you a lot. Master, if we meet again, will you marry me? That is exactly why I said no. Why would you ask why? I do not have time for stuff like that. We will talk about that later. But right now, this world is super dangerous just like 300 years ago. Yeah, I get it. Luminous is bowing her head, looking kinda sad and hesitant right now. Master, do you see that building outside? The building covered in money. I see it. What about it? That whole building is for you. Master, from now on, you can live there. What? You do not want it. Joo-hyuk flat out refused. Luminous immediately freaked out, firing off 1,000 questions, and even Kim Joo-hyuk got a little annoyed with her. Looking at her, Joo-hyuk remembered why he named her Luminous, bright and shining, because he could not do anything about her, while Luminous was still desperately asking why. Joo-hyuk snapped his fingers, flicking her away. Calm down, he warned. Don't get so worked up. Luminous sulked, hugging herself. Master, you do not like my gift, But it is exactly what you need. I said I do not want a building covered in money. Luminous was sure she remembered someone saying they really wanted to live in a building wrapped in money. At that time, she asked again, a building made of money? That is right. As big as a mountain. That was Master a dream. Should I even call it a dream? Well, kind of. I guess, once peace returns, I want to live in a building covered in money. That wish is still a long way off, kid. Then get studying and become skilled. End the disaster like it never even happened. Then I can do whatever I want. Got it. Now both of you, keep training. Since then, Luminous vowed to become stronger no matter what to make Master's dream come true, even though Master could not achieve it in his lifetime. Now, 300 years later, after peace was restored, she built a building covered in money. Is that so? Wait. So you knew I would be reincarnated and built that building for me? Yes, Master. Although I did not know who you would become, I got a message saying you would be reincarnated. If not, that notification would not exist. Though surprised, hey, this is gonna drive me crazy. Luminous laughed weirdly. Damn it, can't stop her now. But you are crazy too. Luminous, now's not the time. What? Peace is still a long way off. After a while, Luminous bit her nails and agreed with Du Hyu's point. The Tower of Destruction will return soon, and disaster will strike again. Master should be resting after reincarnation this time. But instead, it is like 1,000 deadly trials await. But I am currently living in the Valhalla Academy dorms, and I refuse to stay here. Alright, Master. Luminous looked really disappointed but could not do anything. Master, can you lend me a hand for a moment? Du Hyu did not understand but still stepped aside. Luminous pulled out a ring and said she got it from the market. With it, you can move freely in the market without being bothered. You can do whatever you want, even take money from the market's finance groups. It also helps you move easily around here. It will always work. Please accept it. Master. Alright. Thank you. Du Hyu thought lately Master sure has a knack for getting rings. Soon he will have so many on his hands people might think he is cursed. Then I will leave today. Yes, Master. Outside the purple gate, a black cat standing inside got a question from the constellations. The underworld ruler asked, has he left yet? The black cat found the way they said he a bit off but did not argue. Just answered obediently, yes, he has returned to Valhalla Academy. After a pause, the underworld ruler said, we should buy back Valhalla Academy. The black cat almost fell over. Valhalla Academy? He wondered why Valhalla, and if it was related to Kim Joo-hyuk's name. The constellation just handed him the ring that controls the market that easily. What is that Kim Joo-hyuk guy plotting? What connection could a 17-year-old like him possibly have with the constellation? About Kim Joo, what is his relationship with you? The black cat could not help but ask. A word popped up on the other side. Sky. Dunny get it wrong. Luminous said, that person's my Sky. Somewhere on a mountain peak. White hair took a hit. Blonde hair took another. Both got punched right in the face. No one is lucky here. That guy took down 2 enemies in a row and then moved forward, making the 5 gang members wary. Who is he? Demon Spawn? You bastard. How dare you lay a hand on my son? This guy is the one and only destroyer. Rogan, he is furious, packing punches loaded with magic. Here he comes Dai. His fist zoomed straight at the other guy's face. Boom. The whole gang got wrecked like fireworks. While Rogan was still striking a pose, the gang's few remaining bones and skins stood there, watching and wondering why he showed up. Looks like he is here to avenge his son. Let him deal with these guys. We are going after the leader. Rogan coldly turned around, but there was no one else there, yet he did not see anyone. Meanwhile, the Demon Clan leader, Dragon King Hannibal, stood amid a patch of dissy, wondering where he was. He would heard about an intruder, then suddenly an explosion, and now he was here. This definitely is not the office. Was I teleported somewhere else? Annoying. A pair of glaring red eyes appeared, and the heartbeat of a person, and just like that, the Demon Clan leader got a hole right through his chest. After a long while of gasping, he finally let out a terrified scream. Meanwhile, the monstrous figure held his own heart in its hand. Don't worry. In this space, as long as I do not allow it, you won't die. But it still hurts like hell. The Demon Clan leader was in pain but still managed to assess this weird space and its absurdly overwhelming power. He realized this was the realm of the constellation, plus this terrifying, annoying dark magic in that goat mask. Are you the constellation of the Demon Clan? Tuji, you recognize me faster than I expected. Yes, I am the guardian constellation of the Demon Clan. Tuji, the guy in iron armor wearing a mountain goat mask, with a knack for scaring people. But why is probably because Diang Zixtana is fighting out there. He knows you attacked his son. The Demon Clan leader just shuddered at the thought of Logan's grim face. No matter which way you look at it, he has got enemies all around and no clue how to survive this mess. Even if he was not the one who started it, he would still take down every last one of you. The Demon Clan leader was stunned by Tuji's words. Why? You and your crew are also targeting Kim Joo-hyuk. Right? Dunty, we share the same goal. At first, yes, from the start, he was our target. Do you know how we pick our targets? I do not. The strongest. We only go after those who brag about being the strongest, whether they really are or not. What? Then why do you target dying Vivtin before? Because he bragged he was the strongest, but a half-witted guy like him does not deserve that title. Then I do not know anything. I never claimed to be the strongest. True, but you made a mistake. You tried to take down the one who truly deserves the title of strongest. Behind 2G, red flames blazed fiercely, ready to incinerate anyone foolish enough to cross him. The Demon Clan leader never expected things to come to this, nor did he understand what trying to take down the one who deserves the title of strongest really meant. He just figured if he did not act soon, he would end up dead by this crazy constellation's hand for sure. So no matter how strong this constellation realm is, he would use his own talents and magic to fight back. With that, the Demon Clan leader bit his lip, ready to strike. He thought once he broke through this constellation realm, he could find a way out of this hellhole. So he attacked without holding back. Chuji Sakali, watching with mild amusement, a sacred talent, probably something he always carries since the concepts are linked to the constellation realm. The Demon Clan leader was not messing around and focused all his strength into a shadowy tentacle punch. The punch hit once, unleashing a purple smoke. When it cleared, the strike had smashed right into the wall. He cursed under his breath as he saw 2G dodge effortlessly. He suspected his back was exposed and immediately spun around, eyes sharp and alert. Surprisingly, no one was behind him either, and panic started to creep in. What the hell? The constellation just disappeared. Besides, I can't even sense his presence, let alone his magic. This is possible within the mindset of that constellation. Can you really detect that rising magical energy? Damn it! Where did it go? Right behind you, Dad, the strongest one. My master? Who dares lay a hand on him? I will stab right through any opponent. No gentle tricks here. Next morning, Valhalla dorm, although he just read the news and was stunned, he stuck his head out to see what was happening. The guilds of the demon students and demon Jiho have all been wiped out. That sudden? Think about it, have not you fought both clans before? Yeah, I plan to take them down someday after leaving Valhalla. But it seems I do not have to worry about that anymore. Wait, hold on, you are planning to leave Valhalla? Aren't you graduating? Yeah. I only joined because the notification window told me to come here. Now that I have fulfilled all its requirements, there is no reason for me to stay at this school. It is not like I am leaving immediately only after the disaster ends. Fine. No one can really stop you anyway. Valhalla Director's Office. Valhalla Academy Director Sim Deok Gun looks surprised at the visitor. Who are you? Nice to meet you. I am Black, the boss of the black market. Black Mew wastes no time, introduces himself, then gets straight to business. I won't beat around the bush. Sell me this school. Director. Is your heart okay? What? Director Sim is shocked but quickly regains composure. Wait, you just said you are the head of the black market. That is right. So you have heard of it too? I know of it, but I have never set foot there. Everyone says that the first time they hear about it. Anyway, I can sell Valhalla Academy to such a shady place. Really? Black Mew snapped his fingers, and a glass overflowing with money appeared right before Sim's eyes. How about this? I do not need the money. If you think I will sell the school that easily, you are wrong. Do you know what I was thinking when I founded this academy? When I was a hunter, Korea was too weak against the labyrinths and monsters. When criminals break the law, they are easily caught by the police. But what about monsters? When monsters invade, the government sends letters to guilds, asking their hunters to handle the threat. The government also formed a squad of contract holders to fight back, but they picked members carelessly. So in the end, it fell apart and was less effective than the guild hunters. That is why I decided to build an academy myself, to train hunters and contract holders strong enough to rival other powers. Now I am here managing it. The top contract holders graduating from Valhalla work as hunters in various guilds and other fields. Thanks to them, monsters in Korea have been pushed back at record speed, the fastest in the world, so you get why I want to sell it. Right? Yeah, a touching story. Sir, I am not saying I will change your education policies. Principal, the school's education policies will stay the same, but the real owner will be me. How can I trust you? Well then, Black Mew snapped his fingers again, and the pile of money doubled. More cash. Right? Like I said, money is not the issue. Black Mew looked more confused the more he heard and kept snapping his fingers, adding more cash. There was so much money that Sim was left speechless. Money completely covered his desk, and of course, with that much cash, who could refuse? Take good care of this place. This old man is taking a break now. Black Mew quickly changed the nameplate. The place just got a new owner. Sir, I have bought back the Valhalla Academy as you ordered. Right away, Luminous issued new instructions. The underground ruler said to create a gate between the building and Valhalla Academy. The building? You mean the central market building? Right? The underground ruler also said to install cameras everywhere. Cameras? I thought they were already installed at the academy. The underground ruler said to add more anyway. Got it. I am allowed to monitor those tailing master. Luminous smiled dangerously. After school, suddenly there is new orders. The school seems kind of chaotic today. Sir, really? I did not notice much. Seems like the teachers are busy with something. Actually, today's self-study time was longer than usual. You noticed all that. I am starting to get a little scared of you, even though I get it. Right at this moment someone called you Joy Aaron. You have been back from visiting home. Yeah, I have been in class all day. Did not you see? I do not know. I have mostly been sleeping, heading to the gym now. Yeah, that is right. I will come with you then. I have got something I want you to see. What is this mysterious stuff? The top guys are all gathering at the gym to see what Joy Aaron wants to show. All I see is her slowly drawing a sword. What is that? Isn't he that the sword I have seen before? Yep. Actually, I came back to my clan to get this sword. Unexpectedly, that sword is radiating a powerful magical energy. Exactly. This is my family's heirloom treasure. Sozin went silent hearing that. What? Is that the Lamb Guyot sword? The relic of Joy Jenga. That is right. How do you have it? After passing my clan's selection test, I became the rightful heir to this sword. Even so, is not it a bit much for a high schooler to carry something so precious? The clan head gave permission, so it is fine. Hey, do you think it is okay for me to train with the Lamb Guyot sword? If you want to, then go ahead. There is nothing you can do if you want to. Once it is in your hands, all the rice turns to brawn. Before that, can I hold the sword for a bit? Sozian jumped up. That is a family heirloom, holding the power of a whole star cluster. And you want to hold it. Doohyu's face went dark with frustration. This girl is such a pain. All right, here you go. Arian handed it to Doohyu, and Sozian started yelling at her for being careless. When Doohyu held the sword, he felt something strange. The magical energy from this thing gave him a strangely familiar feeling, and suddenly the surroundings shifted. Before Doohyu stood an ancient arena, and there was a tall man from Tran standing there. Long time no see. Hein oh hein. That man was Choi Jinga, the guardian constellation Dao Quang. Meeting an old friend like this? No way. Kim Doohyu was confused at first, then suddenly remembered. It is that kid. Huh, how long are you going to keep calling me kid? Huh, you see, I have grown up now. Wait, let me think. Have I ever told you my name before? You have just been charging at me with swords. No names or anything. Well, I want to now, but right after becoming a constellation, I forgot my own name. Jinga looks kind of regretful. Even if you tell me your name, I am still going to call you kid. You are ruthless. Man, Doohyu did not expect Jinga to have become a constellation. While he was still forcing himself to accept that he would always be the kid in Jinga's eyes, Doohyu watched him thoughtfully and wondered how interesting it is that even a kid can become a constellation. Flashback to the meeting 300 years ago, when Jinga was just a kid half the height of Hyen-Oh. Since then, the Sword King's been itching to fight you. Fight your grandson then. What is he even saying? Kid, are not you the strongest adult around here? Then fight me. Morin's face darkened. This kid just called his master uncle even though he just grew up. Should I take care of him? Master, calm down. Hyen-Oh. Morin looked at Jinga and asked, why are you even trying to fight? You love fighting that much. I want to create the strongest sword technique ever. The strongest sword style that can make anyone, young or old, male or female, stronger. When monsters attacked my family, they all died because no one knew how to fight with a sword. That is why I want to create the strongest sword technique, so no one else has to go through what I did. So fight me. The sword style that beats you will soon become the strongest. Hyen-Oh smirked. What a brave kid. But if you can't even hold a sword properly, how can you talk about swordsmanship? If you call me bro, I will be your opponent. Doohyu immediately sensed his master was annoyed by this kid. Jinga did not realize he was annoying, just eager to fight no matter what. Fine, I will fight you, bro. Wait. Doohyu laughed fearlessly and threw a punch at the kid. That kid was a pain, wanting to fight you every week. If you lost even once back then, none of that would be happened, right? Doohyu grumbled. You want to be the strongest swordsman? Seriously? Well, thanks for teaching me after every loss. Because of that, I was able to create my own sword style. Are you talking about the invincible sword? Exactly. If you had been my disciple back then, I could have trained you more closely. Do you think so? I did think that at the time. But if I became your disciple, no matter how much I perfected the sword style, it would still be your style, not mine. So I gave up on that. You are pretty bold, kid. Doohyu praised. I always wondered why Choi Aaron's sword style felt so familiar. Now I get it. Jinga bragged proudly. You know, after becoming a constellation, I worked hard to teach my contractor my sword style, but it is very different from the sword styles you know. Yeah. These days people focus more on magic training than physical training. If they learned my sword style in its original form, their bodies would be overwhelmed, so I modified it a bit to make it easier to learn, but it is still far from being the strongest sword style. Really, I did not expect you would reincarnate as a high schooler. Hayek suddenly remembered something and asked Jiga, before you met me, did you get any sort of notification window or something like that? Why do you ask? Weird. Lumina said she knew she reincarnated through a notification window. I could not ask Moron. But I guess he knew he was going to reincarnate too, so the notification only goes to those directly connected to you. That makes sense then. Hyan Oh, this might be fate. Can we fight? Sure. Let us see how much you have improved. Alright. It has been a while since I smelled a challenge like this. Hyan Oh charged with a familiar killer look, and Jiga was right there with him. Back in reality, Hyan Oh's face broke into a smile. That was fun. As Hayek handed the sword back to Arin, he added that her constellation is a good person, so keep training and chatting with him regularly. Okay? Got it. Arin really listens to Doohik. Meanwhile, her constellation got wrecked by him, lying on the dirt. Complaining seriously? It makes no sense at all. At this moment, at the Ji family in China, all the senior elders gathered around a roundtable meeting. Jian spoke up first. Elders, you called me here. What is going on? The eldest J clan elder sat down and said, you already know the position of female clan leader is still vacant. We called you here because it seems we need to pick a new female clan leader as soon as possible. The old man with the headscarf added, we are thinking of asking you, president of the White Lotus Society, to become the female clan leader, but according to our tradition, the head of the White Lotus Society can become the female clan leader. Do you have any other candidates in mind? President, the long-haired elder also chimed in, whoever it is, we need someone better than Jiling, the previous female clan leader. She is a ruthless woman who used the clan's protective constellation as a weapon to keep her seat. Yun thought for a moment and said, I understand. The candidate I want to nominate is, I do not know who exactly yet, but I do know Yan Lan is ready to go all out against Aaron. Both of them are already set to clash. Kim Juhek stood with arms crossed and reminded, like I said before, keep magic used to a minimum during fights, and rely mostly on physical strength. Also, that sword is a sacred relic, so bring it out fully sheathed when you fight. Got it. Aaron agreed. I am fine with drawing the sword. I am confident in myself. Yanlan said. Juhek scolded. You are fighting barehanded. What if you get cut? Accidents during training would be a real headache. But hey, why are you here? Juhek turned to glare at Sojong. Last time I watched you and Yanlan spar, you said nothing. So why ask now? Actually, you are curious about Yan, the one who dominated her last spar and now will fight Aaron, even though Choi Aaron got stronger thanks to Juhek's guidance and the sacred relic. Sojong was not sure if she could beat Yan Lan. Listen to Juhek. Kitty, if you draw your sword, you are definitely going to get hurt. Aaron did not want to accidentally stab a fellow student. Yan Lan got mad hearing that. Don't call me Kitty anymore. Then she charged forward. Aaron was not scared. She held her guard tight and spun her sword out. Yan Lan's punch hit the sword guard, and they locked blades head on. The force was intense. Sojong struggled to watch, but Juhek stayed ice cold. Yan Lan gritted her teeth, thinking using bare hands against a sword was not smart, but Aaron still got pushed back. Yan Lan charged again fiercely, this time aiming a knee straight at Aaron's face. Aaron was not dumb enough to take that knee head on, so she dodged fast and took a quick stab at Yan Lan's exposed stomach. Seeing that, Yan Lan quickly blocked but still took a painful hit. Yan Lan stepped back a bit, and Aaron switched to offense. She swung her sword horizontally, and Yan Lan ducked to avoid it. No magic, but the sword's energy still cracked the wall behind them. Yan Lan thought, this sharp girl is strong, but she is no pushover either. She tiptoed and jumped, wondering when Aaron got this powerful. Just thinking that, Yan Lan's arm hit Aaron's sword sheath. Yan Lan did not know what skills Aaron had, but she just took a direct punch from his daddy. Aaron winced from the hit, but the sacred sword absorbed some of the damage. Yan Lan had seen Aaron spar with Juhek a few times, but never this strong. Her movements were totally different now. While Yan Lan was lost in thought, Aaron swung her sword close, slashing across Yan Lan's stomach. Luckily, Yan Lan dodged quickly, or she would be done for, though she still got a nasty cut. Nice dodge. Kitty, already in pain and still being called the name I hate the most, Yan Lan argued back fiercely. If you fight like that, how can you possibly beat me? That said, Yun Lan knew Aaron had already seen through all her direct attacks. Her strength had limits. If she kept attacking like this, she would run out of energy first, turning this battle into a one-sided stomp. She had to brace herself to take a hit from Aaron and then counterattack. Yun Lan and Aaron went back into defensive stances. This time Aaron went first, swinging her sword downward, gritting her teeth. Yun Lan blocked it and seized the chance to close in and land a hook punch that cracked Aaron's jaw. Aaron's jaw twisted as she slammed down hard. While Yun Lan was panting heavily, despite the pain, Aaron quickly grabbed her sword and sat up. Just then, Juhek spoke up. Enough. Training us over. You are both hurt, so head to the healer. I will give my feedback and evaluations later. Got it. Aaron obeyed Juhek, who thought this girl was not bad at all. After quietly making a pact with her husband and Than Kim, It seemed she had been talking to that kid regularly. In such a short time, her skills had improved noticeably. Juhee glanced over at Lan, who was still panting hard, and asked, "You okay?" Lan looked at her hand that had just blocked the sword and sighed. "Sometimes you've got to take risks to gain more." Luckily, I purposely moved deeper into her sword's path. If it had been the sword tip, forget about blocking, it might have cut me down before I could even react. The farthest point near the tip carries the most force. I only managed to block because I got close and stopped the sword blade's edge, which has less cutting power. Could the reason she suddenly got stronger have something to do with that artifact? Lan suddenly thought of the family gloves. They had an artifact too, right? Anyway, today's fight was enough. Fine then. A few days later, Du Hee-gyu and the witch had another chance to meet. "I have found the exact location of the great disaster." Looking smug, the witch said this, and Du Hee-gyu just asked, "Where is it?" "It is in Exaim City, that is the name of the place." "Do you know the exact date?" 3 weeks from now. Last time it was about 3 months, so this seems pretty accurate. So you want to defeat the maze as quickly as possible, right? Exactly. What should I do about the monsters that escape when inside the maze? Like I said before, form a team. Have you found anyone useful yet? Du Hee-gyu thought of the 2 new disciples, Tae-se and Lan's group reluctantly. "I think someone can help." "Really? Why not hire some contract warriors to that area?" "Sounds good, but remember you are the only one who needs to eliminate the bug inside the maze." "Got it." With the strategy set, Du Hee-gyu summarized the mission. "I will put the ring inside and quickly solve the maze. Instead of smashing it apart, we go straight through and take care of the bug." "Right? Exactly. That is the plan. What should I do after that?" The witch smiled and produced a small colored stone. "Use this." "What is this?" "It is a one-time teleport crystal. If you channel magic into it, it will teleport you here." Surprised, Du Hee-gyu thought, "Usually she flicks it and sends me after. Can't she just call me herself?" "Of course I can. But there is a limit to how much outsiders can know about the inside. I plan to carefully observe the bug's actions when the disaster happens, so you better leave as soon as the maze is cleared." "Alright, then get ready. We will meet again in 3 weeks." The red-haired witch said this and snapped her fingers. Du Hee-gyu walked along, thinking over the battle plan. "First, I will contact Adelia and tell her some Ventrix family contract warriors are ready. The kids I am training do not seem to be a burden right now, so I can easily bring them along. Since 3 weeks later falls on a weekend, I should arrange to meet them then. First, let me ask Lily." She called because she wanted to meet up. "Du Hee-gyu, you have been lied to." On the other end, a piercing cry made Du Hee-gyu pull the phone away. "What is going on?" "I got fired by Valhalla." Lily's tears were streaming down like a river. Du Hee-gyu paused, as if her firing was not surprising at all. "Really? What do you mean by that? Isn't that a bit harsh?" "She got fired because she deserved it." Classic Du Hee-gyu, sharp-tongued and impossible to deal with. "You may be a bit clueless in front of Du Hee-gyu, but as a trainer, you have been doing fine. Even if you were not top of the class or writing monster reports outside class." Du Hee-gyu fell silent. Honestly, that did sound a bit off. Normally, trainers do not get fired in the middle of the semester, right? Not outside a break. Lily sobbed and complained. Even with a change in president, this was way too sudden. "What? The president changed?" "That is a secret from the students. I do not know why, but I was told to keep quiet. So there won't be any news about it." Du Hee-gyu found that pretty suspicious and kept pretending not to notice. Why would they secretly switch presidents like that? "So if Lily got fired, I won't be able to use my influence to get out freely anymore. Is this a break from classes? I think I will head to the president's office. Once there, I will try to find out what is going on." "Du Hee-gyu, you do not have to do that." He did not listen and just hung up. Right then, Du Hee-gyu got a message from Lan. "Hey, I heard I got fired from Valhalla." "Why?" Du Hee-gyu was stunned. "What now? Why did she get fired so suddenly too? Why is all this happening out of nowhere? And even more weird stuff keeps popping up around me. Whatever it is, I should see the president quickly." When he arrived, the current president was Cat Singer. "I kinda guessed it, and turns out I was right. Black Cat, you became the academy president." "Not really. I am just the acting president for now." "So the real president is watching you serve. Then why did you fire Lan and Lily? Because of Luminous?" "That is right. Why? I made up my mind to free the master from those foxes who dared to challenge him. No hesitation, fire them immediately." "That is what he said. I even wanted to fire that trainee. Koi Arin, is that okay?" "Did so. Hold back and retract those firing orders. I do not care about anyone. I am just teaching and using them. But I do not like that they got fired because of me." A notice appeared before Cat Singer, who responded in extreme disappointment. "Fine." He agreed, "But why did you buy back Valhalla?" "It was an order from the Holy Constellation. Cat Singer said he heard you refused to live in the market building." "Because I am still living in the dorm, so if I buy back Valhalla, Master can live there." "That is what he said when I bought it. Just for that, and I connected a room in Valhalla to the market building. Only those authorized can enter that room. so you can use it freely. Alright, need anything else, so you can do whatever you want with the academy. Right? I do not plan to interfere with training more than I have to. Then, can you help me with something? 3 weeks later, Inksurong City. The white-haired youth stared in shock at the horrifying scene before him. What is this? Monsters of all kinds are invading from the sky to the ground. Smoke and fire everywhere. These crazed beasts are smashing everything and slaughtering people. And the white-haired guy is still freaking out. He came here because of something related to his family. But what the heck are these monsters? Just then, a piercing scream rang out. There is a girl being chased by a monster. The monster is holding her purse with one hand and lunging at her with the other. The white-haired guy quickly shields her with a mana barrier. His other hand is charged up, ready to deliver a thunderous punch straight to the monster's face. After taking it down, he tells the girl, more goblins are coming, so Ross, thank you. After his heroic rescue, the white-haired guy swallows hard, realizing these monsters are totally different from the fake ones he fought in simulations. The heavy impact with each hit makes his skin crawl. He managed to take down one goblin, but can he handle this whole swarm? The white-haired guy mutters under his breath, at least I have to take out half of them. While he is thinking that, Yanlan and Choi Iron rush past like a gust of wind, making him look stunned. Yanlan lunges and punches the goblin right in the face. Choi Iron slashes with a blade, sending several monsters down for the count. Just one attack, and the whole group is wiped out. Sojin finally arrives at Fanen and is shocked. Wait, are they already done here? The white-haired guy recognizes her. Both girls turn around, and he recognizes them too. Why are you guys here? I think you should be asking that person over there. One of them replies. Zico looks back as Kim Juaik strolls over, hands in his pockets back to 2 weeks ago. Juaik and Black Cat summon Yanlan, Arin, and Sojin to Van Hallis conference room. Yanlan immediately asks, why did you call me here? Haven't we finished physical training already? I called you because I have something private to discuss. Before that, you saw the cat over there, right? Black Cat. Right here, that is the current chairman of Van Halla. Zico and Sojin are shocked and ask, what about the chairman from last time? Black Cat replies, the principal retired and handed the chairmanship to me. But personally, we have not heard any official news about the change in chairmanship. Please understand that this was done secretly for a reason. Anyway, this will be announced to all students soon enough. You are just hearing it a bit earlier. Let me introduce myself. I am Black Cat. Looking forward to working with you. Sozian freezes. Black Cat. Then Juhai continues. Anyway, the reason we have a new chairman is because I proposed a new department, and he approved it. It is a special class where students can freely join extracurricular activities without going through traditional classes. Do you want to join? Yanlan points to herself. Confused? So I guess I do not have to change much. Right? Right? But I called you here to join this. You will still train, but now you will also have chances to go out and hunt monsters. This will make you stronger. What do you think? Yanlan's overjoyed, nodding eagerly. Really? That good? So I am... Of course. I will join if Juhaik wants me to. Joyarin immediately agrees too. Only Sojin looks hesitant. Wait, I am a bit lost here. First, about the new chairman, is he the boss of the night market? Black Cat. Yeah. You know about the black market. At first, I thought the black market was just internet nonsense. I did not know it was real. How can the boss of an underground market be publicly known and even become the academy chairman? Well, that is how it is. Not surprising I am everywhere. So then, how did Juhaik's proposal for the special class get approved? Or maybe you have known the new president for a while. Sojin claims he can't keep up. But honestly, he is the most level-headed one here, and Juhyu does not mind admitting he is known Black Cat before, which got Sojin thinking, I know this guy's ridiculously strong, but he is close to the black market boss too. This is not your average student level anymore. Juhyu noticed the way he was looking at him but did not mind and just asked, you are joining too, right? Of course. Who do say no to joining a class when there is no reason not to? Black Cat reminded them. Oh yeah? There are conditions tied to skipping basic classes and written tests. You will have to participate in events like debates or practical exams that involve public exposure. They actually said that. At first, I thought the same, but after thinking it over, I realized I am in a position where I have to consider it too. In a way, the students with the highest privileges, right? You need something to convince the other students and council members. First, the very first students in this special class have to be strong enough to earn recognition from the others. So in that regard, there is no problem. But from the school's perspective, letting Van Halla's strongest student into the special class without showing anything would be a mistake. So I hope you will actively join extracurricular activities to boost Van Halla's reputation. You can teach us go hunting monsters outside, right? That'd be great. But if you can show off your strength in front of other students, that works too. This is not a request from Mayo, but more from Van Halla's president himself, though Ju-hee wondered if this guy suddenly felt responsible for being president, When he thought he just bought the academy for fun by foot, it cost a fortune, and if he mismanages it, it will go bankrupt for sure. Juhi could not argue with Mio, so he reluctantly agreed those are the conditions. Anyone changing their mind? Yanlan said, well, nothing's really changing for me, so I am fine with it, and it seemed others felt the same. Yeah, that is right. Both Aaron and Sojin were determined to seize this opportunity. Juhi was super happy. Alright, then the first extracurricular for this class will be... what else? Dragging people to the Mekong. Of course, didn't expect to run into someone familiar here. Juhi's ride. What are you doing here? You should be the one asking. I came down here for the weekend since my folks live nearby and this chaotic mess happened. But why are you guys here? Why? Juhi drew his sword, ordered Aaron and Yenlan. Ready, go. Yes, sir. The fierce trio charged forward. Ahead was a swarm of root beasts wrapped in stone, with wings every kind imaginable. Juhi sneered, drawing his sword. We are here to do this. With one swing, he cut through the entire group of root beasts. Juhi confidently charged right into the root beasts. One swing later, the whole pack big and small went down. Juhi shrugged, impressed with himself. Not bad. The people behind him, especially Juhi's ride, were witnessing his terrifying power for the first time. Jaws dropping. Juhi's ride wondered, is this guy always a monster like this? Among them were high-level demons they would never fought even in practice exams, and he took them all down with a single strike. Right then, a shadowy man appeared next to Juhi. I found a labyrinth that seems to be the source of this disaster. It is about 5 kilometers away, and monsters are swarming densely around it. What about the Vanchik family agents? They are each evacuating civilians while holding back the monster damage. Moron. Is your constellation still not awake? He has not responded yet. Juhi frowned. It has been 3 months since that girl went on vacation, and still no word. Catching monsters is not that hard anyway. Well, she can only handle small fry enemies. So, whatever, tell those Vanchik guys to stop playing dress up with those skimpy outfits and help evacuate by treating the injured civilians. Looks like the brother's a bit stunned from getting roasted like that. That is not exactly helping your family's damaged reputation. Right? Fine, he's a bit cocky, but his reasoning is solid. So, whatever, can we head to the disaster's epicenter now? Before that, Aaron, Yenlan, you two take care of those monsters attacking civilians, and get everyone evacuated. The two girls did not hesitate at all. Do Sozin, clear the path to your family's house with Yuze Hiu. Sozin was not happy about that. Why are you pairing me with that clueless, half-brain idiot? Alright. Yuze Hiu frowned, already sensing this squad's gonna be a mess, but that is not what Hiu cared about. Can we go now? To the disaster's epicenter. A massive monster squad guarded a tiny gate. The Vanchik brothers stared off into the distance and briefed Hiu. That bump over there looks like the entrance to a maze. 2 guys are on the rooftop, directing the 7 squads below. There are fewer high-level monsters, but the overall numbers are still huge. I think if all our family's agents focus on one point and break through with Hiu leading, it could work. The Vanchik brother was hyped to be the strategist, but his plan did not convince Hiu. That tact is pretty basic and wastes way too much time. Still, it seems like the best option. Got any better ideas? Hiu gave a seriously sinister smile. I do, Hiu said, and the brother nervously watched him climb the railing. Of course. Hiu jumped down so fast the older brother could not react. The grunt soldiers below looked dumb but had a sharp nose for the enemy. Before Hiu even landed, they spotted him. They smelled him quickly, but their reflexes were slow, so they chose to block Hiu's direct sword strike. The brother on the roof watched wide-eyed. Jaw dropped. What the heck? He took down every single monster with just one strike. Now the rumor about a powerful contract holder being a high schooler sounds legit. That is a strength on par with a star. Kim Do-hyu did not know what the brother was thinking, just stared at the monster corpses and muttered, not bad. Earlier, Hugh signed a contract with Luminous to use her powers, which turned out pretty handy. Alright, let us get into that maze quickly. Oh yeah? She told me to wear this ring to beat the maze boss. Right? Hugh remembered the witch's words and put the ring on. Prep's done, and he is itching to clear this maze. Meanwhile, in Ventrix, England, the Ventrix family estate was still lit up. Adelia had not gone to bed yet. The disaster info just came in, and it looks like the South Korean government is only just catching up. According to the latest update she got, about 50% of the residents there have moved to safety, and I heard Kim Do-hyu is leading the group smoothly toward the disaster's center. Is he planning to go there alone? Hugh really intends to single-handedly take down the maze. The source of this disaster, while Adelia was pondering, a yellow window popped up beside her. The constellation asked how much time had passed. Adelia was thrilled like a kid on Christmas. Are you serious? Constellation, are you awake? Almost 3 months. The constellation replied, then asked where its owner was. Do-hyu is out there, chopping monsters like crazy. What else? The 3 waited. then suddenly burst out laughing. It looks like the master is swinging his sword normally. But actually, he is mercilessly slashing them down. That has got to be a martial arts blunder. What is this? Quiet for a while, then suddenly spouting nonsense. Where did you hear that? Seems like the master's disciples, those who climbed the Tower of Destruction while he ruled it, used to call it that. My disciples? That is just some name they randomly gave to the sword technique they used to hunt monsters. The name is totally lame. Oh, really? Zhu thinks his labyrinth's bigger than the usual one. If we fight each monster one by one, we will be late, then no choice but to use a special move. Mana spreads across the ground. The three are confused about what the master's doing. Shut up. I am tracking the labyrinth's core by sensing the mana. Usually, a dungeon boss spawns at a spot like the core, so wherever there is a big mana concentration, that is where the boss is, founded at the very bottom of the labyrinth. From what I know, the inside of a labyrinth is pretty tough to destroy. Yeah, that is why I am borrowing my disciple's power. A sword stroke emits a dark purple aura, instantly cracking the ground beneath. Quickly, the ground shatters and collapses. Zhu follows the fall into the depths. Is that a person? The boss? In front of Zhu stands a young man who looks like an ant knight. The ant knight wields a spear, clad in medieval armor, and defends with sharp, quick moves. Zhu watches him with interest. A boss using a fishing net as a weapon. Sure, the weapon's range is a bit limited, but with sword skills and my powers, it will be fine. The key is still to destroy the labyrinth's core. That blue core stone is probably behind this guy. The best way to deal with him is to counterattack, not just blindly slash his sword away. The boss pulls back deeply, then thrusts the spear hard toward Zhu, but he is not standing still to get hit. Zhu dodges like the wind and exposes the boss's hidden evil, approaching to unleash the full power of his strike. The general quickly swings a sharp spear strike. Oh no. Zhu leans back, dodging while yelling. The spear's attack range really can't be outrun. It is like attaching a magic sword blade to a stick to extend its reach. The boss steps back a bit to gain momentum, then launches forward again. This time, he uses a rapid combo jab, trying to turn Zhu into a beehive. Zhu's face stays cold, blocking every hit. But he is secretly cursing this guy keeps his distance, so he can counterattack. The general charges a powerful jab that tears up at the ground under Zhu's feet. Zhu quickly jumps to dodge, and the boss uses the force to fling rocks at him. While Zhu deals with the stones, the boss tiptoes up with a smug grin. The boss confidently swings a fierce spear strike. Zhu's expression stays as he spins his sword to block. The clash is fierce, shaking the boss a bit, but he still manages to push Zhu back. The three start firing off 100 questions. Is the master getting pushed back? Zhu thinks silently. This guy's dense. Don't you see everything I do has a reason? The real target is the blue stone right behind the ant knight. The real plan is to lure him away from the labyrinth's core stone. Alright, in situations like this, instead of using the star's power, maybe I should handle you my own way. Embarrassed, the boss charges again to prove who is really in charge here. This time, the distance is perfect. Zhu dances with his sword, showing off, then leaps behind the boss to strike. The boss grits his teeth in anger but only lasts 5 seconds before he is torn apart. The ring on Zhu's hand, usually still, now reacts. The ring glows blue, sucking in a thick black smoke, and the boss waits. It feels like something got sucked into the ring. Master, what do you make of it? Zhu thinks it might be absorbing something, like the name the guide mentioned. Even if we talk, the boss would not hear it while waiting. But now, wait, what did you say just now? Did I get pushed back? It has been a while since you have taken a hit. So you want to get one now? Zhu laughed so hard the golden bowl slipped. Sorry. Enough. Let us just get out of here before this place collapses. Just then, his attention caught the spear lying on the ground where the boss was earlier. Did this item get dropped? Why was not it sucked into the ring just now? Should I pick it up and carry it? The spear in his hand quietly radiated a dark red mana. Meanwhile, under the ancient tree in a large chamber, a shadowy figure sat behind a curtain. Like a master pulling the strings, a fully covered man in black stood respectfully at the end. Master of the maze, the disaster is over. Is that so? How long did this disaster last? Only 2 hours. 2 hours? How long did the last disaster last? 5 days, sir. The maze master was briefly stunned, then exclaimed, has the time really shortened that much? I think the overall difficulty level of the disaster has increased, thanks to creating beings named after constellations and copying their powers. That is right. Was there anyone playing a special role in ending this maze disaster? Actually, the maze disappeared so fast I could not even react in time. Alright, we will look into that later. For now, we need to speed up the plan a bit more. We will spread the names all over this place. That will make future disasters stronger by gathering the names of the most powerful constellations. I will disperse them using a completely different method than before, so the Awakening Association 1T be able to keep up. Get ready. Yes, The Maze Master is really looking forward to the day he gets to taste the power of the strongest. News about Juhai quickly defeating the disaster made headlines. Naturally, this caught the attention of many, including a platinum-haired young man with heterochromatic eyes marked by a strange sigil. He stared intently at the news on the screen, muttering to himself, so right after this guy took out the assassination squad, he also wiped out the dungeon disaster in one go. Awesome! The white-haired guy grinned wickedly. He is the perfect target to boost the guild's reputation. This dude is Ruby, leader of the Alchemist's Zone Guild. He excitedly glanced sideways. I think we will make a big score if we take him down. What do you think? Sitting next to Ruby was a fully covered man in black, wearing a cracked mask with just one hole. The man replied, You are right, but it will be risky if we do not prepare carefully. Of course. He has probably been on high alert since we first noticed him, if since the festival and school tournament. Kim Joo-hyuk reached rank. Now he is probably close to ranks. No doubt. I guess I will have to handle this mission myself. Ruby's word made the masked man uneasy, but Ruby was still pumped up. Giving orders, gather the guild members. We are starting the plan to take down Kim Joo-hyuk. Meanwhile, at Valhalla dormitory, Kim Joo-hyuk finally dragged himself home. Letting out a relieved sigh, he immediately flopped onto his bed and groaned, I am dead tired. After that, Joo-hyuk thought about how he would fully absorb the power from that stone and that his strength had grown quite a bit since he first entered the dungeon, but he was still far from his peak. The reduced spellcasting limit capped his mana every time he used his abilities. That is why I got tired so fast after handling just one dungeon disaster. I still have a long way to go. But dealing with this maze worm disaster was easier than I expected. Not sure if he is one of the Lord of the Maze named ones, but he seems pretty weak. Still, thanks to the help from my disciples' powers, no major problems have come up yet. I think I am starting to understand why people in this era pay such a high price to sign contracts with a constellation. When a name is given to someone, they gain the power of a constellation. I look troubled, and just then, Bader appears to check in. That is because of these so-called constellations and the names. I guess you went straight to the guide right after taking down the worm. What did she say? Kim Joo-hyuk was silent, recalling that moment. After finishing the disaster, he immediately teleported to the guide. She lit up when she saw him. There you are. You handled that disaster. Yeah. I defeated the worm pretty easily and finished it properly. Joo-hyuk glanced at the stone slowly dissolving and frowned. The water mage smiled and explained. That stone was just a one-time use item. But what is that stick? This stick fell from the dungeon worm. For some reason, the ring did not absorb it, so I kept it with me. Really? That is weird. The water mage looked skeptical, but she quickly changed the subject. Let me see that ring. Joo-hyuk took off the ring and handed it to the guide. She examined the ring radiating that purple energy for a while, then said, Good. Looks like it absorbed the right name. Here. Take it. She added, This is just the beginning. Like I said before, names might be passed to different people. It is very likely the higher level names will be used by the Maze's Master soon, meaning stronger enemies will appear. I will try to find out exactly who they are, but chances are, they come from the Tower of Destruction, the place you passed through. Those bastards. Just thinking about it makes Joo-hyuk annoyed and fed up, and now he is going to have to face them a lot. He held his head, thinking about those guys making him want to lose it. Come on, you can do this. All right, we will meet again soon, before these names get passed too far away. I hope you can weaken their power a bit. Now, he is just lying here grumbling. Well, she said the more powerful, higher tier names might get passed along again. Bader replied, Got it. So they are the people from the Tower of Destruction. I have been inside that tower, but I do not remember anyone there at all. Well, on the first floor, there are only basic monsters. Yeah, those guys probably do not even have names to lose. It is likely those people come from the second floor or higher, right? And from now on, the number of annoying bastards will increase once they are given names. Wait, if the ones from the Tower of Destruction come down, one to you turn back into a maze bug like them. Beatrice is shocked to the point of glitching the interface. What? No way. Didn't you tell the master you were forced to join that tower? Damn it. That stammer just makes me more suspicious. Try saying Maze Lord. You bastard. Bear practically risked his life to say that twice funny, but no need to repeat it a second time. But fine. You win. Bate did not hide it and let out a relieved breath. Still, even though Hake sensed something off, if Barrett was forced, why did not he have that power? Looking at all his disciples and other stars, even if they can directly affect this world, they still provide some power to their contractors, but this disciple is the only star with no power at all. Come to think of it, I heard my name was not stolen by the Maze Lord, which is why I reincarnated instead of becoming a star, and those who knew me before still call me by my old name. Whatever. This problem won't be solved by just overthinking it. For now, training is my top priority. Until my power returns to what it was in my past life, I will find the answer to this mess. The next day, after class, Haik-see Jim Valhalla grabbed his gear and headed to train. He kept thinking about how Kim Joo-hyuk wiped out those monsters like mowing grass, and the more he thought, the stronger he seemed. But even so, I still do not want to admit that power. Still, after seeing what he did in the disaster dungeon, even if I could not help, I had to admit he is amazing. And it is not just Kim Joo-hyuk, 3 others he trained could easily take down those monsters too, if only I could get training from Kim Joo-hyuk as well. Thinking that, he stormed into the gym shouting, Kim Joo, but the room was empty except for Yun Lang, who was wiping sweat and blushing. The 2 guys stared at each other, stiff as glue. Half an hour earlier, Yun Lang was running panting hard. Joo-hyuk called out, "Stop here." Yun Lang immediately breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. Joo-hyuk kindly handed her a towel. "Thanks, now you can stop complaining about falling behind, right?" "Of course. I am ready for the next level of training. You were whining quite a bit when you first started. That is because I did not realize how awesome the results would be." Arian Chen came in. "I do not like this, but it seems the little cat who kept whining has caught up. But the newbie Sojin does not look so good." She was lying on the floor, panting hard. "This training is crazy, but it is also insanely exciting. Didn't you watch our training? You did not know what to expect. I did not think it would be this exhausting. If you are not feeling it, better to quit and go back." Sojin's face darkened. Then she sneered, "If it is tough, this place is still way better. I will try to keep up with everyone." Arian just clicked his tongue watching her. If Sojin's sharp ears caught that and asked again, "Did you just sigh?" "I heard it," under Joo-hyuk's mocking gaze. Sojin screeched, "Just wait. I will leave you in the dust real soon." Zuyu quickly jumped into the conversation. "I was going to help you review your fighting style after practice, but you are still worn out from escaping that state, so it is best to keep up the current training level and get some rest." Arian agreed this was the right move, and Sojin did not argue either. Zuyu turned to Arian and said, "I will head back to the dorm and practice magic." "Me too," he added. Yun Lang watched them talk closely. "You do not always have to follow me. Do what you want. I am starting upper body training now, so you guys should train on your own first. Is that okay? The gym is only for us anyway, so just train whenever you can. I will watch and point out what needs work." "Got it. I think I should head out now." Sojin gave a quick bow and quietly left. Master Yin Lang had been silent, so Sojin asked, "Yin Lang, are you staying to train more?" "Yes, I am not too tired yet. I will probably keep going." "That is awesome, but do not overdo it. See you tomorrow, okay?" Everyone quickly left. Alone now, Yuman Lang drifted into thought, feeling certain about one thing. She had gotten so much stronger since training with Kim Joo-hyuk, especially when focused monsters that were tough before now felt way too weak. But Kim Joo-hyuk, he was still on a whole different level. She had never seen anyone take down monsters so cleanly and fast. He had gotten way stronger since their last fight. His progress was seriously impressive. Thinking about that, Yan Lang suddenly felt a bit awkward. Wait, why did I become Kim Joo-hyuk's disciple, and not just train to surpass him? I admit, he is really strong. Honestly, I even felt overwhelmed when fighting him. It is just too hard to train alone to get stronger than him, so the reason I became his disciple was to learn directly from him. Then she blushed, remembering how he had caught a hit for her when her mom got mad. She thought further after all. He helped solve her family hair problem. He even gave her a safe place to hide from her family's control. Thanks to this special training, she would made huge progress in just a few days. That is why she kept being Kim Joo-hyuk's disciple. Thinking this, Yun Lang fumbled, dropping her scarf, realizing she was totally out of it. Her heart raced whenever she thought of him, and the more it raced, the more she wanted to see Kim Joo-hyuk. It is not that she was not serious about training alone. She just wanted to train with Kim Joo-hyuk. Calm down. We will keep training together, right? I am not a weirdo, so stop overthinking it. But then her mind pictured him fixing his hair, and she thought, yep, this must be a new life's blessing. Yun Lang scolded herself. Idiot. I told you to stop overthinking. She smacked her own head but still could not stop blushing. Seeing the scarf Joo-hyuk left behind only made her blush harder. She thought, I am just going to wash his scarf. Thinking that, she grabbed the scarf and worried no one else would think to wash it for him. I am just helping Kim Joo-hyuk. She thought, blushing deeply as she hurried away. Even while walking, she could not stop thinking about Krat. No one else is around, so maybe just a quick sniff of his scent. Thinking that, she brought the scarf close to her face, and just then Joo-hyuk caught her red-handed. Of course, he had no idea what she was thinking and was just surprised to see her there, but Yen Lang thought he would caught her sniffing and got super suspicious. You saw my embarrassing little secret, the black spot. The move? Huh? Hyuk looked confused and asked again. You saw it already. Yin Lang, her face flushed red and tears welling up, swung her fist straight into Hyuk's stomach. The guy looked tough, But that blow knocked the power out of him. He puked up everything and collapsed on the floor. Yun Lang was still sobbing. "Oh my god," she cried out once before running away. That night, at Van Halla dorms, Kim Joo-hyuk was practicing diligently. Suddenly he opened his eyes, wondering who would call at this hour. "Why is Adelia calling so late? My bad. It must be late in Korea now. But I have something important. The disciple constellation has awakened. That is good news. Are you free today? I can make time if you need me. Master Jua, then take this talisman and wait for me. Sorry. It has been a while since I last met my disciples. It is not that exciting elsewhere." The constant warning messages made FKMU panic. "Is that the same side footage that made you so angry earlier?" The answer was just a flood of spammy notifications. Hachimu thought to himself, that footage should not have been displayed at all. Flashback 10 minutes earlier, after finishing work in the Van Halla chairman's office. Hachimu realized night had fallen. Being the head of an academy is exhausting. "Let us check the school's facilities one more time. Then head home." That is what the boss said right after buying the school. Luminous requested regular CFTV checks, so Chimu understood that meant he had to keep an eye on the woman tailing Kim Joo-hyuk. Probably just an overreaction on her part. Just then, he saw someone in the gym and hit play on the footage, thinking Joo-hyuk was still there. But no, what he saw was Hyuk still unconscious there. Chimu instantly panicked. A near death. Looks like just knocked out. Zooming in only made him more alarmed. Was not that Hyuk. At that moment, Luminous appeared again. The underworld ruler said to replay the CFTV footage. Alright. Achimi knows how to please his star. He immediately replayed the recording. When it showed Hyuk standing there, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Let us see what really happened." Luminous spoke again. The underworld ruler said, "Got it." The footage showed Yun Lang standing opposite Hyuk with a conflicted look. Then Hyuk got knocked out cold, and Yun Lang ran away. Achimi was confused. Why did Yun Lang suddenly attack Hyuk without sound? It was impossible to know what really happened, but Luminous had the audio. The underworld ruler said, "Replay the part with Yun Lang." Alright. Luminous got angrier the more he watched. "So you dared to steal Master's sweat-soaked towel and secretly destroy it when no one was looking? Yes. And then it seems you were caught by Hyuk and felt insulted. That is why we have this spam of notifications." The underworld ruler angrily said, "I will tear you apart into 100 pieces." Achimu sighed again. His boss Anjur was getting more frequent. In the past, she often got mad for no reason. Lately, she has been even more irritable when it comes to anything related to Kim Joo-hyuk. Wait, did not she say she knows Joo-hyuk very well? And she even calls him master. Is Kim Joo-hyuk really her master? But has not she existed since before Kim Joo-hyuk was even born? The important thing now is to somehow stop her anger. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Is Brad Cat still here?" Kim Joo-hyuk assessed the situation. The name popped up. He responded immediately. The visitor is none other than Kim Joo-hyuk himself. He asked, "Sorry to bother you this late, but can we go out for a walk?" Joo-hyuk was a bit surprised seeing the situation inside and asked again, "Who are you talking to?" "Yeah, but it is too late now." "Alright, then use your skill and get me through here." "Where are you headed?" "England." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ruby's crew had gathered quite a few people to plan how to take down Kim Joo-hyuk. He is the leader of the fake Kim Jong gang. The masked guy with the hole in his mask did not say a word. There are about 200 magical circles protecting Van Halla from intruders. Around 100 of them are set up inside Kim Joo-hyuk's dorm. Really? Baekjang was a bit surprised but did not give up on the plan. It is. Anyway, they will be useless against the constellation's power. Right? The leader-esque constellation, the immutable fake Kim, is essential for magic and defense. Once the leader disables all the magic circles, you and the 4 of us will head straight to where Kim Joo-hyuk is. Then we will cast spells to hide our attack, and the rest will take care of Kim Joo-hyuk's friends. You mean the students who helped stop that rotten dungeon disaster? Yeah. Not just Kim Joo-hyuk. We are wiping out those guys too. We will be famous worldwide. Well, we will get called cowards for only targeting high-ranking students, but for villains like us, that is actually a compliment. Then let us get started. This guy's cold-blooded, no mercy for the young or the old. The assassination squad targeting Kim Joo-hyuk and his crew. Right then, someone interrupted. "I knew it. Buppy Dung and his clueless lackeys. I was just about to watch and wait for the perfect moment. But now you are saying we are going to assassinate him." The newcomers were a familiar group of 4. "We should be dealt with you ages ago, used to stalking and all that." "Well, either way, we were planning to handle you, just like Chin said. "Let us move the plan to today then." That shocked Bipidong so much he froze. Stammering, "Why? You guys, can't you tell?" The purple-haired one pushed her hair back, revealing a tattoo-like mark on her neck shaped like the character for one. Bubidung looked horrified. "Poisonous gene. There is no way it is that group." The purple-haired one sneered. "What is wrong with this guy? Is he really that dumb? Then there is no hope for him." Before the words even left his mouth, the skull mask lunged down from above Bupidung's head. A red light swooped down, met by a golden flash rising up. One of Skull Mask's blades was blocked by Bepi Dung's golden shield. He stood there, brooding like a rock. Skull Mask could not help but wonder, my attack should be easily pierce this weak defense. I do not know why you want to kill me. Bepi radiated dark energy, pushing Skull Mask back. Skull Mask had to use his blade to anchor himself, or he would have crashed to the floor, ripping his pants. I will show you what sets his rank constellation apart. Bepi winced as he got ambushed. Angry, Bepi dark energy hissed fiercely. Even the purple-haired was surprised. And his rank constellation? Huh, that is right. The blind guy both covered his face and nodded. The constellation he made a pact with his alchemy of immortality. Bepi was shocked they knew so much. You are surprised we knew about your constellations, but whether we knew or not, you are still pretty famous. See for yourself. What? The holy relic you are currently equipped with, isn't it a relic from the Decline era? So all this rank constellations I have been chasing, and everything I have done is basically for nothing. The purple-haired was outraged. The blind guy agreed quietly. Exactly. After all, relics from the Decline era are famous for containing powerful constellations inside. Plus, that alchemist John accidentally became famous after getting a relic and turning into a rank constellation himself. Because of that, relics from the Decline era suddenly spiked in demand. But even with a powerful constellation like that, he only does basic stuff like running an evil guild. That has got a sting. Bepi clenched his magic-infused fists. I do not want to hear that crap from trash like you. He punched, summoning 5 magic circles above the 4 great death gods hiding in the human world. Chain shot down swiftly. What is that? Magic circles? He set these up right at his base. Bepi raised his hand. A circle flew right behind purple hair, but did not crack her head. Damn. These traps are dangerous even in the afternoon. This bastard, how many magic circles did he set up in his own headiot? Lucky for us, purple hair kept dodging nonstop, and Bepi knows monsters like these can feel attacks coming their way. He does not know what kind of skills they have or what powers the leader possesses, but he is still confident he can handle them. Bepi set up about 1,200 magic circles around this mansion himself, and he is sure they can all be triggered. Plus, there is the absolute defense skill of the immutable alchemist. With that, Bepi knows he won't lose to the guild's magic, and 1T die at their hands. He would not even use this unless he was in a life or death situation. But now, that does not matter anymore. Bepi swung another punch. Big 1 die already. Yet this time, the guild just stood still like statues. Are they planning to kill us with those magic circles? Because I do not feel any pressure at all. That purple-haired girl's mouth is no joke. No wonder she had to cover it up. Probably cursed her mouth 7,749 times already. Bepi is starting to question his whole life over here. I already activated the magic circles, and I detected one right as I stepped in here. The blind guy explained that there are about 1,200 small magic circles, each holding a simple blood chain spell, and I blocked and nullified every single one of those circles. What are you talking about? If all the magic circles were nullified, then I should have noticed that it is not nullification, it is just blocking them from detonating. Well then, let us get this started. Shall we? Without giving him a second to think, the purple-haired girl attacked immediately. She lunged in, forcing Bepi to back off. A sharp light streaked toward him. Staying at this intensity can be blocked with absolute defense. But wow, even after blocking, Bepi still got hurt. Purple hair's frustrated. Damn. Still not strong enough. Yeah. I guess I need a bit more power. Bepi wondered what just happened. Did absolute defense fail? Before he could think more, a sword tip came straight at his nose. He dodged quickly but still got sliced across the cheek. The attacker was Tin Trung Kin. Bepi swung back with a punch. Tin Trung Kin blocked with his sword and said, "He is stronger in raw combat than I thought. I thought he only relied on his constellation power." Bepi kept thinking, these bastards are way too strong. I was just about to attack, but they retreated and defended in time. And now, if my absolute defense is not working, I have nothing left to fight them with. Don't you think I have held on this long for a reason? What? I do not know exactly why you are targeting us, but is not that reason enough? You have slaughtered too many, plus, all 100 members of the White Corps are dead. If you are upset that I have become a villain, then I will stop. At this point, I have nothing left. What do you think? Maybe you are misunderstanding, but whether you are a villain or not does not matter, because you went after someone you were not supposed to. That is why we came. Butch Jiang ground his teeth in anger, so the latest assassination plan was to kill Kim Ju-huk today. Huh. So they came because I dared to mess with him, just because of some high school punk. The worst crime syndicate showed up here. It is useless. They are not the type to be swayed by words. This is the only way to survive. What kind of demonic magic power is that? Maybe it is an emergency prayer. A true immutable alchemist has answered your plea, using a massive amount of magic power to create a holy sanctuary and summon the constellation. That is the only idea I can think of right now. No other option. The immutable alchemist will permanently drain your magic power and life force to heal the constellation, even if it means sacrificing my life and magic power. I have to heal the constellation here if I want any chance to win, the Skull Mask calmly replied. I apologize for disturbing you while you are busy performing. True Alchemist, there is a message from our Star Sovereign. Dak Hai. True Alchemist. That bastard tried to sabotage him. The True Alchemist heard that and immediately logged off. Turning around, the unchanging True Alchemist is asking if this is really true. Star Sovereign, I only plan to assassinate a student at Manhwa Academy named Kim Ju-hyuk. This is really unfair. What an idiot. The True Alchemist instantly revoked the contract with Baek Rang and took back all the powers he had granted. Congratulations, Alchemist Ju. Just now, the Star Sovereign declared he will handle you personally. That is me. No one else. What? Ju-hyuk could not believe what he just heard. As I said before, there is no way to meet the Star Sovereigns when they are inside their own domains. Ju-hyuk holds his head. Basically, the only way to meet all the Star Sovereigns at once is through Star Sanctification. That is the common method, but Sanctification alone does not solve everything. Each Star Sovereign's contract requires the contractor to perform Sanctification themselves without any help, which drains a lot of magic power. Of course, a contractor with a true sacred contract can summon a Star Sovereign by sacrificing their own spiritual energy, but that is unofficial and rarely used. Is that so? What if I hold two relics at once? Wouldn't he that let me meet both Star Sovereigns at the same time? Adelia worries. That is actually a bit tricky. First, holding a relic and meeting a Star Sovereign means your mind is transferred into the Sovereign's realm of thought. This realm is a sacred space inside the relic, the Sovereign's unique sanctuary. The spaces of two relics can be neutralized. Also, while Star Sovereigns hold immense power they can grant to their followers, at their core, they are still limited to the vessel of their relic and its power. As long as the Star Sovereign inside the relic does not disappear, they can move to another relic. Finally, even if you hold two relics at once, Ju-hyuk's soul is singular, so it can only enter one Sovereign's realm of thought inside their domain. Ju-hyuk listens and grows more doubtful. Uncle Chu speaks up. Yeah, I thought you knew this already since it is in the class curriculum. Ju-hyuk loses it. Then why did not you tell me before I came here? Just prepare yourself to get wrecked in the spiritual world. Uncle Chu says. Uncle Chu complains, but it does not help. Ju-hyuk turns and asks, even if meeting both of them is impossible, I can still talk to both, right? Adelia and Black Mio reply together. Honestly, many announcements popped up since you arrived. Next to both of them were huge notice boards filled with messages. Black Meow passes on luminous words. Long time no see, kid. Adelia relays Morin's message to. Haven't seen you in ages, you crazy girl. Then Black Mio and Adelia start exchanging complaints about their Star Sovereigns. Ju-hyuk suddenly remembers these two do not get along well. He thought he had disciplined them properly, but apparently not. Stop fighting and listen to me for a bit. Alright, you both know a bit about Mojiri and Ban Wang. But the one causing all this chaos is the bastard trying to manipulate the world. I already told everyone before. Those recent disasters were all caused by that guy. Now, things might get even worse. So far it has just been warm-up. He has not really started causing chaos yet. That is why until I regain my original power, I will borrow everyone's strength. Is that okay? Adelia replies immediately. Our Star Sovereign. Of course. Master. That is what she said. Even my holy husband agrees. Of course. Master. This humble disciple is always ready to help. That is what they said. Alright. Only at times like this do you see these two actually getting along. Now Ju-hyuk is still missing along with 3 other disciples before the Maze Lord strikes again. I need to find the rest of the disciples. Break Cat. You link the academy and this place through a space passage, right? I will probably have to come here often from now on, okay? The passage we came through is still active, right? Yeah. It is still connected to the entrance gate. Then I will head back to Valhalla first. You two can get to know each other in the meantime. You are both contract holders of my disciples, so you will be seeing each other a lot. Got it? I understand. Adelia speaks first, asking 8M, are you the owner of the market here? That is right. But at the moment, I am the director of the Valhalla Academy. I heard about that from my secretary, but why are you the director of Valhalla? Probably for the same reason a Ventrix family member is serving Lord Kim Ju-hyuk. Makes sense. Basically because of the constellations we support. Thanks for understanding. Late at night, the 4 great sorcerers gather in a house, staring at the demon stone on the table. I guess most of the revenge has already been dealt with. Yes, sir. Baekjiang has completely vanished too. Then here's the next order. Protect Han at all costs. That is the command. So our mission is to protect the target while staying close to Han. It is pretty tough to stay undercover and not make him suspicious. Not necessary. Just act when you need to protect him, then let us keep hiding our presence and follow him quietly. That is all we have to do. Right? You can reveal yourselves if he says the word OOO. Are you sure that is the word? Because no one here really understands it, but I am very sure that is it. The next day, Valhalla training room. What the heck? A He-us place. Don't worry about that. Instead, please accept me as your disciple. What? Right then, Hugh, bruised and battered, is begging Ju Hugh to take him as a disciple. I do not want to. You do not. Just as I thought, the rumor's true. What rumor? There is a rumor you are trying to build a harem by taking only female disciples. Who the hell spread that stupid rumor? Ju Hugh, annoyed, quickly explains, from the start, these two came to ask me to teach them. Yanlan is the only one I accepted as a disciple. That is why. If you do not want to die, do not say I am building a harem. I only heard it from others. Besides, managing these three is already enough work. You think I have time to take care of you too? Is that so? But Ju Hugh feels torn. He refuses because he has to prioritize these three first. Having more people to fight monsters is good. It makes our side stronger. Suddenly Ju Hugh gets an idea. Yanlan, you teach him. Full body combat and combined strength are important. So you need more real battle experience. Yeah, we know that. I will train first then. You two can talk over what you need to. Got it. You, happy. Go get to know each other. Training will be more effective then. Hugh and Yanlan face each other tensely. What do you mean? You stepped on my face while I was unconscious. You probably did it out of shame. Ashamed of your sweaty feet. Right? If so, I will be more careful from now on. Yanlan realized she had wrongly accused someone but felt relieved that her dark past was not exposed. So she covered it up. That is right. Just be more careful from now on. Just talk. Do not hit. Okay? After that incident, Yanlan happily dragged Hyu's bike to practice. Even though Hugh felt relieved too. Just when he thought he could relax, Aaron beside him asked curiously, there is a holiday next week. Do you have any plans? The holiday's already here. We still have not had the final exam. Right? I think we only did some sort of trial or something. That is the final exam. Usually, these focus on real combat skills, so the written test is pretty easy. Plus, we are not in the actual combat period right now. Even he did not expect it to be the final exam. Besides, they did not have to do the combat test since they already cleared the dungeon, but that does not really change anything. I will still come here and train. I want to practice a bit more. Hearing that, Aaron insisted on joining, even though Hugh told her to stop obsessing and do something else, but Aaron said she wanted to. That is why she joined. She wants to train and get stronger like him, that is all. Besides, she still has to go home for her hair training class. Sozin also insisted on staying to train. 1 week later, Hero Academy in America. Beck, the Academy president, stared thoughtfully at the blazing red sword on the table. Not long ago, the destroyer Logan had come here. Beck thought he came to see his son, but no, he was here to report he would taken care of the guys bothering his kid. Beck already knew about it. Logan thought those guys were nothing special. The leader was torn apart before he arrived. Beck guessed they had a civil war, but even Logan did not know the real reason. He regretted not finishing them off himself. But there was another issue. I attacked to see if I could find clues about Blood and Void, but found nothing. Blood and Void, that mysterious villain org that took down Logan. But what is with that sword? I brought it along because I liked it. It is called the Frenzied Sword, the sword that makes its user slaughter the entire Blood Moon Guild. I thought it had vanished already. For some reason, it showed up where those bastards are. Anyway, it seems like lately this sword has been mentally linking with me a lot. Don't tell me you are under its spell now. If that were true, this school would already be destroyed. I am still clear-headed. It just keeps talking to me, which is annoying. That is probably why I came here to ask if I could store it in the Academy's relic vault. Of course. But I have a question. What does that sword say to you? Logan said, find my mask. Now Beck is staring at it, but the constellations inside the relic are reacting violently, so the sword can stay there. Beck is now thinking about that message to find its owner, so that means the constellations inside the frenzied sword have a master star. Just then, an explosion happened in the classroom near the garden. Beck panicked, thinking it was the seal break, but it is holiday and no students are there. A red-skinned, white-haired young man crashed through Beck's desk. Actually, he looked more like a demon. Seeing this bloody, fierce demon in front of him, Beck freaked out. Who are you? Are you the leader of the group that attacked this academy? The demon stuck out his tongue and asked cluelessly, huh? What group? I came alone. Beck misunderstood and thought this demon single-handedly attacked the Hero Academy, got past all the guards and magical barriers. Plus, he does not even look human. What exactly are you? You are asking for my name? Well, usually I would be dealt with you just for asking that, but today I am in a good mood since I just got my name back. Should I tell you what it is? Beck wondered. Got your name back. The demon continued. This body is the reincarnation of Lester. Beck was stunned. Reincarnation? I have heard about that demon group before. My real name is Red Demon. You said Red Demon. That is not a name you hear around here. Well then, allow me to introduce myself too. Beck straightened his clothes and said to Red Demon with a serious face, I am Beck, principal of the Hero Academy, and at my peak, I felt like I was losing my mind. Right after saying that, Beck blinked and suddenly dashed toward Red Demon, throwing 5 icy punches straight through him. Surprising, is not it? How can someone who made a pact with the boss explode with that power? Beck was shocked when Red Demon said that, like, you actually know my abilities. Red Demon sneered at Beck like he was looking at a bug. Beck was still stunned that he was not hurt at all, even though that last strike was a full-on-fire punch. Definitely no joke, he's no ordinary guy. While Beck was lost in thought, Red Demon finished charging his arm and struck back. Red Demon's hand touched his skin, setting it ablaze. A loud explosion shattered the academy's wall. Beck was hit so hard he stiffened up like glue. Actually feeling that crazy dizzy thrill from his youth, Red Demon dragged Beck outside and kicked him straight into a crack in the ground. Damn, I just want to crawl into that crack and disappear. Beck gritted his teeth, struggling to get up, thinking, this guy's seriously strong. What kind of demonic powers? This, whoa, you are still standing. Tough luck on your side, others like you would be trash lying over there. Beck glanced over. Could the reason no one's come here, despite this huge incident, be because they were all killed by that guy? Beck clenched his teeth, radiating green magic all over his body. Damn this bastard. Beck slammed his fists together, gathered his energy, then punched down into the crack. Seeing those sharp green spikes aimed at him, Red Demon just sneered again. A massive explosion rocked the area. Beck was pretty sure Red Demon was still fine, but the goal was to block his vision. Then Beck quickly launched another strike. This was the real one. The punch unleashed a storm of powerful shockwaves. After that hit, Beck was breathing hard. Not bad, but if you really want to satisfy me, you will need a much bigger explosion than that. Red Demon swung his hand to slap Beck's head, but Beck quickly raised his hand to block. The spot where Red Demon's hand touched quickly broke out in blisters. Then Red Demon's arm exploded too. Looks like this arm needs a break. Beck just wants to quit and forget about being principal altogether. Luckily, he only fell down. Not out, he is still alive. Even back when I was a constellation of reincarnation, I have never met a contract user this strong. This is fascinating. What? You are a constellation? Yes, I am a constellation known as the Tyrant King. A notification popped up in front of Beck's eyes. The violent art enthusiast is shocked. Important info repeated multiple times. Beck wondered how a constellation would react to this. Dunny, tell me, he really is a constellation. Red Demon laughed with delight, because right now, I have nothing else to play with. He raised his hand to grab Beck's head. Just then, hey, Hornhead, stop bullying him and come fight me instead. Ruhyu appeared out of nowhere, casually carrying a sword with his hands in his pockets. Smiling provocatively, Ruhyu's sudden arrival left both Red Demon and Beck stunned. Beck struggled to stand, locking eyes with the young man before him. Who is this guy? He looks really familiar. Suddenly, a name flashed through Beck's mind. Wait, do not tell me. Seeing Ruhyu's face clearly, Beck could not hide his shock. He whispered the name quietly. Ruhyu from Valhalla Academy. Contrary to Beck's astonishment, Xichku smirked slightly, his eyes narrowing as he looked at him and asked, who are you? Did you come here just to throw your life away too? Ruhigu replied bluntly, full of provocation. Talking nonsense? I am here to beat you. He confidently stared at Xichku and then sneered. By the way, I think I know who you are. Xichku straightened up for a moment, furrowed his brow, and snorted in disbelief. Ruhigu glanced at those horns and said, those oversized horns. He kept observing, eyes scanning every detail before smirking. That jagged set of teeth, and that red skin. Ruhiyu confidently declared, you are Xichku, the loser from floor 2 of the Tower of Destruction, right? Hearing the words loser made Xichku furious. Loser? Who the hell do you think you are? He laughed, eyes filled with challenge. Idiot! A blue magical aura wrapped around Ruhu's body as he arrogantly said, take my hits, and you will soon remember who I am. Seeing that blue energy, Xichku raised an eyebrow. That power looked strangely familiar, but anger quickly pushed Xichku to attack him. Shouting, I do not care. Facing the attack, Ruhigu calmly raised his sword to block. Xichku did not expect his powerful punch to be stopped by such a weak sword and gasped in surprise. Then suddenly, Ruhigu got excited and moved forward to strike. Ruhigu swung his sword and slashed the man's hand. After that hit, Xichku clutched his hand in pain, then realized and said, this feeling. Now I remember, the pressure from Ruhigu made Xichku realize, and he said, you are the war god. Shocked, he looked at him and said, I never thought you would be reborn in a new body. Ruhigu stared coldly and replied, oh yeah? I never thought those losers I crushed would be running around, pretending to be constellations. But Xichku disagreed and argued, the whole pretending to be constellations thing was your own idea. After losing our names and bodies, people just started calling us that and worshipping us. Now confident, Xichku smiled and said, but now that I have both, things are not like before. Pointing at Ruhigu, he said, after taking your blow, I have realized it. Xichku laughed mockingly. Compared to back then, you have gotten weaker. War god? Calmly, Ruhigu responded, it is obvious as day. And you still have to say it, I am still a high school student. You know, Xichku pursed his lips and softly replied, so that is how it is. In the blink of an eye, he used magic on his hand and said, If that is the case, Xichku charged. This is my chance to take your life. Ruhigu immediately raised his sword to block the strike. Watching the punch closely, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Countless sparks appeared around Xichku's hand. A loud explosion roared, sending smoke billowing everywhere. Ruhigu quickly stepped back to avoid it. Seizing the moment, Xichku rushed forward, but Ruhigu faced him with an unshaken expression. Xichku attacked, the force cracking the ground all around. After the hit, Xichku thought he had the upper hand and burst into loud laughter. He stepped closer to Ruhigu and asked, planning to run again, annoyed by the taunt. Ruhigu frowned, thinking, it is going to be a long time before I am as strong as before. He quietly recalled, when I fought the snow skin constellation in the mind realm, I could fight because I had almost all my old power back, but fighting a constellation fully manifest in reality, that is a different story. Watching Xichku go crazy with his attacks, he could not help but ponder, putting everything else aside. If a loser from floor 2 can give me this much trouble, dealing with the others is going to be an even bigger headache. His serious expression made Xichku think he was scared. He laughed loudly. Running 1T save you. The distance between Xichku's attack and Ruhigu closed rapidly. Xichku shouted fiercely, I am giving it my all. No sooner had he spoken than a massive explosion rocked the area, smoke billowing everywhere. The blast was so fierce it left back stunned, quietly letting out a sound. Just how big was that explosion anyway? So earlier, he was not even fighting at full strength against me. He silently worried about Ruhigu. Up till now, he has dodged every attack, but this one's almost impossible to avoid. At that moment, a strong voice rang out. Maybe it is time I stop being stubborn and lean on my gear a bit. A powerful sword slash flew through the air. In shock, that slash cut straight into Xichku's arm. In the blink of an eye, his arm was severed and dropped to the ground. Xichku screamed in pain and immediately collapsed, writhing. Then a series of agonized sounds poured out as Ruhigu stood coolly, sword still dripping with blood. Clutching his arm, Xichku asked in pain, how did you avoid that explosion when you were not even in it? You should have been the one who could not dodge it. Ruhigu smiled and replied, yeah, I was not actually there earlier. He added calmly, I just cut the arm off. His composed tone shocked Xichku the core. Gritting his teeth, Xichku thought hard. Suddenly, he sensed another kind of magic. Was he borrowing someone else's power? Xichku started sizing up Ruhigu differently. Realizing he could not win, he immediately turned and ran, quietly deciding to flee. Xichku thought, I will need some time to recover my reputation. Can he die before doing anything? His face darkened as he tried to psych himself up. Better to live in shame than die honorably. As long as there is life, there is hope. Seeing Xichku's scared flight, Ruhigu grumbled, what a pathetic loser. After trashing the place and killing almost everyone, the guy runs off just because he thinks he is about to die. Ruhigu channeled magic into his sword and said, that is why you are the loser here. His bloodshot eyes locked on Xichku as he cursed, you dumb bastard. Ruhigu swung his sword excitedly toward him. Xichku had not gotten far before the attack hit him. His face was split in two by the slash, and he cursed, damn it. In seconds, Xichku's body was cut in half, and Ruhigu calmly turned and walked away. With that fatal blow, Xichku was completely defeated. Ruhigu happily stepped forward and held up a ring in his hand. In an instant, Xichku was absorbed into the ring. Moments later, Xichku's body had completely vanished. Ruhigu looked curiously at the ring and muttered, can it really absorb a guy like him? Suddenly, a painful groan echoed. Startled, Ruhigu remembered Beck and rushed over, whispering, I got so caught up with that guy. I could not protect you. Are you okay? Beck groaned in pain. I am still alive. Ruhigu pulled out his phone and said, since my healing skills are weak, I will call an ambulance right away. Beck gratefully replied, thank you. Suddenly, Beck asked curiously, you are Ruhigu from Manhwa Academy, right? Hearing that, Ruhigu put his phone aside slightly and said, yeah, even the teachers here know me. Beck forced a smile. You are pretty famous, Ruhigu worriedly said. It will take a while for help to arrive, so please lie down. Beck looked at him and quietly introduced himself. It is, though my intro was a bit slow because of the chaos, I am president of this Hero Academy's council. He bowed slightly, sincerely thanking Ruhigu. I should have said this sooner. Thanks for dealing with that guy. Ruhigu shook his head. I was just a bit late. Suddenly Ruhigu stood, checked his phone, and said, they say backup will be here soon. Don't worry. Beck smiled back. Thank you. Seeing him stable, Ruhigu quickly said goodbye. Well then, I will be off. Beck just blinked. Confused, Ruhigu swiftly opened a teleportation gate. Before leaving, he called back, I have got no business here anymore. Later, without another word, he turned, stepped through the gate, and vanished, leaving Beck with a thoughtful look. As if pondering something, Track called out, Beck. The voice came from Rogan, who rushed over, asking, what the hell happened here? Seeing Beck sitting on the ground, He was startled and stepped forward to check on him. I rushed here as soon as I heard the Hero Academy was attacked. Are you okay? Beck called out quietly. Beck looked at the arriving ambulance hesitantly and said, since the ambulance is here, I will tell you all about it later. That afternoon, at the hospital, many from the Hero Academy were badly injured and had to stay for a long time. Compared to them, Beck could not help but feel lucky. Everyone else was seriously hurt. But luckily, most survived, all thanks to Ju-Huk, who quickly dealt with that guy and called for the ambulance in time. Rogan approached his hospital bed, crossed his arms, and ordered, now, tell me exactly what happened. Beck quickly recounted the entire incident, and after a while, Rogan was so shocked he blurted out, Ju-Huk from Manhwa Academy showed up and took down an official star right away. Beck nodded firmly. That is right. I do not know if he is a true star, but he is insanely smart and packed with magic power. Rogan hesitated, staring at him, then said, it is true that strong contractors can handle low-level official stars, but he is not just 17 stars. Beck replied, exactly. Do you know him? Rogan recalled Ju-Huk's face and said, he is the one who beat my kid in a fight. Right? And he has caught a lot of villains. Probably every top contractor knows his name. Suddenly Rogan remembered something and asked, also, the difference between villains and stars is like night and day, so what exactly happened? Beck answered straightforwardly. A few seconds later, Beck slowly said uncertainly, I sensed a very strange magical energy from that boy right before he finished off that star. I think it might be from the star he made the contract with. Rogan questioned, a 17-year-old student making a star contract already? Isn't he that a bit too young? But Beck confidently replied, yeah, and that powerful magic felt pretty familiar. Rogan asked curiously, familiar? Suddenly Beck sighed, then said slowly, if I am not mistaken, he recalled the scene and said, it is exactly like the magic I felt at the market. Hearing the word market, Rogan said, I heard the star who created that place is called the Leader Mai Dan. Does that mean he made a contract with her? Beck shook his head. I am not sure, but that is definitely the source of the magic I sensed. Rogan thought for a moment, then asked, where is he now? Beck answered uncertainly, he is probably back at Manhwa Academy. Rogan's eyes widened in shock. Back already? He asked in disbelief. Isn't Manhwa Academy in Korea? How could he come and go so fast? Beck hesitated, unable to answer. After a moment, Rogan said, I think he used teleportation. Rogan was even more shocked. Teleportation. Beck nodded silently. That is right. The moment Ju-Huk returned, a linear space opened, and he stepped into it. He looked up and said, maybe his space teleportation comes from his star's ability. Rogan suddenly snapped back, saying, very few contractors can use teleportation. Beck replied, I know, because not many stars have that ability. Rogan's hands clenched tighter as his voice grew low. Dunny tell me, he said angrily, Ju-Huk is tied to the organization I am hunting. I have to investigate right away. That day, at Manhwa Academy, in a certain room, Breakcat stood still as if waiting for something. At that moment, a space gate opened, and Ju-Huk sighed as he stepped out of the time portal. Seeing Breakcat there, he was startled and asked, what the hell? Are you waiting for me? Breakcat replied seriously, yes, sir. He stared intently at Ru-Hiccup and said, the Constellation Lord ordered me to support him with everything I have got, so I watched his battle just to be safe. Breakcat's words surprised Ru-Hiccup, who stepped forward and asked, you actually watched my fight? Breakcat replied, yeah, I created a link space portal and watched you battle through it. Hearing that, Ru-Hiccup clicked his tongue and said, damn, the fact you can do that is terrifying. He immediately panicked and tried to explain himself. Thanks to that ability, we can quickly spot any attacks from other constellations targeting this market or academy. Ru-Hiccup recalled what the guide said and nodded in agreement. Yeah, that is right. He thought back to when the guide said someone with a title would show up next week. Ru-Hiccup asked, someone with a title? You mean those from the Tower of Destruction? But the guide answered vaguely, yeah, that is possible. Her answer made him curious. So possible. That is a bit vaguer than last time. The guide smiled apologetically. Sorry. The Maze Lord's surveillance has gotten tighter. She went on, although they had not discovered me back then. Lately they have been super cautious about information leaks. This worried Ru-Hiccup, who asked, really, then? Hesitantly, the guide suggested, that person will appear at the Hero Academy in America. You know that place, right? He asked. I have heard of it, but I can't look up locations once I leave here. The guide reminded him, just keep an eye on it, and if a constellation shows up, take them down quickly like last time. Ru-Hiccup replied excitedly, got it. Then the guide spoke carefully. After today, meeting like this will be tough. He asked, because of that surveillance you mentioned. She smiled softly and said, we will have to stay hidden to plan our moves next time. She added, "In return, I will teach you how to use the ring I gave you before. You up for it?" Ruhiccup quickly took the ring out and handed it to her. The guide seriously began to explain. The ring has two uses. First, it converts a constellation title into energy and turns it into your own power. Second, it lets you use the skills that come with that title. After explaining the ring's uses, she added, "Each method has its limits. With the first, you can absorb the full power of the title. Because we are not the Maze Lord who can fully absorb a title, we only get leftover power from the titles when we defeat those evil constellations." She raised her second finger and said, "The limit of the second method is you can upgrade the skills you get." Hearing this, Duhyu asked curiously, "Even you can too?" She replied, "Exactly. For example, if you absorb a constellation's title with a water-based ability, when you use that power, no matter how strong you get, the power and pressure you feel is still just what the constellation had." The guide seriously said, "It all depends on how effectively you use the ring. Maybe one day, you will break through those limits." Back in reality, Duhyu suddenly stared hard at the ring in his hand. His eyes sharpened, and his goal was clear: to quickly reach ultimate power. Duhyu silently vowed, "That is why I will absorb all the constellation's title power into my own." Suddenly, the ring in Duhyu's hand emitted a burst of energy, but just as quickly, the energy vanished like it was never there. Frowning, Duhyu studied the ring closely and quietly asked, "Is that it?" He silently felt his own power, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. "Am I really stronger? Nothing seems different." Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Excuse me, Duhyu?" Startled, he remembered Brad Kess was still in the room and said, "Sorry, I was lost in thought." Brad Kess politely replied, "No problem." After a moment of silence, Duhyu broke the awkward mood and asked, "So why did you call me?" Brad got straight to the point. "You defeated the Red Demon at the Hero Academy, right?" Brad Kess recalled every attack and said, "The technique you used to defeat the Chain Demon that was the spatial slash, right?" Duhyu nodded without hesitation. "Yeah, that is it." Brad Kess thought to himself, "Just as I expected." Suddenly, he made a request. "Can you show me how to do it?" The sudden ask left Duhyu speechless for a few seconds. He found it strange and asked, "I signed a contract with the same constellation too. Can I do it?" Brad Kess hesitated, then said, "Yeah, that is right," but Brad Kess embarrassedly admitted, "Honestly, I am not as good at the spatial slash as you. If it is not too much trouble, could you teach me that technique?" Duhyu stopped and scratched his head, said it would be better to learn from the constellation itself. But whatever. Hearing that, he accepted the offer with a respectful bow. Thanking him, that night, Duhyu and Brad Kess crossed a mountain to find a suitable spot to practice the spatial slash. Suddenly, he stopped in a quiet spot and said, "This place will do." A small clearing deep inside the forest. Duhyu took out his sword and said, "Spatial slash." His silence left Brad Kess completely confused. Duhyu channeled magic into his sword and seriously explained, "First, focus your magic into the blade. Once you have gathered enough magic, swing the sword and release your power as you cut. A massive slash will tear through the calm space around you. Wherever the slash passes, the wind screams fiercely. The ancient tree opposite took the brunt of the slash. Its trunk was cut clean through in an instant. After the strike, Duhyu lowered his sword and said casually, "Well, that is basically it." He turned back with a faint smile and asked, "Easy, right?" Behind him, the fallen tree showed clear damage from the terrifying force. Brad Kess was stunned for a few seconds, recalling the robotic voice of the constellation when it taught him the spatial slash. No real instructions, just vague stuff about ruler of the underworld says twist your hips a bit. Why can't you do it? That is why he asked Duhyu, the owner of his constellation, to teach him properly. But Duhyu's straightforward and simple teaching style made Brad Kess suspicious. "Well, I guess every teacher's different." His serious look made Duhyu ask curiously, "What is up? Need me to show it again?" Brad Kess quickly shook his head. "It is." Suddenly, a strange noise caught Duhyu's attention. Far away, the mountain suddenly shook violently. The slash had cut through it. In the next moment, the entire mountain split in two and collapsed with a roar. Seeing this, Duhyu froze. Speechless, Brad Kess panicked and asked, "Did you slash through the entire space of that mountain too?" Duhyu nodded dazedly. "Yeah, but," an unbelievable thought crossed his mind, "I only meant to slash through the forest and even adjusted my magic, yet the mountain was still split in half." He suspiciously looked ahead, wondering if it was because he had already absorbed the title. This thought excited Duhyu. Just absorbing leftover power made him this strong. He turned and said, "That is enough for today. Next time, I will definitely teach you the stance." Brad Kess nodded in agreement. "All right, Let us head back while clearing branches in front of him. He complained. Next time I will make sure to clear out these bushes, but Du Hyu was lost in his own thoughts. Although he had been doubtful at first, he was sure he would gotten a lot stronger. Right? Awesome. His eyes sharpened, and he muttered, "You bastards from the Tower of Destruction. If you dare step foot here, I will absorb you all." Meanwhile, in a desolate forest, beneath an ancient tree, an old house stood hidden in the mist. A white-haired man stared intensely at a strange object called the reincarnation gear. This subordinate of the May Palace Master looked at the reincarnation gear with a focused expression. Tiny sparks flickered continuously from the reincarnation gear. The man's face grew colder and colder. Just then, a deep voice broke the silence. "Spilot!" From the shadows, a man wearing a hat stepped forward. It seemed to be their signal. The May Palace Master's subordinate replied. Bloodlot, the red-haired guy facing him, dropped his cloak and asked, "Has May finished sorting out the blue ranks yet?" The white-haired guy sighed and replied, "Yeah, done." The red-haired guy stepped forward, eyeing the reincarnation gear, and said, "May's divided the second-tier ranks pretty evenly, huh?" Suddenly, Han's attention snapped to the spear in the white-haired guy's hand. The red-haired guy asked sharply, "Is that why you are clutching that spear so tightly?" When he got no answer, Han got angry and snapped, "Don't ignore me." Only then did the white-haired guy slowly speak up. "I do not need to explain why. I have got a weapon too." The red-haired guy touched the sword at his side and shot back. "Why carry something else but hold on to that spear?" "They are the same to me," said the white-haired guy. Unimpressed, Han's cold reply infuriated the red-haired guy, who clenched his teeth, his mind boiling with rage. Han was chosen by the Maze Lord 300 years ago. Yet he dared to talk back just because they shared the same rank. What a damn brat. The red-haired guy's eyes flared with fury. "If it were not for the Maze Lord's favor, I would have killed you long ago." But just then, a sudden glow from the reincarnation gear caught the red-haired guy's attention. The red-haired guy gasped. "Huh, a title just disappeared from the ranks." The white-haired guy nodded slowly. "Yeah, looks like it came from the American side." The red-haired guy frowned. "Are you sure you arranged the titles correctly?" The white-haired guy stayed calm. "I followed the Maze Lord's orders exactly." The red-haired guy knitted his brows. Confused, even if some disappear, is not this a bit too soon? He tugged his cloak up sharply and turned away. Clearly annoyed. "I am reporting this to the Maze Lord first. I will deal with you later." The white-haired guy nodded calmly. "Go ahead." Without another word, the red-haired guy left, leaving the white-haired guy alone, deep in thought, staring at the reincarnation gear. In the shadows, a hand gripping a weapon suddenly clenched tighter. That night, after returning from the forest, Bradcat plopped down wearily in the chairman's office and broke the silence. He looked toward Rogan and asked, "What can I do for you?" The chairman's room was thick with tension. Rogan stood there, staring at Bradcat with a serious expression, feeling the weight of that gaze and not wanting to prolong the silence. Bradcat spoke first. "What brings you here?" "The one and only Rogan." After a few seconds, Rogan kept his stern look and said, "I am here because I want to ask about a student at this school." Just that sentence made Bradcat vaguely guess who Rogan was after. Was it because Du Hyu defeated that round star at the Hero Academy before? I thought I had some control over that info before, but it seems Rogan got wind of it first. Bradcat stood and politely said, "Looks like this conversation's going to be long, so why do not we sit first?" Rogan readily agreed. "Fine." So the two sat down, facing each other seriously, without beating around the bush. Rogan spoke in a low voice. "Let me get straight to the point. Is there a student named Du Hyu here who previously went to the Hero Academy?" he said firmly. "And he defeated the round star that attacked there?" Bradcat hesitated, then replied, "That is right." Hearing that, Rogan's face grew colder. "I have many questions, but two are most important." With Bradcat's silent nod, Rogan asked, "First, how did Du Hyu know about that round star and handle its attack?" Bradcat seemed unable to answer this. Rogan raised his voice. "Second, how did he manage to travel straight from here to America?" Fearing Bradcat might dodge the question, Rogan cut him off. "Don't even think about evading. I have heard from Bragg before that he sensed the black market as magic power back then." "Answer me." Bradcat, the black market's master. Finally, Bradcat had no choice but to respond. "I understand, because Lord Back sensed the magic power earlier and told you. I am sure you have at least guessed something. It is true that the Round Star Lord used her power then." Hearing this, Rogan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "She is the mastermind behind this, is not she?" Bradcat nodded. Confirming, Rogan kept pressing, asking if the master planner and Ju Hike were ever under a contract together. Calmly, he replied, "Not exactly, it was just a temporary contract." Bradcat skillfully added, "I can share all the details due to personal reasons, but I know what you are really curious about." Rogan, saying this, He slowly spoke, his gaze piercing right through his opponent. "You are probably wondering if Ju-Huk is a member of the Blood Messengers," and Bradcat's words seemed to hit right where it hurt for Rogan. He paused for a moment, then softly said, "If you understand that." Our conversation just got a lot easier. Bradcat continued, "I have also looked into the Blood Messengers in the past, since they are connected to the Market-S business. At first, I thought they were just another gang of villains like any other, but it turns out they are indirectly linked to you." Hearing that, Rogan got fired up and said, "Yeah, those bastards killed my father." Rogan explained, "After gaining some power, I went all out to wipe out every villain to find them, but I could not catch a single one. It was like they vanished overnight." He gritted his teeth and said, "The only thing I found was—" But then Rogan's eyes sharpened, his tone turning cold as he said, "Every member of the Blood Messengers is a contract user who can teleport instantly." Bradcat agreed, "That is exactly what I found too. Like you, I could not track their whereabouts." Then he firmly stated, "But Ju-Huk is not a member of the Blood Messengers. Sure, he can move to America and back quickly, but that is just the power of the Star Lord I serve." Surprised, Rogan asked, "You mean the power of the Master Planner?" Bradcat nodded. "Exactly." Calmly, he explained, "More precisely, it is part of her abilities. One of her skills is detecting attacks from a constellation faster than anyone else." Rogan relaxed slightly and said, "So that is how it is?" Bradcat obediently replied, "Yes." Suddenly, he sharply said, "You think I would just let that slide if you said it like that?" Pointing at Bradcat, Rogan challenged, "Maybe your market is part of the Blood Messengers too, is not it?" Bradcat quickly shot back, his tone turning firm, "That assumption's a bit of a stretch. Even though we run a black market, we are not like those murderous villains." Rogan frowned, refusing to back down. "Reasonable suspicion, is not it?" Then he picked up his glass and continued, "I am sure you understand that contract users who can teleport are extremely rare in this world." Bradcat quietly agreed. Rogan took a sip and calmly said, "So it is only natural I am suspicious." Suddenly, he slammed his glass down and said, "Besides that," pointing directly at him, his tone turned serious, "it seems you, the black market boss, are backing one of your students. I can't think of any other reason why you would help him unless both of you are members of the Blood Messengers." Bradcat stayed calm and replied, "If that is what you suspect, you can hire a private detective to investigate. Our relationship is special. Sure, but like I said before, we are not Blood Messengers." His eyes sharpened as he warned, "Also, I think you are crossing the line here." Rogan frowned, annoyed. "Whatever." Bradcat's voice turned cold and serious. "I am trying to answer your questions politely, Rogan. And even I explained in detail about the Star-Lord's powers, but if you just rely on your suspicions and keep cornering us, this will get messy." Bradcat bowed his head slightly, calmly hinting for them to stop. "I would appreciate it if we could end it here today. Next time all your doubts are cleared, we can continue this conversation." Standing up, Bradcat said, "And I would also appreciate it if you do not mention anything I have revealed here today, especially about the Star-Lord's powers." Logan gritted his teeth angrily, muttering, "That bastard is suspicious. I really pushed hard to get here, yet he just walked away like that." Logan stubbornly challenged, "What if I do not want him to?" Bradcat tilted his head slightly, eyes drifting away, with a cold, chilling tone. He said, "Then, obviously, our only choice is to kill you." His words were like fuel on Logan's fiery anger, making him snap. He burst out laughing and stood up abruptly. With defiant eyes, he said, "You want to kill me? I like your guts. Well then, if you can, go ahead and try." Bradcat replied calmly, "Of course I can't kill you. You are the one and only, the strongest among the contract holders." He paused, then added, "But if you keep crossing the line, the Star-Lord himself will come to kill you." Logan raised suspicious eyes and said, "What?" A cold voice echoed through the space. "If you have got your answer, then leave." Atmosphere thickened. Luminous stepped forward threateningly. "If you cause more trouble, I want to let it slide. Better manage your contract holders, you damn bastard." Bradcat softly confirmed, "That is exactly what she said." Logan snapped angrily, "What nonsense!" But before he could finish, the system announced. The system declared, "The destroyer of all things says, go home and do not cause trouble. He deals with the old man." At that moment, Logan realized he could not just keep pushing. Finally, he waved his hand in frustration and said, "Fine, I will head back today." He swore, "Next time, I want he come back empty-handed." After Logan left, Bradcat let out a quiet breath. He was a bit panicked inside. "Probably next time, I need to control information better. Just to be safe, I should tell Adelia Vanchik what happened today." Evening came, a cool breeze weaving through every corner of the city. In a quiet apartment complex, Juhich sat cross-legged, focusing on adjusting his magic power. Huckrock quietly replied, "Looks like everyone's here, except a few." Juhich's eyes glowed with excitement as he watched the flow of energy in his hands. After using his cultivation technique to regulate the magic flow, he could tell just how much stronger he would become just by training magic properly. He had already gained 30 extra days of experience compared to before. He rolled his shoulders a bit, but his physical strength had only improved slightly compared to his magic power, so he barely felt any change in his body. His will to train flared up again, and he quietly vowed, "I need to focus on training my physical strength to balance my magic and body at their peak. If only one side gets stronger, fighting tough opponents will be much harder." Suddenly, Juhich called out, "Hey, Bachi, did you feel anything strange when you met that red demon guy before?" Bachi replied helplessly, "Do you still have doubts?" Juhich closed his eyes and explained, "I am just asking in case the Maze Lord's brain magic flares up again, and you might become the Tower Master once more." Bachi immediately rebutted, "I do not have any power now, so I do not feel anything." Then he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Back at the Hero Academy, did you sense anything?" Juhich hummed and raised an eyebrow. "Besides the red demon, was there something else?" Bachi nodded. "Yeah, I sensed a very familiar magical aura in that place." Juhich became more serious, eyes sharp, and asked, "Familiar? Are you sure about that?" Bachi confirmed, "We share some senses, so I am pretty sure about it." Juhich smiled wickedly, eyes gleaming with interest. "Dad, if that is the case," he relaxed and continued, "soon, we will probably have to go back to those hero academies." On a full moon night, atop a mountain surrounded by rushing waters, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Inside an old building, darkness filled every corner. Moonlight streamed through broken windows as the Star Lords gathered in full. Kachi scanned the room and asked, "Are all the named ones here?" Barracuda raised his brow and asked again, "How many went missing?" The whole line chuckled coldly before slowly answering, "Demon Chain's missing, the one who caused all the recent chaos." Mentioning Demon Chain, Barracuda's face darkened. He gritted his teeth, furious and confused. That damn bastard went quiet for 300 years. Why suddenly stir up trouble now? Barracuda's eyes blazed with anger as he pressed on. Then he just disappeared. The whole line smirked with contempt. He probably underestimated his opponents and got careless. Pathetic. Huckrock folded his arms, coldly pointing upward with a sly grin. "If I die here, I will just come back up there and wander for another 300 years like some nobody." The whole line was not convinced and quickly retorted, "Of course we were sent to wreak havoc. We could do that with our eyes closed, but that idiot went way too far." Barracuda squinted and asked, "Besides him, anyone else with special circumstances we can reach?" The atmosphere suddenly froze as Huckrock slowly named one. "Watcha." Barracuda frowned. "Watcha? That kill-happy guy." Huckrock nodded in confirmation. "Yeah." Barracuda sneered, full of sarcasm. "Hope he does not bite the dust as quickly as Demon Chain bragged." But just then, Huckrock's expression turned serious as he spoke. "We just got news from Watcha." Barracuda spun around, urgently asking, "What did he say?" Watcha's confident voice echoed, "At the global tournament, I am going to cause chaos." The next morning, at the Van Halla gym, the energy was electric. Doohyu pushed through his training, sweat dripping down his forehead as he glanced around at the others working out. All three were already there. Koi Arin, Oz, and Josoi. Doohyu looked around and thought quietly, "Everyone's here except Yen Lan." Earlier, Yen Lan had told him she would be visiting family for a few days, and he had happily agreed. Still, he could not help but wonder, isn't her relationship with her family rocky? If she wanted to, she could have just stayed away. After a while, Doohyu spoke up. "All right, everyone, time to wrap it up." The three stopped and replied in unison, "Got it." Doohyu quickly wiped the sweat off his face with a towel. Just as he was about to rest, someone approached calling, "Doohyu." He turned to see Choi Arin, who curiously asked, "Where did Yen Lan go?" He replied simply, "She is home for a few days to take care of some stuff." Hearing this, Koi Arin frowned. "We promised to train together, but she just bailed. Should she have told me first?" Doohyu laughed, defending Yen Lan. "Haven't you done the same? Skip training to visit home for a few days?" Koi Arin hesitated, stumbling. "Yeah." Not wanting to drag it out, Doohyu said, "We have got sparring coming up. Let us get ready." She immediately agreed. "All right." Choi Arin quickly went to inform the other two. Suddenly, Petra asked, "Why are you so proud?" "Teacher?" Doohyu smiled, amused, thinking, "Isn't that funny?" Doohyu looked happily at the three. "Even after reincarnation, I am still teaching my disciples." Petra nodded lightly. "Yeah." But then Doohyu's smile faded, his eyes showing a hint of regret. "Still, I am a bit disappointed." Petra asked curiously, What do you mean? He sighed. I wish my old disciples could gather like this and just relax. But sadly they can't meet each other. After a moment of thought, Beatrice said, Actually, in the past the disciples could gather. Du Hyu's face lit up. Beatrice explained, It happened a long time ago. A door suddenly opened in the illusion abyss, his gaze distant, as if recalling a long-buried memory. Back then, when I was trapped in despair, I wondered what that door was. Beatrice's voice lowered, so I got curious and opened it. Du Hyu listened closely and asked, Were all the disciples there? Beatrice nodded. Yes. He continued, I quickly left because I was afraid someone would recognize me as the tower's original owner. It seemed the disciples all passed through that door in their illusion abyss. Not just me. And they all wore shocked expressions. Du Hyu pondered deeply, eyes growing thoughtful. But what happened to that door? Beatrice shook his head. It disappeared after about 2 days. Maybe that space vanished too. Suddenly, Du Hyu spoke up. That info was pretty effective. Thanks. Beatrice blinked in confusion and asked, What did you say? Du Hyu chuckled with interest. Thinking, a door? Looks like I will have to dig deeper. That afternoon, at the Chinese Silver Lotus Society, the Grand Hall was filled with a calm, elegant atmosphere. Tet Lian, the society leader of the Silver Lotus, could not hide her joy when she saw Yen Lang. What a surprise. She looked at Yen Lang and said, Yen Lang, I did not expect you to reach out to meet me first. Yen Lang hesitated, then asked, Tet Lian, I want to see the achievements of the Tet family. Tet Lian replied gently, It is simple. Let us go back to the Tet family together. With that, the two quickly set off toward the Tet family. A while later, on the way there, Yen Lang suddenly frowned and asked, What happened to Titan and Ho? Tet Lian answered calmly, You probably know she was forced to give up her position as head of the family because her contract with the spirit seat was cancelled. She paused, then continued, and she was expelled from the Tiat family. Yen Lang's eyes widened in shock. She was expelled. Tet Lian nodded calmly, her eyes briefly showing discomfort. Titan and Ho became head by deceiving the spirit seat and suppressing others with violence. Everyone in the Tet family found out. She smiled faintly and added, Thanks to Du Hyu, a student who directly met the spirit seat and exposed Titan and Ho's manipulation. Because of him, the elders of the Tet family agreed to expel Titan and Ho. Hearing his name, Yen Lang blushed and said, I get it now. Du Hyu, Tet Lian continued seriously. Since then, the position of family head has remained vacant. Shaking her head, she sighed. In the Tet family, once you become leader of the Silver Lotus Society, you can't be family head anymore. She spoke slowly, her tone turning serious. Anyway, we need to find a new head quickly. If we delay, there might be a quake that shakes the entire land. Startled, Yen Lang pointed ahead and exclaimed, What? Over there, the Tet family building. A huge fire was engulfing the entire Tet family building. Without hesitation, Tet Lian dashed forward, her face tense. Looks like our fears have come true. Let us go. Yen Lang nodded and ran after her. Running, Yen Lang asked, What happened? Do you know anything? Tet Lian stayed silent for a moment, then said, You know our clan is the biggest in China, right? She explained, but since Tiat and Ho oppressed other clans when she was head after she was expelled, some clans started moving to take the top spot in China. Tet Lian's voice turned cold and sharp. Don't think they will attack our people the way Tiat and Ho did? Yen Lang snapped angrily. So that is what is going on. Damn it. When they reached the building, the gate was locked. Without hesitation, they rammed the door open, but once inside, Yen Lang's eyes widened in horror. Dead bodies lay everywhere, blood splattered across the floor. Masked figures stood scattered among the corpses, their swords still dripping blood. Hearing the noise, the masked men immediately turned, their cold eyes fixed on Tet Lian and Yen Lang. Both Tet Lian and Yen Lang were terrified by the gruesome scene before them. The masked men, weapons still stained with blood, stared intently at the two. The floor was littered with countless bodies. Blood stained everything red. The masked men swiftly raised their weapons, aiming at them. Yen Lang was speechless, and Tet Lian cried out in fear. Monsters? Seeing them, one masked man sneered. Still a few left. Huh. Suddenly, he stopped and studied them closely. Wait a minute. That hairstyle, a voice behind him said sharply. That is Trine Tong from the Tiat family. The leader asked, Trine Tong? So they are connected to Titan and Ho, the one who betrayed us. After getting a response from his comrades, the masked man excitedly said, Good. Let us finish them off like these others. Suddenly, Yen Lang calmly asked, Wait, is it true that the Snow Clan forces other clans to surrender by killing their people? Tik Lin shook her head firmly. She single-handedly fought and forced some members of other clans to surrender using only her bare hands, but no one died. Hearing that, Yen Lang clenched her fists tightly, her voice trembling with barely contained rage. Honestly, I thought I would not care about that clan's people anymore, because I dislike them. But this is just too much. Just as she finished speaking, Yun Lang wiped her face like a storm. Tik Lian panicked and called out. Yin Lang, the masked guy, panicked immediately when he saw her wipe her face, but he quickly regained his composure and swung his sword at her angrily. Damn it, you! The sword came down like a lightning strike. But Yun Lang blocked it with her bare fists. The masked man was terrified she just blocked a sharp sword with her bare hands. Fired up, Yun Lang's eyes blazed with fury as she launched a fierce counterattack. The masked man had not even recovered from the last hit before Yun Lang punched him square in the chest. The punch was so strong it sent him flying backward, knocking over the guy behind him, who crashed to the ground. The long-haired guy and the spiky-haired guy nearby panicked, shouting, "Damn, she took down two of us with one hit." Before they could even recover, a cold gust of wind whooshed by Yun Lang appeared behind them. She sprang up powerfully and kicked both of them with a devastating strike. They were thrown back in pain, writhing before collapsing. Tight Lin watched the scene in amazement. She would gotten way stronger since she left. Tight Lin kept wondering how Zhu Haiusi trained her like that. Yin Lang, lost in thought, Tight Lin did not notice the man beside her lunging forward with his sword. Just when it seemed she could not dodge, she smoothly twisted her arm and sent him flying in pain. After handling him, Tight Lin promised herself that once this was over, she would immediately appoint Yun Lang as clan leader as originally planned. Meanwhile, inside the building, the battle raged fiercely. The clan's eldest daughter, Tight the Lump, was starting to tire from fighting countless masked enemies. The clan's warrior woman, Tai Bai, was not much better. She held an injury on her shoulder and was breathing hard. Tut the Lump studied the attackers, thinking hard. Since they caught us off guard, we did not have time to prepare at all. At a glance, they seem to be from different clans. Could they be attacking because they know we are leaderless? She glanced worriedly at Tut and I. The elders could escape to safety while we stall, but B and I looked exhausted. Frustrated, Tut Thai Lum clenched her teeth, her eyes showing helplessness and anger. Damn it, I do not want to die like this. Suddenly, a noise nearby caught her attention. That was where Wen Lang was powerfully punching through the masked opponents. Alongside Yun Lang, Tut Lime was just as fierce, her sword strike sharp and deadly. The terrified screams of the masked attackers echoed nonstop, keeping Tut the Lum and Tut Nai busy. Seeing Yun Lang and Tut Lin, Tut Bi could not hold back tears, whispering in pain. Yun Lang glanced over the battlefield, then said sternly, I am sure you have a lot to say, but let us save it until after we smash these bastards. Tut Bai quickly nodded a few times, wiping away tears streaming down her face. Tut the Lum smiled and joked, who would have thought the two strongest from our clan would come to save us? What a relief! Seeing them arrive gave Tut the Lum a boost of energy. Excited? She said, let us give it everything we have got. The sudden power caught the masked man off guard. He could not dodge and took a full punch. Tutabanai agreed, coldly swinging her sword to attack. Two masked men screamed in pain as the sword sliced through. Tetbona kept attacking, her sword swift and cold, determined not to give them any chance to counterattack. But just then, one of the thugs appeared behind her, raising his sword with a vicious glare. As he swung down, a foot suddenly kicked him right in the face. In midair, Yen Lan soared up and slammed a strike into his face. Then she quickly landed behind Tetbonai, standing firm like a shield to protect her. Yen Lan, embarrassed, avoided eye contact and stammered, Are you okay, Bonahai? I mean, are you hurt? Tetbonai was so touched she teared up, wiping her tears as she replied, I have... Thank you. The remaining masked thugs started to panic at Tetbo-I's strength. A cold voice rang out. What are you all doing? Scared already? Then a rough hand appeared, chopping off one masked thug's head. The leader sneered sharply, glaring at them, instead of wiping blood and fighting. Are you just going to stand there and watch? The scared thug turned pale, trembling, and shouted, Sorry, boss. The leader's voice was stern, each word a warning to those around him. Those bastards only ran because you all showed no strength at all. He crushed his hand tightly, pulling it up as if grabbing something useless. Cursing, pathetic losers. Instead of crushing the thug's head, blood splattered everywhere in that moment. The four men watching could not hide their shock at the brutal scene. Suddenly, Tianlian spoke up. Though his face was covered, judging by his size and strength, everyone already knew who he was. Tianlian looked at the leader and said, He is the head of the Tian clan, Tian Honghao. Once revealed, Tian Honghao laughed behind his mask, mocking, Damn, so even with the mask now it is useless. Huh, the Tian clan's head, Tian Honghao, openly admitted, That is right, I am the head of the Tian clan. Confidently, he said, Maybe you have noticed, All these guys are my clan's men who abandoned me. We gathered here today to reclaim our clan's dominant spot in Trung-Ho. Immediately, Yanlan objected. But you are not just gathering, you are causing chaos. Killing everywhere, Teen Hong-hao grinned and casually said, We are just doing what your clan head did to us. Done like it, he raised his bloodied hands leisurely and said, Because I admire your fighting spirit, I will make you an offer, looking at them with contempt. He added, If you become slaves to my clan, we will stop and withdraw. His offer made Yanlan furious. She immediately opposed. After your clan head threatened you, you got scared and backed down. You could not even lift a finger back then. And now you are doing this. Aren't you ashamed? Get lost? Bald head, Teen Hong-hao laughed and cursed. Arrogant brat. You are right. Your clan head definitely made things hard for me. His sharp eyes locked on Yanlan with disdain. And without your clan head, his gaze turned brutal. You are nothing. With that, he violently threw a punch at Yanlan, but Yanlan did not flinch. She quickly countered with a strike of her own. Behind them, Titlin suddenly smiled and said, How foolish, she softly added. Just so you know, that girl is way stronger than the previous clan head ever was. Teen Hong-hao fiercely swung a fiery fist at Yanlan. Yanlan matched him blow for blow without backing down. Just as they were about to clash head-on, Yanlan suddenly gasped. In her eyes, Teen Hong-hao's body froze. She blinked in surprise, whispering, What is going on? Did he just stop? Then she realized something. He was not just moving super slowly in her eyes. She could see his movements clearly on some level. But nothing this slow. She thought of Du Hiu and smiled oddly to herself. Could this be the result of training with him? Awesome. Yanlan immediately used this advantage to dodge and counterattack with a powerful punch. After the attack, Yanlan coldly turned her face away, her eyes filled with disdain. Not even bothering to look at him, Teen Hong-hao got hit hard, his body convulsing as he spat out fresh blood, his expression briefly showing shock and disbelief. Just a second later, Teen Hong-hao immediately collapsed to the ground. His subordinates behind him stared wide-eyed in fear, asking, Did she really defeat the clan leader? If that is the case, they all scattered, running in every direction, shouting, Run! Run fast! Yanlan was furious, her anger boiling over as she snapped, You trash! You are running because you can't beat me. Right? After the others had fled, Yanlan turned around and said, Big sister, second sister, let us go help those who have fallen. Tet the Lamb responded absentmindedly. Yeah, then smiled and said to Tet Lien, Now I understand why Yanlan was chosen as our clan leader. Tet Thy Lamb glanced at Tet Lien and nodded in agreement. I agree with that. She lightly pointed at Tet Boy Nai and asked, You must think the same, right? Boy Nai? Tet Boy Ni immediately replied without hesitation. Tet Lien was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, I understand now. Her eyes suddenly grew more serious. Meanwhile, Yanlan was diligently helping the injured to their feet. After the fierce battle at Tetjia, Tet Lien suddenly led Yanlan to a cold, icy place. Yanlan looked around in confusion, asking, Where is this? Didn't we just come inside the house? Tet Lien gently replied, This must be your first time here. Yanlan, she stopped and introduced, This is the sacred chamber, where our Tetjia clan's holy relics are kept. This icy plane is a unique barrier protecting those sacred items. Yanlan listened seriously. I understand. Tet Lien looked ahead and said, Looks like we have arrived. Suddenly, she raised her hand and sealed the snow in front of them. The thick white snow seemed to hide something beneath it, and a treasure box was unexpectedly revealed. Tet Lien opened the box and said, This is the sacred relic of the Lord of the Deep Snow Star constellation. Yanlan stepped forward in amazement, staring blankly. Is this it? But it just looks like an ordinary glove. Looking at the glove, Yanlan could not help but wonder, if I had this relic, could I become stronger faster like Choya Ring? Suddenly, she blushed, feeling shy, thinking that if she got stronger, Juhi would watch her train more. Then maybe he and I could be in the special training class together, right? Seeing Yanlan's face, Tet Lien gave a faint smile. Suddenly, Tet Lien asked, Yanlan, you like this sacred relic? Do not you? Yanlan unconsciously replied with a soft yes. Tet Lien spoke slowly. I know you did not come to me just to see this relic. You must need it. That is why you sought it out. Yanlan blushed and did not answer. After a few seconds, she shook her head, denying it. Really? I just wanted to see it. Now I will head back to Korea. But Tet Lien cut her off. Yanlan, she smiled softly, her eyes gentle as she said, Your face already says everything you want to say, so you do not have to lie to me. Anyway, I am not planning to scold you. Yanlan had to admit, You are right. No point in hiding it. I want the power that comes from this glove to be incredibly strong. Yanlan said, It might sound sudden, but I want to make a contract with the star inside this sacred relic. I do not know the details, but I know it is the only way for me to get stronger. Hearing that, Tet Lien asked curiously, But have not you already gotten strong enough training with Du Hyu? Yanlan replied, yes, but I am talking about a different kind of strength, and that is all I can say for now. Tetlin was silent for a moment, then softly said, Yanlan, I have a way I want to suggest to you. Do you want to try? Could you become the clan leader of the Tet family? Yanlan was shocked, her eyes wide, yelling, what? The proposal stunned Yanlan, and she quickly replied, wait, what are you saying? I have never thought about becoming clan leader. Tetlin calmly asked, Yanlan, do you know what kind of promises you can make with a constellation? Yanlan answered seriously, blessings and minor wishes. Right? Tetlin nodded. Exactly, she continued softly, but there are actually 2 types of minor wishes. Common and true minor wishes, actually 3 in total. Yanlan exclaimed, I have heard about this in Valhalla. Unlike common minor wishes that can be made with many people, true minor wishes can only be made with one person. Right? Yanlan asked. Tetlin nodded. Right? She looked at Yanlan and added, and you can carry a power unmatched by any common minor wish. This new info made Yanlan skeptical. Really? Tetlin asked solemnly. So if a clan has a guardian constellation, usually that guardian signs a minor wish with the clan leader. You said you want to get stronger, right? She advised. Then becoming the clan leader and making a minor wish with the constellation lord is the fastest way to get stronger. Though the offer shook Yanlan, she tried to evade it. But is not it still too soon? You are only 17, Tetlin replied quietly. Maybe you are right to think that. She sadly recalled the earlier battle and said, but Teji is facing serious threats now, with the clan leader's position at risk. Today's attack was one of them. Tetlin spoke gently. As someone from Tet Jaya, I can just stand by and watch this happen. That is why I want to nominate you as clan leader. Yanlan, she mentioned Tet the Lamb and Tet Boy Nai. Besides, your sisters have already agreed with me. Yanlan paused. My sisters? Tetlin assured her. If you are worried about the clan's future, do not. A 17-year-old should enjoy youth, not carry all the clan's burdens. I will help you with that, she said seriously. But I want you to grow strong and worthy of being clan leader. That is why I am suggesting this. Yanlan and Yanlang immediately fell silent. Deep in thought, after a moment, she quickly made up her mind. I will do it. Yanlang confidently pointed at herself. I will become Tetjia's clan leader. Tetlin smiled happily. What could be better than that? She solemnly handed over a sacred relic. Please take this relic. Go to the Chai realm, and receive the Constellation Lord's recognition. Yanlang took a deep breath, nodded, and quickly stepped forward to touch the glove. The moment she touched it, a surge of power suddenly transported her to a strange place. Around Yanlang was an endless icy space, with the Chaos Snow God sitting arrogantly on an ice throne, eyes looking down. Seeing that, Yanlang was startled and stepped back. Suddenly, the Chaos Snow God grinned weirdly outside that space. Tetlin stared at Yanlang without blinking, her heart filled with worry. Finally, Yanlang's eyes widened, her lips curled into a happy smile. At that moment, Yanlang slowly returned from that space and picked up the glove. She turned back and gently nodded at Tetlin. Tetlin sighed with relief, her tense heart finally relaxing. A few weeks later, in the United States, in the high-rise building of the Hero Academy, Juhak and Choi Arin appeared outside the school. Inside the Hero Academy stands. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone buzzing excitedly. Everyone wore eager expressions, waiting for the upcoming match. Below the arena, countless students from different schools gathered, creating a packed scene. Juhak silently observed them, a frown crossing his face as he thought, what a hassle. Who would have thought they would hold a world championship? He thought indifferently, and it is just the start of the school year, only a few days in. Suddenly, Bradcat asked to meet Juhak privately in the chairman's office. Juhak raised an eyebrow and asked confusedly, what is going on? Bradcat, it is still vacation, and I am busy training. Why are you calling me? Bradcat seriously apologized for calling him while he was busy but said he had a favor to ask. Surprised, Juhak asked if he needed help, and Bradcat nodded. Saying yes, Bradcat asked, do you know the new school year starts next week? Juhak scratched his head awkwardly and said, really? I forgot to check the date. Leaning back, Bradcat continued, actually, the World Championship is also happening that week. Juhak got serious and said, the World Championship? I think I have heard about that. Bradcat explained, it is like the contest you entered before I became director. He looked at him seriously and said, but since it is the World Championship, besides the 3 big academies, schools worldwide will pick representatives too. Worried Juhak might not get it, Bradcat gave an example. It is like the academy's contest to pick reps. Curious, Juhak asked, for first-year students, not second or third years. Bradcat sighed, I only found out after becoming director, but they decided not to pick second or third years because those students usually join guilds for hunter training. Juhak suddenly realized, right? This place is a hunter training academy. Bradcat nodded, resting his hand on the table. The Academy's goal is to produce hunters who graduate. Juhak asked, so if they picked reps too often, would it cause issues? Exactly. But first years can join more contests to attract attention from guilds or companies looking for hunters. Juhak asked, so that is the World Championship you mentioned, where I would represent Valhalla. He asked coldly, is that what you want me to do? After thinking, Juhak asked, where's the tournament held? Bradcat smiled, at the Hero Academy in the US. Juhak was shocked. There. Wasn't that place attacked and destroyed recently? Bradcat said, thanks to you, the damage was minimal, and they have rebuilt the academy since. Then Bradcat shifted to the competition. The World Championship is held on a fixed date in the US. Every year, Juhak slowly replied, it is a long-standing tradition. Huh, even if it means racing against time. His cold tone made Bradcat slump. Fine, if you do not want to represent us, I will ask another special class student. Before he finished, Juhak cut in, I will participate. Bradcat looked stunned. What? Juhak said calmly. Besides, I want to visit the Hero Academy. Suddenly, Batra appeared and asked, is it because of the familiar magic power you sensed earlier? Juhak nodded. Yeah, it might be connected to my disciple. Bradcat then asked, got it. Do you want to bring another student with you? Juhak slowed down. Another student? Bradcat nodded and explained, each academy sends 2 reps to the World Championship. If you do not go, I will pick someone from the special class. Want to think about it? Juhak thought carefully. Then can I send Yen Lang? Besides me, she is probably the strongest. Bradcat reminded him. She is in the special class but not a Valhalla student. Juhak suddenly remembered. Right? After a moment, Juhak made his final decision. Then I will go with Joy Aaron. She has been performing really well in fights these days. Bradcat nodded. Got it. Trutta Ann recalled the guide's words and thought deeply. Also, since he was still worried about some things, he might bring Moji's power along. Juhak remembered earlier when the guide suddenly appeared and said urgently, we are in trouble. Sitting lost in thought in his room, Juhak was startled when she appeared and said that, what? Why are you calling me out of the blue? Juhak steps forward and asks, did not you say we would not be able to meet much from now on? Are you sure about that? The guide hurriedly replies, this is urgent, so I had no choice. Sorry for showing up so suddenly like this. She pants and says, Xichku is not the only name that showed up last time. Coldly, she adds, all the names from the 2nd floor of the Tower of Destruction have appeared. Hearing this, Juhak frowns, rubs his neck, and says, before I reincarnated, those bastards coming would not have been a big deal. But now, it is a bit tricky. The guide nervously says, maybe they want all cause trouble at once. The Labyrinth Lord definitely ordered them not to, since killing innocents would only ruin their reputation. Fearful, the guide whispers, but since they are all here, I can predict what they will do next. I want to be able to warn you like before, so be careful. Juhak smirks confidently. Careful. I do not think you should be telling me that. He seriously warns, you are the one who should watch out. Guide. Don't push yourself too hard and get caught by the Labyrinth Lord. The guide chuckles softly and says, it has been a while since someone cared about me like this. I will be careful. See you later. Back in reality, Juhak stands in the arena, muttering quietly to himself. I did quickly sign a temporary contract with Moji and gain some powers before coming here, but was I worrying too much? Suddenly, a voice calls out, Juhak. He turns to Choi Aaron and asks, what is up? Blushing, Choi Aaron says, I heard from the director that you nominated me as Valhalla Academy as representative alongside you. She smiles. Thanks, Juhak. I will do my best not to be a burden. Juhak lets out a soft chuckle. It is not that hard, so just relax. We are going to win anyway. Choi Aaron smiles and chuckles in return. Meanwhile, 2 people are watching Juhak very closely. The brown-haired man is Logan Jr., a first-year Hero Academy student. He looks at Juhak and thinks, just as I expected, he is here. Whispering happily, Logan Jr. thinks, with him here, Valhalla's a top contender for champion. He adds quietly, we still have unfinished business with him. The blonde girl beside him nods in agreement. That is right, the blonde girl is Melissa, also a first-year Hero Academy student. She looks at Juhak and says, I am just grateful he saved us in the Great Forest Eye. Otherwise, we would be dead at the hands of that villain. Hearing this, Logan Jr. adjusts his clothes and says, honestly, same here. I just want to use this tournament as an excuse to talk to him. Curious, he asks, I want to know how he got so strong. Right then, a Siri's voice speaks up. Hello. Beth stands on the podium and introduces herself. Nice to meet all the students and spectators at the World Championship. I am Beth, chairwoman of Hero Academy's council. Seeing the crowd gathered, Beth says, before this tournament, Our academy was attacked. I understand many of you are worried. Of course, my current appearance is a result of that attack, she reassures everyone. However, the main culprit has been dealt with, damaged buildings rebuilt, and during the tournament, we have prioritized security, increasing our security staff by over 200, Beth confidently says. So please, rest assured. After briefly explaining Hero Academy's situation, Beth begins outlining the tournament. Now, let me explain the details of this championship. She continues, the World Championship will last 2 days and 1 night. The first day's mission is to solve the labyrinth. At this moment, Rogan watches the screen intently from afar. Rogan stares seriously at the broadcast screen. A gentle voice calls out, Hey, Rogan, the white-haired woman who just entered is Lenya from the Fake Contract Association 3. Lenya timidly asks, Why are you here? Rogan frowned and turned to question her. I am the one who should be saying that. What are you doing here? Lenya shot back. Lenaya, I am work. What else? Lenya calmed down and said, I heard the Hero Academy was attacked by some suspicious guy a few days ago. Of course, they could not let something like that happen again with so many students gathered, so they hired security companies. Lenya bluntly said, We got that contract, which is why we are here. Rogan asked suspiciously, Really? Hearing that, Rogan explained why he was there too. I am here because one of the attendees caught my attention. Lenya asked curiously, Is it your son? Rogan shook his head. It is someone I am interested in. Rogan slowly said a name, Kim. But just then, a strange noise interrupted everything. Rogan was stunned. What is that noise? Lenya quickly wiped her brow. It is coming from outside the stadium. The two rushed outside, and Lenya was shocked at the sight before her. What the hell is this? Countless zombies were swarming in. Suddenly they howled and charged right at Lenya's group. Lenya panicked, eyes wide. What are those things? Suddenly, a radio crackled. Team. Lenya grabbed the radio angrily. Hey, did not I tell you to keep watch? You should be reported this. The voice on the other end stammered. The thing is, the guy with the golden hair looked at the zombies nervously and hesitated. These things, he froze when a zombie suddenly crawled out from the ground. They are coming out of the ground. Lenya turned pale. What? In the next moment, Lenya rushed out of the Lankin and said, Rogan, I will handle these zombies. Rogan nodded. Got it. Without hesitation, Lenya jumped down and faced the zombies head-on. She powered up and commanded, Everyone stay calm. We have to stop these monsters at all costs so they do not harm the students. Everyone responded loudly with a clear yes. It seemed the zombies sensed the danger from Lenya and howled as they attacked. Lenya quickly fought back without holding back. After watching them, Lenya reassured, These monsters have really weak endurance, so do not be afraid. The people behind her responded, Got it. Watching the zombies keep coming, Lenya frowned, thinking, Their stamina is weak, but they just 1T stop. Has a disaster already happened? During the fight, Lenya turned to ask the girl with glasses in their team, Have you seen anything that looks like a maze around here? The girl answered while fighting, Madam, Lenya muttered in disbelief. No way. This many monsters can just appear without a disaster. She worried about the students inside the stadium. Since the monsters came from underground, the situation inside must be really dangerous. Inside the stadium, a light smoke appeared under the blood-red sky. The students panicked and ran wildly when they saw the zombies. Higukamai looked at them and wondered, What the hell? Anne calmly watched the zombies and asked, What are these monsters? At that moment, Trung's announcement came through. Warning, the competition is cancelled. All students and spectators, please evacuate immediately. Bet stood on the stage and said, The Hero Academy guides will lead you to the exits. Please evacuate quickly. Bet felt dizzy inside, thinking, What is this? Last time was a spiritual attack. Now a disaster. Seeing all this unfold, he felt guilty. I pushed for this competition when it should have been postponed. This is my fault. Just then, a Hero Academy instructor, Rover, looked up at worried and said, Chairman, you need to leave now. Please come down. Suddenly, Bet calmly said, Go to the entrance and help the students evacuate. Rover was stunned but nodded absent-mindedly. Bet rolled up his sleeves, stared fiercely at the zombies, and said, I will take down these monsters until everyone is safely evacuated. Without hesitation, he punched the air, releasing a powerful blue energy as he charged forward. The terrifying named assassin let out a shout. Seeing Beck appear and wildly raise his fist at him, Beck threw a punch forward, and an explosion erupted, blasting the 3 assassins flying. Though Huck quietly observed from the side, his explosive power made me understand why he could fight the Red Demon. He frowned and glanced at the assassins behind him, thinking this all looked oddly familiar like this approach. 1T stopped them. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He remembered, on this side, The assassins were screaming as they charged into attack. Koyarin was ready, raising her weapon to face them. Swiftly drawing her sword, one slash wiped out the assassins in front of her, the power so fierce that they screamed in chaos. The assassins had not been chopped to pieces, but were cut down by Choi Arin's strike. The crowd quickly seized the chance to flee. Watching the assassins charge again, Koyarin thought, I handled quite a few, but there is still so many more. Suddenly, Juhaik appeared and said, Don't waste your strength. These bastards will keep coming endlessly. Koyarin softly called, Juhaik. He gave a cold smile and pulled out his weapon, saying, all the assassins buried on this land will be sent back where they belong. Juhaik suddenly plunged his energy-charged sword into the ground and grinned wickedly at them. He thought of Morin and whispered, that idiot's power is the best way to deal with these guys. Meanwhile, Beck was hard at work smashing the assassins with his powerful punches. Suddenly, the scene before Beck shocked him, his eyes wide open. The assassins in front of him were melting away. Beck clenched his fist and glared at them. What the hell? The monsters are melting. Seeing this massive power, he frantically searched around. No guide had this kind of strength. Who did this? Then he spotted Juhaik with his weapon and silently asked himself, Don't tell me it is Juhaik again. After clearing this wave of assassins, Juhaik told Choi Arin, Actually, this is just a temporary measure. They will come back soon, so do not overuse it. Handle them moderately. Koyarin nodded softly. She asked curiously, What about you? What is your next move? Juhaik exhaled deeply. Excited, he touched his ring and said, I will hunt down the bastard causing all this chaos. At that moment, in a dark room, a bare-chested man was intently watching everything unfold. Watcha suddenly felt a chill down his spine and slowly muttered, Huh. Strange. Hannah anxiously placed his hand on the table and stammered, Impossible. I can sense the demons inside the agitators. We have enough materials, so no way we are running short. Watcha nervously wondered, Is there a powerful false contract there? But even so, dealing with that many is still tough. Hannah slowly said, If Hen dies... Suddenly Watcha laughed excitedly. Before you become someone named, I will make him beautiful and adorable forever. Right then, a strong voice shouted, You perverted bastard. You have been hiding here all along. Huh. Dua casually broke through the wall from behind Watcha. Hearing the noise, Watcha turned around in shock, eyes wide with surprise. Seeing Han, Dua grinned wickedly with joy. Duhaik's sudden appearance left Watcha stunned and speechless. Handa was so terrified he could not speak clearly. What? How did you get here? Duak held his weapon, raised his knee, and asked Han to back. Any other way, he kicked powerfully and said, Your freaky magic led me here. Watcha got kicked, causing Hanta to clutch him in pain and scream loudly. Watcha looked up at him and cursed, You bastard! Hanta slammed his hand on the ground, summoning assassins with a loud shout. Arrogant fool! Facing the huge army, Duak laughed and raised his sword, cursing, Dirty bastard! With just one slash, he knocked away countless assassins and said in disbelief, You try to overwhelm me with numbers because you can't beat me one-on-one? Huh. Seeing his mighty army slaughtered in an instant, Watcha was stunned beyond belief. Before Han could even recover, a sword was suddenly aimed straight at his face. Terrified, Watcha stepped back, but instead of attacking Han, he turned to strike the fortress Watcha had built. Duhigu rested his sword on his shoulder and chuckled, still dodging like always. Huh. Calmly, he called out, Watcha, and just that one word was enough to make Han pale with fear. Panicked? Watcha asked, A Constellation's nickname. How do you know my real name? Dunny, tell me. Han struggled and pointed at him, saying, Now I remember. That style. That strength. Finally, Watcha realized who stood before him. It was the war god. Duhigu smiled and replied, Exactly, the one who crushed your undead army. Excited, he rushed forward and swung his sword at Han's neck, saying, Took you a while to realize. Huh. Luckily, Watcha quickly blocked the blade. Suddenly, Han's eyes sharpened like never before, but those hands were ruthlessly sliced by the cold sword. A flash of light, blood splattered everywhere, and Watcha screamed in pain, staring at his half-cut hand. Right after, Han had not even recovered from the first blow when he was shocked by what happened next. Duhigu swiftly stepped forward, pointing his sword at Watcha's face so close he could feel the breath on the blade and slashed down, and sacrificed one shoulder to save his life. After dodging the slash, Watcha tirelessly clutched his wounds, gasping for breath. Duhigu snapped angrily, Damn it! How long are you going to keep dodging like that? With cold eyes, Duhigu warned Han, Keep dodging stubbornly, and your arm will be chopped off just like that red demon. Gasping, Watcha finally realized. Red demon? Could it be? That is why we lost contact with the demons. They are the first down there. Because you defeated Han, Duhigu admitted with pride. Yeah. Suddenly Han showed up causing trouble. So I killed him. Hearing this, Watcha clenched his teeth in anger. You, Han screamed in agony and summoned another massive assassin. This assassin was 2 or 3 times bigger than Doohiju. Watcha hid behind the assassin and whispered, "Go down. Follow orders." The assassin raised his fist, ready for a deadly strike, and laughed coldly and arrogantly shouted, "Kill us then." Watcha yelled, "It is all pointless." But as soon as he finished, the assassin slammed his fist into Doohyu's face. Doohyu easily dodged to the side. The fist missed him and smashed into the wall behind. Doohyu infused his sword with magic and asked, "Pointless." Then he plunged the blade straight into the assassin's heart, who screamed in pain. At that moment, the magical energy suddenly shifted to a blue hue. Watcha whispered in shock, "What is that?" A magic completely different from the war gods surging out and then being sucked back in. Watcha gasped and stared blankly as the assassin melted away before his eyes. Seeing the assassin dissolve completely, Watcha sank down in fear. He felt a deep sorrow inside. "What? My dear Red Demon, are you really dead? Could the others have died the same way?" Still overwhelmed, Watcha did not notice Doohyu raising his sword toward him. With one swing, Watcha's head was cut off and rolled away. He cried out in pain, "Just like I thought, my life is strong, but not as strong as before." Doohyu sat down in front of Watcha's head and teased, "You are still screaming every time I cut you in the past. Still the same." "Huh," Watcha quickly retorted, "but there is a limit to how much I can take. This body will disappear soon." Calmly, Watcha said, "But it does not matter. My title will rise again." Suddenly, he got excited again. "One day, I will come back alongside the Red Demon I killed first. When I arrived here," Doohyu chuckled and slowly stood up. "So that is why you say it is all pointless." A cold aura surrounded Doohyu's body as he curiously asked, "Where do you think the Red Demon is now?" Watcha was a bit surprised but still answered honestly, "What? He has already gone up." He held the ring in his hand and coldly said 2 words. "Right here." In the blink of an eye, horror filled Watcha's eyes, his voice trembling as he stammered, "You mean, what? Do not tell me." He panicked, shouting, he already absorbed the title. Juek smiled, looking at the ring, and said, "I heard this thing absorbs titles, something the Labyrinth Lord often uses. But honestly, I'm not exactly sure how it works. But who cares?" he said coldly. "Either way, your fate is probably the same as that Red Devil's," making Watcha scream in terror. "What?" When he saw Juek hold out the ring, he started begging in panic, "Please do not absorb me." His pleas were useless. Watcha was completely absorbed by the ring. After absorbing Watch, Juek happily stared at the ring in his hand. Meanwhile, Breakcat and Adelia Vanchik were closely watching Juek's every move through the screen in front of them. Breakcat quietly asked, "What do you think?" Adelia Vanchik gasped. "Unbelievable." With eyes full of admiration, she said to Juek, "I can't believe it." Adelia Vanchik repeated in amazement, "I just can't believe it." Breakcat turned back to her and asked, "Which part are you talking about?" "Miss Vanchik." Adelia Vanchik looked at him and said, "Just call me Adelia." But more importantly, Breakcat stayed silent, listening closely as she continued. "Did you see Juek use our relic just now? I mean how the monsters melted away." Adelia Vanchik went on, "Usually, a star contract's power is not revealed to outsiders, but since we are allies, I will tell you, our star contract's ability is poison." Breakcat is surprised and asked, "You mean poison?" Adelia Vanchik nodded. "Exactly." The yellow sword blazing, she quickly explained to Breakcat. "Basically, it transforms energy into poison which can be used directly or smeared on objects. The poison's strength varies depending on the contract holder." Breakcat asked, puzzled, "What happens if a normal contract holder uses that ability?" Adelia Vanchik explained, "Their opponents get poisoned and either collapse or feel excruciating pain, but they do not die instantly. It is mostly a secondary attack." Worried, Adelia Vanchik added, "Even I, the contract signer, have to fight them head-on to melt them from the inside." Breakcat replied, "Got it." Juek was still inside the spatial circle when Adelia Vanchik spoke. "That is why melting monsters completely with poison is on a whole different level." Breakcat asked in awe, "Really?" Images of Juek fighting monsters alone flashed in Adelia's mind. Her eyes filled with sorrow as she continued, "Besides, he only signed a temporary contract, yet he can melt every enemy without even touching them." Adelia Vanchik, looking serious, said, "Honestly, this is the first time I have seen Juek in action, and I am impressed." Breakcat standing beside her said, "Me too." The screen in front of them flashed a question. "Star contract." Still unclear. Adelia Vanchik looked surprised after reading it and said, puzzled, "Star contract." A masked figure with a bird-like beak said, "Juek's technique is mine, but the new owner made it better. In terms of application, it is definitely on another level." Adelia Vanchik smiled at the screen, mumbling, That person really is me, is not it? She told Break Cat. If Juhak returns, I want to ask him for a favor. He turned to her in surprise and asked, Juhak. Adelia Vanchik smiled and said, I want Juhak to be my teacher in a ruined, desolate city somewhere. The atmosphere was gloomy. Lenny sat quietly, with 2 soldiers standing behind her. Whispering, she shouted orders. Those unharmed, take care of the others and assess the damage. The man with glasses responded. Understood. Lenny wiped a wound on her face. Thinking confusedly, what just happened? She looked toward distant rooftops. No labyrinth had appeared recently, yet undead kept pouring in and then suddenly, they stopped. She recalled Juhak's confident smile and realized that after he appeared, she remembered the moment when those terrifying monsters with jagged teeth charged at her. She bravely fought them off, taking down each one with her powerful punches. The monsters fell one by one, and she reached out to swipe at their eyes. Seeing their comrades fall, the monsters went even crazier, attacking with more ferocity. She kept panting heavily, muttering under her breath. Damn it! Gritting her teeth, Lenya glared at the monsters, thinking, no matter how many we take down, they just keep coming. Clenching her fists, she realized her lightning-fast punch was not great against a horde. It drained too much mana every time she used it. Angry, Lenya thought, these creatures must come from somewhere. But where? Her eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a student in uniform appeared before her. She thought, what the heck? Where did he come from? A school uniform? No way. A student. Watching the monsters rush toward him, Lenya panicked. Hey, you, run away. But instead of running, Juhik smiled and pulled out his sharp knife. With a satisfied grin, Juhik slammed the knife into the ground. A strange blue light burst from the ground, shattering it, freezing all the monsters around him in place. One monster's body slowly began to melt away. The others showed the same melting effect. The girl standing behind watched in complete amazement. She rested her hand on her hip, raising an eyebrow as she assessed. At first, she was confused about who he was. Turns out it was Juhik, the recent famous guy who solves everything with a single strike. Lenya could not believe her eyes. Wondering if this was really happening, the monsters disappeared immediately after Juhik acted. Rogan shouted, Lenya, are you okay? Startled, Lenya turned and said, Rogan. She asked him, is everything still alright inside? He replied, yeah. Rogan told her, by the time I got here, the Van Halla and Beck students had already handled things. Lenya raised an eyebrow and asked, you mentioned you have a beast companion, right? Rogan answered, that is right. Lenya looked at Rogan and asked, is that Juhik? Surprised, he replied, you are right. She continued, if I told you he was the one who ended this chaos, would you believe me? He asked in shock. What? She raised her voice. He charged alone into the undead horde, stabbed his sword into the ground, and made all the monsters melt away. After that, the undead completely stopped attacking. Rogan rubbed his chin, thinking, melt away, the ruler of the underworld, supposedly bound to Juhik, does not have that power. He recalled Beck's warning. Please do not share this info with anyone. Be extremely careful with the powers of our star beasts. Rogan asked Lenya, so where did Juhik go after that? Lenya replied, I do not know. Rogan crossed his arms and said, no other choice. I wanted to use this chance to ask him a few things, but I guess it will have to wait. I am heading in. Make sure to tell Beck and Vidi. Lenya was shocked and shouted, where are you going? Weren't you looking for Juhik? Rogan explained, I am just curious how this whole mess got resolved. I do not plan to dig any deeper. That is not my business. Lenya said, it is not clear yet. We need to investigate if he is connected to Lua Undead. In a serious tone, Rogan warned her, Lenya, I usually do not meddle in others' affairs, but, his eyes darkened, voice cold and slow, do not go any further or you will risk your life. Lenya was stunned and asked, what? Rogan walked away, and Lenya chased after him, shouting, what do you mean? Explain yourself. Rogan, at night on an island. Hukruk gasped, this can be. You are telling me Wacha got captured, to Cichi and Masidung. Cichi asked in shock, captured already? That was fast, just like Hongwi's defeat. Masidung said, maybe he got overconfident, relying only on the undead. She said, I do not care if that pervert dies or not, but Hongwi and Wacha failed way too fast. At this rate, our plan to go down there will be pointless. Batwi and Hokwi said, everything is falling apart because we keep acting alone. That is true. Batwi suggested, let us work together. Hokwi added, we just need to make sure those bastards get taken down. Juhik was walking along the road with Choi Aaron at this moment. She said to him, finally, The tournament got cancelled because of the monster attack. It is such a shame to leave without achieving anything after coming all the way to the US. Zuhik replied, well, there was not much we could do here anyway, so getting out quickly is kind of lucky. Right? Was there anything weird at the stadium? Koyarn answered, some monsters showed up briefly, but we dealt with them without any serious damage. They were quick to appear. Zuhik said, really? That is a relief? Koyarn asked him in surprise. Zuhik, did you stop them? He casually replied, yeah, you could say that. When I saw that monster, it looked kind of familiar, so I figured it might be what I was looking for, and I went after it. Koyarn asked in surprise. Familiar? Zuhik said, it is nothing important. Do not worry about it. He thought to himself, I told her everything so casually. Koyarn asked Zuhik, where are we headed? Zuhik said, if we are going to the airport, we will need to wait for the bus just up ahead. Zuhik explained, since the tournament was suddenly cancelled today, it is really hard to get a direct flight back, so they said it will take longer to get back to Korea than it to get here. Hearing that, Choi-Arn felt a little embarrassed and thought to herself, actually, this might be better. Zuhik pointed to another path and said, I know a faster way back, so follow me. I got permission from the chairman to share this info with the special class students. Zuhik looked around as he walked and said, I think it is just nearby. Finally, they reached a door, and he happily said, found it. Zuhik grabbed the doorknob, opened the door, and stepped inside. With Choi-Arn pulling her suitcase behind him, Choi-Arn looked around and asked Zuhik, an old warehouse. He replied, the warehouse is not the important part. Zuhik recalled his conversation with Break Cat. We can get to the market from any country. Right? Break Cat said, that is right. There are market gates all over the world. Zuhik asked Break Cat, so can we use those gates like teleportation portals? He replied, kind of, but the gates are pretty far apart, so it is tough to go straight to another country. Break Cat suggested a solution. The way I recommend is to enter the market and go to the central tower in Area 7. From there, you can travel to the gate connecting to another country, through the tower again. Break Cat continued, if we go that route, the special class students won't have any trouble using it. We will use the secret path to enter and exit the tower, to avoid making regular market users uncomfortable seeing school uniforms. Zuhik replied, got it. Break Cat reminded him, if you want to come back here, you can do it directly from the tower. Chairman Break Cat. He said, last time you connected the tower in Anhala. Right? Okay, I get it now. Inside the warehouse, Zuhik noticed something. He pointed at a door and said to Joy-Aaron, this way. She gasped. Really? Zuhik slowly opened the door, shining light on Joy-Aaron's face. As soon as Zuhik and she stepped through the door, they saw a strange city. Meanwhile, at some building, an iron door was tightly shut. Zuhik opened the door and stepped inside. With Joy-Aaron following him, he turned and said to her, you did great today. You go on in first. I will report the special class activities to the director. Joy-Aaron nodded. Got it. She smiled shyly and said to him, you worked hard too. Zuhik. See you tomorrow. Zuhik smiled happily as he watched her leave. He glanced at his pants pocket. Zuhik pulled a ring out of his pocket. Holding the ring, he smiled to himself, thinking, this is the third time now, including the original labyrinth owner. Items at that level definitely feel stronger every time I absorb them, so I am kind of looking forward to it. He put the ring back in his pocket, thinking, I will check it later. For now, I should go meet Break Cat since I promised I would wait for his report without sleeping. Break Cat's door was tightly closed. Zuhik stepped up, pushed the door open, and called out loudly, Break Cat. Break Cat looked happy to see him and said, Zuhik? Welcome. Thanks for working so hard. Adelia Vanchik bowed 90 degrees to greet him. Zuhik was really surprised by the scene and cleared his throat. When he recognized her, he asked in shock, isn't he that Adelia Vanchik? What are you doing here? Adelia replied, just call me Adelia. I am bound to ask you for a favor. Zuhik looked a bit confused and said, first, just look up. What is your request? She replied, it is like this. Adelia smiled and made her request. Can I ask you to guide me? Zuhik was stunned and asked, huh, all of a sudden, what made you want that? Adelia explained, actually, we have been following your progress. Zuhik? He replied, you mean you have been watching me? That is kind of creepy. Zuhik got annoyed and shouted, is this your idea again? Break Cat. Break Cat, hearing his name, quickly explained, last time we saw it as a constellation. Break Cat recalled what he had seen on the computer screen. The screen showed, the ruler of the underworld will get furious and kill you without a trace if you talk about it. Zuhik hesitated, confused, and asked Break Cat, what is that about? Adelia gestured for him to be quiet, and Breakcat said, "Nothing." Adelia spoke up. "Anyway, I saw Zhu-Heek use the Constellation's unique skill to catch monsters, and I am really impressed." She bowed again, asking, "Could you teach me to?" Zhu-Heek scratched his head. Confused? Last time it was Breakcat, now it is you. Can't you just learn from Luminous and Ban Wong? Teaching you 1T any different? Breakcat and Adelia listened silently as he spoke. Both of them had already learned to use their powers when contracting with their constellations. Harvesting energy was the same as mine. Zhu-Heek continued explaining, "The difference is I do not rely too much on borrowed mana. I boost my power by adding my own magic when activating them." He continued, "But these days, the kids only focus on boosting their mana, so their control is really bad. No matter what method I teach, your low mana will just make you tire out faster." Adelia Vanchik thought to herself and asked, "If that is the case, even with low mana, you will still teach me, right?" Breakcat chimed in, saying he is looking forward to your help too. Zhu-Heek scratched his head and replied, "Well, I have been busy lately and can fully watch over the kids I am training. Since you two signed a contract with my disciple, it is only fair I take some responsibility and keep an eye on you." He added, "The top priority right now is building physical strength, so if you have time, come to the gym tomorrow." Hearing this, they both said in unison, "Thanks." Zhu-Heek pointed at Breakcat and said, "Breakcat, after today, let us figure out how to approach the constellation again, okay?" He answered, "Sure thing." Bachi asked Zhu-Heek if the familiar mana he sensed came from the building he mentioned earlier. Zhu-Heek suddenly remembered, "Right? This time everything got delayed because of the fire truck, so I just caught that guy and left. I did not even get inside the school building." He frowned but smiled to himself, thinking, "Next time I will definitely figure it out, no matter what it takes." Darkness engulfed the space, with only the bright moon lighting the way. That night in America, many floors of a tall building still glowed in the dark. This was the Contract Makers Association. A figure stood near the top floors of the building. This person was Rogan, looking at a tablet. Rogan stared thoughtfully at the tablet, which displayed Zhu-Heek's file. He furrowed his brow, wondering silently, who exactly is this Zhu-Heek? Sitting at a desk with arms crossed, he spoke to someone through the tablet. "Lord of the Constellations, do you know the Lord of the Underworld? Because it seems the Lord of the Underworld knows that person." Lord of the Constellations, the screen showed, the destroyer of all, the one who pierces everything, with the reply, "Yes." Then the screen warned, "Be cautious of those bound by the Moon Pact." Rogan narrowed his eyes in surprise. The Moon Pact. He looked at the tablet, frowning in thought, then decided to look up more about those bound by the Moon Pact, like what I did with Zhu-Heek, but I could not find any info at all. He stood there lost in thought, feeling like the more he dug into Zhu-Heek, the deeper he fell into a maze. Who the heck is this guy helping? If he has got no ties to the Blood Hunters, then there is really nothing left for me to find. Between radiated a dark purple aura, hovering in the sky. Rogan shouted, "Who are you? Why would someone as disgusting as you be watching me?" He laughed loudly at Rogan. "Aren't you surprised?" Clutching a spiked club, he said, "You really are." Between swung the spiked club at Rogan, yelling, "Damn, leader." Rogan's emotionless face easily blocked the attack. Between swung hard again, knocking Rogan back. Glass shards flew everywhere as Rogan braced himself on the ground to avoid being thrown farther. He looked at Betwee, silently assessing, "This monster's got high intelligence. Is he the same kind of beast that attacked the Hero Academy alone last time?" Clenching his fist, a golden aura glowed around Rogan's hand. Rogan frowned, thinking, "I can underestimate him." Betwee sneered at Rogan, "You are really focused." He charged at Rogan, yelling, "Then try to block this." He swung the club fiercely. Rogan was not backing down either. He gritted his teeth and punched back, the club with its purple aura clashing against Rogan's fist. Boom! A huge explosion sent Betwee flying. He only managed a pain scream. Betwee got up from the rubble laughing loudly. "You are pretty strong yourself." Rogan looked at him coldly. "I do not take compliments from monsters like you." He threw another punch at Betwee. The impact cracked the ground into pieces. Even outside the building, the shock from Rogan's punch was felt. Meanwhile, at the Contract Makers Association, Lenya's office shook violently. Startled, Lenya yelled out, "What was that? Was that tremor just now?" She looked around, thinking it was an earthquake. No, that tremor came from upstairs. Lenya glanced up, frowning in surprise. Could something be happening in Rogan's room? Dust and smoke cleared after the shock, revealing Rogan in a defensive stance. He stared at his clenched fist in disbelief. Rogan thought, I clearly landed a solid hit on him. He looked at the rubble at his feet, wondering where the guy had disappeared to. Suddenly, Betwee appeared right behind Rogan, though caught off guard by Betwee's ambush. Rogan luckily raised his hand just in time to block. Betwee swung again, and with a loud thud, Rogan was slammed hard backward. Rogan growled angrily, "Damn it! he thought. This guy's way too strong. Rogan sized up Betwee, realizing he was not just any ordinary monster. If he were a low-level beast, Rogan could have handled him already even if he was a Constellation's avatar. Betwee sneered with contempt. What is this? Top-tier illusionist, and this is all you have got? Rogan furrowed his brow, teeth clenched in anger, thinking, shut up, I have not even used half my power yet. Betwee scoffed, thinking, I have to get close to him to trigger it, but I can't even touch him. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, grabbing Rogan's attention. Rogan, what is going on? Lenya approached anxiously, asking, are you okay? I heard a huge noise, so I brought the guild guards here. Rogan gasped in surprise. Lenya. Lenya frowned, saying, since it is early morning, I am probably the only guild member still in this building, so I came myself. She gasped in shock seeing Betwee. What the hell is that? He seemed to enjoy her reaction immensely. Betwee said, I wanted to take my time playing with him, but now there are bugs swarming everywhere. Oh well. No big deal. Suddenly he charged, catching Lenya's team completely off guard. Betwee continued, one move from me will finish you all. Lenya shouted orders. You are no match for him. Fall back. Everyone responded in unison. Yes, Betwee raised his arm, ready to strike her. While Lenya braced herself to counterattack, she fiercely threw a punch glowing with golden light toward Betwee. Despite being surrounded by golden power, Betwee smiled brightly. Lenya raised an eyebrow, amazed, thinking, he dodged my full power strike. I aimed right at his path. She clenched her fist tighter, thinking, then there is no turning back for either of us now. Lenya grit her teeth and charged at Betwee. His face took her punch, she thought. I finally got him. All that was left before Lenya was a cloud of dust. She blinked in shock, wondering, what just happened? How is that possible? Betwee suddenly ambushed her again, raising his arm to strike. Just as Lenya raised her hand to block, Rogan suddenly jumped in to catch it for her. Lenya gasped. Rogan, he clenched his fist and warned her, that guy did not really dodge your attack while blocking Betwee's strike. Rogan explained, he created an illusion and only revealed himself when attacking. Betwee sneered, thinking, he saw through my illusion eye. Betwee stepped back, thinking, then I will retreat and use illusions to hide my body, then strike them again. Suddenly Betwee's eyes widened in shock as Rogan stepped on her foot. Rogan laughed proudly, a magical golden light glowing around him. Rogan said, nowhere left to run. Betwee struggled to free his foot from Rogan's grip. Rogan looked at him with fierce eyes. Take this hit from me. Then he raised his fist and clenched it tight. Counting down, 1, Rogan punched Betwee, shouting, my punch. Betwee took Rogan's punch without any reaction at all. Rogan got up, stunned, could not believe his eyes. He wondered what was happening. His body suddenly frozen, unable to move. Suddenly, Hookwee appeared behind Betwee and said, no matter how useless you are, this time you have gone too far. Betwee. Betwee shouted, shocked. Hookwee. Hookwee's whole body glowed with a faint purple aura. He smiled wickedly. If you had not missed my hellfire eye, your stomach would already have a hole. Betwee laughed loudly. Killing me won't be that easy. Hookwee sneered with contempt. Try taking a hit from him and see what happens. Lenya came up to Rogan, surprised. Another huge monster just like him. Rogan replied, so he was hiding nearby all along. Hookwee spoke up. So who should I kill first? Betwee answered immediately. Just in case, I have already frozen the woman standing next to him. Kill whoever you want. Lenya got furious, clenched her fists tightly, and shouted, since when did you? Betwee scoffed and rubbed his chin. Really? Well then. He continued, I will go first. Suddenly, Juhyuk appeared out of nowhere, his eyes blazing with determination. He stabbed his knife, cutting Hookwee in two, and said with disdain, nice try. Juhyuk thrust hard, and black blood spurted from Hookwee's head. Lenya and Rogan were both completely shocked by Juhyuk's sudden arrival. Betwee got furious seeing his ally killed by Juhyuk. He shouted in disbelief, what the hell? Rogan readied for battle, yelling, Juhyuk. At that moment, his hand twitched slightly. Lenya rubbed his shoulder gently. Rogan, try moving. He let out a soft grunt. Suddenly, Juhyuk interrupted, catching everyone's attention. Back then, you bastards always caused trouble whenever you stuck together. Hookwee always used the eye of a killer, and you used a club against me. He turned to Betwee, smirking, so I killed Hookwee first back then. Remember that. Betwee was speechless, glaring at Juhyuk in silence. Betwee glared fiercely. What nonsense are you spouting? Wait, how do you know my name and that you killed us? Rogan stepped closer from behind. You are Juhyuk, right? I do not know how you got here. But thanks. Juhyuk recalled Breakcat's warning. Lately, Someone named Rogan's been looking for you. Ju, the top-ranked assassin from the association, said you might meet him if you rush into the building that just got attacked. Keep an eye out. He frowned at Rogan, thinking, so this is the guy looking for me. I hope I have not made any enemies with him. Betwee angrily swung his power around. Who you are does not matter. How dare you talk back to me like that? He charged fiercely at Ju, Yurisi, and Rogan, who luckily both reacted quickly and dodged Big Wee's attack. He shouted, stop talking nonsense. Rogan turned to him and asked, from what you said, do you know these two monsters? Do you have any strategy to take them down? Yurisi thought to himself, I just spoke without thinking again. Then he said to Rogan, did I say that? Strategy. He looked at Betwee, thinking, if I remember right, to beat him you have to react the instant he attacks and finish him before he turns into an illusion. If not, he will ram you to death. Betwee glared at him, cursing, you damn turtle. Could it be? Suddenly he spun around and left. Everyone was shocked, thinking, he is running away. Lenia gasped, what the heck? He is actually running? Rogan also asked in surprise, why run when he is already overpowering us? Should we chase him? Yurisi watched Betwee's figure fade and said, what is running away is just an illusion. His real body must be somewhere near this illusion. The sword in his hand suddenly glowed with a mystical golden light. He thought, if I unleash this light, I can make the illusion disappear. But I can't use my earth skill right now. I want to fight using the power I have absorbed, so I want to even make a temporary contract. Yurisi frowned, thinking, well, no choice now. This might be a bit reckless, but I will just slash through this whole building. Rogan exclaimed in surprise. Constellation. What is happening? His words caught Yurisi's attention. Rogan asked in amazement, War God? Who is that? The screen displayed the phrase Destruction Constellation, which said the War God. Yurisi sighed and smiled. I was wondering why I felt a familiar magic from you. Now I get it. Rogan called out in shock. Yurisi spoke. Long time no see. You are here too. I am in a hurry. Let us make a temporary contract. Does your fake contract have a holy relic? The screen showed the Destruction Constellation urging, yes. Destruction Constellation, hurry and bring the holy relic. Lenia shouted, come on, quick. Rogan said, it is probably in here. Lenia furrowed her brows and yelled, hurry up, it has to be in here. Bagwee flew out of the building. Lenia continued, that bastard escaped through the window. Yurisi reached out, where's the holy relic? Hurry! Rogan quickly handed a bead necklace to him. Yurisi put it on his wrist and smirked. Alright then. Bagwee hurriedly fled. He thought, damn it, now I know why Wacha and Honghai died so fast. He furrowed his brow, thinking more, the war god has returned. Yurisi might look like a kid now, but that magic power is definitely the war god's. Bagwee thought while running, I can keep sending messages like Wacha did. I have to warn them quickly the war god has been resurrected. Yurisi chased close behind Big Wee, his arm glowing with a mysterious golden energy. He threw a punch at him. The golden light blinded Bagwee, who gasped in shock. Boom! A loud explosion blasted him far away. His body was covered in wounds. Bagwee cried out in pain. Yurisi smiled proudly as he looked down at him lying on the ground. From inside the building, Lenia and Rogan were also stunned witnessing this scene. Lenia said, Rogan, is that your constellation power? He replied, you mean my constellation's power smashing like a giant? That is not possible. Rogan raised an eyebrow and added, but that attack really carried constellation power? Has anyone ever used their ability this strongly right after making a contract? He observed Yurisi and said, Yurisi always manages to surprise and intrigue me. The sun was rising in the east, and below the building, lots of ambulances and police cars had gathered. Lenia was being taken for questioning, while Rogan was getting his wounds dressed by medical staff. Suddenly, a screen appeared showing the constellation of destruction, saying, let that person go. He wondered, Constellation? He asked in surprise, you are going back to Lunher? Yurisi replied, yeah, I have accomplished what I came here for. Plus I want to avoid attracting media attention. Rogan asked, shocked, accomplished your goal? Stopping the monsters was your goal. Yurisi scratched his head and said, you are not wrong. He sighed, this is such a hassle. Yurisi thought, if I just ignore him, will he still come ask for Hala? But I want to finish this quickly and move on. A sharp glint flashed in Yurisi's eyes as he thought, wait a minute, according to Backcat, he is a top-tier pact user in the Star Association. Getting him on my side could definitely come in handy later. Jewett said, I am tired today, so let us talk another time. Rogan replied, okay, sorry about that. Yurisi told him, when the time comes, I will visit the Hero Academy to answer your questions. Rogan said in surprise, he does not use honorifics. Yurisi smiled and said, I will give you a specific time because you are Sang's contract holder. You should be grateful. All right, he said, then turned to leave. Rogan reached out to stop him, shouting, "Wait!" Suddenly a screen popped up. The Destruction Constellation said, "Let him go." He wondered. Constellation. The screen displayed again. The constellation said, "Too bad he should have been more polite to him." Rogan stammered loudly. "Oh, politeness." "Yes," Lenya called out behind him. "Rogan," she said, "I was about to hand this case over to the police, but there is no sign of the monsters' bodies. Do you know where they went?" Rogan replied, "Didn't you see? They turned into smoke shortly after." Lenya crossed her arms and sighed. "Damn it, these monsters are all over the place. Proving this to the insurance company is going to be a nightmare. I need to find some Sevi footage." She then turned to Rogan and questioned, "Zhu Yuk's gone? Who exactly is he?" "The monsters I faced today were not ordinary. They are way stronger than a typical pact user." Rogan, looking thoughtful, said, "Who is he? We will find out soon enough." He quietly watched Zuik's figure disappear before leaving. The next evening in a forest, Zuik wandered alone, calling out, "Bachi, Bachi." Zuik glanced at him and asked, "Do you think the magic I sense from Sang is the same as what you feel from the heroes?" The man answered, "It is different." Zuik smiled and said, "Really? Good. I was worried I would have to bother meeting that Rogan guy, but looks like it was not for nothing." Baichi replied, "Yeah." Zuik thought to himself, "Still a bit disappointing. The Sang I met today, though trained by me, is not really my disciple." Suddenly, Zuik asked, "I wonder where Sasimi is." Suddenly, the former bodyguard approached and saluted Zuik. Zuik looked surprised and asked, "Who the hell are you?" He replied, "I am from the Yuyo clan. It is an honor to meet the chief." Zuik asked in shock, "Are you sure you are not mistaking me for someone else?" The former bodyguard confidently said, "Definitely not." He explained, "Our revered constellation, Tugu, instructed that if Zuik's name is mentioned, I must reveal myself according to the plan." Zuik said in surprise, "Don't he tell me?" "Somewhere else," a masked girl said. "When that person says the keyword, then reveal yourself and your identity." 4 people sat around a table with a mystical purple fire between them. One spoke. From Zia the masked one said coldly, "So Zimmy." Zuik took off his hat and smirked. At that moment, 3 more people appeared beside the former bodyguard. They looked at him and saluted, speaking in unison, "We are honored to meet the chief." Zuik asked, "Did you bring the relic?" The former bodyguard replied, "Of course." Zuik said, "Hand it here." He lifted the relic with both hands, saying, "Here it is." Zuik held the relic and smiled softly. As night slowly swallowed the space, Zuik looked around the area. Ahead were abandoned houses surrounded by rubble. Everything here looked run down and desolate. A sign hung outside one house that read Munden Vu. Zuik sneered, "Munden Vu? Huh, haven't seen this sign in ages." He added, "It has been a while since I last saw Sozim." Huh. Zuik called out loudly, "Sozim, are you here? Stop hiding. Come out now." Sozim shyly hid behind the door. She stepped out embarrassed, then knelt and bowed to him. Zui helped her up, saying, "You really have not changed at all." "Get up," Sozim politely replied. "Yes, sir." Zuiuk sighed. "Even your spirit is like our dojo 300 years ago." His words made Sozim blush with embarrassment. She said, "To us, Mundenvu is not just a dojo. It is our home." Zuiuk scratched his head and laughed. "Whoa, I did not know you valued it that much." Zuiuk thought to himself that the world 300 years ago was very different from now. He recalled standing arrogantly on a cliff, looking down 300 years ago. He silently thought, what a chaotic place. Below the cliff, 2 groups were preparing to fight. One side was humans armed with sharp weapons. The other was a bunch of nasty monsters. A man was so scared he started crying but still gritted his teeth and charged into battle. Swish, swish, swish. Zuiuk's group jumped down to back up the humans. Monster corpses lay scattered everywhere. Zuiuk and 2 local guys easily took down the monsters. In such a chaotic world, someone like me who only knows how to hunt monsters could still survive. The villagers were so grateful they even gave me gold. By protecting trade caravans, they paid us or assigned us missions to hunt monsters or clear labyrinths. The 3 of us entered a bustling market. The world back then was full of suffering, but I lived in it without a single worry. He smiled watching his 2 local companions happily eat skewers. Despite the lively scene, Hate noticed a poor family trying to sell their child. Back then, human trafficking was sadly common. The father happily handed over his daughter. The buyer seemed very pleased with her. He lifted her hair, and tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Though rare now, human trafficking still happened, and the buyer looked very satisfied. He handed the girl's parents a large bag of money, making them very happy. The father coldly pushed his daughter forward. Poor parents sometimes sold their daughters hoping for a big payout, their eyes greedily fixed on the money. D-Hake watched this scene and felt disgusted, because when I was a kid, I was a slave. No matter how much I hate it. He stared at them fiercely. The buyer raised his knife to threaten him. That only made D-Hake angrier. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. Lao punched the buyer right in the face. So I did not just fight slave traders with my disciples. If I caught them, I would kill them on the spot. His actions drew a lot of attention. D-Hake glared at the father who willingly sold his own daughter. The man backed away. Terrified, the girl's parents quickly turned and fled. D-Hake frowned angrily as he watched them go, then suddenly shifted his attention to the girl beside him. The girl was crying pitifully, clutching the hem of his shirt. During that time, I took in a few homeless kids as disciples. D-Hake bent down and smiled at the girl. That was also when a small problem started to arise in the life I had planned ahead. He stood with arms crossed, eyes closed, thinking. At first, I planned to work hard as a hunter while I was young, save enough money, then retire quietly. And during training, I would only teach a few disciples to keep fighting against slave traders in essence, setting up an automated hunting system. But even though the hunters supported me, and my 3 disciples trained hard, ever since I started raising disciples, I barely managed to save a dime. Since I had enough disciples, I decided to give them a place to shine. He rubbed his chin and smiled softly. Back then, lots of noble families and martial arts schools were competing fiercely for power. Clans like Jia Jin and Muximon were constantly at each other's throats. The abandoned girl shouted out, "Martial God School." After discussing with my disciples, we decided to name our school that. And so, we founded Martial God School. Even though he who carefully hung up the signboard, his disciples were all overjoyed to see it. He looked up at the sign and sighed. And so, we founded Martial God School. He smiled quietly at the sign. We set up Martial God School to properly support and train my disciples, and because I wanted to earn from my disciples. They were thrilled when the sign went up. Even though I was strong, I started my journey learning skills that did not suit me. And I was not naturally gifted either, so I quickly hit my own limits. But my disciples were different. Under my guidance, they learned skills that fit them perfectly, and they all became incredibly talented. He looked at the girl he just took in. So I decided to train my disciples until they no longer needed my teaching. When they grow up and spread their school, they will be able to recruit new disciples. Duhea quietly smiled, thinking about the money he would make. I will take a reasonable cut from donations and the profits generated from those donations. Back then, I thought I could just sit back and enjoy my old age. Hayek looked up in frustration. But no, just as my disciples grew and were about to expand their influence, the Tower of Destruction appeared. Standing before him was a massive tower, crackling nonstop with thunder and lightning. The Tower of Destruction was surrounded by bolts of lightning. Duhayuk frowned angrily as he stared at the tower. His memories stopped there, snapping back to reality. Duhayuk and Sosimi silently looked up at the old signboard. Suddenly, Duhayuk spoke up. "Sorry for standing like that. It just reminded me of the past." Sosimi replied, "It is, Master." He asked her, after becoming a constellation, "What did you do? And how did you find me?" Sosimi answered, "I knew Master would reincarnate." She continued, "After I became a constellation for a short time, a notice appeared. Hearing that, I thought, just as I expected, even Sosimi said, so I chose a human who could be my right hand as my first contract holder. Then I founded the Yuju family and continued operating with 4 members. I named the organization Yuju to show that Master is the one I recognize as the leader." Duhyu gasped. "What?" Sosimi added, "That is why I killed everyone who claimed to be the strongest, except for Master." Duhyu asked in shock, "You killed them all?" Sosimi quietly replied, "Yes." She quickly clarified, "Of course, I am not a reckless killer. When someone claims the title of strongest, we watch them carefully, and the moment they reveal it, we kill them. When someone claims to be the strongest, we observe them closely, and as soon as they show that title, we take them out." Duhyu asked Sosimi confused, "Then how did you find me?" She replied, "We use the same method." Duhyu rubbed his chin, smiling quietly. "If I would said just one wrong word, I might have been killed by my own disciple." That was close. Sosimi explained, "That is why we killed those who claim to be the strongest swordsmen, like Junsen and a strange evil organization, blood hunters who only target strong contract holders." Duhyu exclaimed in surprise, "You really killed a lot of people." She said, "I believe that is how I was able to meet Master again after reincarnation." Duhyu asked in shock, "What?" She shyly shared her reason. "Among us, Master is definitely the strongest, but he is also super humble, never bragging about his power." Duhyu blushed as he scratched his head and said, "Well, I am not really humble either. I just do not like to talk much because truth always comes out on top, no matter what." He continued, "Right now we have me, Moju, and Luminous." Sosimi perked up and asked, You have met the other sisters already, Do-hyu said in surprise. You did not know. I thought you already did. You put so much effort into finding me? She replied, I know all 4 of you became constellations, but we can only see through the eyes of the contract holders, so Simi added, that is how I know Master has met people from the Fanchik family and the black market. But I did not realize they were contract holders for the other sisters. He nodded. Exactly, he smiled and said, but you showed up just in time. So Simi, maybe soon I am going to need your help. She lit up happily and let out a soft contract holder sound. Do-hyu said to Simi, let us stop here for today. I will invite your contract holder to meet the others, so we can talk more later. Then he waved and turned to leave. She watched his back as he walked away, blushing and shyly making a soft contract holder sound. He leaned on the table and glanced at Rogan's expression, saying, lately, I have been figuring out what happened after I died. To put it simply, here's my story. In the meeting room, Rogan was speechless with shock. Do-hyu chuckled. You are here already. Rogan stammered. I just got here. He thought to himself, who are these people anyway? Rogan looked over at Break Cat and instantly recognized him, the black market boss and director of Van Halla, the same Break Cat he met before. Then he glanced at Adelia Ventric, who was definitely a member of the Ventric family. Adelia Ventric. Next was the former bodyguard, whom Rogan quickly recognized. And that mask, do not tell me. He gasped silently. A demon mark. Do-hyu turned to the former bodyguard and asked, aren't you going to sit down? He replied, no need. I will stand in the back. Do-hyu said, all right then. Where should I start? He looked at everyone and asked, actually, none of you really know what I do, right? Adelia Ventric and Break Cat were a bit surprised by his question. Adelia Ventric asked in shock, aren't you the master of the constellations we serve? Rogan thought to himself, Master, Do-hyu quietly replied, that is right. He raised his hand and leaned lightly, watching Rogan's reaction as he said, recently, I have learned what happened after I died. To put it simply, my story is accepted as late at night. Adelia Ventric and Break Cat are both utterly stunned. Rogan too, the former bodyguard, thought silently, exactly like what the constellation said. Break Cat asked in disbelief, you mean you, Do-hyu, destroyed the Tower of Destruction and saved the world 300 years ago? Do-hyu blushed and said, saying it like that makes me a bit embarrassed. But yeah, that is true. Adelia Ventric's eyes widened in shock. So the Age of Destruction really existed. That was when the tower suddenly appeared and brought ruin to the world. Break Cat added, records only say the tower collapsed after unleashing monsters across the world. So we did not know it was you who destroyed it. Do-hyu was surprised and asked, didn't Moju and Luminous ever mention this? Adelia Ventric replied, actually, except when they are with you, the constellations do not communicate with anyone else. Break Cat said, and the world's ruler? I remember back then. Luminous said with a blank face, the Tower of Destruction. I only remember entering it with Master. Break Cat continued, that is what was said back then? Do-hyu asked in surprise. Really? Huh. He thought quietly. Even his closest allies do not remember anything from before becoming constellations. Well, since they have met me now, they will slowly regain their memories. Do-hyu continued. Anyway, everyone who was somewhat famous back then has become a constellation now. That is why the constellations started appearing after the Age of Destruction. Adelia Ventric asked in shock. So does that mean the constellations all died around that time? Do-hyu replied, maybe not all of them, but most are like that. Break Cat said, I get it now. That is why the constellations react so strongly to artifacts from the era of destruction. Do-hyu continued, and I mentioned this before, the creator of the Tower of Destruction is causing countless disasters and sending constellations here. Rogan stayed silent the whole time. Do-hyu said firmly, so the Tower of Destruction will definitely reappear. Rogan's eyes widened in surprise. Will it really come back? He replied, yes, but we probably still have about 4.5 years. Do-hyu shared his plan. I am gathering my disciples to stop it, and getting stronger by dealing with invading constellations that show up here, clenching his fists with determination. This time I am going to destroy the Tower of Destruction, and minimize the damage, so that the name the Era of Destruction will never be mentioned again. Rogan spoke up. Honestly, I find this hard to believe. Do-hyu turned to reassure him. I can understand that, he said. My own constellation told me that 300 years ago, Do-hyu was known as the martial god. Rogan continued, you even saved constellations and passed down the first rule. Do-hyu scratched his head embarrassed. Really? I do not remember the details well. Rogan fell silent, deep in thought, then suddenly said, hey Do-hyu. Rogan stood up, eyes full of resolve, and asked, if you really are the martial god from 300 years ago, would you fight me? Do-hyu smiled confidently and replied, of course. It is already dawn outside. At that moment, Rogan and Do-hyu stood face to face. Adelia Ventric spoke up. I do not quite understand what is going on here. Break Cat answered, I guess Rogan thinks this is pretty crazy, suddenly discovering a high school student is a hero from 300 years ago and the master of our constellations. If there's solid proof, it makes sense logically, but emotionally, it is hard to accept. Rogan got into attack mode, surrounded by a golden aura of power. Adelia Vanchik asked, so he wants to face him head-on. At that moment, Du also took a fighting stance, surrounded by a mysterious red aura. Breakcat sighed, let us see if Du Hegyu is really just a strong high schooler or truly someone from that era. Rogan clenched his fists, eyes blazing with determination. He charged at Du Hegyu, throwing a steel-hard punch, and Du Hegyu eagerly fought back. When their attacks collided, a massive explosion erupted. Rogan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger, while Du Hegyu smirked. Their fists locked together. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, forcing Adelia Vanchik and Breakcat to quickly shield their eyes. The former bodyguard silently observed from a distance at the Hero Academy's president's office. President Back's eyes widened in shock. He thought, that sound came from the stadium outside. We are not under attack, right? Back suddenly remembered something. Wait, he recalled what Rogan said to him earlier. Today I will be hosting guests at the Hero Academy, he asked in surprise. Guests? Who are they? Rogan answered, that is still a secret. He warned, and if you hear loud noises, it is probably because of me. Back glanced toward the stadium thoughtfully. Rogan, I trust you, but who exactly did you bring here? Outside the stadium, a terrifying aura was spreading. Du Hegyu took a fighting stance, smirking as their fists clashed repeatedly. Rogan was bracing himself, thinking, damn it, watching Du Hegyu move so effortlessly. Rogan muttered, I am being pushed back. That can be just a high schooler's strength. Rogan gritted his teeth and frowned in anger, thinking, so he is not just borrowing the power of the constellations to fight monsters? Rogan was quickly pushed back by Ju-hik. Rogan called out to him, hey Ju-hik! Ju-hik! The man replied, I am going to use magic. Alright. Suddenly, golden light like a huge flame surrounded Rogan. Ju-hik thought, oh wow, he has been fighting without magic this whole time. He smiled and said, alright then. Go ahead. He added, but I am still fighting without using any magic. Rogan responded immediately, the golden light around him crackling like thunderbolts. Rogan slammed his fist into the ground hard, shattering it into pieces. He raised his wooden staff high, which was glowing brightly. Then he used the glowing staff to push Ju-hik backward. Ju-hik put both hands up in defense and smirked. Whoa, bring it on. He thought, did I oversell how I do not use magic a bit? Honestly, I am feeling the pressure now. He thought further, if I used magic, I would be stronger from absorbing the constellations, but my physical strength would still be lacking because it grows with my body. There is nothing I can do about it. Ju-hik sneered as he watched Rogan charge at him with all his might. He thought, but hey, fighting a top-tier genius using the power of a constellation, that is pretty cool. Ju-hik told Rogan, let us end this raw power showdown right here. Rogan stomped the ground hard again, cracking it beneath him. He raised his arms to attack Ju-hik again. Ju-hik quickly dodged Rogan's attack. Surprising him, he looked at him and teased, did your dojo teach you that move? No way. Ju-hik pulled Rogan in and warned, you need to put more power into it. He added, because it is meant to finish off an opponent in one strike. Then Ju-hik pushed Rogan hard with his back, sending him flying backwards. Rogan's eyes widened in shock, and he let out a pained yell. Ju-hik smirked as he watched him fall to the ground. The next afternoon, Rogan lay in bed showing signs of waking up. He softly groaned a few times. Suddenly, Rogan's eyes snapped open. He sat up and shouted, shocking everyone around him. Ju-hik, sitting beside him, softly asked, you are awake. He continued, I thought you passed out, so I brought you here, but I did think long and hard about whether to take you to the infirmary. Rogan rubbed his stomach and replied, I get it. I have, thanks to you. Suddenly, Rogan fell silent, deep in thought. He struggled to speak. You really are a rare gem. Ju-hik was surprised. What? Didn't I already say that? Rogan, still holding his stomach, said, sorry. You did say it, but Ju-hik quickly comforted him. Hey, I get it. He added, I know some people need to experience things themselves to believe it. Ju-hik smiled softly. Your constellation spirit is really kind. Rogan asked him, you said you are looking for disciples to stop the destruction tower, right? Ju-hik quietly replied, yeah. Hearing that, he was thrilled and said, really? Thanks, man. The former bodyguard thought quietly, I know I should not speak up, but this is quite an interesting group. He glanced at Adelia Vanchik, head of the Venatic family. Adelia Vanchik. Then he looked at Breakcat, the black market boss. Chimiyu. Next was Rogan, a top-ranked member of the association. Rogan, then Ju-hik, and others from the Yugutra. Suddenly Ju-hik spoke up. Before we start, remember I have a question? Rogan quickly answered, sure. He continued, Do you see anyone here who looks like my disciple? Rogan said in surprise. Like your disciple? Juhaek replied. Yeah, something like their achievements or something. He went on. The reason I wanted to meet today is because last time I sensed a familiar magic aura, but there's so much magic here that I could not pinpoint the exact location. The cold weather guy continued. Since these students produce so many hunters, there are tons of achievements here, making it hard to keep track. Rogan fell into deep thought. A voice came through. Please find my master. Rogan's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately said, There is one. Rogan continued. There is an achievement telling me to find someone's master. Bet called out in shock. Rogan, he looked at Rogan and asked, Has your guest left yet? Rogan replied, Not yet. We are still in a meeting. Bet asked worriedly, So who exactly is this guest? Rogan answered, Juhaek. Bet said, There was a huge explosion outside. What are you guys discussing in there? Rogan quickly replied, Sorry, I can't go into details now. You can ask them later. Rogan made a request to Bet. Can you give me the spirit light sword I entrusted to you before? Bet scratched his head and said, That sword. He added, Honestly, that thing has been giving me a headache. Rogan asked in surprise, It has been giving you a headache. Bet pressed a button on the controller. The cabinet started sliding open slowly, revealing its contents. Rogan and Bet stepped inside, but said seriously, The spirit light sword can't be kept here. Inside was the sword, radiating a terrifying red aura. The wall showed clear signs of damage from something horrific. A sword appeared, surrounded by a dark, evil energy, and he looked at it in shock. What the hell? Did the spirit light sword cause this? He asked, but, equally shocked, replied, Looks like it. The two started arguing, but both were worried expressions. Rogan asked, Sweating, did not you say you would store it with the other relics? That place should be safe enough to block magical power. Bet explained, Of course I planned to store it there, but he recalled the time he went to put the sword away in the dark hallway. To a locked room, he pressed the fingerprint scanner to store the sword, but when it opened, what he saw shocked him. He said, I could not do it. Rogan asked, Why? Bet replied, The sword guardian released magic to block the entrance. So much magic filled the room. An overwhelming power stopped him in his tracks. He felt a terrifying magical aura on himself and went on to say, And the light sword started emitting magic too. As if reacting to that power, he continued with a helpless look. So I had no choice but to bring it here. His eyes grew serious, fear shone in his gaze as he added, But even this place can handle the sword's magic more precisely. The dark energy sealed in the sword. That was a maze, his pupils shrinking. The sword's aura was causing the storage room to gradually collapse, even though it was sealed by a magical barrier. He continued, saying he wanted to discuss how to handle it with me. Just as I arrived, Rogan fell into thought, seemingly pondering something, then suddenly turned and asked, Have you ever heard the phrase find my master that I mentioned earlier? Bet, confused, said, I have never heard that since the sword started acting like this. Rogan frowned deeply, lost in thought, and said, Really? As his hand reached for the sword, Bet quickly reached out to stop him. Yeah, Rogan, the sword seems to sense someone trying to take it. It is releasing terrifying energy. Rogan's hand touched the sword hilt, a massive power swirling around his hand. He lifted the sword, feeling the sword's overwhelming magic. The blade glowed blood red, but the power around the sword was fading. Bet watched in surprise, his pupils shrinking. The sword's magic was running out. He thought for a moment, then asked, What is going on? Rogan, holding the nearly powerless sword. Rogan pondered briefly before speaking. I do not know either. The sword was like this the last time I turned to talk to Bet. Let me take it back. Bet asked, Really now? I thought you had a meeting. Rogan said seriously, Yeah, I am taking it to the meeting. Bet was stunned by those words. What? He asked firmly. What are you even studying? Rogan smiled slightly, thoughtful, then pushed the door and stepped out of the wrecked room. His face showed no fear now, only determination. Sorry, Bet. You will understand everything soon enough. Behind him, Bet's face still frozen, unsettled, even without understanding, he smiled softly and said, Man, he is still going solo as always but always keeps his promises. I trust you. Rogan, turning to Juhaek, he handed over the sword, saying, I brought it here. Juhaek took the sword with both hands, feeling the power within. His face was serious as he said, Something feels really off. Holding the sword, he spoke before the meeting room. I can sense any magic coming from the sword. He explained, When I held it, it was like that. Rogan added, Actually, when I brought it back to the academy, it was the same. He remembered you asking. Really? He put on a thoughtful expression, then said, Exactly, but I often hear a voice saying find my master. He mumbled, looking back down at the sword in his hands, his eyes squeezed shut, Trying to focus and feel it, he gripped the sword tightly. His eyes snapped open, then narrowed in thought. What is going on? Then he said, I can enter the illusionary realm. Adelia asked in surprise. What? He asked confused. I do not really get this. Is this normal? She hesitated, saying, yeah, entering the illusionary realm needs the constellation's consent. She added, so if the constellation refuses, you can get in. He stared at the sword, deep in thought. Refuse? He mentally connected with the sword and asked, Bachi, can you sense the magical power you mentioned in the sword? Bachi replied, it is a bit faint, but I definitely feel it. He asked again, so is there no other way to handle this? Bachi stroked her chin thoughtfully. Honestly, he said, Hun Okim, do you remember what I told you last time? He was puzzled by the comment and asked, what do you mean? Bachi crossed her arms and continued, a door once appeared in the illusionary realm. He suddenly remembered, you mean that it was an image of Bachi standing before a huge door with intricate patterns? He asked again, you said behind that door is where the constellations gather, right? Bachi recalled opening that door. He replied, exactly, thinking back to the vision he had. He added, now that I think about it, there was not just one door in there, there were multiple doors around, each leading to different places and people he saw. He described with regret what he witnessed. Beyond the constellations were many doors leading to the illusionary realms they lived in. He saw bursts of power flickering from the people who appeared behind those doors. Bachi shared her guess. If I am right, when you step through a door to enter one place, you can also access other constellations' illusionary realms through their doors. Hatsi said, that makes sense, but still he paused, thinking of a problem. Bachi asked, what problem? He stared intently at the two in front of him, sharing what he knew. After learning about the doors, I tried gathering info from those people, but the two in the meeting room just looked at me weirdly. He continued, they did not know anything. Bachi thought for a moment and said, that is understandable. It happened a long time ago, and since it was brief, maybe some constellations are not aware. Also, no one alive today has experienced it. He looked carefully at the sword in his hand and asked, is there anyone who might know about this? Juex's eyes widened in surprise. Actually, there's one person. Smiling before everyone, Juex said, since there is nothing else to do today, let us head back. The three of us in the meeting room said this together with Zhang Than. Okay? Juexi pointed at a man wearing a skull mask and a black cloak covering him and asked, Yu-Gi-Ho, what is your name? The man in the black cloak said, we are just nameless guards of the master. The master can call me whatever he wants. He suddenly remembered, stroking his chin. Wait, a flash of an image hit me. 4 people in black cloaks with 4 arrows pointing in different directions. Yu-Gi-Ho answered, Master. Juexi pointed at him and said, so from now on, you are an ex-guard. He stiffened and replied seriously, understood. Juex smiled and said, you should go talk with Adelia and Hex Mayu. I am sure Suzumi wants to chat with the others too. Adelia and Hex Mayu both looked at the masked man, who responded, yes, it is already sunset outside, and the last rays of the sun are shining through the building's glass. Juex's voice echoed, then let us head back. Everyone. Ling then agreed. Okay. A few days later, a simple house deep in the quiet forest, the guide smiled and said, long time no see. How have you been lately? Juexi talked with her by candlelight, saying, forget about that. I know how tough the second-tier constellations are, so I am a bit worried. I am trying to absorb everything I have found. Juex still smiled, staring at the small object in his hand. But because of all that, I have gotten stronger, and I am really grateful. Juex calmly said, we met at just the right time. She looked surprised and said, his eyes locked firmly with the guide's, a slight smile on his lips as he asked, do you know anything about the door where the star stacks converge? His eyes flashed briefly. The guide placed her hands on her hips and smiled. You mean the arena, right? He wondered aloud. The arena, the guide explained confidently. Right after creating the star stacks, the Maze Lord made a special space. She continued, you can enter that space through doors appearing in the illusions of those star stacks. That is the arena. He rested his hands on the table, frowning slightly. Why create a space like that? She explained. It was made so the star stacks could battle each other. Even though they lost their original names, their epithets stayed with them. He asked, like the Lord of the Infernal Prison. Something like that. The guide nodded. Exactly. The epithets are similar. Her voice seemed to blend into the room's silence as she continued sharing what she knew. Those epithets became part of their names and their powers, depending on the star stack and the Maze Lord. The arena was open to amplify the powers inside those epithets. Duhigu asked again, but it seems like the arena disappeared really fast, right? Tapping his cheek with his index finger, the guide recalled, yeah, it looks like the arena did not go as planned by the Maze Lord, but I still do not know the exact reason why. Duhigu crossed his arms and frowned. You are asking if the Maze Lord created the arena only to close it himself. That is a problem. I was about to ask if there is a way to reopen the arena. But it seems like doing that means dealing with the Maze Lord himself. Right? The guide smiled, tapping her finger. That is not an issue, because the arena is opened by a star stack acting on the Maze Lord's orders, using that person's power. Doohae-gu gasped. Wait, what? The guide continued, radiating confidence. Also, the reason I called you here today is that I have found that star stack along with all the other second-tier star stacks. Doohae-gu excitedly said, Whoa, everything's happening just in time today. I want to hear it all. Scene shifts to a ruined, deserted school at night. A boy appears with saw-like teeth and a big lock on his chest, shouting, You damn stupid fools, known as the star stack keyholder. He is small but carries a giant key on his back, clenching his fists on his knees. He said, Why are you all just standing there doing nothing? If we keep this up, we will all lose everything. He muttered nervously to himself. Even if I die, I will come back with the name I got from up above. What now? He recalled monsters that had appeared before and added, because sometimes they come down here. The more he thought, the more scared he got, biting his nails quietly. If I am the only one left with my name and have to wander for hundreds of years, that'd be horrible. Dunty, they know that. Long ago, under dark sky, only a flicker of light shone inside a tree trunk. He remembered. Because we do not have bodies, we can feel anything but despair as we drift, circling a tree with only our minds alert. And sometimes, for some reason, we see a fruit hanging there suddenly turn into a star stack. This cycle repeats every day. Memories overwhelmed him. He frowned. Back then, I was not a fruit yet, and right after becoming a star stack, my body was taken away, leaving me just drifting around. Once I took shape, I finally got down here, but does that mean I will disappear? The keyholder frowned deeply. If those two, Badgui and Hookwi, had succeeded, none of this would be happened. Days later, on a remote island, a group of monsters gathered. Holgrub hesitated. This is trouble. Then he added, Badgui and Hookwi are dead. Cash and Macadong exclaimed. What? Cash whispered, They are dead, but they were not weak at all. Holgrub looked serious, folding his arms. Yeah, looks like even now there are people who can defeat us, and their deaths make things even harder. Macadong wondered. Why's that? Holgrub seriously asked them. Do you guys know how we are still surviving? Cash pondered. Macadong replied, Is not it because of the name we received that we can manifest our true forms? You answered, That is right, but what I want to ask is how we manage to keep our existence visible. Cash calmly said, By using magic to fill our fragile, delicate bodies, right? Holgrub agreed. Exactly. Holgrub continued, If we are alone and do nothing, we can sustain ourselves with the magic we absorb, but since we gathered for our plan, the magic is not enough anymore. So the Lord told us to regroup on this island. Then he seriously explained why. Because there is a huge floating magic stone buried here. Hearing this, they were stunned. The green-hooded demon said, No wonder I can sense such a massive amount of magic. His companion added, So that is the reason. The one with the key on his back looked surprised as he stared at them. Another monster repeated, A huge floating magic stone, and a whole lineage of high cheekbones. But so what? Hookrock replied, The problem is that magic stone. Cash shouted, What? Hookrock calmly explained, Those 4 magic stones will run out of magic in as soon as 2 months. If we transfer magic into them or leave them be, they can absorb magic from nature, and their magic will increase again. But if we only rely on the Lord's orders, 2 months is an extremely short time. Hookrock continued, So our plan is to get another magic stone and place both on this island to help circulate the magic, and Betwee and Hookwi will handle that role. Remembering the excited faces of those 2 monsters, Hookrock muttered, Are they really trusted with such responsibility? The whole lineage answered, Yes, I used my power to find out. The whole lineage asked again, Does anyone know where they have gone? Hookrock whispered, I do not know. Cash said, They went to the Phantom Air Association. Hookrock slowly said, Tracking human information is not easy. Especially lately. Pausing briefly, he added, A company rumored to be working with the association discovered a large floating magic stone, causing media chaos. And Hookrock continued, So they came to kill the members of the association there and steal the magic stone, but they failed. Hearing this, the keyholder's eyes widened in shock. Through a gap, he saw Cask. So what do we do now? Hookrock answered, For now, we have to halt all activities until we find where the new magic stone is. Hearing this, the keyholder slowly nodded. Suddenly, The keyholder spun on his heel and dashed outside. Hookrock looked back in surprise. Running? He cursed. Idiots. All of you are fools. After running for who knows how long, the sky seemed to be brightening. Sitting alone in an empty room, the keyholder muttered, "The magic stone is one thing, but the real issue is what happened to Petri High and Huck High. They were so powerful. Yet they got killed. How can we not be in danger?" The keyholder frowned in thought, his hand still gripping the spinning wheel as he continued murmuring, "If we just stay put, our magic will run out and we will vanish. Luckily, I got out of there." Suddenly, a strong magic presence appeared right beside him. The keyholder eyed it cautiously. It was none other than Ju Hiu, smiling subtly with a sword in hand, radiating powerful magic all around. Ju Hiu's gaze challenged the keyholder. Facing him, the keyholder narrowed his eyes nervously and stammered, "What is this? Who are you?" Ju Hiu straightforwardly asked. "You are the keyholder, right?" The keyholder's face went pale as he jerked away. The keyholder then turned and sprinted back the other way. Ju Hiu stood still, hands in his pockets, smirking as if looking at a weak little mouse. The keyholder panicked, thinking, that bastard, he is the one who defeated Petri High and Huck High. If not, how could he have found me? Thinking this, fear welled up, and he was determined. "I have to run." A voice right beside him, Ju Hiu whispered, "I only said one sentence. Why are you already trying to run?" The guardian raised his hand to block, panicking and shouting, "Let me go. Since becoming a constellation, I have never killed anyone before." A sword flashed near the guardian's wrist. His eyes shut tight, waiting for death. Ju Hiu calmly looked at the guardian, thinking, what the heck? He is even more boring than I thought. I only scared him a bit, and I have not even put on the ring to see what kind of constellation he is yet. Ju Hiu thought. Just as I placed the sword at his neck, tears started streaming down his face. Ju Hiu lost interest, thinking, maybe I do not need to absorb him after all. Ju Hiu sheathed the sword and asked, "You said you have never killed anyone?" Not feeling the cold steel at his neck, the guardian slowly opened his eyes and stammered, "Yes, that is right." Then he continued, "Ever since becoming a constellation, I have only used my power once to open the door to the spiritual realm." Ju Hiu was surprised. Ju Hiu gently said, "All right, I want to kill you, but do me a favor." Wiping his eyes, the guardian asked, "What favor?" Ju Hiu said straight up, "The door you opened leads to the arena, right?" The guardian's eyes widened in shock. Ju Hiu smiled and asked with a teasing tone, "Can you open it again?" The dark clouds in the sky slowly faded away over the ruins the two were discussing. Ju Hiu concluded, "So basically, you can open it on your own, right?" The guardian hesitated, then softly said, "Yeah, you probably figured it out, but right now, I do not have enough mana." He nodded. "Yeah, seems so." He stared at the ground and said, "With the little mana I have, I can open the spiritual realm door for all the constellations or connect the virtual spaces." The guardian explained further, "Only thanks to the crafted item do I have enough mana from my true form to extend my powers and create a clone to make it happen." Ju Hiu repeated, "Crafted item?" he asked. "So that means you can do it now, right?" The guardian nodded. "Yeah." Ju Hiu frowned. "Damn it. If that is the case, even if I absorb him and use his power with the ring, it won't work, because the ring only lets me use the constellation's original abilities." The guardian bit his hand, frowned deeply in thought. His eyes suddenly brightened with realization. Lian asked directly, "We have never met before, so I do not know much, but you must be really strong, right?" Ju Hiu turned and replied, "Yeah." The guardian smiled and said, "Then help me get something. Once everything's ready, I can open the arena door." Ju Hiu immediately asked, "Get what?" He smiled wryly and said, "The crafted item fell here with me." Scene shifts to China, atop a mountain, in an old mansion. A sigh is heard. Yanlan rubbed her arm and laughed. "It has been a while since I got to move my limbs like this." Opposite her were dry skeleton soldiers, holding shields and weapons. Yanlan smiled fiercely. Raising a powerful fist, she punched straight into the head of a dry skeleton soldier. His face instantly shattered, then his whole body exploded, taking down the others with him. Standing on the shattered remains, Yanlan smiled and thought, what was that? Her eyes sparkling, she held her hand and thought, so making a contract with a constellation really does give you a lot of power. Looking at the dry skeletons on the ground, Yanlan was excited. "I only used a little strength, and they already broke apart. Unbelievable." She smiled softly, just like Ju Hiu said. Suddenly her cheeks flushed pink, wishing he was here. Clouds shifted, revealing a blazing sun. Valhalla training room, surrounded by the mountains of Baofu. Inside the training room, Yanlan laughed loudly. "I am back." As soon as she spoke, everyone turned to look at her. On one side were Ju Hiu, Joy Arin, Jo Soyan, and us. On the other side were Adelia, Black Cat, and Rogan. Yanlan was surprised. She looked at Ju Hiu and asked, "What is going on? Why are there so many people? And what is with this weird atmosphere? Did I come at a bad time?" He smiled softly and said, "You came just at the right time. But why did it take so long? Yanlan mumbled. I had some family stuff to deal with, Juhi bluntly said. So you remember now you have become the head of the family, right? Yanlan was surprised. How did you know? He replied calmly. I have never missed any important info. She smiled awkwardly, scratching her head. It is a long story if I tell you, Yanlan explained. What it meant was that I should become the head of the family, Juhi asked with a faint smile. The leader of the Silver Lotus Society, right? She answered. That is right. He asked again, but I am curious. I thought you said you were not interested in becoming the head, Yanlan stammered. Well, people change. That is normal. Yanlan's eyes sharpened intensely. She turned and stared thoughtfully at Choi Arin, who returned the gaze coldly. Choi Arin said with a smirk, What is up? You want to fight? Yanlan thought deeply. Honestly, part of why I became head was because of her. I did not expect that signing the pact with the family constellation would make me this strong. Yanlan radiated powerful magic, her eyes flashing brightly. Even though she had not fully mastered her constellation's power, she believed she could beat Arin. Clenching her fist, she shot back. Looks like you are just asking for a fight. Juhi interrupted. Both of you, stop it right now. This is not the time to fight. Yanlan stammered. Sorry. Choi Arin replied. Fine. Juhi looked at Yanlan and asked. Aren't you busy with something? Yanlan said. I know. She continued. Since I just became head, everything is up to me to handle. Usually, I just focus on hunting monsters to boost the family's reputation. Juhi chuckled lightly, hands in pockets. I see, Yanlan added, leaning on her hip, and someone else handles all the paperwork and documents for me, he said gently. She is really good to you. Yanlan turned to look at Choi Arin and asked, Hey, what are you so worried about? Arin snapped her head away. Nothing. Juhi looked at Yanlan seriously and said, By the way, it is lucky you are here. We need your help with something. Yanlan repeated. Blushing? Lucky I am here, Juhi said seriously. We are planning to clear out some labyrinths. Hands in pockets. He asked. Have you tried using your skills since signing the pact with the constellation? Yanlan replied seriously. Not yet. Juhi stroked his chin and explained his plan. I am thinking we split into pairs because there are too many labyrinths to handle. But with your current power, you might be able to handle one on your own. He looked at the magical energy radiating from Yanlan and said, Since signing the pact, your magic has grown a lot. Yanlan was curious. My magic has increased. Looking down at her hands, she said, I had not really noticed, so I am not sure. He added, the monsters inside the labyrinths are weak against magic attacks, and magic is your strength. Also, I am struggling with the labyrinths in China. That is the perfect place for you. Juhi pointed at Yanlan. Use a lot of magic during fights to get used to it. She answered immediately. Got it. Crossing his arms, Juhi said seriously. There won't be any weaklings in the labyrinth, only crystal monsters. And there might be treasures too. Yanlan asked. Treasures? He smiled. Exactly. Grab those treasures and bring them back. Her eyes blazing with determination. Yanlan stared at her hands thoughtfully. A random thought crossed her mind. If it is pairs, who would Kim Ju-haik be with? Her face flushed with the thought. Images of Choi Arin, Zhou Soyan, and Adelia appeared in her mind. Yanlan blushed deeply. What the heck am I thinking about? Her power surged, sharp spikes forming on her clenched fists. Yanlan quickly punched the nearest skull, smashing it to pieces. A powerful blast sent the other skulls flying backward, her flushed face heavy with breath. Yanlan said with a clenched fist, All right, that is enough. She continued, Today, I am going to crush every last one of you, you pathetic dried-up ghosts. Then came the loudest, most ear-piercing noises, in the use. On a rocky cliff, Juek walked calmly with a serious expression. Next to him, Of-haik was gasping for breath, and Rogan took off his sunglasses to look at an old yellowed paper they had. Juek asked Rogan, Are we there yet? Rogan replied, Not yet, Juek said calmly. Even with coordinates, satellite images, and maps, nothing beats the power of light. Rogan wondered, You mean the ability of the underground master? He continued, Only a few special groups know exactly where it is, so the exact location is not recorded anywhere. Rogan looked at him and said, The public already believes the association is the only force that knows where that giant magic stone is, so this place must be top secret. Juek smiled and said, I feel sorry for them. They just gave up on it and left this tough job to me. Rogan objected, They do not regret it. After all, it is just a source of magical power to guard words. With today's tech, they could just make it themselves. Of-haik quietly listened to their conversation. Juek just smiled softly and said, Got it. Thanks for explaining. He recalled the words of the constellation key keeper. Please help me find the crafting items that fell with me. Juek had asked, Where are they now? The keeper answered, They are probably scattered all over the maze. The keeper added, Unlike me, the crafting items emit a strong magic scent, so you should be able to find them easily. Juek agreed. All right. The keeper hesitated. One more thing, please help me find the giant magic stone too. Juhik asked, isn't he that just a bigger version of a regular magic stone? When it is full of magic power, it floats and can explode if handled wrong. The keeper nodded lightly. You are right. He smiled softly. Creating a door in the illusion realm requires a huge amount of magic power. He hesitated briefly, then added, so big it could obliterate me if I tried. The keeper said sadly, I am really scared. Juhik pondered quietly, and Trudden smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Juhik remembered saying back then. I will find both for you. The keeper looked surprised and stammered. Really? Looking back, I do not know why I said that it is so hard to find even one. Rogan stopped and said, We are here. Juhik snapped awake and looked ahead. Rogan hesitated. We have arrived. All three stared ahead in shock. Rogan said, What the hell is that? In front of them was a giant stone golem moving. The monster's red eyes glanced backward. The three men stood frozen. Watching it, the stone monster slowly stood upright, dust falling and scattering everywhere. Rogan watched it, unable to hide his amazement. What is that? A golem? Hike asked the other two, but this golem looks bigger than usual. Right? And why is it here? Before they could answer, the so-called golem started swinging its fist. The powerful punch slammed into the ground. All three quickly jumped away to dodge. They leapt to a nearby safe spot, faces full of worry. Hike's eyes widened in surprise as the golem missed its punch and pulled its hand back from the ground. The spot where it had punched was now a deep crater. Huck muttered, Looks like size is not the only thing this golem has going for it. Rogan, putting his sunglasses away, agreed. Yeah, judging by the look of it. Definitely. The golem flexed its arm, staring thoughtfully at its fist. Then it swung again, this time aiming for Rogan, who was standing closest. Facing it, Rogan's whole body glowed with a strong golden light. He frowned. This stupid monster. He charged head-on at the golem, shouting a bratty challenge. You know who you are messing with. Fist and golem collided, kicking up a cloud of dust. Juhik raised his hand to shield his eyes from the dust, thinking, what? Was that a one punch? The stone hand touched Rogan's tiny fist, and cracks began to appear. The next moment, the golem's left arm exploded into pieces, with its right arm destroyed. The giant monster toppled backward, leaving the other two stunned. Hake silently gasped. That is insane. The stone monster lay motionless before him, and the boy could not help but think. He punched the golem once and shattered its left arm into pieces. Is this the power of destruction? Looking at the middle-aged man across from him, Hake thought, just as expected from a contract mage of Rogan, the one and only, and quietly turned his head to reassure himself, secretly relieved that this guy was on his side. But what surprised him even more was, even Rogan spoke of Juhik with great respect. What exactly is their relationship? Hake thought this as he glanced at Juhik. He remembered when the team split up to enter the maze, sweat dripping down his face. Hake thought, I thought I would been sent to America or something, but I actually made it. Thanks to that, I get to witness the power of these living legends firsthand. Hake marveled nonstop. Suddenly, Rogan spoke up, sensing something strange. The golem lay still before him, but he could not shake his doubt. After that hit, it should have been smashed to bits, yet it still looked intact. Juhik reassured him. Maybe it is just too big, so the impact was not enough to break its core. Rogan replied, Yeah, that is probably it. At that moment, Juhik suddenly crouched down into position. He sprang up, swinging his sword straight at the golem's chest. With a sharp clang, the blade slammed into the golem's chest, surprising Juhik deeply, seeing his sword stuck fast. He wondered, even light shot can pierce it. Meanwhile, the unconscious golem suddenly snapped its eyes open. It lifted its head and stared right at the intruder on its body. Juhik gasped in shock. Its right arm started glowing with streaks of golden light. The shattered stones from earlier began to piece back together. Juhik's eyes widened at the sight. He stood watching as the giant fist swung again, this time aiming straight at him. Juhik quickly raised his lay-shot sword to block. The powerful force of the punch slammed into his blade, sending him flying backward. He planted his sword into the ground to stop himself from falling any further. Once steady, he said, I get it now. Watching the golem emit a strong radiant glow, Juhik calmly analyzed. That rock must be absorbed, that huge magical stone floating out there. The other two looked confused and muttered, What? Huh? Juhik blocked their view and asked, You need to cast an anti-magic spell to suppress that rock's existence, right? Rogan answered, Yeah, one of our contract mages cast a spell on it. Juhik continued, But honestly, it is nearly impossible to fully suppress that magical rock. The amount of magic it holds makes that task almost unachievable. Rogan doubted this and argued, But I do not sense any magic power at all. Juhik replied, That is because the contract mages worked hard to hide it from human detection. Rogan was speechless at that statement. Juhik went on, But it is different from creatures made purely of magic. Looking at the fierce monster, Juhik declared, It got this far because it can sense that Ju is the most powerful magic user nearby. Hike nervously glanced at the golem and said, "So when I saw it shaking the ground earlier," Ju-Heef continued for him, "it was actually trying to absorb excess magic and redirect it into that magical stone. That is why the number of other monsters around here has dropped sharply. It has killed them all." After saying that, Ju-Heek thought to himself, "It is still shocking how big it has gotten just by absorbing all that leftover magic. So that huge magical stone floating there must contain an enormous amount of powerful magic energy." Next, the guy glared at the golem, thinking if he would known this would happen, he would have brought his disciple's skills along. What a pain. Right after, he stepped over to Rogan and asked to borrow something. Hearing this, Rogan quickly searched his jacket pockets and handed it over. Juak smirked and said, "I am about to show you a real on-pan move." In the water maze, a huge stone cave dimly glowed from within. A weary breath came out. Breakcat asked Han with concern, "Are you okay?" The blonde girl hesitated, breathing heavily before answering, "Yeah, I have. It has just been a while since I have pushed myself this hard." That blonde girl was Adelia Ventric. She held her head on her knees, trying to steady her breath to continue. "Usually, the servants in our clan handle monsters like these, so I am a bit out of practice." Breakcat said understandingly, "I get it. After all, you are the head of a big clan." He touched the black cat mask on his face and said, "I am also a little rusty since it has been a while since I last fought a monster." "Excuse me," he said, and then removed the black mask from his face. His handsome face was revealed once the pitch black mask was gone. This move instantly made Adelia Ventric blush bright red. Breakcat let out a relieved breath after taking off the mask. Just as he was about to relax, the noise beside him piqued his curiosity. Adelia Ventric, as stunned, silent face made Breakcat suspicious. Thinking she was upset he would taken off the mask without asking, he quickly said, "Sorry, I got a bit heated. I will put it back on." She immediately stopped him. "Wait," she blushed as she asked, "is it really okay to take off the mask?" Though confused, Breakcat replied, "Yeah, it is. I usually hide my face as the head of the black market. But today, I am not playing that role." Clenching his broken magic staff, he added, "Besides, in some way, we're fellow disciples, right? I figure fellow sect leaders should not mind." Adelia Ventric stammered, "Yeah, I get it now." She recalled when Juhaik assigned her the task and thought to herself, "Actually, I felt conflicted when he told me to enter the maze. He said it was part of real combat training, but this moment erased all those doubts." Thinking that, she shyly rubbed her face and said to Breakcat, "So from now on, could you leave your face uncovered a bit more often?" His hand paused mid-air, mask ready to be put back on. With a slight blush on his cheeks, Breakcat replied, "All right, I will keep that in mind." Suddenly, a yellow panel popped up. A voice said, "Can you two hurry up a bit?" Another dark blue panel flashed. As the Underworld's administrators, should not we be following the boss orders instead of flirting? Adelia Ventric's heart skipped a beat reading the yellow screen. Breakcat saw the message from the Underworld admins and hesitated. "When did I do that?" "Fine." Embarrassed, he turned to his teammate and said, "Looks like our break's been a bit too long." Adelia Ventric blushed and agreed. "Yeah." He put the mask back on and said, "All right, let us go." Adelia nodded, and the two took off at full speed. Meanwhile, the giant monster golem bent its arm, radiating intense killing intent. It swung a massive punch at the ground, but Juhaik jumped up just in time to dodge. He leapt toward his two teammates. Looking serious, "Heads up, Rogan." Juhaik, a shout lifted his spirits as he looked over. Juhaik showed a bracelet of beads on his wrist and said, "This is how you use the one-fist technique." The golem's powerful punches slowed slightly as it sensed movement nearby. The stone monster spun around to face them. It swung its arm quickly at Juhaik. A loud impact echoed. Juhaik was shocked, and Rogan was not any calmer. Juhaik's swinging punch knocked the stone monster flying and dented the space behind it. He clasped his hands, amazed at the man behind him. Just as expected, this power is insanely strong. It has been a while since I threw punches like that. Rogan was stunned by the result. He could not help but wonder, was that really the ultimate punch? He completely destroyed the golem and the mountain behind it. So this is what true destructive power looks like. Without letting Rogan think further, Juhaik placed a bead in his hand and said, "Here, this might come in handy." Rogan quickly took it and replied, "The honor is mine." Staring at the bead in his hand, Rogan fell into deep thought. Could it be that he still has not unlocked his full power? He quickly called over the younger guy, Juhaik, who responded with a grunt. Standing tall, Rogan said seriously, "If you ever come back, could you teach me that punch?" Juhaik stared at him for a moment. Then, sensing a kindred spirit, smiled warmly and promised, "No problem. If we find an even bigger magic stone, I will teach you." Juhaik said. Pointing ahead, Rogan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "One more stone. Of course. The Guild Alliance has won too, so we just need to get that, Juak quickly replied. Sounds good. If everything goes smoothly, I will return a stone. Rogan hesitated, repeating, if everything goes smoothly, without pausing long. Rogan continued, got it. Like I said before, I think we can replace it with an artificial inscription system. Juak chuckled, pointed behind them, and said, all right, let us keep digging the hole the golem made and look for the magic stone. I had a feeling this would happen, so I brought people who could sweat it out with me. Rogan and Juak each responded, got it. Okay. A few days later, in a dilapidated house glowing with purple light, a voice rang out. Hey, the key holder could not help but gape at the scene before him. In front of him were 3 magic stones, and Juhaik was smirking, saying, I brought the treasure and the huge floating magic stone. The key holder could not help but ask, you really brought all of them, all 3 stones? Juhaik casually explained, I brought 3 just in case, recalling the old guard handing over the stone to him. Juhaik thought silently, yeah, 2 stones belong to Rogan, and 1 is thanks to So Simi. They said that stone is used to receive commands from So Simi or something. The next moment, he spoke and handed the bag he had been carrying to the kid opposite him. Here. These treasures. The key holder hesitated. Right? Opening the bag and taking a quick look, he could not help but marvel. Everything is here. Honestly, I did not expect you to collect everything so fast. All right. This should be enough to open the arena. Hearing the confirmation, Juak cheerfully asked. Really? The key holder clenched the bag tightly and continued. To be exact, the term arena was coined by the Labyrinth Lord. Actually, it is just a big tome. I will prepare to open the door connecting the different voids. Looking again at the 3 magic stones, the kid was a bit speechless but said, thanks for bringing the spare stones, but judging by the mana each stone holds, I think 1 would be been enough. But Juhaik shot back. Don't worry about them. They each have their own purpose. The key holder grunted skeptically. Suddenly, Juhaik changed the subject. Hey, other key holders have already descended to conquer by the Lord's orders, right? That question made the key holder flinch. He silently lowered his head without answering. Seeing this, Juak relaxed and continued, if you are staying quiet to show loyalty or something, do not worry about it. You think all I know is just your location. The key holder visibly trembled. Hesitating. Well, Juak cut him off. I will use that to handle them. Watching the magic stone emit endless purple light, the key holder murmured, a huge floating magic stone. Huh. Then Juhaik ordered. All right, hurry up and link the arena to the illusion abyss. The key holder immediately responded. Okay? Got it. Hearing that, Juak turned to call his men. The original guardian and the former bodyguard in black immediately spoke up. Yes, sir. Juak began assigning tasks. Order the other guard to watch him until the door opens, and prepare the Sozimi for a preliminary contract. The former bodyguard silently listened and replied. Understood. Juak continued, this time with a firmer tone. If there is any sign he is contacting other constellations, take him out immediately. The former bodyguard nodded again. Got it. The scene shifted to another dark area. A hand slammed angrily on the table. Damn it. The owner of the hand was Kachi. The table shattered in half from his strike, startling everyone nearby. Kachi growled, when are we getting out of here? If this keeps up, we are going to die without achieving anything. Then he turned to Hookrock. Any news from Lord Mekong? Hookrock crossed his arms and replied. No news since we got here. Kachi's veins bulged in anger as he said, everyone else has already died pointlessly. We can't let that happen to us. Makadong spoke up. I agree with him. We can just stand here and wait to die. Right? Getting their agreement? Kachi added. I say we go out now and kill those bastards. What do you think? Suddenly, a strange voice cut in. I think your idea is pure nonsense. Kachi was startled and turned around. Makadong also looked surprised. Standing beside them was a young guy who appeared out of nowhere. Juak rested his staff on his shoulder. Watching the stunned group, he calmly said, I have been standing here for 10 minutes already, but you guys just keep rambling on. Juak lifted his eyes and warned, do not worry about suddenly disappearing. I will make sure you vanish fast enough myself. Kachi frowned, glaring at the newcomer and asked sharply, who the hell are you? Where did you come from? Makadong chimed in. I have not sensed any magic from you until now. So how did we miss you? Seeing the newcomer unfazed, Makadong pressed, who are you to talk big? Do you want to die before we handle you? Juhaik suddenly said something out of nowhere. Sozimi's power is outstanding, but there is one problem. Light began to glow faintly around him as Juhaik arrogantly explained, when I hide my spirit, no one can sense any magic from me. So you guys keep talking nonsense without knowing who you are actually dealing with. The sword on his shoulder was now ready to swing. Juhaik said, you will find out once you are taken down, you lowlife scum. That statement stunned all 3 creatures Kachi. Makadong, and Hookrock for a moment. Suddenly Hookrock screamed in panic, bent down, and a blinding burst of power shot forward. That power came from Ju-Hike's blade. A single swing blew the heads off several nearby enemies. Kachi was close by but dodged just in time, so he survived. After witnessing the brutal power, Hookrock gasped and said, "Even with the disguise, I recognize this person." A cold sweat ran down his cheek as he continued without hesitation. "This is the martial god." The space suddenly went silent. Everyone was shocked and looked around. Then the whole group said in confusion, "Where did he go? I can't sense him anymore." Hookrock immediately replied, "That martial god said he has gone into hiding. Then he must be somewhere inside this building." After erasing his presence, those words terrified the others. Swish, a gust of wind cut a deep slash across the villain's neck. The sword's light sliced through the air, taking down a few more at first strike. Fear spread fast. Hookrock could not hold back. His body started radiating dark energy. He snapped, "Damn it! That bastard's waiting to hunt us down." Hookrock slammed his hand on the ground, creating a glowing purple summoning circle. Then, a crown-shaped box appeared. Kachi panicked. "Where did that guy just go?" The boy bowed his head and replied, "I used a skill to create a shield around this house." The whole group immediately retorted, "What good's a shield against a war god? It is like locking ourselves in." Hookrock rubbed his wrist. "But it has to work somehow." Glancing at the two lifeless bodies nearby, he said calmly, "You still do not get why those two died. It was the war god who killed them." Hookrock rambled on, "Of course, even if we die, it is no big deal. We only lose our bodies. We will be reborn, but I won't be able to pull off the confusing plan anymore." Suddenly, a sharp sword shot straight at Hookrock's face. A quick arm swung out, smashing the sword in half before it could land. The group clenched their fists and asked, "Are you okay, Hookrock?" He jumped to safety and answered, "I have." Looks like he is not left just invisible for now. Hookrock smiled lightly and shared his thoughts. "So even if he is hidden, the shield still works. You can all feel it, right? The war god's weaker now." This sudden conclusion shocked the nearby creatures. Kachi agreed, "Yeah, he has lost his original form and taken on a new one. Maybe he is reborn or something, but he has not regained his full strength yet." The group added, "And if he were still as strong as before, we would not be standing here chatting. We would be dead already." While they were talking, a shadowy figure silently sped toward them. The sharp sword slammed down on a Maka creature's head, blood splattering everywhere. As the sword struck, Ju-Hike's shadowy form dodged swiftly. The sword lost momentum, spraying a splash of dark red liquid. The Maka that was just slashed, thought dead, reappeared playfully. "You are showing up again because of my clone, war god." The anxious creatures hovering above Ju-Hike laughed triumphantly. Hookrock raised his hand, calling his allies, "It is time. Concentrate all your power on the clone about to explode." The group focused their attacks on one spot. Believing Hookrock's words, "He is weakened, so we can stop him." A massive explosion erupted. Hookrock reassured everyone, "I made the shield. Let us blow the ground apart." The flames died down, smoke billowing relentlessly. The ruin before them made Hookrock relax, lowering his hands and catching his breath. "Well said, horned fool." A voice boomed like a messenger from hell, freezing Hookrock in place. Ju-Hike leapt up from behind and grabbed one of Hookrock's horns. This time, he did not rush to finish him off. Instead, he grinned and asked, "You said stop, not kill, right? I am impressed by your simple minds, knowing you can kill me even if I am weakened." Hookrock grimaced in pain as Ju-Hike squeezed his horn tightly, letting out an angry growl. Ju-Hike stopped joking, raising his sword high. He said, "As a reward, I will set you free." The blade thrust forward brutally, a shadowy blur flashing. Hookrock's scream caught in his throat as his powerful strike shattered the solid stone floor. Hookrock's allies hovered in shock, staring at the scene. After a moment, Kachi hesitantly spoke. "Hookrock's dead?" The group doubted. "He clearly looks weaker. Maybe it is just an illusion." Ju-Hike sheathed his sword and stood tall, exhaling deeply. "Yeah, I am weaker now. Back then, one strike would be wiped out all four of you." Sensing danger closing in, the others fell silent. Ju-Hike twirled his sword and said casually, "Also, taking them out one by one is a hassle." He snapped his fingers with a grin. "I have already prepared something for you." As he finished speaking, a crack suddenly appeared on the ceiling above. The demon leader vaguely turned around to check, then dared to say, "What the heck is that? Why is there suddenly a glow up there?" And when he got a clear look at the light, the demon leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Two magic stones slowly moved down from that tray. Ju-Hike stood below shouting up to those creatures, "Awesome, right? Huge floating magic stones." He kept talking as the two magic stones slowly emitted swirling mana. Back in the day, these were common because they easily transferred mana, but nowadays they say nobody uses them anymore. Makes sense, seeing those above frozen in place. Ju-Hike joked, "Once these are charged with enough mana and the flaws inside get triggered, they will explode." The demon leader could not help but ask, "War god, Could it be you? Juok did not answer directly but said, "It has been a while since I have dealt with you bastards. What a pain." Without another word, he clenched his fist tightly. The magic stones seemed to obey the command, quickly sliding downward. When they neared where the others stood, they passed over and kept moving down. The magic stone slammed hard into the ground. Instantly, a huge explosion shattered the area, shaking the whole space. Cut to a giant ancient tree, likely over 1,000 years old, with a wooden door at its base. Inside was a glow glowing with a sharp red light. A figure peeked cautiously from behind the doorframe. It was the red-haired guide. Hesitantly observing the scene inside, the red glow gradually shifted to pitch black, memories flashing of a wooden cabin in the forest. The guide's hesitant voice and Duhia's echoed in sequence. In summary, exactly, except for the key keeper, everyone else gathered on the island. The guide concluded, "From what I know, that is how it is." She placed her hands on the table thoughtfully. "I can assess the situation down there in real time, but the spot probably has not changed much." Hearing this, Duhye stood up and said, "All right, I will go." Just as Duhye turned, the guide reached out and called him back. "Wait, hold on," she asked. "Can I borrow the names you have absorbed?" Duhye looked puzzled. "Borrow the names I have absorbed? I absorbed them immediately to get stronger, so I am not sure if there are any left," he said, searching for the ring with the inscriptions. "Here." Duhye handed the ring to the guide. She opened her palm to take it and said, "Thanks, I am sure there are still some left." Duhye replied with a grunt and asked, "All right, but what do you plan to do with them?" The girl facing him held the ring he would just given her, her whole body glowing with a faint blue light. The light vanished, and the guide opened her eyes, saying to Duhye, "You are planning to face all the constellations, right?" Duhye nodded. "Yeah." The guide continued, "It would be a mess if too many constellations disappeared all at once." She put the ring back in Duhye's hand, then placed a slender finger to her lips and smiled faintly. "I will use the names I absorbed to fool the Maze Lord." Time shifted again, back to the glowing red globe in the present. The guide stepped lightly toward it. Then she raised her hand and blew out a breath. A thick black mist shot forward. The black mist kept growing, swirling around and enveloping the red globe. Seeing the result, the guide whispered with relief, thinking, "Good. With this, we can avoid detection for a while. Those signs will show once the star cluster is caught." Suddenly someone shouted, startling the guide. "Who are you?" A sharp spear tip thrust straight at her throat from the newcomer. This guy was a subordinate of the Maze Lord. Holding the spear steady, he started questioning her. "I have never met you before. What are you doing here?" The guide froze. Worried? "No way. I have been caught." But being pretty experienced, she raised both hands in surrender and said, "Calm down. I am not here to cause trouble. Look." Nothing's changed. Her weak voice made him hesitate. The subordinate did not lower the spear but softened his tone as he spoke to the guide. "I do not know how you got in here, but this is not a place just anyone can enter. First, you have to face the Maze Lord himself." His hand gripping the weapon trembled slightly as he continued, "Go explain your identity and purpose to him. The Lord will decide your fate." The female guide pulled back her spear's tip, heart sinking as she thought, "This is bad. My actions will be limited if I meet the Lord now." She slipped quietly toward the guy on the other side, deciding she had to get out of this situation. Turning to face him, the guide started pleading, "Can't you just pretend you have never seen me? I am just some random constellation who wandered in here by accident." But no matter what she said, the guy stuck to his original stance. "My job is to guard this place and report any irregularities. No pretending. Come with me." The guide gave a polite smile and tried to negotiate. "Fine. Your loyalty is impressive. Why not put down your spear first?" Hearing that, the Maze Lord's subordinate froze, then asked irritably, "Loyalty? I do not have that." He barked, slamming the spear's butt hard against the ground. Eyeing his weapon closely, he frowned and said to the guide, "Do not make assumptions about me. I am not doing this willingly. This is just my duty ever since I was granted this title 300 years ago. With no memories." The guide listened quietly, thinking, 300 years ago. The Maze Lord's subordinate glanced at the spear again and continued, "But the truth is, I am not strong enough to refuse this mission. So I am just holding on to it." But he stopped mid-sentence, silently wrestling with himself. Holding the weapon, those words kept echoing in his mind. Then he pushed aside those thoughts and ordered the girl in front of him, "Do not worry about it. Forget what I just said. Follow me." The guide spoke softly. "You seem confused about yourself. Do not you?" The guy looked at her in surprise and asked back, "You just read me like that?" The guide confidently replied, "Yeah, I have got that talent." She reached out invitingly. "Do not you want to know who you really are?" The guy hesitated and asked, "Who I?" Seizing the moment, the guide pressed on, "You said you suddenly got this mission 300 years ago, right? I know someone who might know your true identity." Hearing this, the Maze Lord's subordinate bowed his head thoughtfully, silently watching the guide negotiate terms on one condition. You can tell the Lord what happened today. The guide asked him, "What do you think?" He stayed silent, lost in his own thoughts. A few days later, in that old warehouse, Du Hyus, Break Cat, and Adelia Ventric widened their eyes as they heard the key keeper's voice. Finally done. A brand new door appeared before them. The key keeper pointed and said, "This is the door to the arena." Du Hyuk replied skeptically, "Looks like a normal door. Are you sure opening it leads to the arena?" The key keeper answered, "Not exactly." He touched the door and explained, "This door leads to another door that can open to the arena." Du Hyuk asked suspiciously, "So it is like a passageway?" The keeper nodded. "I discovered this during my research. There is no direct connection to the arena itself." Hearing this, Du Hyuk and the others flared with invisible anger. Du Hyuk raised a fist threateningly. "So everything we have done is pointless." The key keeper quickly waved him off. "Wait, let me finish." Raising a hand seriously, he said, "There is still a space the Maze Lord calls the arena. But it is not here, it is above." Du Hyuk asked, "Above?" The key keeper explained. "Simply put, it is where the Lord hangs out." Thinking of the models he studied, the key keeper said, "Remember when I told you the arena only connects to the illusion abyss and the constellations? I believe I am up there too. Along with the illusion abyss of the constellations, this could allow a direct connection. But once we descend, the constellations and I need to use a passageway to reach the main hall." He examined the massive key in his hand and said, "But thanks to some artifacts and a giant magic stone, I have boosted my abilities. When we open the door to the passage, another door to the main hall will open within the constellation's illusion abyss." Hearing this, Juhik relaxed and waved his hand, saying, "Is that so? Great, then let us go." But the gatekeeper hesitated at that moment. "About that," he stammered, then explained, "It is a path that twists time and space, so there are a lot of monsters scattered along the way. So what I mean is..." Juhik pressed his lips, waiting for him to finish, but after those few broken words, he chuckled softly and said, "All right, I get it. You want me to escort you, right? I will do it. Open the door." Hearing what he wanted, the gatekeeper immediately brightened and replied, "Thank you." Juhik turned to call the two people behind him, Adelia and Breakit, who both responded in unison. "Yes, sir." He instructed them, "If a door opens inside the Illusion Valley, notify your constellation teams to step in." Adelia and Breakit quickly bowed and answered, "Understood." Juhik then addressed the former bodyguard and Simpi, the ex-magic guard. The masked man immediately knelt down and saluted. "Understood. All right, enough messing around," Juhik said as he turned to the gatekeeper. "Open the door." The gatekeeper raised a giant key almost as big as his body and replied, "Yes." The key turned, the huge door swung open, and a rush of air burst out. Juhik observed the scene and exclaimed, "The inside looks intense." Then Juhik called out, "Gatekeeper," and the tired reply came, "Yes." Juhik's handsome face lit up as he said, "If you do not want to die, stay close to me." Startled, the gatekeeper responded, "Got it." Juhik led off, "Let us go," and both of them dashed forward. As soon as they stepped through the gate, two fierce monsters charged at them. A huge hairy hand slammed down in front of Juhik and the gatekeeper, cracking the ground. Juhik showed no fear. He gripped his sword tightly. With a swift slash, he easily cut the first two monsters in half. The two monster heads dropped at the gatekeeper's feet, leaving him speechless in shock. Juhik called from ahead, "Stop dawdling back there. If you do not want to die, follow me." The gatekeeper snapped back to reality and answered, "Yes." Juhik rested his sword on his shoulder and pressed on. A stream of monsters appeared behind them, but his precise sword strikes handled them with ease. Chunks of monsters fell away, clearing the path for Juhik. He said to the person behind him, "All clear. Let's run." The gatekeeper quickly replied, "Got it." Suddenly, Juhik's eyes widened in surprise. A new door appeared, decorated with a few gears that were still and silent. Juhik hesitated, and the gatekeeper immediately explained, "Yes, that is the door leading to the Grand Hall." Right after, the gatekeeper glanced up in shock. A hairy body was falling down from above. It was a gigantic creature, looking like a mishmash of different animals, blocking the door with the two newcomers trying to enter. Its mouth full of sharp fangs opened wide as it growled nonstop. Juhik frowned, wondering, "What is this? I have never seen a monster like this before." "It is because this tunnel distorts space and time, causing it to mutate, contrasting the other's timidity." Juhik sneered and said, "I was worried my powers might collapse this tunnel, so I did not prepare much, but destroying it sounds kind of fun." Step back. The monster did not waste time and swung its huge arm to attack. The giant veiny fist slammed down hard. Juhik jumped up and dodged the deadly punch. Gripping his sword, he let out a soft chuckle. His sharp blade slashed forward again. The monster's left ear was instantly sliced off, spewing black blood. causing it to roar loudly. Its severed arm quickly regenerated and swung back at Ju-Heek. He easily dodged to the side and joked, "Nice regeneration you have got there. I thought a few slashes would shred you to pieces." At this moment, Ju-Heek's sword blazed with a deep red aura as he said, "Enough messing around." Suddenly serious, he raised his sword high and struck again, aiming straight for the monster's arm. Blinding streaks of light flashed. This time, the monster's arm was sliced into several pieces all at once. Its mouth opened wide and it started howling. Ju-Heek seized the moment and leapt high into the air. His sword slash became a blazing streak of light. That light sliced right through the monster's furry mouth. With a swish, Ju-Heek landed just as the monster's body was cut clean in half. The giant corpse crashed down, shaking the ground beneath it. The Keeper of the Lock constellation stood behind Ju-Heek, teeth clenched and wary. He would easily taken it down, and it was even stronger than the beasts they would defeated before. Watching Ju-Heek's straight back and flowing hair, he silently wondered if this guy was even stronger than the top constellations. Ju-Heek turned and called out, "Hey, Keeper of the Lock, it is your turn now. Open it." At the command, the Keeper of the Lock instantly got serious and gave a small grunt in reply. He gripped the big lock and stepped toward the gate. Magic flowed into the lock, igniting a bluish flame. The lock slid into the keyhole, and the Keeper twisted it to the side. He bit his lip, feeling the door slowly begin to shift, then said, "It is opening." At Morin's place, as well as the front of the constellation realm, Moji sensed movement beneath his bird mask and looked up. Suddenly, a door dropped right in front of his eyes. Another door appeared similarly at the domain of the Underworld's master constellation. Luminous, yet another door fell from the sky in the Soul Warrior constellation's territory. Sozin. Meanwhile, at the Bamboo constellation's place, he hurried toward the newly appeared gate with a happy heart. Finally, the scene shifted again to a different harsh time. Ju-Heek's thoughts started swirling alongside dramatic headlines. After returning from the tunnel, the world had fallen into chaos. My disciples and acquaintances all knew the gate had opened, so they were not too shocked. But the other constellations were stunned. The Grand Gate had suddenly opened. To prove it, scenes of constellations gathering with confused looks flashed on screen. Ju-Heek gripped his sword tightly. Thoughts racing? I tried to enter the illusion with the light sword afterward, but I failed. For some reason, even when I got into the illusion, the door vanished as soon as I stepped inside. Ju-Heek's face went blank as he looked around and thought about his disciples. While my disciples used the door to enter the Grand Gate and gathered in a single illusion, I could not even step into the illusion, let alone the Grand Gate. I even asked the Keeper of the Lock, who Ju-Heek remembered was that cautious short guy. He said it was probably because the Grand Gate only accepted him since it was created by Lord Mekuma. Then he quickly decided, to figure things out better, he would have to ask the guide. Looking at the red sword in his hand, Ju-Heek cursed silently. "Damn that wretched lord. The biggest pain in my life. I can even gather with my disciples, and I do not even know who is inside the light sword." Ju-Heek stood still, deep in thought. Even someone as indifferent as him could not meet all his disciples. The red sword suddenly flared with flames matching its color, and he kept telling himself, "Besides, I originally planned to enter the Grand Gate to find the door leading to the illusion inside the constellation within the sword, to see if he was really my disciple." Suddenly, an idea flashed, and Ju-Heek's eyes widened. "Wait, all my disciples can enter the Grand Gate, then I will try going around the long way." Thinking that, Ju-Heek smirked fiercely. In the Grand Hall, a few constellations were busy pacing back and forth. The teleport gate opened, and Morin stepped in with a cold mask. A questioning voice caught her attention. "You are late, kid." The voice belonged to Luminous, who continued, "We have all been here for a while." Standing beside her, Sosimi shyly greeted, "Hello, Senior." At that moment, Moron and Luminous started bickering nonstop. "Hey, kid, do you talk to seniors like that? Are you crazy?" "Senior, my foot. You only apprenticed under me for a few weeks, right? Want to test the skills of the first Earth Elementalist, who came before you by a few weeks, like you. But I will slash through dimensions and cut your height down a notch." So Simi stood awkwardly to the side, not knowing what to do. Watching these two argue nonstop right in front of her, she struggled to say, "Stop it. Now's not the time to fight. We have to complete Master's orders." The moment Master was mentioned, both Morin and Luminous froze simultaneously. Morin spoke first. "She is right. Even if we back down, her points make sense." The other constellations glanced over hesitantly at the noise. Luminous smiled and replied to Moron, "I agree too." One of the Ju-Heek Earth Elementals said, "By Master's orders." The sneakers take a step forward in response. Morin bluntly asked, "Should we just tear these guys apart?" Luminous, still in the middle of the argument, even seemed to agree. "Not bad." Flashback a few days earlier. Ju-Heek, serious and arms crossed, asked, "How's everything? So Zimmy, is everything okay over there?" On the other side, Morin glanced toward the teleportation gate. The gate opened, blinding light spreading everywhere, then suddenly slammed shut. Then a voice echoed, "I think it is fine, but Morin was a bit surprised and did not respond, so Zimi's image gradually became clearer through the mist. She let out a tired sigh, so Zimi bowed with folded hands. Senior, long time no see. Morin replied, yeah, it has been a while. In the main hall, Adelia received a notification. Field agent, she has arrived. She spoke to him. Looks like she is here. He answered, yeah, I know. Morin was curious. How did you find your way here? It is tough to get here using just teleportation gates. So Zimi explained, well, it is not that hard. I hid my presence, so I could move freely around the grand hall. Plus, I know everyone's magical scent. Morin was skeptical and let out a huh. So Zimi continued, once the orders reach a certain state, I feel like all 4 siblings will become constellations, so I used others to track them down. I could not find them all, but I did find your sacred relics, she said, as the sword and staff appeared one after another. Since then, I have memorized the magic scent and the sword's presence in the grand hall. That scent led me here. Morin caught on and said, I see. Juhaik spoke up, so Zimi is in the illusory realm with Morin. Right? Adelia, let me borrow your sacred relic. Adelia replied, sure. She drew her sword and handed it to him. Juhaik took it and began channeling his power. Magic surrounding the blade. After a while, everything around stayed the same. No changes at all. He asked, Morin, are you refusing my request? Morin replied confused, huh? Never. A screen near Adelia flashed a message. Field agent, even if I wanted to, I can T. Morin added, something weird is here, like something is blocking me from calling you. It was not a problem last time. The screen displayed, Field agent, it seems a great power is blocking you. Wondered aloud, a great power trying to stop me. Juhaik said to Zimi, so Zimi, you said you can sense the other's magic sense? Right? She denied it. I believe they will become constellations, but I can find them myself. If they are active constellations with influence, I would find them, but it is like they are hiding, so I do not know anything. I have searched for relics similar to their weapons, but no luck. He asked, have you checked my light sword yet? A notification appeared. War Demon. The light sword was once influential, but no one uses a long sword anymore, so you did not find anything. Even now, checking is not possible because I can sense the light sword's magic. He replied, got it. Juhaik said, though we do not know who is hiding in the light sword, if there is a chance to find something new, we should check again. It might help. So Simi hesitated. But Master, the Grand Hall has countless constellation gates leading to the illusory abyss. How could we find the light sword's gate if we can't even sense its magic? Zuhik smiled confidently and said, there's a way. His determined eyes locked on the crowd, his voice commanding, we can beat all the star clans in the hall. Then we can walk through any door we want. Everyone can do it. Right? Moron. So, and Luminous received the order and answered in unison. Understood. The 3 of them appeared in the hall, where the star clans gathered. Moron said, let us take them all down. Luminous, clearly excited, replied, sounds awesome. As they advanced, a voice called out, making them stop. So Simi said, wait, Senior, first, we need to let them know who we serve. She raised her hand, and the ground shook violently. Layers of earth and stone slowly rose, revealing a building. The building had a large sign hanging in front, Martial God Gate. Luminous eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh wow, you can do that even in the hall. All our memories with Master are flooding back. So Simi said, once, when I came to the hall, I tried to create a territory like the one in the virtual abyss. I used magic the same way, and it worked. That sign really brings back memories. Alright then, the first star clan we need to deal with is... Her slow, strong voice made Luminous and Moron lean in with curiosity, so Simwai said coldly, since becoming a star clan, I have recorded every clan that dared badmouth Master, whether through contracts, face-to-face, or secretly in the hall. Even though the contract of that clan is gone, I still have not been able to get that clan itself. The other 2 silently watched her. Moron chuckled softly, nodding. Yeah, she is shocked, but she is the only one who pays attention to everything around her. Luminous, with a deadly look, said, then let us destroy that first star clan. The star clans glared fiercely at the scene before them, whispering and buzzing. Wait, did you see that? The clan next to it. Yeah, that is Martial God Gate, right? Huh, when did that building appear? One guy laughed out loud. The Martial God died 300 years ago. Why are they still building things for him? Can't he make sense of it? The moment he spoke, he got kicked hard in the face. Morin pressed the guy's face into the ground with her foot as Luminous, and so Simwai stood behind her. The 3 faced off against the star clans. The battle officially began. A tall guy said, "What is this? Why are you wait? I know you the followers of Martial God Gate." Luminous replied sharply, "Oh please. Followers? That sounds terrible. We are just the best disciples of the Master." A surge of power shot from her palm through each guy's head. They screamed, and some did not even realize what hit them before dying. So Simei praised, "That is a variation of spatial cutting magic, right? Amazing." Luminous responded, "Thanks, team." So Simei dashed forward, leaving perfect slashes across the necks of the Star Clans so fast they could not react. Moran thought to herself, "I can let them outdo us." She dropped to one knee, gripping her sword tightly, and slammed it into the ground. Luminous asked, "Is that poison? Are you trying to kill us all?" Moran said, "Watch and see." The Star Clans writhed in pain. Some standing, some falling to their knees. The scene was chaotic. Luminous said, "So you can actually target attacks with poison?" Moran replied, "Yeah, but it is tricky. Also, look at who just got taken down." Luminous glanced over. Moran continued, "Their wounds are healing. Looks like Star Clans can kill each other." Sure enough, the wound on the guy from before was closing up. Luminous said, "Seems like it." Moran suggested, "Well, that is fine. We can still break their spirit and scare them." Luminous agreed. "Sounds good." A barrage of attacks followed, with countless screams. A guy looked on, confused. He wondered, what is going on? They are disciples of Hun Hyu, right? Are they fighting other Star Clans? Someone whispered, "They are the Chu Jin Clan's guardian star." Dao Ving, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a voice said, "Guess so." Dao Vong suddenly looked to the side. Surprised, the other was the guardian star of the Q San clan. "Quine Wei Ung, long time no see in your true form." Dao Vong replied, "Yeah, it has been a while. Calling me Dao Ving feels kinda weird." The Fist King looked helpless and said, "What can we do? We forgot their names and only remember their titles." Dao King added, "But, yeah, it is kinda random." The Fist King glanced at the battlefield ahead, puzzled. "Hey, who are those troublemakers over there?" Dao King replied, "They are disciples of Hun Oh. You do not know them." "Probably not. I have never met them." "Have you heard of the Martial God sect?" The Fist King answered, "Yeah, I have. Isn't he that the sect founded by the Martial God?" Dao King explained, "The Martial God you are talking about is Hun Oh, and those are his disciples." The Fist King nodded. "Got it." Sister Xoa spoke up, "I am sure I have heard stories about the Martial God. They say he was the strongest of our time. I heard he single-handedly wiped out disasters, and all his disciples are super strong too, but this is the first time I have seen them in action." Dao King realized something and said, "Oh right, you were stuck in the countryside back then." Dao King stared at the sword in his hand, smiling with a hint of nostalgia. "The one who taught me basic swordsmanship was none other than the Martial God. Thanks to him, I developed my own techniques and traveled everywhere to prove myself, and that is how I met that idiot who only knows how to punch in the countryside," he said, glancing at the Fist King. The Fist King replied annoyed, "I do not want to hear that from someone who only knows the sword." Dao King continued, "I was really surprised. While I was off in Chuzu teaching people how to defend themselves against monsters, you set up a martial arts hall and trained fighters, and on top of that, you even taught them hand-to-hand self-defense. Right?" The Fist King blushed a bit at the compliment. He scratched his head and said, All right, that is embarrassing." Suddenly, the Fist King furrowed his brows and said coldly, "Come to think of it, we failed. When the water magic disaster struck, monsters poured out everywhere like crazy. All we did was evacuate our people." A flashback showed the two fighting fiercely. The Fist King's voice was full of anger. "Somehow, we held off the endless waves, but in the end, we ran out of strength and died." Dao King silently listened. The Fist King went on, "The martial arts we learned were meant to protect people from monsters and save lives. But since we both died, does not that mean we failed?" Dao King nodded. "I agree. That is why, even as a constellation, I still dedicate myself to training, to perfect swordsmanship." The Fist King added, "I found that after becoming constellations, we can grow stronger." Then his eyes changed and a smile appeared, looking at the martial god's disciples fighting before him. He said, "I am interested in them." Dao King was shocked. "You are interested? Are you crazy?" The Fist King leaned in. "Not like that, dummy. I mean, I want to fight them." Dao King realized. "Got it. I misunderstood," Dao King warned. "Still, it is better not to get involved with them. They are completely insane." The Fist King ignored him, saying, "I am off then," and jumped up. He slammed down hard on the ground. Catching the attention of three people, a sweet voice called out, "I have heard about you. You are disciples of the Martial God, right? He shouted, "Let us fight." Luminous sighed, "What is with that hot-headed fool?" Morin replied, "I do not know." So Zimi spoke up from behind. "He is the Fist King, one of the guardian constellations of the 5 Korean clans." Luminous asked, "So what?" So Zimi explained, "We never crossed paths because he was not involved with us, but after becoming a constellation, he grew stronger and became the protector of the Osun clan, helping them secure a spot among the 5 great clans." Luminous was skeptical. "We were planning to suppress all constellations anyway. So why did he come here himself?" The Fist King pointed, "You are Martial God's disciples, right? I heard you got stronger after becoming constellations. I do not get many chances to fight strong opponents, so I thought this might be my shot." Luminous said, "Compared to our master, our skills are like dust on a fingernail back then." So Zimi's eyes flashed with determination. "Exactly. Only our master deserves the title strongest." The Fist King was surprised. "Well, this is the first time I have seen someone go crazy over a compliment about their strength. You are going to fight me, right? Show me what Martial God's disciples can do." His challenging tone made Luminous angry. She raised an eyebrow. "So rude. He needs to grow up a bit." Before she finished speaking, Moron said, "Wait, I will handle him." A sword appeared in her palm. Luminous was surprised. "What?" Moron calmly said, "He is not one of those Martial God fanatics. He knows we are Master's disciples. If we dodge or half-ass dealing with him, we'll ruin Master's reputation. Of course, with Master as support, I will win easily, but I want to show him something because I am a disciple from back then." Her whole body radiated intense, fierce power, the Martial God style. The two stared intensely at each other. Luminous marveled, "With someone his strength, we could just poison him from afar and win without lifting a finger." She really took this seriously, so Zimi nervously said, "Honestly, I am a bit worried. I do not doubt her skills, but we can't ignore the weight difference. Since I am used to fighting unarmed, I probably should be stepped up instead." Luminous crossed her arms and replied, "Do not worry, I may not like her, but nah, that girl is strong even without weapons." Moron got ready. This time she is fighting barehanded. Her legs slammed down hard, sending stones flying. Moron kicked off the fight with a punch aimed at the Fist King. He thought, a punch after a block breaks the fist guard, but with her small frame, even if she blocks, the punch won't be strong enough. Moron locked eyes with him. The Fist King thought, plus, almost no magic is involved in this move. I should try to absorb it directly. He crossed his hands in front, ready to catch Moron's punch. Her punch made contact with his hands. The Fist King smirked, thinking, "What is this?" That is all. Suddenly, his hands were hit straight in the face. He screamed. The power behind Moron's strike was real. You could see the punch caused an explosion, sending the Fist King flying back. He thought, "I underestimated her. It was supposed to be a punch break." But the moment it hit, it turned into a close-range strike. Instead of using the stepping foot for the punch break, she shifted her power to the other leg. She used not just her weight, but also the ground to amplify her strength. Her martial arts sense was crazy. Moron's stance was rock solid. The Fist King laughed. "Good. That is more like it. I have got a handle on her power, and I am going all out." He gathered his strength, aiming right at her. He launched a powerful strike down. "Watch this." The ground exploded beneath them, dust billowing everywhere. So Zimi and Luminous nearby shielded their faces. So Zimi carefully analyzed, "I think he really is the guardian star of one of the big 5 clans. Even one of his punches causes an explosion like this." Luminous said, "But Master once said this, the bigger the technique, the bigger the opening it leaves behind." On the other side, Moron was already behind the Fist King, raising her leg, ready to finish him off. A strong strike came down. The Fist King could not react in time and just yelled in pain before his vision went dark. Damn it! Behind the gate, size difference does not matter. With a small body like hers, all she has to do is target the vital spots. Moron's power was terrifying. That kick slammed the Fist King hard into the ground, sending rocks flying. The Fist King was knocked unconscious, his body covered in wounds, lying sprawled on the ground. Luminous crossed her arms and said coldly, "Just as expected. He is nothing special." Moron landed and nodded in agreement. "Exactly." Moron continued, "Now that the trouble is gone, let us move." Luminous replied, "Got it." Behind a moving gate, a shadow silently watched everything. That was Baichi. Witnessing it all, a chill ran down his spine. Baichi nervously closed the moving gate, hesitating over whether to open again. Suddenly Ju Haik's voice rang out. "Baichi, how are my disciples doing?" Startled, he stammered, "I have not checked yet." Ju Haik snapped, "I had to ask you because I can't watch over them myself. You want to get yourself killed?" Baichi's face darkened, and he fell silent. He hesitated, reaching out to open the gate. Maybe he could feel the intense power behind it. His hand trembled as fear flooded his mind. The disciples of Master Hun-Oh had already started causing chaos in the Great Hall. Would they see him as an enemy? Their images stirred something deep inside Bai Shi. He thought back everything he would done as the overseer of the Destruction Tower was forced. Still, it was a crime. Unlike before, now he had no strength left at all. Doohic's voice rang out again. Aren't you going to check it? Bachi quickly replied. I am on. He gripped the gate handle and slowly pushed the massive door open, peeking out to observe everything. Bachi was astonished by the fierce battle raging beyond. Doohic asked, How are they doing? Bachi answered, They are still as strong as ever. I can barely see the fight clearly. Looks like most of the constellations have been taken down. Doohic said, Then they are doing pretty well, Bachi thought, and if he was not mistaken, they would actually gotten stronger. He knew constellations could grow stronger with training, but that was rare. It was incredible. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. It was Luminous, with a terrifying face staring at Bai Chi. Long time no see, you piece of trash. So Zimi worried. Looks like the second senior sister has Morin interrupted. Oh no, she has found Bai Chi. Morin wondered if the master, who had explicitly ordered not to touch Bai Chi yet, knew about this. Bai Chi feigned surprise. You know me? I have never met you before. Luminous, full of menace, replied. Really? Bai Chi, overseer of the Destruction Tower. I still vividly remember you looking down on us from the tower's peak, like we were nothing but ants. Right? Bai Chi recalled that moment. Stammering, Did I really do that? Luminous stepped closer threateningly. I would love to take you down just like those constellations behind me, but the master told us to hold back. Just hide away in your little room. She spat before kicking Bai Chi hard. He was thrown back against the gate, crashing hard to the floor and groaning in pain. Luminous warned, We will remember this door, and we definitely won't T-step through it, but if you step outside, even if I can T-kill you, I will make you wish you were dead. She said, then slammed the gate shut and teleported away. Bai Chi sat stunned on the floor, struggling to calm down. On a gloomy, deserted island, Doohic reached out through their subconscious link. He called out, Bai Chi, what is up? Why are not you saying anything? Have you met my disciples yet? Suddenly a voice called, Hey, Yanlang asked, Why did you call just us to this island? Behind her stood Choi Arin and Break Cat. Yanlang looked around and asked, Also, what happened here? Buildings destroyed. Ground shattered. Was there a war or something? He looked at the ruined debris and replied, Yeah, something like that. Doohic said seriously, The reason I called you here is to teach you the next step. Arin repeated, Next step. He pointed and ordered, Break Cat, I called you here for another reason, so just watch. Break Cat nodded. Understood. Turning back to the two, he continued, You both share one thing. You have made sacred contracts, and now you are keeping up with my training regimen. At this level, I think it is time to make better use of your constellation powers. I am setting a goal. Koi Arin, you are carrying a military-grade sword, right? Let me see it. She replied, Okay. Arin handed her sword to Doohic. He took it, saying, Got it. Doohic held the sword and walked straight ahead, leading them to a more open area with fewer trees. Closing his eyes to focus, he said, Usually I am not serious when swinging a sword, but a demonstration calls for it. He opened his eyes and got ready. Power surged from his hand into the sword, radiating a bright, intense light. Arin shielded one eye from the glare, thinking, This is my clan's lightning attribute. I guess Doohic can do this just with a contract. He swiftly drew the sword from its sheath and decisively slashed at the mountain ahead. The mountain split in two, its peak crashing down, sending a massive splash of seawater flying up below. Doohic smiled softly, her power a bit different from Luminous S, so it was not entirely smooth, but she should aim for that. The three who witnessed it were stunned. Break thought, The entire mountain peak just collapsed. He has gotten stronger since that one hit space slash. Doohic instructed, All right. Calculate the mana needed and the perfect timing with your constellation, then train in that forest. Arin replied, Got it. He turned to Yunlang and said, Yin Lang, you have got a weapon too, right? Show me. She answered, Sure. She handed him the ice glove. He reached out and said, Thanks. He put on the glove and asked, Your constellation uses ice? Huh, that must be a bit tricky to handle. Let us head to this building. Yunlang replied, Okay. They arrived at the foot of an abandoned house. Yunlang wondered, The ground here is such a mess. Is this the site of an explosion? He said, Do not worry about that. Look closely. Then Zhu clenched his fist. A powerful punch slammed straight into the ground. Ice shards shot up like thousands of sharp spears. Yunlang stared in shock. Speechless, there's stalactites here, and more ice formations over there. In no time, The whole huge building was covered in thick ice. Juhik said, "This is your target." Yun Lang stared intently, seeming not to hear him at first. She thought, forget making little ice blocks, he has blanketed the entire building with snow and ice, even made it snow, just like winter. After a moment, she exclaimed, "Amazing! Juhik, you took off the gloves and handed them back." Surprised, "This is your constellation's power. With enough practice, you will do this in no time." She asked happily, "Really?" He answered, "Sure, if you set your standards high." Juhik thought, "All right, time to remember what Break said about this." Time passed. Elsewhere, Suzumi looked up. "Spotting something?" she said. "Senior, I think I found it." Inside the mage's virtual space, she saw a grim scene: destroyed buildings, blood staining a huge area. Everything looked like ruins. No sign of life anywhere. Feeling eerily lonely, Luminous asked, "Did that guy find the illusion abyss?" Morin wondered too. The three quietly stared at the building. Luminous said, "Yeah, he likes red and black stuff." Morin added, "Even the scent of this illusion feels familiar, but we need to confirm for sure, then we will have to get past this wall." "Probably Dobel. Let us go." They crouched low and moved deeper inside. Luminous was getting tired, breathing faster, exhausted but still joking. Luminous thought, if we had to crouch to meet people like this, we should be just punched a hole from the start. But someone did not seem bothered. Morin glanced around and said, "Wanna die?" Then he moved ahead and spotted something. They followed a narrow path to a room piled high with junk, where a muscular man sat in the middle. His whole body radiated an intense, sharp aura. Suzumi whispered, "Senior, that red armor." Morin replied, "Yeah, that is our junior brother." He turned around and said, "What is going on?" Juhika's disciples reunited. Luminous spoke, "Long time no see." "Junior brother, what is with this illusion abyss? It is all red and black." He replied, "Someone like you should not say that, second senior sister." Then he stood up. Luminous got angry. "What do you mean?" The man called junior brother's gaze grew serious. He said, "How did you guys get here? Didn't you all become constellations already?" Morin answered, "The Great Wall opened. We went through it." The eldest sister thought, "The Great Wall? Huh, the battle captain. It has been ages. I do not want to see anyone." Morin was surprised. He said, "I fell into despair after becoming a constellation, but learning my master was reincarnated brought me joy, yet I could not find my master for 300 years. And said this with clenched teeth in anger. Since it is really tough to find a master in the real world when you are a constellation, I tried to find a way through the holy relic I am focusing on, and I ordered those holding me to find my master, but instead of listening, they got obsessed with my power." Morin said, "Maybe it is because your will and strength are too intense. You should have stayed quiet for a while." He kept talking, "But just as I started hoping someone appeared who could handle this power, he left me locked in a basement, so I gave up and decided to fade away quietly." Going back, Morin calmly said, "Well then, you would be surprised why we are here." He looked at her puzzled. Morin took off her mask and smiled softly. "We came because the master ordered us to find you. The holy relic is already in the master's hands." He froze, blurted out, "You." His body started trembling. "So the master has returned?" Morin replied, "Yes." Luminous said, "Stay calm." He dropped to his knees, shouted loudly, "Master," then started bowing, banging his head hard on the floor. Suzumi looked confused. "Is he always like this?" Morin answered, "Yeah." She added, "So that is why the master nicknamed him Weird." He looked up dazed, with a big wound bleeding down, but instead of pain, he laughed crazily. Morin glanced at Luminous and teased, "I still do not get why people did not give you that nickname." Luminous said, "Shut up. It is not like I care." Time passed slowly. He finally stopped, blood dripping drop by drop. Breathing heavily, Morin asked, "You done?" He replied, "Just feeling great. Thanks. Senior sister, I will clean up and get ready to meet the master." He raised his hand to his forehead to hold the wound. Morin said goodbye. "All right, we are off now. See you later." Junior brother. The three turned and left. Elsewhere, the sky was clear and blue with white clouds drifting gently at the Fake Spirit Association. Inside a room, Rogan's eyes widened in surprise. "This is..." Zuyu spoke. "I told you, if you return the spring, I will give it back." Behind him were Beckett and a huge magical stone. He handed the stone to Rogan. Here, Rogan was impressed by the stone, staring at it closely, then said, "Thanks, It looks twice as big as what you got. Zuyu replied, just return it. It is done now. I advise you to take it. Zuyu smiled knowingly. Thinking, as expected, back to the island from before, Beckett asked, Zuyu, have you called? He answered, come with me. Zuyu thought, if I am right, this island hides a huge buried magical stone. Considering the traits of the constellations that came to the real world, it makes sense. They are all soaked in magical energy. If these physical beings kept emitting magic like that, they would have disappeared by now. The forms of the dragon mage, the goat fish, and some other creatures raised his suspicion. Yet here they all gather without vanishing. He reached out using magic. There is only one explanation. Somewhere on this island, there is definitely a massive magical stone floating around. It is the source providing a steady flow of magical energy for the constellations here. An image of the stone surrounded by magic appeared. He gasped. It is here. Zuyu ordered Breakcat. Move the chunk of earth radiating this magic. Breakcat replied. Understood. Zuyu reminded him. Be careful. You know what happens when a magical stone gets mistreated? Breakcat remembered. Right? It might explode. Back to the present. Rogan looked at the stone in front of him thinking, it has been moved, safe and intact. How did he bring it here? A system notification popped up. Breakcat quickly read the message. Breakcat called out, Zuyu. He turned around. Seems like the constellations have found your disciple. He smiled, just as expected. So the one with the radiant sword. Breakcat replied, yeah, that is your disciple. Zuyu said, all right. Do not rush to tell me who it is. Since no other disciple uses a sword, I want to confirm myself. Breakcat replied, got it. Let us head back, Zuyu said to Rogan. Rogan, we are off. Drop by Valhalla if you want to learn a punch. He replied, yeah. Thanks. Zuyu and Breakcat stepped through the space gate. Then both vanished as a beam of light appeared in a room at Valhalla Academy. Right in the center of the room was Breakcat's nameplate. The space gate opened. Two figures stepped out, Zuyu exhaling warily. Breakcat noticed something odd and asked, who are you? The man in front of them stayed silent. His face dark and his sharp eyes locked on the two. Zuyu and Breakcat stared intently at the stranger before them. Breakcat spoke up again. Who are you? This place does not welcome strangers. The man replied, sorry, I should be introduced myself earlier. He continued, my name is Frank Rothmuller, Commander-in-Chief of the Knights Organization. His info updated, Commander-in-Chief of the Knights Organization, Rank 5 Contractor. Frank Rothmuller, he went on, even the European contractors are waiting for orders from the constellations. Unlike the Academy, in England, the great families hold the real power, and their guardian constellations control the moves. According to my intel, 9 major European houses have formed an alliance. They have also gathered a huge force, enough to rival the US or our own association. At the head of that alliance is my Rothmuller family, serving the King constellation of Knights. That is why we formed this organization. The Ventric family Knights in England refused to join. Zuyu and Breakcat listened patiently. Breakcat said, I get where the alliance comes from, but why are you here? The man replied, right? Actually, I am not just here about the alliance. I am here to find a sword. On orders from the constellation, Breakcat asked, a sword? What sword? Frank explained, like I said, most of my family members work for the King Constellation Knights, so we are used to offering a fine sword as tribute to him. With that duty, we have gathered swords from all over the world. I had some intel earlier. They said there is a sword. His face grew serious, one that can drive its wielder to be obsessed with killing something no one wants. They seem to realize this too. He continued, and that sword is in the hands of the fallen supreme. Rogan, he recalled the past. We trusted the S-Contractor Association and that top-tier contractor, but he disappointed us by carelessly handing the sword over to someone else. It ended up with the head of Valhalla Academy, the owner of the black market Breakcat. Frank pointed loudly at Breakcat. His gaze sharpened, voice cold and unyielding. I can stand by while that sword is in someone like you, so I am asking you to hand it over to us, the Knights Organization. What do you say? Breakcat's anger was clear even behind his mask. He said, I have tried to respect everyone, but you have definitely crossed the line. Zuyu stopped him. Wait. Breakcat. Breakcat suddenly turned to Zuyu. Zuyu stepped closer to Frank, standing face to face with him, radiating no less intensity. He said sharply, hey old man, you got the wrong guy. I am the one holding the sword. Frank said, so you are Zuyu. I have heard a lot about you. Your achievements are impressive. You have caught criminals, stopped disasters, and played a key role in fending off monster invasions. Zuyu, hands in pockets, replied, you sure know a lot. You've been watching me. Frank's tone suddenly shifted. Trembling, he said, is South Korea really that short on manpower? Zuyu looked at him in confusion. Frank cried out in frustration. It is crazy that they would rely on a kid to handle so much. What a national tragedy. Now I understand why you have to use that cursed sword. He sympathized, placing a hand on Zuyu's shoulder. Don't be afraid, kid. From now on, I will help you. Zuyu's face tense with anger, thinking, I have met plenty of fools, but this guy's on another level. Yen clenched his teeth, staring at the man in front of him, thinking, I really want to take him down. What should I do now? Should I keep my distance? Meanwhile, Frank wiped away his tears. Heartbroken, Ju-hyo grabbed Frank's hand and said boldly, Hey, fake guy, trying to dodge the fight. I have not even signed any contract with this sword yet, but it is mine. If you want it, you will have to beat me first. Frank hesitated. As a knight, I can just attack a kid. Outside the building, darkness engulfed the space, silence all around. Inside, Ju-hyo and Frank were ready to face off. Frank proposed, Student Ju-hyo, I will hold back and want to use my sword. How's that? Clearly, his words did not matter much to him. Ju-hyo replied confidently, Don't regret it later. I want to go easy on you. He called out. Break Cat. Break Cat answered, What is up? Ju-hyo, his voice and face turned fierce as he said, Bring the guys. Let us give that Night King a beating. Break Cat, sweating nervously, replied, Got it. Frank starting first. He is stepping forward with his sword. I will hold back. Do not lose too fast. Okay? Ju-hyo held his sword and said, I will hold back too. Break Cat took his position behind to carry out the earlier task. Ju-hyo gripped the sword tightly and said coldly, Because I want to forgive those trash from the other world. He raised his sword. Without drawing his sword, he slammed the scabbard hard against Frank's sword. Frank exclaimed, That is strong. Frank thought, he is only using a Wando sword without drawing it, and it is this powerful. Ju-hyo held the sword one-handed and said, You blocked it. No wonder you are the commander. Frank judged, This kid's pretty arrogant. Angrily, he swung his sword down hard and shouted, I am Frank Rodmuller, the commander of the Knights organization. The ground cracked where his sword struck, and he said, You think the pioneer of a clan would be this weak? Realizing Ju-hyo's true power, he started using magic, thinking to himself, Sword spirit. That is a lot of magic. Really a lot. Then he sneered. Ju-hyo, still holding the sword in its sheath, jumped up and said, Of all the people I have met, his sword slash left a white streak of light. Ju-hyo's imposing figure appeared, with explosions erupting behind him. He continued, You are the most disgusting one. He moved quickly toward where Frank stood. Ju-hyo stared at him. You talk so much about knightly spirit and saving the world, but when you are about to lose, you unleash a magic-infused strike on a kid. Trash? With that, Ju-hyo swung his sword hard at Frank. Ju-hyo smiled with delight as magic radiated from his whole body. With a bit of strength, he sent Frank flying, and Frank's sword rang loudly when struck. Frank slammed into the wall behind him, angry. Damn it! His magic just knocked me back. He slumped down, stunned that a young guy could wield such immense power. In his mind, he thought, Well, this is surprising. It is going to be really hard to get my sword back now. He needed to contact the Star Council. Frank's screen appeared, and he looked at it confused. The message Nice You flashed briefly and disappeared. Damn it! The screen glitched. Frank could not reach the Star Council. The Night's King, his mouth dropped open, eyes wide in shock. Speechless, the Star Council sent a warning to Frank Rodmuller, calling him a worthless fool. Seeing those words, he was stunned. Mouth agape, unable to speak, Frank Rodmuller cautiously asked, Respect to Star Council? What do you mean by this? Before he could get an answer, a voice suddenly cut through. Senda, I found him. Frank looked up just in time to see Ju-hyo launching a flying knee strike. The heavy blow hit Frank's shoulder, and he let out a sharp grunt. Ju-hyo calmly pulled back his knee. A dent appeared on the wall where his knee stopped. He smiled slightly. Don't bother dodging. It is only a matter of time. Frank stood stunned, calmly staring at the battered wall beside him. He thought, he smashed through that wall with one kick. If he attacks me, I am due. But Frank Rodmuller suddenly looked suspicious. What did he mean by found him? Ju-hyo casually slung his weapon over his shoulder and smirked. Who knows? Usually, I would explain everything in detail. The next second, he swung his hand directly. If you are an old guy like him, I have got nothing to say. Ju-hyo's sudden attack caught Frank Rodmuller off guard. He barely had time to react and could only brace himself. His whole body was pushed backward, his heavy feet scraping harshly across the ground. Inside, Frank Rodmuller felt the danger rising. He barely managed to block the strike, and he could not land a hit on Ju-hyo, who dared to borrow the power of the constellation. His expression grew serious, but after that message, the constellation stopped responding. What is going on? He could not make sense of it. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Star Knight's husband was trembling violently. What the hell was going on? The thug slammed his head down on the ground. using every muscle to push with all his might. To rewind a bit, Luminous was biting her finger nervously, pacing back and forth in the room. She was deep in thought. Her master had ordered them to beat up the constellation of the Star Night King. Could he be one of those who got hit? Morin looked puzzled and asked for confirmation. The Star Night King? Yes, Morin said he was not part of the group they dealt with earlier. Luminous crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. So you know that constellation? The person nodded. He is the guardian constellation of the Rottmuller family from Germany. From what Morin knew about the Star Night King constellation, the one who owns a sword-shaped relic commands loyal knights who have become his constellations and leads them like subordinates. Hearing this, Luminous was surprised and let out a soft "oh," clearly knowing him quite well. Morin explained, even though I am not directly involved, I keep track of all famous constellations across Europe. She muttered, now that I think about it, a guy named Frank under that constellation recently stopped by. He talked about forming an alliance led by his constellation and wanted me to join. Morin was curious but asked why she mentioned him. Luminous replied simply, Master's orders. She really meant it. Beat up the constellation of the Star Night King after gathering all the disciples. Morin did not ask more. She urged, all right, let us head to the Illusion Abyss. Soon after, the two quickly met with So Simi and summarized the situation again. After listening carefully, she grasped the main points and nodded slightly. Got it. The three quickly regrouped and set off to find the next person. This time, it was Kuan. After hearing the story, he looked a bit stunned, eyes wide, and blurted, what? Time passed as the scene shifted to the Great Void, the holy land of the knights. In some chamber, a furious voice roared, I told you, I do not want to meet with that guy. The guy across from him shouted back, veins bulging with anger, me neither. If I would known, I would not have come. The response was harsh criticism. If the weapons had been delivered on time, my family would still be alive. The first guy yelled as he stormed off, you state, if you were not the traitor, the weapons would be arrived on schedule. You state jumped up, cut the crap. Why did you join the alliance? The first guy slammed the table. Because I did not know you would be here. Another man suddenly spoke up to stop their bickering. Quiet. You are standing before the king himself. You state ignored him and snapped. Kim, I asked, you think we are here to play knights like you? The first guy agreed. Exactly. We are here to form an alliance, not to be your subordinates. Both suddenly fell silent, sensing the overwhelming presence radiating from the one presiding over the meeting. The Star Night King's eyes ignited with a cold, fiery glow as he spoke. You are making too much noise. At that moment, a loud crash suddenly echoed, and the floor behind him cracked. The Star Night King turned around in shock, only to see a muscular figure crashing into his sight. The thug bowed his head low, exuding a fierce aura, and slowly said, you, his face twisted with rage, grinding his teeth with every word. You, trash, dare defy master. Everyone present stood up, gripping their swords tightly, wondering who this person was. Judging by his aura and outfit, realizing a possibility, the others grew terrified and refused to believe it. No way. Seeing the person in front of her, she panicked and blurted out a name: fanatical martial god, sect member. Butcher. Just as she spoke, a huge hand suddenly grabbed her face tightly. The freak lost his cool, lunged forward, growling with every step. He shoved the girl's head against the nearby wall with such force that the concrete cracked. The freak showed no mercy, striking with such power that she could only fall helplessly. Pain escaped from her in muffled cries, fueling an irrational rage inside the freak. He wildly thrashed his arms. The next second, everyone could only watch as the girl's body was flung into the air. The freak spun around, swinging his arms to throw his opponent into a corner. The heavy thud of her body hitting the ground echoed clearly. After dealing with her, he stood panting heavily. The King of Knights constellation witnessed the opponent's wild outburst in silence. The freak wiped spit from the corner of his mouth, turned sharply, and asked, are you the King of Knights? The other remained silent for a moment, then hesitated. I am. But before the King of Knights could finish, the freak lunged at the back of his head. He slammed down a brutal blow, yelling, done to you. Know how to control your contract, beast? The King of Knights had no time to react as the freak slammed his head onto the table with terrifying force, shattering it into pieces. The freak aggressively charged again at the King of Knights. He threw a powerful strike, shouting, a master who does not train his dog properly can't expect it not to bite. The sudden attack caught the King of Knights off guard. The freak grabbed his head and slammed him hard onto the table. He totally dominated the fight. The King of Knights could only lie there, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, outside the Great Void, the three Luminous stood silently observing the situation at the Knight's Sanctuary. She sighed. Whoa, is that huge structure really just hanging out here, in the middle of nowhere? Morin thought for a moment and guessed, when we came here to negotiate with other constellations, this thing definitely was not here. The ones inside must have recruited and formed an entire alliance by now. So Zimi chimed in, I think this place was built similar to how we created the war god cult, Judging the size, it must have taken a whole team to pull this off. She sounded a bit impatient. When do we go in? Right now. It looks like only our junior brother is inside. Luminous yawned and said, he is still super worked up. Best to wait till things calm down before we move in. At that, she suddenly felt annoyed, biting her nails and muttering, I did not even do anything to the master. Yet I am being called a mad dog. That is just unfair. That guy's even crazier than you. Morin laughed. No way. She suddenly froze. Huh? Listening carefully, things seem quieter now. Let us go in. With that, Morin led the trio and quickly landed inside the target room. The freak noticed their arrival and sneered. You are here already. Sister, the ritual is almost done. He put more strength into his arm and coldly questioned the King of Knights. Why did you order the contract beast to grab the sword? The knights standing nearby looked confused. One muttered, is it true that he formed an alliance? All of them from the war god cult. Morin caught those words and immediately sprang forward. There are still a few rats left. Next, the knight barely had time to react before a sharp sword was pressed to his neck. The nearby knight was no better off. Both were quickly restrained, so Zimmy slipped behind the two nearby men, startling them stiff. She warned, I know you are not real knights, but if you stick your noses into our business, I can guarantee you will walk away alive. The dark-haired guy poked the man next to him, face pale. Mumbling orders nearby, the King of Knights looked confused and asked, wait, what do you mean by grab the sword? Weren't you here to crush our alliance? Luminous did not deny it. That is partly true. But you are the one who ordered your contract beast to find the sword, right? The other hesitated, then nodded. Yes, the freak clenched his teeth, and now he is trying to take my red fang. Ridiculous. Why go through all this trouble if the sword really belonged to him? The Night King's husband is flaming mad. Red fangs, and also that is the name of the core sword. But the guy says he never gave such an order. The weird one bows his head and closes in. Face grim and tense. What the heck is that fake contract guy trying to pull? His eyes flash cold, voice laced with threat. That guy's pushing it too far. This whole god of war cult is all over that core sword. Cut to Juhake side. He smirks, ready to strike. Then Juhake launches a powerful kick straight at Frank Rodmuller's gut. There is no dodging it. A brutal hit. Juhake watches with satisfaction as his target crashes back, body heavy, slamming onto the cold floor. Frank Rodmuller gasps in pain, panic rising inside. Damn it. The Night King's not responding. Strange signs make him uneasy, plus the sudden silence before the reply cuts off. How could someone so powerful say such crude words? Just then, the translucent screen pops back up, and Frank Rodmuller silently prays, O King! Displayed on screen is the furious Night King, shouting, when did I ever order a seizure? I want us to negotiate. A line hits Frank Rodmuller like a slap. Give up the core sword and surrender. He can't believe his eyes. What about our knightly pride? Meanwhile, the weird one keeps pressing the Night King's head down like a threat, yelling orders. Shut up, apologize to us, and surrender. Frank Rodmuller can't resist. He slams his head onto the floor and yells, I am so— Juhake scoffs at the scene. What is this? That is your Night King's order. The opponent stays head down, helplessly admitting, yes. Juhake watches Frank Rodmuller closely, teasing, pathetic. If you say surrender, just surrender. He casually stands up. Forget it. I wanted a fair fight, but now it is no fun. Get up. Frank Rodmuller groggily stirs, muttering a thank you. Juhake doubts the sudden words, but says, better take the hit first. Frank freezes. Juhake mutters, if guys like you keep playing these mind games, it is going to get ugly. Then energy swirls around his fist as he smiles. So yeah, better take this one first. He kindly reminds, after that, do not forget to deal with those guys from your side, trying to pick fights with me. Frank Rodmuller backs away in fear, waving his hands. I can handle that. I promise. Juhake bites back, ignoring excuses. I have had enough. Next moment, he lunges forward, delivering a knockout punch to Frank Rodmuller. Pain shoots down Frank's spine. He gasps, face draining of color. His strength drains. He collapses hard, head hitting the ground again. Juhake pulls back, satisfied. Now, human. The other instantly replies, present. With respect, Juhake orders, send that ugly guy back where he came from. I am going to check out the core sword, break the king's will, and enforce the weekly order. Time passes. Night falls over a quiet forest. A sword is carefully displayed in a room, energy pulsing fiercely around it. Juhake silently inspects it, a slight smile forming. Its magical flow has recovered. Now I know what it really is. He slowly draws the sword, feeling the power contained within. Soon after, Juhake smiles faintly, softly saying, it has been a long time. has nodded. The weird one kneels before him, bowing deeply in respect. When he looks up, his face is bloody, yet his expression is full of excitement. Master, it has been a long time since we met. Juhik laughs. You still got that habit of banging your head on the ground, like before. You are bleeding. The guy rushes forward and obediently follows the order. After a moment, Juhik stares at him, hesitating where to start. Yeah, he mutters to himself. This is not good. Big trouble coming. Seems like this guy forgot his real name after becoming a constellation. Even though Doohyu hesitated a bit, calling him Greenie felt awkward. But why did I end up nicknaming him Dunce anyway? I mean, he really is a bit of a dunce. But still, the creature noticed the awkward look in his eyes and asked, Are you upset because you do not want to call my Greenie? Just stick with Dunce like before. It is no big deal. He eagerly suggested, or you can call me by my constellation name. Like City Lord. Doohyu sighed. Fine, I will call you Dunce. Now get up. He got curious why suddenly choose a sword as a sacred item. Didn't he usually fight barehanded? The creature smirked. Are you talking about the red fang? Excited? He explained. At first, you mostly fought with a sword, right? So I wanted to pick the red fang too, since it is a trophy for my life. Doohyu had not expected that. Paused for a moment, then smiled soft. Got it. He awkwardly scratched his neck. If through the sword, I can find a dry sword, that is fine. I will use it when the time comes, Doohyu softly said. Thanks. Hearing this, the creature was so touched his eyes welled up. Master, I am the one who is endlessly grateful to you. The big guy just bowed his head to the water, his broad back gently rippling. Flashback more than 300 years ago, the creature had bowed low like this before the Doohyu of his past life. Back then, Doohyu asked with concern, Kid, what is wrong? The creature was skinny, with bangs hiding his face. He timidly spoke. Please, sir. His body was covered in all kinds of wounds, but his eyes burned with determination. Please teach me martial arts, so someday I can make those bullies regret messing with me. Luminous peeked nervously from behind the door. Master, the meal no. Dinner is ready. Her words caught in her throat as she frowned at the scene before her. The creature shouted earnestly, Doohyu, please teach me martial arts, so I can take revenge on those who bullied me. Morin and Sosimi came out, saw Luminous standing there, and curiously asked, Sister Mu, what are you doing? We are ready to eat. Why have not you called Master yet? The others whispered, That kid came looking for Master. Morin looked doubtful. That kid. In front of them, Doohyu crossed his arms, shaking his head. I do not know what kid you are talking about. You want me to teach him martial arts? No way. The creature pointed behind Doohyu. Insisting. Then what about that sign? Isn't this a dojo? Doohyu sighed helplessly. The disciples put that sign up themselves without asking. He added, Of course, I will open a proper dojo someday. But I can take disciples right now. The creature blinked, eyes full of disappointment. No way. Then what should I do? He grabbed Doohyu's hand. Whispering low, I have knocked on many dojo doors wanting to learn martial arts, but everyone just looked at me coldly and ignored me. The creature suddenly shouted, Only here has a headmaster who actually comes out. Doohyu scratched his head. Feeling awkward. That is because lately I have not had any hunting or escort missions, so I have been pretty free. Just as he said that, the kid suddenly dropped to his knees. Begging shyly, the creature closed his eyes, tilted his head up, voice almost choked. Please teach me martial arts. Then he slammed his head hard against the ground with all his might. The creature kept banging his head. Pleading desperately, Please accept me. Teach me. Doohyu was at a loss, only able to say, Hey. In the end, he gave up and said, All right, I will teach you. Stop banging your head. The creature beamed. Really? Luminous bit her finger, muttering, if the person asking Master had banged his head like that, maybe back then. Yeah, maybe I should try it too. A scowling man looked at her. You nuts or what? Doohyu sighed helplessly. Earlier another kid came wanting to fight me to create a sword technique, and now another wants to learn martial arts. This is not something I can teach in a day or two. He narrowed his eyes, softly adding, But I guess I can show him a little. Doohyu suddenly asked, Do you know where those bullies are? The creature nodded blankly. Yes, I do. Doohyu immediately cracked his shoulder joints and smiled slightly. Lead the way. Soon after, the scene shifted to a quiet alley where a few guys holding a bag were gathered, chatting. The spiky-haired guy cautiously tries to open the bag in his hands. The next second, a pile of shiny gold coins catches his eye. His buddies peek over to see it too. The guy with the pointy head grins, ready to snatch it, while the spiky-haired guy laughs with delight. Yeah, that scruffy kid looks like a beggar, but actually has a ton of money. The pointy-headed guy leans in, amazed, wondering what kind of bag that kid has, and what a lucky find it turned out to be if he has got that much cash. He should be sharing it with folks who are not as lucky as us. The spiky-haired guy laughs, saying the kid really put up a fight. Maybe you guys were a bit too rough on him. Tall-haired guy smirks and agrees. Meanwhile, they are all caught up chatting, not noticing Joo-hak and the weird guy getting closer. Joo-hak asks if those are the guys, and the weird guy nods. The person next to him looks doubtful. Joo-hak explains that the bag they are holding contains all his savings from odd jobs. Their sudden movement grabs the attention of the three guys. The spiky-haired guy is shocked. Wait, is not that the kid we beat up? Did he bring an adult because he is mad about losing his money? The weird guy angrily points at the thugs, calling them cowards who try to rob him. Where's your shame? The spiky-haired guy frowns, clearly annoyed. Seriously, this brat. He tries to charge up, but the tall-haired guy stops him. Wait, he looks a bit uneasy. That guy next to the kid, he looks familiar. Just seconds later, the tall-haired guy's eyes widen in shock. I remember now. He points at Joo-hak and says he is the head of the martial god school. The pointy-headed guy adds, I have heard of them. Aren't they nearby? Joo-hak silently listens to their chatter. A vein pulses on his forehead. The martial god school sign is still there, but they do not accept new students, and the few they do have are all girls. Plus, they all look really strange and super young. The pointy-headed guy scoffs. Heard they are tough, but it is probably just rumors. The spiky-haired guy gets into a fighting stance, raising an eyebrow mockingly. He is not that special after all. He starts provoking Joo-hak. Hey kid, just look at our clothes. You can tell how rough our lives are, right? We have to rob others just to survive. There is no hint of guilt in his voice. Cut these kids some slack. They are just growing up. It is the adult's job to guide them. Joo-hak smiles slightly and replies, that is only if you are actually a decent kid. He calmly shares, when I was young, I was really poor, totally broke. Still, I managed to survive by hustling any odd job. Farming, chopping wood, even hunting. The more he talks, the colder his eyes get. But I never took advantage of anyone. Of course, I once wanted to make money the easy way. I even thought about taking from others. But at that moment, I realized if I did, all my struggles would be for nothing. Joo-hak leaves them with a warning. If what I just said makes you turn around and leave that money behind, then fine. Otherwise, I will teach every single one of you a lesson. The tall-haired guy backs off nervously, stammering, I want to retreat. The spiky-haired guy frowns. What? You are quitting? Before the other two even understand what is happening, their friends are already running away. Joo-hak stretches, smirking lightly. That kid really knows how to read a situation fast. The weird guy glares at him. Joo-hak warns, hey kid, watch closely. He clenches his fist, releasing a surge of powerful energy. This is martial arts. The spiky-haired guy stubbornly tries to throw a punch, saying, cut the show. Joo-hak easily stops the punch with a single block. The spiky-haired guy freezes, staring dumbfounded at Joo-hak. Joo-hak casually pulls back his hand and spins around smoothly. Not stopping there, he tightens his fist again, readying his next move. He throws a punch straight to the spiky-haired guy's gut. The guy screams in pain. The thug froze when he saw his comrade's body slammed back, crashing hard against the wall. Before he could even worry about his buddy, Joo-hak appeared behind him with a smile that made the thug lean back, wondering where he was looking. Without giving him a chance to react, Joo-hak landed a powerful punch right in his face. Planting his foot firmly, Joo-hak's body shook the ground beneath into rubble as his punch tore through the thug's waist in agonizing pain. The thug's face went pale, cold sweat dripping down, mouth wide open, crying out in pain. Joo-hak executed a perfect withdrawal move, sending the thug flying back, smashing into the wall with such force that dust exploded everywhere. As the dust cleared, the thug lay sprawled in the middle of the rubble. Not far off, the crew cut guy suffered the same fate. Knocked out cold, Joo-hak smiled at the gang, saying he would only shown a bit, but this was martial arts, the way to defeat opponents efficiently with minimal effort. The guy's eyes widened in awe. Whoa, so this is martial arts? Gang leader muttered under his breath something about how easy it was to use, and what he did next shocked Joo-hak. The leader stomped down and said, I do not need revenge anymore. But please, I beg you. He slammed his head down hard and pleaded loudly, teach me martial arts. No, please take me as your disciple. Joo-hak sighed helplessly, finally giving in. I have not even taught you properly yet, and you are already calling me master. All right. At that moment, he declared to the gang, from now on, you are my disciple. Back to the present. Joo-hak closed his eyes tight and took a deep breath to focus intensely. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing intently at the item below. Magical energy flowed from the sword, wrapping around Joo-hak's palm. He thought, what a funny kid. Thinking back to earlier, a small smile curved Joo-hak's lips. Who would have thought he would pick a holy relic sword just because he was already using a sword? He told himself, I am fine since I have a village sword, but I will make good use of this one. Just then, Break Kite appeared suddenly, surrounded by a faint glow of energy. He reported, Sergio, I returned after taking Frank back to Germany. The other asked, good. Any problems? Breakcat honestly replied, none on the way, but once there, it seems the Guardian Star stripped his power. Juheek did not seem too surprised and asked, what about the hostile knights he commands? Breakcat guessed, they will probably stay put. Juheek was skeptical, but the other explained, because the King of Knights, their master, serves your disciples. He confirmed, even if you ask them to work for you now, it won't be a problem. Juheek smiled, satisfied. All right, then, he quietly calculated, if that is the case, then there is only one disciple left to find. Scene shifts to somewhere else, where a subordinate of Mikung's master quietly closes his eyes. Shortly after, he opens them again, his face serious as he looks ahead. Another subordinate is in the room too. Both respectfully bow to Mikung's master hidden behind the curtain. He asked, how are the people we sent down doing? The black-haired, red-eyed one immediately reported, about half remain, but their numbers are shrinking. He guessed their levels have increased, but those we sent are second-rate. When he mentioned this, the red-haired guy hesitated, but the white-haired one standing next to him stayed silent, which was worrying. Suddenly, he recalled the guide saying, since we agreed, I will tell you a little. I am the one covering for Lord Mikung. At that, the white-haired guy was shocked, unable to believe it. What? The other side just said it openly right now. Lord Mikung can see Mikung clearly. She stressed, I am sure he has seen that object before or at least heard about it from you. The white-haired man fell silent for a moment. Then added, because there originally was a messenger star for Mikung, but it is gone now. The guide shrugged and softly continued, that is because the messenger star was sent down as a disaster intermediary. Right? The white-haired man was stunned. How do you know about that? The other side did not give a clear answer, just a vague I will tell you later. The reason I am hiding things from him is pretty simple. From what she knows, all the rank 2 titles in the Tower of Destruction will disappear at the same time. The white-haired guy frowned slightly. Remove them all at once? Is she sending a fake contract army to do that? His reaction made the guide chuckle. What is this? Did he misunderstand? A sly smile appeared at her lips as she raised a finger and said softly, only one person. Hearing this, the white-haired guy's pupils shrank. He muttered, what? The guide continued calmly. Basically, that is why I do not want it to be known that all the titles will vanish at once, because if they all disappear suddenly without a clear reason, he will send a bunch of higher-ranked constellations down immediately. She concluded, so I will erase those marks slowly. The white-haired guy nodded, showing he understood. I see. He could not help but wonder, why are you telling me all these details? The guide looked at him, smiled softly, then casually revealed, there are 2 reasons. From the first sentence, the white-haired guy felt uneasy. First, because you also dislike the Labyrinth Lord, she went on, and the other reason is that the person who knows your identity is the one I just mentioned. The guide openly said, I told you early so you can keep helping with what he is doing in the future. Feels like we have become comrades. Hearing this, the white-haired guy frowned in discomfort and firmly stepped forward. Done stray from me. This is different from what you said before, when you said you would keep him in the dark. Pointing at the guide, she waved her hand teasingly. All right. I won't bother you anymore. Quickly regaining her composure, the guide spoke softly, but I want to ask you for one last favor. Flashbacks ended. Back to the present. The Labyrinth Lord looked doubtful. Strange. He muttered, if the constellations sent to fight are wiped out, they should return as titles. But I can sense them. The red-haired guy answered blankly. Yes, the white-haired guy next to him recalled what the guide said. The Labyrinth Lord must be confused because the titles can't be retrieved. They are currently absorbing the constellation titles themselves. She had asked the white-haired guy to cover for them. He was silent for a long time, then finally decided and said, I think they are lost. The Labyrinth Lord listened silently as the white-haired guy explained. Hasn't this happened a few times before? Sometimes they get lost on the way back from the labyrinth and take some time to return. Finally, he nodded in agreement. You are right. Though if I search personally, I would find them quickly, but they will come back eventually. I was just worried for nothing. Then the Labyrinth Lord declared, all right, I will postpone deploying the 3rd squad. Fall back. The 2 subordinates bowed deeply and replied in unison. Understood. Leaving the room, they walked side by side down the hallway in silence. The dark-haired one spoke first, disbelief on his face. Whoa, did not expect you to speak up suddenly. You are usually so quiet. The one beside him answered casually. What is so surprising? I am just answering the Labyrinth Lord's question, he explained further. Besides, managing the titles is my job, so I am just giving him info he did not have based on my experience. The dark-haired guy raised his eyebrows and asked, So you are planning to handle this your way? He replied sarcastically. Don't worry. I won't lose any titles like you. The dark-haired guy was annoyed but could not argue. He gritted his teeth, drew his sword, ready to strike. Damn it, the other guy brushed past him and walked straight ahead. I will stop by the rebirth district to check for errors. You should calm down and focus on your work. The dark-haired guy snapped angrily. Stay right there. Not long after, the white-haired guy lost his tail, cautiously glanced around, and sneaked into a room. He walked in slowly, heading to a red orb placed at the center of the room. The white-haired guy silently studied the glowing spots on the orb for a long moment. He reached out and started typing a series of commands on the ancient character keyboard next to it. The next moment, the entire sphere suddenly shifted, flashing with constant red light. In just a few seconds, the red light faded, the sphere vanished, replaced by the appearance of another one. Right after, a huge tree stretched tall right before the white-haired guy. The tree was loaded with heavy fruits, each engraved with a name. Glowing faintly with blue light, the white-haired guy's sharp gaze locked on one particular fruit hanging there. He bit his lip and squinted, focusing intently. Thoughts unreadable. Throughout it all, he gripped the spear tightly, not letting go. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a few days later at Valhalla Gym. Ju-Hak looked at the scene before him, a helpless expression on his face. Even though I said I would help, I never imagined everyone would come at once. Break Cat and the two others beside him stayed silent, their intense gazes fixed on Ju-Hak, speaking volumes without words. Ju-Hak met the fiery stares of the three Break Cat members. Silence hung between them for a moment. First to break the tense silence was the solemn spirit warrior of the one true way. Rogan, I am serious. You promised to teach me the ultimate fist technique. So I came. Standing next to him was the Black Market boss, host of Valhalla Academy's event. Break Cat, I remember you said you would check out my spatial combat stance. So here I am. The last was Adelia Ventric, vice head of the Ventric family. Her cheeks flushed red. She spoke up quietly. I came for the same reason. I saw you use the protective star's poison power at the World Championship. Ju-Hak, so I came to learn from you. Ju-Hak accepted all three with a slight smile. All right, today's on me. Follow me to the gym. He led the way, the three trailing behind, while everyone else watched curiously. So Xian leaned against the wall, puzzled. What is Ju-Hak a secret? They are always so polite to him. It was like this last time too. Xian sighed. I am done trying to figure it out. His sharp gaze fixed on Ju-Hak as he muttered low. But one thing is certain, he is insanely strong. Stronger than anyone here, Xian said with firm conviction. Soon after, Ju-Hak led the three into the gym, where they lined up neatly before him. Ju-Hak got straight to the point. I won't say much today, so I will focus on essentials. But first, he pointed at Break Cat, would not it be easier if you took off that mask? I am gonna sweat through it. Slightly surprised, Break Cat nodded obediently. He raised his hand and removed the mask, while the two others watched Break Cat's every move with curiosity. A ridiculously handsome face was revealed. He asked, how is this? Ju-Hak gave a small approving nod. Just as I thought. Annoyingly good-looking, Adelia beside him stared at Break Cat in awe, while Rogan asked, is it okay to show your face in front of us? Cat replied calmly, we are not at the market, so it is fine. Besides, Adelia seen my face before anyway. Ju-Hak was confused by Adelia's reaction. What is up with you, Adelia? She blushed, eyes darting sideways, stammering, nothing, really. Yet inside she was thrilled she came. Ju-Hak started his initial assessment. First, Break Cat, your stamina's pretty solid. Surprised, Break Cat said, is that so? But I am still no match for you. Ju-Hak, before he finished, Ju-Hak cut in. I have never actually seen you fight monsters directly, but we have worked together. I can tell from your movements, if you stick to my training program, you will catch up to me easily. Ju-Hak commented. Break Cat blurted out. You are way too generous, he thought to himself. I busted my ass breaking the maze and clearing hidden dangers to help Ju-Hak after he was born, and all the annoying stuff I have been through actually paid off. Ju-Hak crossed his arms. Seriously evaluating? Your skills are solid, but you just struggle applying them, right? Break Cat could not deny it and nodded softly. Yeah, that is true. Ju-Hak rubbed his chin, lost in thought. My star, Luminous, is one of the powerful ones, so it probably skipped some details. I have done the same. So honestly, I have no excuses either. That said, I suggest it is way too tough to master both martial arts and swordsmanship like Luminous. Why not just pick one? Break Cat seriously considered Ju-Hak a suggestion, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. If I had to choose one side, he quickly decided. Swordsmanship. I usually turn my sacred artifact into a sword. Ju-Hak smirked. Good choice. It suits the arena better. Later, we will spar with wooden swords, and I will watch you closely. He turned to the next person. Adelia, clearly, her problem is poor health. She fumbled nervously, hesitating to speak. I am too caught up with my duties as a housekeeper, so I am pretty busy. Jua cut in. I knew you would say that. He seriously reminded her. You are Moji's contract user, so you must know poison is tough to wield. From what I know, causing paralysis over an area or from afar is easier, but deadly poison usually requires direct contact. Adelia nodded slightly. That is right. The other person asked again. Have you ever poisoned an enemy from a distance? Adelia hesitated. Never. Juhak made his decision. Good. Let us make that your goal. Building physical strength is essential to achieve it, so start with conditioning first. What he said next surprised Adelia. Will take time, so I want you to follow a specific training routine. Today, we will test your martial arts skills. She blinked in doubt. Martial arts? Juhak explained clearly. Do you think Moji can poison enemies the moment they wake up? Plus, you might know about its sacred artifact. It is specialized in assassination. He added, also, given its small size, martial arts are essential. She looked surprised at that comment. Small size. Juhak pressed, have you ever trained in martial arts? Adelia answered honestly. Yes, I have. She explained. One of the former Ventric family heads also learned methods to use abilities after the Masked One became our protector star. He entered the Masked One's illusion realm and trained in martial arts that helped him use poison. According to Adelia, those martial arts became the foundation of our clan. I heard the techniques have changed a bit since then, but of course, I have learned them too. Hearing this, Juhak nodded slightly, showing he understood. Got it. I can picture it now. Suddenly, he made a request. You two, fight each other. Adelia and Rogan's eyes widened in shock. What? Adelia panicked, her face nearly breaking into tears. Breakcat spoke up. Juhak, you know who that is, right? My opponent is Rogan. Top ranked, she said. Unexpectedly, the other side replied calmly. I know. Do not worry, Juhak explained. There is a big gap in physical strength and stamina between you two. Rogan, you can use mana. Adelia, you get 20% mana. Now, fight. Since opposing is pointless, Adelia swallowed her tears and agreed. All right, Rogan asked curiously. Juhak, does this fight relate to my ultimate palm training? Juhak's lips curled slightly as he slowly replied. Yes, after this match, you will realize your own flaws. He watched them gear up to fight. Quietly confident, Breakcat looked confused and curious, asking the person next to him. Juhak, is this really okay? He seemed a bit nervous, even with adjusted mana levels. Can Rogan and Adelia really finish this fight cleanly? Juhak sensed something odd. What is up? You worried about her? The other flushed, stammering, and no, I was just asking. He did not press further. Smiling gently, well, let us just watch. Rogan clenched his fist tightly, eyes locked on his opponent. Adelia looked more tense, biting her lip into a straight line. The next moment, Rogan suddenly lunged forward, aiming to strike first. He swung hard, his eyes sharp and ruthless, clearly not holding back. Adelia definitely was not about to just stand there. She reacted quickly and successfully blocked his blow. Not stopping there, she immediately counterattacked with a prepared strike. A sharp technique was unleashed. Rogan could not react in time and was pushed back. Watching that scene, Hugh slightly curled his lips and thought. Just as expected, Rogan seemed caught off guard by this turn of events. Suddenly confused, did not see that coming. He looked deeply at Adelia, impressed her real fighting skills were better than he thought. Rogan calmed down. His body that had been floating suddenly landed firmly on the ground. He grew more serious, lowering his stance and focusing on planning his counterattack. Rogan slammed his foot hard on the ground to gain momentum, unleashing a fierce burst of power. In a flash, he teleported right in front of Adelia without her noticing. Her mind raced. He is too fast. There is no way I can block this strike. Rogan threw a punch straight at Adelia's stomach. Caught off guard, she could only brace herself to defend, but the impact was so strong it pushed Adelia back against the wall. She gasped in pain, pressing her foot against it. Before she could steady herself, she looked up and widened her eyes in shock and fear. Rogan followed her movement closely and lunged right in front of her. Gritting his teeth, he gathered all his strength and threw a powerful punch. Adelia did not have time to react. Her face went pale as she could only watch the punch coming at her. At that critical moment, she quickly controlled her emotions and took a deep breath. Rogan thought he had the win in the bag, but suddenly underestimated her counterattack. Adelia kicked high with full force, sending Rogan flying backward. Not stopping there, she spun around, readying a strike with one hand. Without hesitation, Adelia slammed her palm straight into Rogan's stomach with a loud, heavy thud. The sudden pain hit hard. His face turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Rogan quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Adelia, Clutching his stomach in disbelief, just as they were locked in this fierce struggle, Juhyuk suddenly called out, "Enough!" He smiled at Rogan and dropped a cryptic line. "Now I guess you get it. Right? The opponent still has some tricks up their sleeve." Juhyuk went straight to the point. "I have been acting all this time, just relying on my own skills." Rogan, pointing directly at Rogan, he said, "I have been using those skills to show off." Rogan, his blunt words left Rogan speechless. Mana adjusts based on physical endurance differences, but Juhyuk was clearly outmatched in physical combat. Juhyuk smiled slightly. "Of course, endurance improves with training, so the conditions are a bit unfair. But are not you curious? Why could not you gain the upper hand against Adelia?" Juhyuk asked. Rogan still did not get it, but he was curious. "Is there another reason?" he asked, and the opponent gave a confirming nod. Then Juhyuk suddenly asked, "You have trained in martial arts, right?" Rogan nodded slightly. "I learned it through the Star Clan." Juhyuk stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I had a feeling after watching how you move." To be honest, the second half of his sentence stunned Rogan. "You lost because of your Star Clan master's martial arts," he blurted out in shock. Juhyuk closed his eyes and slowly spoke. "Let me tell you a story from long ago." He went back 300 years, describing a crowd gathering around a lone figure. "Everyone, this is not an everyday opportunity." Excited, he pointed behind him. "If you look back, you will see a huge stone." The monk said this and performed a move with it. "You can check for yourself, it is not fake. It is solid stone, not hollow." The commotion caught Juhyuk and the disciples' attention. He heard the monk's proud voice. "But, do you know," the monk held up a perfectly round pill. "This is a pill I made with the Buddha's grace." Without hesitation, the monk popped the pill into his mouth. Then he turned around, staring intently at the giant stone opposite him. Slowly closing his eyes, the monk clasped his hands and quietly chanted, "Ajita Buddha." The next moment, he opened his eyes wide and clenched his fist tightly. Cobra stood firm, swinging his arm for a light punch that just grazed the big rock. A kid blinked in confusion. Like, what was that? It did not look like he was actually hitting the rock. Juhyuk stayed silent, quietly watching. His eyes narrowed slightly. The punch from Cobra actually left a small dent on the rock's surface, but just a few seconds later, cracks suddenly started spreading wide. The huge rock shattered into pieces, yet Cobra stayed perfectly still in his stance. After a moment, he pulled back his hand and glanced at the crowd. Like, "See, I barely punched it and it just broke apart." Cobra quickly seized the moment to advertise. "Now, with these pills, even you can have superhuman strength." He grinned excitedly. "This power pill's only 10 coins, just one pill." Cobra laughed loudly. "Yes, thank you." Juhyuk watched this scene and could not help but sigh. That guy's power really shines. It is strange, but it just shines. The other guy answered, "Like your poison or luminous space-slicing power." After thinking about it, "It all makes sense now." Juhyuk said, "Whether someone's power shines depends on if they have talent or not." He muttered bitterly, "For someone like me without talent, who only mastered a breathing technique, I will never find my inner power, and I will just die." From what Juhyuk observed, he concluded that some people's power shines without much effort, like that guy. He frowned, "But putting talent aside, using powers like that to push others back really annoys me." Time passed, and the scene shifted to a quiet orchard somewhere. Cobra stared intently at the money pouch in his hand, muttering, "Look at this." He muttered happily, "Not sure what everyone's up to today, but the pills sold out, and I made quite a bit." Suddenly, a figure approached, and Cobra looked reluctant. "Sorry, the pills are all sold out." He smiled and added, "Next time, there'll be more." But the other person stayed silent and held out their hand, stopping Cobra. The next second, Juhyuk snapped his fingers sharply on Cobra's chest. Cobra's face flushed red, his head snapping back. He collapsed flat on the ground, angrily asking, "What the heck? Why did you hit me?" Juhyuk put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "Hey, why are you running around setting fires in civilians' homes?" He laughed, and even chanting Ajita Buddha. "Do not you feel guilty about disrespecting the Buddha as a monk?" Hearing this, Cobra suddenly jumped up, defending himself. "Not exactly." His answer made Juhyuk a bit confused. "What?" Cobra looked serious and honestly said, "This money is to rebuild the temple." Time passed quickly, and the sun began to lower. The scene shifted to somewhere covered in endless mountain ranges. Cobra carried a backpack and led the way, with Juhyuk following closely behind. The one in front suddenly broke the silence, asking, "Are those kids with you disciples of Mer?" Juhyuk casually replied, "Not many people know." After just a glance, "How do you know?" Cobra paused briefly, then looked back at him. "Then you must be the leader of the Kim Hun-O martial god sect," he said. "I have heard about you, the martial god sect leader who takes in strange kids as disciples." When he heard strange kids, Juhyuk frowned slightly. The other quickly continued, "Sorry for the introduction. My name is Du-hyuk. Duak cut him off. Forget it. No need to tell me your name. He smiled slyly. I decided to call you Cobra the moment you were lazy. The other guy scowled and shyly protested. I told you, it is for rebuilding the temple. Du-hyuk shrugged and laughed. Sure, that is why I left the disciples behind to check if that was true. He shared. If it were any other time, I would be lazy and just ignore it. But lately, I have got nothing to do, Du-hyuk honestly said. I am thinking I will pay everyone back if it is a lie. Cobra did not care much. Alright then. We are almost there. On the way, Du-hyuk could not help but ask, you said it is to rebuild, right? Cobra nodded. Yeah. Suddenly, he blurted out, actually, I did not willingly become a monk. Du-hyuk looked puzzled. What do you mean? The other guy went on. When I was little, my parents were so poor they sold me into slavery. But then a great master came recruiting monks. He saw me and saved me. Du-hyuk was surprised. A great master saved him. How? Sechi Mang said the master begged the slave trader, offering a gift, kissed it, and pleaded earnestly, talking about it still fills him with gratitude. Luckily, since the master was famous, the slave trader let me go. Du-hyuk did not believe it. He let you go. That is the first time I have heard those bastards release someone so easily. Sechi Mang just smiled softly, not paying much attention. He was an extraordinary man, named Great Master Hu Enek. According to him, Hu Enershi took him in to live at the temple, where he was the head monk. Sechi Mang grew up without lacking anything. He got lost in memories. It was a small temple. Just me and Great Master Hu Enek. What happened next left a deep mark on Sechi Mang's mind like a giant golem attacking the temple. His voice suddenly dropped. During the surprise attack, the master managed to evacuate me but died from the golem's strike. The temple was destroyed, and I escaped after receiving the master's prayer beads. Sechi Mang shared that only after some time could he gather the master's relics and give him a proper burial. He forced a smile and said that during that time, he found the master's relics and came up with an idea to rebuild the temple where he lived with the master and build a tower to hold his relics. Sechi Mang summed it up with one sentence. That is why I have been saving money, even is not exactly orthodox. Du-hyuk stayed quiet for a moment, then muttered softly, I see. He suddenly got curious. So what happened with the golem that attacked the temple? Sechi Mang shook his head slightly. I am not sure. It seemed to wander around the temple and then disappeared. I have not seen it since. Not long after. He stopped walking, grinning excitedly. Well, we are here. Du-hyuk's eyes landed on the sign ahead. Thechtium Temple. Sechi Mang nodded in confirmation. That is right. Du-hyuk glanced around. What is this? It looks pretty big and solid. The guy next to him laughed. I rebuilt the gate with money I saved. Inside, it is still under construction. He politely offered. You have traveled far. How about coming in for some tea? Du-hyuk declined. No thanks. Just hearing your story is enough. I am heading back now. Kind-heartedly, he added, I get your situation, but from now on, try making money the honest way. I know it is none of my business, but Du-hyuk did not let him finish. Sechi Mang understood and shyly smiled. I will do my best. Thanks. Just then, a loud crashing noise rang out, and as Sechi Mang's eyes widened in shock, he nervously looked around. Stammering, what was that? Du-hyuk stood beside him, calmly smiling and asked, is that the golem that wrecked the temple? They looked up and immediately saw a huge golem standing tall right in front of them. A massive golem stood towering before them, its whole body radiating strength. Sechi Mang's eyes widened in terror, while Du-hyuk looked intrigued. Du-hyuk narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. So this is the golem that destroyed the temple. Huh. They both had to look up to see the golem's full height. Sechi Mang scanned it around. Stammering, I think so, but it is way bigger than before. No sooner had he said that than the golem suddenly raised its fist, aiming straight at them. A gust of wind whooshed by, sending rocks flying through a thick cloud of dust. Sechi Mang covered his head in fear. But the golem's attack was easily stopped by Du-hyuk with one hand. His other hand quickly clenched into a fist. He smirked coldly. Still want to cause trouble. Huh. Without hesitation, Du-hyuk punched the golem hard. Shouting, rude, with a single punch, he sent the massive golem crashing backward onto the ground. Its heavy body slammed into the earth, leaving a deep dent. Sechi Mang could not believe his eyes. Amazed, Whoa, is it down? Du-hyuk bluntly replied. No way. He explained that they had to destroy the core inside it first. Until then, it was not really defeated. Sechi Mang gaped in disbelief. The guy next to him asked, so you are saying it is way bigger now? No wonder it looks so sturdy. Du-hyuk revealed a bit it got bigger by absorbing magic power from the temple's magic stone. The Cobra monk was confused. Magic stone, the other side analyzed slowly. Based on the temple's name, I think the abbot must have known there is probably a huge magic stone underground. From what he guessed, Normal people would not realize that this is a monster powered by magic energy. It probably smelled the strong magic source and attacked. Scanning the golem, Doohick added that it might have absorbed tons of magic energy during the attack, which made it grow that big. The Cobra Monk's whole body tensed up, his voice choking. So if we do not take it down now, it will come back, right? I worked so hard to restore the temple. Doohick grinned and said, then we just finish it here. Seeing his hand on his shoulder, the Cobra Monk was stunned. What? Doohick adjusted his stance. Come on, raise your hand. Get ready to strike with full force. The Cobra Monk was totally baffled. Lips trembling. What is going on? Doohick's serious voice turned to the side. Didn't you want to kill that thing yourself? That monster killed the monk who raised you. The Cobra Monk looked at him, hesitating to speak. I wanna... But how? Doohick instructed. Remember the technique you used to break stones when selling medicine this morning? Use that. The monk was worried. But I have never used it on a monster before. Without hesitation, he grabbed the Cobra Monk's wrist and fixed his stance. Then try it now. Focus. The Cobra Monk obediently followed Doohick's steps. Clenching his fist tightly, he patiently coached, and the Cobra Monk followed step by step, planting his feet wide, pouring all his magic energy in. As soon as Doohick finished, a faint yellow glow surrounded the Cobra Monk. The golem in front of them staggered but stayed standing, glaring fiercely at the two. The heavy-footed golem swung its arm down with a terrifying punch. At this critical moment, Doohick suddenly got fired up and urged the Cobra Monk. Finish it. He told him to open his eyes wide and shout loud to summon his courage. The Cobra Monk gritted his teeth, bracing himself, and swung his fist toward the enemy. His fist crashed fast and hard against the golem's punch. Pain shot through his wrist, but he clenched his teeth and pushed with all his strength. The golem still stood tall, growling fiercely, but then, suddenly a crack appeared and started spreading. The giant golem shattered into heavy chunks, crashing down as the Cobra Monk kept his attacking stance. The tough outer rock cracked open, revealing a red core inside. Staring at the rubble collapsing before him, the Cobra Monk was stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. Doohick praised without holding back. Just one strike destroyed the core. You have got talent. The Cobra Monk smiled shyly and said, thanks. He clearly knew he could do this because Doohick had transferred magic power to him. Doohick chuckled. I like that humility of yours. The Cobra Monk glanced at his fist, muttering to himself, if I would been able to do this sooner, maybe my senior brother would not have died. Doohick caught every word. After a moment, he smiled and spoke. Hey, kid, want to be my disciple? Doohick's offer came as a total surprise. The Cobra Monk immediately blushed. Yes, Doohick straightforwardly invited. I have many talented disciples like you. Join me, and I will help you develop your power. The Cobra Monk's eyes gleamed with a smile as he clenched his fist, murmuring, a disciple. But his answer shocked everyone. Sorry, but can I say no? He glanced back sincerely. I want to protect this temple, even after it is restored. I do not want to leave. Doohick did not push. He smiled and turned away. Fair enough. That is fine. Time went on, and the sunset bathed the nearby mountain in warm hues. Doohick recalled that since then, he occasionally stopped by the temple to check on it. The kid is developing his own martial art based on the punch he used to take down the golem. In Doohick's memory, the kid worked hard to develop a fighting style focused on one-hit kills. One of his disciples was so impressed by this style that they kept exchanging ideas, and Doohick helped the kid refine it. However, there was an issue: the attacks were too linear. Doohick planned to fix that once the kid perfected it. Snapping back from the flashback to the present, Doohick crossed his arms and sighed. But in the end, I never got that chance. Logan frowned slightly, curiosity getting the better of him, and asked why. Doohick was not trying to hide anything. He explained it was because of the Tower of Destruction break. Cat's guess was confirmed. After all, Doohick smiled and added, anyway, this turned out to be a good opportunity. Right? He gathered himself and continued guiding them. I will point out what needs fixing, so take notes. Everyone agreed and replied in unison. Got it. After that, Doohick patiently taught each person, starting with swordsmanship discussions with Breakcat. Then he carefully gave a bunch of advice to Adelia, who was still struggling. Doohick did not leave anyone out. He also thoroughly corrected Rogan. After some wrestling around in the training room, Rogan stepped forward to express his thanks. Thanks for the guidance. Breakcat stood beside him. Bowing politely, Rogan excitedly shared his thoughts. I originally came just to relearn the one-punch technique, but I did not expect you to help review all my martial skills. Doohick smiled softly. I have always regretted not pointing out the flaws in that kid's fighting style earlier. Start moving more fluidly, do not just go in a straight line, he kindly advised. Breakcat, movement is crucial for both the one-punch technique and spatial slash, so do not just release your magic power all around. Unleash it with speed and precision. The others nodded, clearly understanding. Got it. Doohick looked over at Adelia, who was gasping for breath. He swallowed his words and smiled wryly. For now, just focus on building your stamina. Rogan and Breakcat warmly said their goodbyes. All right, we are off. Adelia struggled to speak. I am going to. Duhok replied. Got it. Outside, night had fallen. Under the bright moonlight, he leisurely strode away. Duhok thought to himself, this way, they will be able to handle future disasters. He suddenly dug into his pocket, still a bit worried. The problem is, those third-tier guys could show up anytime. Duhok stared intently at the ring in his hand. Deep in thought, he told himself, just in case the instructor wants new recruits again, I did not absorb the second-tier guys I caught last time. But, just then, Bachi unexpectedly contacted him. Hun-oh, Kim. Duhok looked puzzled. What is up? Bachi blurted out quickly. Tell your teacher's disciples this. If they see you at the Great Void Cave, do not attack you. Duhok frowned and pressed. Do you think you are in a position to make demands? Why are you suddenly saying this? Spill it. He made his stance clear. If I see a good reason, I might consider it. But she was silent for a moment, then finally made up his mind. Fine, I will tell you. Then he awkwardly blurted out a cryptic sentence. It is them. Bachi's tone was full of urgency as he announced. The Tower of Destruction, they are in the Great Void Cave. Bachi exclaimed excitedly. The Tower of Destruction, they are inside the main hall. Duhok frowned in confusion. What? Explain it clearly to me. But she composed himself and slowly explained. When I went scouting the main hall, and when your teacher's disciples were forcing the constellations to kneel, I was hiding there. Things seemed calmer recently, so I went back to check the situation again. The scene surprised Bachi. But inside, hardly any constellations were present. I think they might have returned to their own realms or gathered somewhere else. Duhok drove the point home. Repeating, gathered, but she confirmed, yes, there are some junkyards and buildings under construction, so they might be gathering there. He guessed the recent chaos probably caused an act like this. While I was observing around, at that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Bachi. His whole body trembling, the man in a robe smiled warmly and greeted Bachi. The tower master, though Juhaik frowned slightly upon hearing this. He muttered, someone from the 4th floor. Bachi nodded in confirmation. Yes, his codename is the Anonymous Strategist. Juhaik thought for a moment. I have never heard of him before. The other replied. Makes sense. Given the name, he always hides in the shadows, plotting and acting. And your disciple is the one who deals with him. So you would not know. Bachi's voice suddenly tensed as he said, he told me he is currently managing the star clusters in the Tower of Destruction. Hearing this, Juhaik grew more suspicious. But you said he is from the 4th floor. How can he control them then? Bachi honestly explained. He said this is unavoidable. You still remember the tower's characteristics, right? Juhaik carefully repeated. Yeah, the higher you go, the stronger the beings living there, right? The other confirmed. Exactly, according to what Bachi knew, the Tower of Destruction has 6 floors in total. The 1st floor has very strong monsters, and those on the 2nd floor are strong enough to have names. He said the 3rd floor houses beings with unique names, and from the 4th floor onward are those with legendary titles. The 5th floor is home to the 4 heavenly kings, personally chosen by the Lord of the Labyrinth. Bachi's tone grew serious as he continued. And the 6th and final floor is where you once stayed as the tower's guardian. He recounted the conversation with the strategist earlier. He said he is now the leader because neither you nor the heavenly kings are here. Juhaik kept walking but quietly talked with Bachi in his mind. Is he the only one I have met in the Tower of Destruction? Bachi stressed. So far, yes. Suddenly, Juhaik blurted out, this is bad. His tone made Bachi anxious, and he quickly asked, why? Juhaik analyzed, if they are still in the Grand Hall, it means they are still carrying out their duties somewhere. Right? Bachi admitted, yes, that is right. The other pressed on. So how many beings is he managing in the Tower of Destruction? Bachi was tongue-tied, unable to give a full answer. He panicked and finally admitted, I do not know. Juhaik frowned at this, but she continued, when the strategist saw you, he immediately said, please guide us once again. At this point, he fell into panic. They think you still have your old power. If they find out you do not, who knows what could happen to you? But she paused, cleared his throat, and went on. So I said it is not the right time yet, trying to act cool and distant before running away, just mentioning that experience made Bachi's breathing hitch. Nervously, he called out the other's name. Kim Hano. No reply came, and Bachi grew impatient, trying to reconnect. Master Kim Hano. Then Juhaik's harsh voice echoed beside him. Useless trash. He kept harshly criticizing Bachi. If you have lost your power, at least bring me some news. Is this how you act as Tower Master? It is pathetic. You know how obsessed I am with that tower, right? I need to know how many star clusters are down there to make a plan. Juhaik let out a long frustrated sigh, threw the bag on the ground, and said lowly, hey, It has been a while. How about we go check the bottom ourselves? But she was shocked and hesitated. What? Ju Hyuk's next words made Bachai pale. He had not been scolded like that in ages. Bachi quickly stopped him. Master, you need permission from the star clusters first. Juak snapped back. Then I will just ask my disciple. Bachi was instantly speechless about this whole thing. Except for those on the 5th floor, the other star clusters should still be active. Right? Bachai obediently answered. Yes. Juak rubbed his temple. The guide did not say much but had mentioned those in the Tower of Destruction were declining. He muttered under his breath. I will check later. But from the 2nd floor up, maybe they have become star clusters. Suddenly remembering something, he sat up straight. Wait, did not he say those with names get sealed? Bachi chimed in. So what does that mean? Ju Hyuk explained that when those with names get sealed, they completely reincarnate. No longer bound by the constellations' limits, they can directly affect the real world. Anga silently calculated. Wait a minute. Can we destroy those constellations before they get sealed? Thinking this through, Juik immediately asked Bachi for his opinion. Hey bae, what would happen if we destroyed the sacred relic that contains the constellation? Bachi hesitated. I am not sure. I only woke up inside the sword, so I do not really know anything else. Juak then spoke up, with a threatening tone. Oh really? Then maybe I will just snap that sword and see what happens. Besides, I've got a spare sword anyway. Bachi jumped in shock, panicking. Calm down. We just need to ask another constellation. Juak ran his hand through his hair, annoyed and muttering. You are useless and clueless. Seriously, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Bachai is actually pretty weird. Juhak thought it through again. The other constellations lost their names, so he does not know theirs, but he clearly knows Bachi's name. Bachai also knows that changing perception lets someone use their full power in the astral realm, yet he has no power at all. Juhak considered one possibility. Maybe Bachai is just his real name, and his weakness comes from being bound to that name. That idea flared up briefly, but Juhak quickly pushed it aside. Nah, I should not jump to conclusions. Maybe he is lying to me? Until the truth comes out, I can be sure. After sorting his thoughts, Juhak spoke up. Hey bae, I have got a job for you. Bachi looked a little worried. Huh? Juhak's lips curled slightly. Casually commanding, pretend to be the tower master again, stay in the main hall, manage the others, and find out how many people are there. Juhak carefully instructed, and Bachai eagerly asked. But why? Bachai did not get an explanation, only told to act like he still has his powers, control them so they do not mess around, and report back any updates. Juhak's intimidating voice echoed in Bachai's ears, making him angry. If you refuse, I will break your sacred relic, and then you will get a taste of what the constellations go through. With no other choice, Bachai reluctantly obeyed. Fine, I will do as you say. Juhak praised him half-heartedly. Smart choice, he thought to himself. I will leave the main hall to Bachi. And tomorrow, I will ask my disciple about the sacred relic. Time flew by quickly. Cutting to the next day, warm sunlight shining down on the massive building, footsteps approached the director's office door, growing louder and clearer. Juhak stopped in front of the door, reaching out to knock. Break glanced out when he heard the knock and quickly reminded him. Right? Can you wait a moment? The person in front of him stood up, leaving behind just one sentence. I hope you reconsider. Break nodded quietly. All right. The person quickly headed toward the door and immediately locked eyes with Ju Hyuk standing outside. Sang Cheon's fierce gaze locked onto Ju Hyuk, who met the stare head-on without flinching. Juhak politely nodded and joked. Hello. Long time no see. Coach, Sang Cheon coldly replied. Kim Ju, you have been getting pretty famous lately. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Lee Sang Cheon, head coach of the combat department. He tossed a sarcastic remark over his shoulder and turned away. All right, then. Juhak was curious. That was Coach Lee Sang Cheon, right? Do you two have something to discuss? Hearing this, Break hesitated for a long moment, not sure where to start. Actually, Break's answer stunned Juhak instructor Lee Sang Cheon. Isn't he one of the top instructors? Break nodded softly. Yes, that is right. He said he only discussed it with me and has not told anyone else. He also said that the instructor plans to stay until the end of the year then quit. Juhak raised an eyebrow skeptically, muttering, that is not a discussion. That is just an announcement. Break just finished telling the story, but the topic switched abruptly. What brings you here today? Ju Hyuk suddenly remembered why he came. He had a question for Luminous. He wondered, if a sacred relic is destroyed, what happens to the constellation inside it? Luminous, floating in space, listened carefully to every word Ju Hyuk said. She quickly answered that the constellation would likely be fine. Seeing Ju Hyuk's doubt, Luminous explained that the relic's spirit realm disappears, turning it into an ordinary item. As for the constellation, it is simply expelled and left to wander. Juhak caught the keyword wander. She confirmed, yes, like a ghost. You could say that, according to her, Any item infused with magic has the potential to become a sacred relic. As for the wandering constellations, they are drawn to familiar magic or items they once used, the ones that became relics. At this point, Luminous let out a soft sigh, relieved that their old weapons had been maintained, so they could still absorb the essence inside easily. Juak crossed his arms, bowed his head, deep in thought. That is how it works. Luminous looked puzzled. What is so surprising? He smiled softly and replied, I did not expect you to know. I was just asking casually. She giggled. I see. Luminous shared that the first thing she did after becoming a constellation was recreate the environment where she lived with her master. Her voice was full of excitement but tinged with darkness and gloom, as if monsters could appear at any moment. The ruined scene matched her memories exactly. Juhaik was at a loss for words and muttered, Feels darker than I remember. Luminous recalled how her first contract owner saw the place and asked, Can I make this place meaningful right here in the stars? She still vividly remembered that he was a merchant who realized she could link spaces from a pocket dimension. He opened a shop there, and over time, built a marketplace. The more she spoke, the more satisfied Luminous sounded. Seeing its potential, she turned it into an underground black market where merchants and customers wore masks to hide their identities, and that is how the market was born. When the Constellation era began, the market focused more on sacred relics. They tracked constellations bonded to antiques and took control of them. That is how she learned about it. Luminous explained in detail, quoting Underworld Master who said, That is how you know about this. Juak nodded knowingly. Got it. Suddenly, Luminous covered her face. Overwhelmed. Master, I am so touched. Before Juaya could react, she put on a cute expression and giggled. If they came to you first, that means you are their favorite disciple. Right? Right? He shot back bluntly. You are not even the first. Luminous stiffened, lips trembling. Thanks, Juak recounted. Since meeting Sosim, guardian spirits have been hiding and following him constantly. He asked them first, but they did not know. He guessed they would not know either, so he came to her. Hearing this, Luminous frowned. I see. She suddenly blurted out crazily. Can I kill the master? Juak was speechless. You think I would say yes? Didn't you say constellations can kill each other? He quickly backtracked. Then sighed. So that means we can kill those damn destruction towers either, since they are constellations too. What a pain. Juak ran his hands through his hair, wondering if he should try to find out where their relics are. I do not even know what decides where they show up. The cat asked gently. Any other questions? Sir, Juhaik shook his head softly. That is all. Okay? He rubbed his chin, suddenly recalling something. Wait, one more thing. Breakcat paused briefly. Yes, Juha confirmed again. You said Vienle wants to quit. She nodded. Yes, that is right. The next moment, he made a decision that shocked Breakcat. I will talk to him. Juak raised an eyebrow. Regretful? It would be a shame to lose him. Time passed quickly into late afternoon, sunlight casting shadows on the building below. Few people passed along the quiet hallway. Lilia held a stack of documents and walked slowly, step by step. Let me introduce again. This is Lilia, a senior lecturer on Valhalla Maze monsters. She spots something and her steps suddenly pause. Juhaika's silhouette walking head quickly catches Lilia's eye. She instantly switches to starstruck mode, her eyes sparkling bright. Juhuk. I have never met him since he transferred to the special class. Is this fate? Lilia's eye. Plus I am stuck writing a monster thesis too. Wait. Seeing Juhaik approach Sang Qian, she freezes for a moment. Lilia quickly hides in a corner, peeking out to eavesdrop. What is going on? The lecturer and Juhaik look super serious. Across from them, Sang Qian raises his eyebrows, clearly impatient. What is up? Kim Ju, you came looking for me? Jua calmly replies. Yeah. If possible, I want to talk to you privately. The other guy closes his eyes warily. Juek agrees too. Sounds like a counseling session. He suggests, I am off the clock. Let us go to a cafe instead of the office. Juak agrees right away. Okay? Lilia hides behind the wall. Usually I would not care, but it is Juhaik. Gotta see what is up. Watching their backs not far away, she quietly decides to follow them. Cut to a nearby cafe, blending classic and modern vibes in its setup. Juhaik and Sang Qian casually grab an empty table and sit facing each other. Sang Qian, a bit restless, slowly picks up his cup and takes a calm sip of coffee. Right behind him, a figure wearing a hat and glasses quietly observes without being seen. Lilia pretends to sip coffee, heart pounding. This should be enough to overhear now. On the other side, Sang Qian puts down his cup and cuts straight to the chase. So, what do you want to talk about? Juak meets his gaze steadily and says slowly, I am curious about something. What he says next makes Lilia, hiding nearby, choke and almost spit out her coffee. I heard you were planning to quit. Her sudden noise draws their attention. Both Juak and Sang Qian turn their heads. Lilia avoids their eyes, panicking inside. No way. Lecture Sang Qian quitting. Sang Qian looks away from the chair behind him, Sighing deeply. Looks like the new president. Can it keep a secret? Yeah, that is right. He does not bother hiding it and firmly states, for the first time, I feel powerless as a lecturer, and it is because of you. Hearing that, Ju Haika surprised. Huh. Sang Chin explains slowly, I used to take pride in teaching at Valhalla. He recalls, I was once a hunter, the strongest in Korea. I turned our white-silver guild into a top-tier one. As he continues, his voice lowers. No matter how strong we were, monsters did not decrease, too few contracts, and even fewer hunters. Then, President Sim Duke invited me to join the academy as a hunter training lecturer. He says he asked what plans there were for the star cluster's gap as contracts dropped but advantages appeared. The president assured him it was not a problem since he had collected many relics as a hunter. Sang Chin takes another sip of coffee. Sighs softly, so I accepted the offer to become a lecturer, lost in memories. Over time, my students became hunters, clearing mazes and monsters worldwide. Every success made me feel I was on the right path. Suddenly, Sang Chin slams his coffee cup on the table, laughing bitterly at himself. But now, that is all gone. He seriously locks eyes with Ju Haik. Do you know what the trend is now? Sang Chin answers his own question. Simply put, cling to Ju Haik's coat to get into the special class. Ju Haik did not expect this either. His face stunned. What? Sang Chin continues with narrowed eyes. The special class has perks like skipping regular lessons, so kids aiming to be hunters have gotten lazy. He insists. The special class is now full of kids following Ju Haik. Even the hair of the snow star is there. Ju Haik can't deny it. Quietly admits. That is right. Sang Chin mutters. Yeah, they have put in effort, but each one comes from top families with protective star clusters. He adds, now students are obsessed with rank contracts and try to get into the special class by sticking close to you. Sang Chin's face showed clear dissatisfaction as he said, you make me feel like my role as an instructor is pointless. Ever since you showed up, it is like the whole academy revolves around you. Sang Chin paused, narrowing his eyes suspiciously at Ju Haik. I do not even know your background. Who exactly are you? His gaze sharpened coldly as he pressed. You secretly made a contract with this rank constellation in secret, did not you? Ju Haik shrugged casually and replied nonchalantly. Instructor, if you are that curious. Sang Chin stopped for a moment, locking eyes with him before making an offer. How about a sparring match with me? Ju Haik's sudden proposal took Sang Chin by surprise. Ju Haik smirked cockily, flashing a sly grin. You will find out if I am really a contract fake or not. Ju Haik's attitude rubbed Sang Chin the wrong way, and he coldly challenged him. Are you trying to provoke an instructor? Sang Chin narrowed his eyes slightly. Usually, I would not bother with these kinds of provocations, but I will accept your challenge. Sang Chin's response left Lilia, who was sitting nearby, frozen in shock. Sang Chin made his point clear. I want to know exactly what kind of person you are before you leave. Ju Haik seemed to have been waiting for that, with a smile. He said, Perfect. Then let us head to the training room. Without another word, the two quickly stood up and walked off, while Lilia stayed seated, watching their backs. She could not believe it, an instructor versus Ju Haik battle was about to happen. Scene shifts to the academy as the sun slowly sets behind the classroom buildings. In the fading daylight, Break Cat stood silently by the window, hands clasped behind his back. He stared outside, deep in thought, silent for a long moment. Flashback to Break Cat's earlier conversation with Ju Haik. He was surprised by Ju Haik's proposal. I will talk to him, he said. Ju Haik muttered angrily. Losing to him would be humiliating. Suddenly, Ju Haik blurted out. Actually, I was thinking of quitting school. Break Cat was startled by this. Really? Ju Haik honestly shared. The reason I enrolled was because I got a notification about the resurrection of the Tower of Destruction. Somehow, it revealed the exact location of my celestial sword. He even added that the place was Valhalla's constellation room, and then it guided him to the Eye of the Forest. Break Cat fell into deep thought. Valhalla manages that place, right? Ju Haik nodded slightly. Yeah. About that, but the notification about Valhalla has not appeared again, so I do not have any business here anymore. Ju Haik added. Besides, I got a new disciple, and I and Luminous became directors. Life and training have been pretty easy lately, so I decided to stay. Break Cat nodded. Understanding, Ju Haik revealed. Since I decided to stay, I started looking into the instructors here. Break Cat immediately asked. Why? If you want, I can give you their files. Ju Haik shook his head softly. That is just surface info. I searched through an investigation team that So Simus, former protector, knows. Most are honest and hardworking, but a few have complicated pasts. Ju Haik found that among them. Instructor Lee Sang Chin is famously powerful. Break Cat agreed. That is for sure. He said, he single-handedly built the guild. Korea's top hunters union. Other hunters and contract holders call him a legend. Ju Haik quickly added, and that is not because of a super powerful constellation. Crossing his arms, he muttered, I heard he made a contract with a below-a-rank constellation. I'm not totally sure. Breakcat hesitated before replying. Really? Juak smirked slightly. He emphasized, not to mention, he opposes how contract holders these days rely too much on their constellations. He is a good guy, unlike most of today's contract holders. When he said the last part, Ju Hayek's voice carried a hint of regret. But it seems he has accepted the current strength-based selection standards, and he is forced to go along with it. Breakcat listened closely and nodded in understanding. Juak suddenly shared some info. Recently, Sang Qian seems to oppose some of Van Halle's activities. Breakcat froze. Shocked. You know about this, Juak casually replied. Like I said, I hacked into some intel. I broke into the Academy's private internal mail system. Breakcat caught the drift and suddenly shouted in shock. You hacked into the internal mailbox. The other guy stayed cool and continued. You would know if you checked the director's mailbox first. He sent emails complaining about the Academy's management. Breakcat's words faltered, then admitted softly. Yeah, I know. From what he found out, Van Halle runs on donations from noble families, and in return, their kids get priority for the fancy dorms. Breakcat added that Coach Lee Sang-Qian understands and accepts the Academy's situation but insists that the training process must stay fair. The previous director agreed and set up rules around that. Talking about recent events, he also mentioned that for years, the director kept sending angry emails about students getting in thanks to donations. Juak guessed aloud. Maybe Rock D. Ventric Sang-Qian knows Rock's been cheating. He said Adelia tried to cover it up by sending money, and even set up a counseling session with me. Mentioning this, Juak sighed helplessly. While investigating, I found something else too. Rock Din, the so-called exchange student who bragged about getting into Van Halle, turned out to be lying. From what he knows, Rock bought his spot with donated money after getting kicked out of an academy in England. The exchange student story was just a cover. Juak immediately suspected one thing. Lee Sang-Qian must have discovered the truth and felt powerless about it. He probably feels Van Halle's become just one kid's playground, so his desire to leave has only grown stronger. Juak concluded. He paused for a moment, then suddenly said, I might just approve his resignation. Juak analyzed carefully. Maybe after seeing me become director and witnessing what has happened, even if I am not cheating, this situation feels all too familiar to him. He squinted and admitted, honestly, I do not care if someone gets wet or loses their job because of me, but losing Sang-Qian would be a huge blow. Breakcat hesitated and asked, Can I ask why not? The other guy calmly replied, Simply put, it would be a waste. He looked down at his palm and muttered quietly, After I was reborn and learned about the Taurus return, I reevaluated my past mistakes. Then Juhak clenched his fist. First, I lacked strength. Second, the hunters were too low level. Breakcat. Hearing this, questioned. Low level, Juak pointed out. Lack of strength was unavoidable. I started off weak with no talent. Without a major event, I could not get stronger. His face serious. He added, the second mistake was a lack of time. Juak recalled old times. I was building a martial arts sect with my disciples. I was not in a rush to recruit members, but planned to take more once my disciples reached a certain level. He ended decisively. But I never got the chance. Breakcat hesitated and added, because of the tower's destruction. The man slowly recounted. My disciples and I tried to handle the tower's destruction, but we could not stop the monsters and geniuses pouring out. The events back then left a deep mark on Ju Haek's mind. Surviving hunters sacrificed themselves to stop the Taos, but the damage was so severe that era became known as the Age of Wind Extinction. His voice dropped slightly. Without enough strong hunters, that is why we could not stop it. Breakcat tried to change the subject. What about now? Ju Haek fell into thought. Now, he bluntly stated, there are more hunters overall, and hunter students are everywhere around the world. Compared to before, the weakest hunters have gotten stronger, but the strongest ones have weakened. Before, hunters had to train hard to boost their magic and strength, but now it all depends on the stars. Juhak pondered for a moment. More hunters mean better prep for the next tower destruction, but the number I can support is limited. Speaking of that, his eyes were full of determination. So we have to do our best to keep the top trainers to raise the future hunters' standards. Break recalls the entire conversation. That voice still echoes in his mind. Just remember, I will use force if I have to. Break thinks to himself. The last sentence worries me a bit. But honestly, I am pretty surprised. Deep down, he felt relieved. He thought the guy did not care about what was happening around him, but turns out he has his own thoughts. Break concludes, that shows he is seriously committed to stopping the Tower of Destruction. Cut to another scene. As the exorcist casts a barrier over the ancient building below, in the training room, Sang Cheon picks up a wooden sword and stares seriously at his opponent. Duok calmly meets his gaze, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his lips. A crowd gathers at the door, squeezing in to peek inside the training room. Soyeon gasps, what is going on here? Why is trainer Lee Sang Cheon sparring with Kim Ju Haik? Yun Lan asks irritably beside Fawn. The window is too small. Who is that old guy? Arin whispers, he is the top trainer at Valhalla. Hearing this, the others freeze. It means he is the strongest master, right? Juak nods silently in confirmation. Meanwhile, tension builds inside the training room. Sang Cheon quietly mutters, it has been a while since I fought a real opponent. Juak does not flinch at all. He stares right back in his eyes. The next second, a shadow flickers past. He quickly catches the movement. Sang Cheon suddenly lunges in for a surprise strike, but Juak easily blocks the sword. Without a weapon, Sang Cheon steps through the swirling smoke. Facing Ju Hayek head-on, Ju Hayek's eyes stay locked on the distant dark silhouette ahead. Suddenly, like a third eye opening, Juak quickly glances behind him. Out of nowhere, Sang Cheon rushes in, sword raised to strike. Luckily, Juak lifts his weapon just in time to block the slash. The blade carving a deep groove, he quickly pulls back, retreating into a defensive stance. Sang Cheon grips his sword tightly, shifting it slightly. Then he lunges forward, aiming to attack Ju Hayek. Watching Sang Cheon, Juak smirks confidently, thinking, he is fast, he must be made a pact with the quick star. Suddenly, the trainer vanishes completely from Ju Hayek's sight. From behind, Sang Cheon reappears, sword raised high, aiming straight for Ju Hayek's neck. Juak reacts swiftly, twisting the sword's tip. With a quick stab, he hits Sang Cheon's arm, catching him off guard. Moments after being wounded, Sang Cheon collapses completely in front of Ju Hayek. Farther away, by the room's entrance, the group watches Sang Cheon through the glass. Everyone's faces show fear mixed with confusion. What just happened? The trainer suddenly vanished and then collapsed at Ju Hayek's feet. Yun Lan, sweaty and out of breath, suddenly understands something. So that is it, the trainer's speed is insane. The image of Sang Cheon attacking Ju Hayek from two directions appears again. He charged straight at Ju Hayek, but twice changed direction by kicking the ground. Standing by the door, Yun Lan explains the reason to the others. Maybe he did that because he knew a direct attack would not work. Ju Hayek seemed to predict it and swung his sword behind himself. Behind them, Lilia stands tall, looking inside with a confident voice. But trainer Lee Sang Cheon was not even fighting at full speed, yet he held back his sword before it hit Ju Hayek. The moment she finishes speaking, all eyes lock on her, leaving Lilia confused. The three stop glaring at each other, wondering who this newcomer is. One of them says, Trainer Lilia, you have got the wrong person. Back inside the room, Sang Cheon holds his side, admiration clear on his face. Amazing you actually reacted that fast. Juak smiles respectfully, sword resting on his shoulder. All thanks to you. Trainer, you held back because you did not want me to die if you hit my head. Right? Juak's eyes were serious as he said to Sang Cheon, you do not have to hold back with me at all. Ju Hayek's words left him sitting on the ground, speechless and unable to respond. Really? Just come at me like you do not care what happens. After a moment of thought, Sang Cheon finally answered Ju Hayek. Are you telling me to take full responsibility for protecting a trainee as a coach? Hearing that, Ju Hayek stopped and raised his head. Sang Cheon continued, before, you said you wanted to know what kind of person I am. Alright then, please treat this as a sparring match between two people, not a coach versus trainee. Slowly rising from the ground while holding his side, he hesitated and asked, a sparring match between just the two of us? Just seconds later, Sang Cheon gripped his sword and pulled back, accepting the challenge. Fine. Then he suddenly swung hard toward Ju Hayek's chest. Juak quickly blocked the dangerous strike with his sword. That was a bit fast to just parry. I will focus on blocking from now on. Without stopping, Sang Cheon pulled back his sword and attacked even faster than before. Then came a flurry of swift slashes aimed at Ju Hayek's blade. Seeing his sword almost break, Juak started to worry. I thought it was a single strike, but it is a combo. This is not good. Ju Hayek's sword showed deep cracks as Sang Cheon kept attacking like this. Before he could finish that thought, his weapon shattered completely beyond repair. Stepping back, Sang Cheon looked at Juak's broken weapon. Now his sword is busted, but seizing the rare chance, he unleashed a series of slashes forward, glowing with some kind of energy. Wincing from the pain, Sang Cheon paused and held his side, thinking, I can attack right now. If he keeps swinging those energy slashes. His eyes suddenly widened as if he saw something surprising. Through the smoke, a figure stood facing Sang Cheon. It was none other than Ju Hayek, still standing strong. Observing Ju Hayek, Sang Cheon was shocked, silently impressed. Not a single wound. Even if it is a fake sword, it is charged with sword energy. How is that possible? As the smoke cleared, Ju Hayek held up his hand that had been hit, gently blowing on it. It looked like he would made a silent pact with the stars to direct the attack's energy. Then Ju Hayek looked at Sang Cheon and said firmly, I hate explaining stuff, but there is no way you can do this. Slowly approaching, he told Sang Cheon something very few people knew about him. I have never made a pact with any star. It is all my own mana directing your sword energy. That is what is going on. Juak raised his injured hand and pointed at it. If the sword energy is not too strong, I can control it by focusing my mana through my hand. Didn't you teach that to your students? Sang Che-on's eyes widened in shock at something no one else had ever learned. I have never taught that. I have never even heard of it. In the spacious training area, the two stared at each other as Sang Che-on's voice echoed. Not even the foreign textbooks I studied to teach cover that. I see now. Clenching his fist, Juhak explained how those skills were originally created for fighting humans, so it makes sense. But nowadays, learning to fight monsters is way more valuable than fighting humans. Before he finished, Sang Che-on grabbed his side and sharply disagreed. What are you saying? That has been the standard for hundreds of years. Sang Che-on locked eyes with him and recalled the past. Dungeons appeared in various countries, and monsters started roaming inside them. The nations stopped fighting each other and focused on figuring out how to defeat those monsters before total destruction. People say monsters appear everywhere, but most spawn near dungeons, so countries focus on areas around them. Sang Che-on raised an eyebrow, sweat dripping anxiously. That is why the academy students only train to fight monsters. Sparing is just to test mana control and physical ability. Students do not learn special skills to knock each other out. Juhaik's face hardened a bit, but he still listened carefully to what Sang Che-on said. Only government executive branches or villains learn skills like that, and even the police and military do not know those kinds of techniques. Suddenly overwhelmed from holding back his emotions for too long, Sang Che-on's face twisted in anger as he shouted, "What are you?" Juak flinched, thinking there is no reason for him to reveal his true identity to more people. He calmed himself, looked at him with a smile, and challenged, "If you want to know, you have to beat me first." His words made Sang Che-on furrow his brow in irritation, his gaze burning with anger. Fine. Sang Che-on gripped his sword tightly, lowered to a defensive stance. I am older, and I feel embarrassed, but I will show you. Suddenly, a series of glowing slashes and clones burst out from Sang Che-on as he charged forward. After a moment, his expression shifted dramatically, like he would notice something strange. I am attacking him repeatedly up close, but I do not feel like my strikes are actually hitting him. But with this third sense, I can see that you are hitting him. Yeah, I can see it, and you can see it too, right? I am telling you, you are hitting him, but there is this third sense I can see you are landing those hits. Suddenly sensing something, Sang Che-on spun around looking behind him. Dunny, tell me. He is right behind me. Just as he guessed, no one was behind him except Du Hiu. Looking at Sang Che-on, he smiled approvingly. You caught on fast, not wanting to waste time. He clenched his fist. All right, then. Then he lunged at the stunned Sang Che-on with full force. Sang Che-on, holding his weapon, analyzed the attack. His strikes are slow. If I counter now... Suddenly, a sharp pain spread across his side as he fell to one knee. The pain made Sang Che-on grit his teeth. It was from where Du Hiu had just hit him. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Du Hiu appeared beside him, his expression suddenly hardening as he threw a powerful punch forward. The punch went straight through Sang Che-on, making his face change, and he screamed in pain. Within seconds, Sang Che-on was lying flat on his back, with Du Hiu looking down at him. Later, Sang Che-on was somewhere else, unconscious in a chair. His eyes began to flutter open slowly. As he woke, he clutched his stomach and sat up abruptly. Nearby, someone's voice caught his attention. How are you feeling, sir? It was Du Hiu, his face full of worry as he looked at him. Sang Che-on quickly glanced around the room and asked, Where am I? The waiting room next to the training room. Du Hiu did not hide anything and explained, I was going to take you to the hospital if your injury was worse, but you seem fine. You probably used mana to protect yourself, right? Sang Che-on's next words left Du Hiu silent without a reply. You did not give it your all. Did you? I can tell. Sitting down, clutching his stomach, Sang Che-on hesitated before saying, Looks like I caused quite a commotion. Even as an instructor, I still lost to a student despite giving it my all. Sang Che-on looked at Du Hiu and shared his next plan. Maybe it is time for me to step down from this position. As soon as he finished, Du Hiu stammered, eyes locked on Sang Che-on. Please do not give up. Du Hiu hurriedly apologized, guilt heavy in his voice. I am really sorry for ruining the school's atmosphere. I did not expect the special class to affect the students that much. Sitting, Du Hiu raised his hand towards Sang Che-on and stated, I still skip regular classes, but I can slack off in the special class. Sang Che-on nodded in agreement. That is exactly what I was thinking. A vision of Du Hiu's friends rushing to practice flashed through his mind on their way to the training room. I checked the training area and saw special class students doing some insanely tough drills that no one else is willing to do. Looking at him, Sang Che-on guessed, You set up a training schedule. Looks like each of them practices different drills. Du Hiu nodded. Exactly. Du Hiu told him about their goals. Their physiques and fighting styles differ, so we are just trying to hide weaknesses and boost strengths. That is basically it. Hearing this, Sang Che-on just bowed his head and praised him. saying, "Well, you teach even better than I do." Looking at Do Hyu, Sang Cheon asked curiously, "Then why do not you continue the special class? Why do not you want me to resign?" Do Hyu did not hide anything and told him honestly from the heart, "Because I am not good at teaching regular students, and no matter how well I teach, I am still just a student, not a professor. The school does not really value that. On the other hand, I think if you resign, that would be a huge loss." Do Hyu said, making Sang Cheon hesitate and say, "You are making me uncomfortable with that." Looking him straight in the eye, Do Hyu said firmly, "If you resign because of me, then I will quit school and disband the special class." The stubborn teacher's eyes narrowed, clearly annoyed. "Even if the school atmosphere changes because of you, that does not mean they want you to leave." Do Hyu kept his eyes on Sang Cheon, listening carefully as the teacher questioned him. "You are thinking of disbanding the special class, even though you created it. So what was your original goal?" Then Do Hyu bent over, teasing Sang Cheon, "As the loser here, you are asking a bit too many questions." The teacher fell silent. Do Hyu closed his eyes and laughed. "Just kidding. I already asked you to stay, so I will share a little info with you." Back to the main point, Do Hyu explained, "The special class is like a special forces unit." Sang Cheon looked confused at the term special forces. Do Hyu continued, "Remember the disaster a few months ago?" Sang Cheon nodded, recalling, "Yeah, that is not something that usually happens in Korea, but it was handled quickly without making big news." Do Hyu's eyes widened as he added, "What is stranger is that even the follow-up reports disappeared, no info left. The special class and I took care of it." Sitting across, Sang Cheon was surprised. "What? The special class?" Do Hyu nodded immediately. "Yes." He began recounting how they handled the situation. "We got to the scene faster than anyone else and stopped the damage. We dealt with the monster incidents. Sure, an official team joined later, but this is exactly what the special class is meant for." Do Hyu's tone grew serious but softened a bit. "I have not told anyone else about this." His words stunned Sang Cheon, who gasped, "You only told me." The head coach, the teacher, raised an eyebrow and hesitated, asking, "You are basically forming your own organization made up of students?" Do Hyu pointed a finger at Sang Cheon, agreeing, "Yes, you could say that." Upon hearing this, Sang Cheon rubbed his face in disbelief. A group of students dealing with monsters in dungeons on their own. Suddenly recalling something, Sang Cheon quickly questioned, "The hunter guilds and the government already handle that. Your students should not be involved in stuff like this." Do Hyu smirked and replied sarcastically, "Do you know how long it takes them to get to the scene?" The time Do Hyu mentioned shocked Sang Cheon into silence for several seconds. 30 minutes. Do Hyu leaned back, hands on his knees. In that time, the special class evacuated civilians, eliminated the monsters, and sealed the dungeon. By the time the official team arrived, everything was already handled. Understanding Sang Cheon's concerns, Do Hyu quickly added, "Besides, our members are stronger than most adult contract holders, so you do not need to worry about them getting hurt." Looking at him sincerely, he said, "But thinking about the future, I believe you will be a huge help." Sang Cheon looked puzzled. "Why do you think that?" Shadows darkened Do Hyu's words as he explained, "Because there will be even more disasters ahead." Disasters. That is why he looked at Sang Cheon firmly and said, "When that time comes, neither the special class nor I can handle everything alone. We will need more hunters." Do Hyu's face showed more seriousness than ever. "So I need you to stay. Before those big disasters hit, we need as many skilled hunters as possible." The next words from him made Trek's fist in frustration, and in Korea, the only ones who could guide them were the teacher and Van Halla. After finishing, Do Hyu leaned back in his chair with a slight smile. That was all he could say. And something else too. Lilia's tear-streaked face flashed in his mind, and the guide Lilia even came to beg the teacher not to resign, which shocked Sang Cheon deeply. How did she know I was planning to quit? Suddenly remembering something, he folded his arms in his chair and looked up at him. "Well, it made sense. I personally hired Lilia as the guide." Do Hyu straightened up, understanding, eyes fixed on the ground, mouth wide open. He finally decided, "All right, I will stay." Sang Cheon raised a finger pointed directly at Do Hyu sitting opposite him. "You do not need to leave or disband the special class." He boldly shared his thoughts about him. "I still do not exactly know who you are, but I am certain you are preparing for something big." Seeing Do Hyu stunned, Sang Cheon quickly added, "Even without constellations, you are stronger than me. If you created the special class, they are probably in for some serious trouble." He also warned him, "If you face something too dangerous, do not fight. Wait for the Covenant users to arrive." Do Hyu bowed his head in reply. "Understood." Then he suddenly remembered something and leaned forward, asking, "What should we do about the chaos caused by the special class?" Sang Cheon winked and suggested, "I have an idea." Then he quickly stood up, clutching his still aching wound. "It would be great if you helped me make it happen." Yes. Standing by the window covered by a curtain to block the sunlight, Sang-Qian said goodbye to Du-Hyu. Alright. Until next time. Yes, he smiled as he watched the door slam shut behind him. Teacher Sang-Qian was gone. Du-Hyu closed his eyes, deep in thought. He never expected to one day bow and ask someone for help like this. Just seconds later, he opened those determined eyes wide and looked down. But he is a good guy. If there had been more like him 300 years ago, life would have been easier. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hiwatsumu. The familiar voice made Du-Hyu curious. What is up? Ba-Chi, you just got back from the cave. Ba-Chi, all covered in dust, answered his question. Yes, I went there like the teacher said and acted like I was the leader, but Du-Hyu's words made him grit his teeth, scratched all over his face. The teacher had not told the disciples that he was only pretending to be the last tower's leader. Did the teacher forget to tell his disciples? Bachai repeated. Suzumi and another guy named Morin had bullied him. The teacher's disciples saw you appointed as the tower leader and came to attack you. Unfortunately, one disciple used invisibility magic to attack you without anyone in the tower noticing, but when you explained, they stopped. Hearing this, Du smiled. Relieved? So it is fine then. But why were you so angry? Curious, he asked further. Wait, the disciples were inside the cave. Who are they? Bachi leaned against a gate and began to explain. They wore masks. He quickly guessed. One's pretty dumb, and the girl is shy. Back at his seat, Du crossed his arms. Puzzled. But why were they there? I do not have access to their place. Bachai held his etching cheek. Really? I thought you were secretly commanding them. Bachi's words stunned Du-Hyu. What? The image of Sosimi and Moron standing there flashed. What were they doing? Sunlight shone clearly on the gate's nameplate. The two masked girls stood right there, rebuilding the Gate God Academy inside the cave. Opening the gate and stepping out, the strategist looked at Bachi, raised his hand and bowed slightly with a faint smile. The Tower Lord has returned. The time has surely come. Hearing this, Bachi folded his arms and replied, Yeah, well, I am back because after thinking it over, I realized it would not be a problem. Suddenly Bachi remembered something, sweat dripping down his face. Hesitating, but his eyes glanced at the sign in front of the gate and asked the strategist, What is that? Bachai read the sign aloud, Divine Martial Arts. He hesitated awkwardly for a few seconds. I will tell you about it once we get somewhere else. Quickly, the two of them moved through the hanging doors, followed by a fully covered figure closely watching them. Morin looked off into the distance. Curious. That is Bach, right? Next to Suzumi. She nodded. Yeah, that is right. Morin's voice continued, asking, But what about the constellation next to him? Suzumi bowed her head and explained clearly. I think it is a constellation from the Tower of Destruction. Morin's eyes did not leave the figures far away. Is that why he looks so familiar? Still kind of strange though. She recalled the chaotic battle between constellations back then. They were not part of the constellations that submitted to us. Suzumi nodded in agreement. They must have sensed the situation early and ran off. Morin's gaze drifted into the distance. She opened her eyes wide and suggested, Let us hide and follow them. We can find their hiding spot, a ruined city, smoke billowing everywhere. Strategy stepped next to Bachi, happily signaling, This should be the place. A massive rock stood before a door into the tower. All right, let us go inside. Bachi asked, What is this place? Without wasting time, he urged Bachi, You will understand once you step in. Okay? Gripping the door handle tightly, he and his companion opened it, revealing a vast space before Bachi. But then he gasped in surprise. This is, a giant purple tower loomed right in front of them. Bachi stammered, asking strategy beside him, The Tower of Destruction. He nodded. That is right. Looking up at the tower, strategy proudly told Bachi. Turns out they can build structures inside the Great Hall like in the Spirit Realm. So others and I built the Tower of Destruction and hid it here. He made Bachi realize the truth. So that is how it is. They quickly moved deeper inside the Tower of Destruction. It was not as intact as before, but still well built. Suddenly remembering something, Bachi turned to him and asked, What were you about to say earlier? His question made strategy fall silent, his face full of confusion. Is this the martial god sect I know? He stammered for a while. Yes, looking at the tower, strategy spoke honestly to Bachi. I recognized it right after becoming a constellation. The martial god founded a sect and recruited disciples. Now those disciples are trying to revive it after becoming constellations. His words left Bachi silent and listening closely. They have not publicly recruited disciples yet, but they have already started moving. Strategy's tone suddenly turned sharp and irritated as he looked at Bachi. For example, they recently wiped out all nearby constellations. Bachi fell silent, deep in thought. That must have been the day one of those disciples sealed me in the spirit realm. Not wanting to waste time, he continued walking and told Bachi. That day, everyone in the Tower of Destruction fled. There were not many people then, but now the tower is almost defenseless. Finally, Bachi understood the situation. So that is how it went down. Suddenly remembering something, Bachi called out loudly him, "Strategy," making him a bit flustered. Yes, Bachi looked at Strategy, thinking he might be about to ask something, before taking back the lead. "I want to know how many of us there are. Locate all the constellations of the Tower of Destruction recently and make a list, starting with the constellations in the Great Hall first." As soon as he finished speaking, his face filled with worry. "Of course, sir. I will immediately assess our current forces, not wasting any time." Strategy quickly left. "All right, I am on it now." Watching Bachi walk off alone, he warned, "Some constellations are still inside the tower. You can meet them." Bachi nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, I will remember that." After the briefing, Strategy started using his teleportation power. I am now. In a flash, he disappeared from Bachi's sight, leaving Bachi alone, observing the Tower of Destruction. Some constellations were still inside. Bachi raised his hands, palms glowing with purple energy. Luckily, he could still sense a bit of magic. Suddenly sensing something, Bachi lowered his head, his expression shifting clearly. As expected, almost all of it is dark magic. I can sense two familiar sources of magic among them. Then he stared straight at the Tower of Destruction, guessing they match the magic sources of Kim Hyun-oh. A voice suddenly rang out, startling Bachi. I wonder what that person's up to here trying to revive the Tower of Destruction. Maybe he had just turned around when Moron threw a punch at him. The punch was so strong it left Bachi's face numb for a few seconds. Crouching by the door, touching his cheek, he gasped as he recounted everything to Ju Hyuk. So that is what happened. Sitting down, he asked curiously if my disciple had not told him about the divine martial arts, but Bachi quickly shut that down. No, they were too busy fighting, so I did not ask. Back to the important stuff, Ju Hyuk asked again about his feelings. I will ask them later, he said. At that moment, he sensed a familiar magical power in the Tower of Destruction. Over here, Bachi firmly grasped and said, yes, at the start of the semester, the teacher fought against it. The two names Bachi sensed were told to Ju Hyuk by him. Dizra, Vanchik, and Choi Aaron's brother, Choi Jin. At that time, I felt the magic power from those two. The name sounded familiar, and he immediately recalled it. Yeah, I remember now. They were ruthless back then. Bachi interrupted. But strangely, they made a pact together. The image of the Tower of Destruction with two purple gold flames near the top. Their magic power was present on the 3rd floor. Chances are they will show up in the next invasion. But she said, that matches my own thoughts probably. Yes, the teacher has enough info now. Ju Hyuk told him. Thanks for the update. Keep tracking their trail. His words made Bachi scream in frustration. What? Again, in the afternoon, the sunset sky looked absolutely stunning. Somewhere in the spirit realm of the battle demon, so Simwai sat on a chair, touching her mask. Oh, well, the divine martial arts. Over here, a purple sign appeared before Ju Hyuk's eyes, making him visibly excited. Yeah, it is really you, the battle demon said. Yeah, it is really you. She was trying to take off the heavy mask on her head. Why? Hi-hu, by the gate where So Simyai was. Her voice echoed out. I was just dealing with the stars inside the great artifact. I got way too excited. And then, all the older sisters liked it. Hearing her, Ju Hyuk's face broke out in sweat. Of course, that is how it is. So Simai here sensed something and suggested. Who told you that? Was it Bachi? Should I just kill him? Ju Hyuk quickly bit back. No way the stars can even kill each other. So do not. Realizing her mistake, she pressed her hands together and earnestly apologized. Master, I am sorry for building it without telling you. I will go to the great artifact and destroy it, but Ju Hyuk interrupted right away. Leave it as it is. Hearing that, So Simyai frowned, struggling to understand his intention. Ju Hyuk crossed his arms and smiled softly in front of the Divine Martial Arts Gate sign. I am thinking exactly what you are thinking, reviving the Divine Martial Arts. That is the key. The Divine Martial Arts itself. Back in the morning, at Ju Hyuk's school with his friends, a man rushed in asking Sang Cheon. The coach. Are you sure about this? Coach Van Halla, head coach of Class 1A. Kim Liggle, I am not sure if this will work, the man said sadly. Looking at him, I do not think there is a better option. Walking down the hall, Sang Cheon asked Kim Liggle if he had ever seen a special training class like this, making him a bit confused. I have not. Hearing that, he smiled slightly and signaled him, then just quietly observe. What? Firmly closing the door of a room. Observe carefully the true level of the special class. Sang Cheon, still holding the door, opened it all the way. Kim leaned forward. Ready. Inside. Ju Hyuk nodded with a slight smile. Yes, his whole group stood opposite two people and confirmed. We are ready. The sky was clear and fresh that morning as Sang Cheon stood in front of the academy gate. On the sports field, a group of students were gathering. One student looked at someone and chatted. It has been a while since I returned to the arena. Have not been here since the competition. Another student complained similarly. Yeah, Me too. Why did the coach want us to gather here? From inside, Sang Cheon stepped out, signaling everyone to pay attention. Following him was the special group, Doohyik's team. Today's going to be a special morning. He looked up at the regular students in the stadium. The reason I called you all here is to give you a taste of the special class. Sang Cheon's face flickered with sadness as he glanced down. Most of you here have already asked me about joining the special class. Then he turned to the guy standing behind him. So today, I have called the special class students over so you can see their daily routine. With a deep breath and a slight change in expression, he lowered his voice. Those who can keep up today will be transferred to the special class. The students in the stadium instantly erupted in excitement. Class is dismissed, Sang Cheon said, handing over the task to Doohyik. Now, Kim Doohyik, the rest is up to you. Yes, sir. He looked at the group and ordered. All right. Everyone, change into your training gear. Everyone inside looked pretty confused. Training gear, Doohyik smiled slyly, his eyes glowing red. The first thing we are doing is a full sprint. His group started warming up alongside the other students. When the time came, Doohyik commanded, warm-ups are done. Let us get started. They kicked off the session with a long distance run, a full 20 kilometers sprint. Then everyone grabbed heavy sandbags, hoisting them up and down dozens of times, followed by 3 rounds of 100 punches each. Next, they teamed up to push a giant tire forward and flip it over, 2 sets of 20 reps each. After a long training session, Doohyik wiped the sweat off his face. Phew, that is the warm-up done. He looked at the rest of the students and ordered, all right, now it is time for martial arts practice and sparring. Suddenly, Sang Cheon appeared from afar and said, Kim Doohyik, you can stop now. His words caught Doohyik off guard. We are not finished yet. Sang Cheon closed his eyes and said, no need to continue. Then he looked ahead. The entire field was empty. Everyone had run off. His eyes showed a sadness that words could not express. Looks like no one's eager to join the special class anytime soon. Seeing Doohyik's effort, Sang Cheon gave a sincere thanks. Thank you, Kim Doohyik. The tense mood among the students eased. Doohyik smiled at him and the group behind. No worries, sir. We just wanted to show them what the regular training looks like. That is all. Doohyik even confessed something to Sang Cheon. Actually, we went a bit easy on them since we were not expecting an outdoor group workout. His words surprised Sang Cheon. You went easy. Sang Cheon closed his eyes again, his voice full of praise. You guys always exceed my expectations. All right. As evening fell, Sang Cheon prepared to say goodbye. Special class, I will be watching what you all achieve in the future. Looking at Doohyik, he added, if you ever need help, just let me know. I will do what I can. Thank you, sir. The golden sunset bathed the academy in light. I am heading out now. Don't push yourselves too hard. Yes, sir. Elsewhere, smoke billowed as Sozimi stood silently in front of a familiar gate, the Great Hall of the Divine Martial Sect. She stared at the gate quietly for a long moment until a voice startled her. Eyes wide, she gasped. Senior sister. Morin approached, hands behind his back. Why did you call me? You have been unusually active lately. Living up to your nickname. Sozimi blushed. Senior sister, curious, Morin bombarded her with questions. So why did you summon me? Did Master send you to stir up trouble at Burker? Or to wreck the entire Divine Martial Sect building? Another question made Sozimi sweat nervously. She lowered her face, hesitating before confessing. Master wants us to restore the Divine Martial Sect. Hearing this, Morin's expression showed panic in his eyes. What? As he questioned Sozimi, he pulled off his mask. Why did Master say that to you and not me? Morin's face was tearful and angry as he scolded her. Why did he tell you first and leave me out? What kind of disciple are you? You traitor. Calm down. Senior sister, Sozimi's next words softened Morin's mood. Master also told me to call you. So here I am. Sozimi recounted Doohyik's words. Master wants to revive the Divine Martial Sect, but not as a martial arts school. He said it will play a key strategic role. In front of the gate of the Martial God Sect, the voices of 2 girls echoed, key players in the alliance of the Star Warriors following the Martial God. Hearing this, Morin looked at her puzzled. An alliance of Star Warriors. Sozimi nodded. Exactly. She lowered her head and told Morin more. By now, you probably know inside the Great Hall, there is the Tower of Destruction, where the Star Warriors reside. Facing each other, Sozimi reminded him of his mission. The Master wants to monitor all their moves from now on, even inside the Great Hall. Morin guessed aloud. So that is why Bachi was sent to watch them. Right? Sozimi nodded at her deduction. Right? But Birch could not uncover everything. Before she finished, Morin scoffed. That useless jerk. To keep Morin fully updated, Sozimi explained what Doohyik needed to do. The Master wants to know who is on our side and who is not. so we can prepare by forming an alliance. A knight in a steel helmet appeared in her words. It seems the idea came after talking with the Night King of the hostile knights we defeated before. Morin got a bit confused. That guy. Suzumi faced her, smoke swirling around as she continued. However, he also warned us about something to watch out for with the alliance. Moron wondered. What is it? A flashback of Ju Hayek's voice appeared. Using power to attract Star Warriors is fine, but do not build an alliance on that alone. We need truly loyal followers. Looking at silent Moron, Suzumi added, that is why the master chose the elder sister and Mui to recruit allies. Images of unstable spirits flooded Morin's mind, and she sighed. Makes sense, though I probably should not be the one saying this, or the second and fourth will jump straight on me, not wanting to waste time. She put her mask back on in order. All right, let us go. Sumu? Yes, madam. As they walked, they chatted casually about the immediate issue. How should we propose the alliance? Moron suggested. Just dive right in and be straightforward. But Suzumi immediately objected. No way. Elder sister. That night, under a sky full of sparkling stars, beneath a massive ancient tree, a gate opened inward. Behind a red veil, the Miko master sat quietly, resting his chin on his hand. His eyes glowed as he kept thinking. Strange. It has been a while since the level 2 list was released, yet there is still no news. The Miko master's eyes widened as bright as flashlights. Even the report from the sword side was completely silent. Even if it is level 2, there should have been some sign. He opened his palm, releasing a series of red orbs that floated away. They are a bit late, though still early. He pondered while watching the orbs. Maybe I should reveal some names from level 3 first. Morin and Suzumi moved to a new location. The Great Hollow. Morin's eyes snapped wide open. She saw something. She told Suzumi to look up with her. Sudi, look at the sky. Above them, a dark red circle spun around like a vortex. From the red orbs, something shot out and zipped away fast as both watched in awe. Suzumi followed its path. Sudi, what is that light? Morin recognized it instantly and explained. It is a mana source. I am very familiar with it. Suddenly, Morin sensed something strange. Wait, that dark red orb is heading toward the block housing the Tower of Destruction. Suzumi's face lit up. That is where the end tower was rebuilt. Morin added, I have got a bad feeling about this. Looks like the level 3 player has revealed himself. She said, making Suzumi uneasy. What? Looking toward the distant block. Morin explained, the power source I sense matches the mana source at level 3 of the fake end tower, and its direction matches too. Though not certain, like the level 2 player, he is very likely trying to invade the modern world. Not wasting time, she quickly wiped her face and gave Suzumi orders. First, report to the master. I will chase after them. She obeyed immediately. Yes, back at the academy where Ju Huk studies. In the afternoon, Yanlang raised her clenched fist. Doing something, she punched the person in front of her hard. That punch took so much out of her. She had to catch her breath. The one catching and training her was not anyone else but Ju Hik. Holding the punch pad, he told Yanlang, not bad. Huh, you are hitting way harder now. She clenched her fist, sounding a bit doubtful. It really is heavier. Doesn't look like you have taken much damage yet. Ju Hik suggested. Look closely at the floor, at his feet. Her shoe had shifted just a bit, about 3 centimeters. See that? His words only made her more frustrated. It barely seemed to have any effect. Yanlang stormed off angrily. Annoyed by Ju Hik's attitude, Ju Hik watched her leave with a slight smile. Thinking, the training is finally paying off. Everyone's definitely getting stronger. Looking at the group chatting nearby, especially Choi, Aaron, and Zhenrang, who were focused on the magic training plan he set. Both Aguk and Yusoyum were steadily improving too. Ju Hik cracked a satisfied grin. Yeah, this is the joy of teaching disciples. Just as he was feeling good, the former bodyguard appeared behind him. Master, there is an urgent message. Looking at the purple info board before him, the man told Ju Hek that Tuge was in a rush to find something. The message clearly stated, Tuge said the enemy from the 3rd floor of the far tower was already trying to invade. Scanning the info, Ju Hek was quite surprised. 3rd floor. They are already here. So Simi bowed and reported through the purple board. Yes, that is correct. Ju Hek fell into deep thought, not hearing the guide's instructions clearly. What is going on? I can handle a 3rd floor enemy, but I am totally unprepared. He asked, is it the entire 3rd floor? So Simi hesitated. Just 2 of them. I saw a wormhole open in the main chamber and 2 energy streams that look like the ones trying to invade, heading straight for the fake far tower. Ju Hek guessed, so they have not fully arrived yet. She hesitated, then answered, seems so. The big nun has already checked the fake far tower, just in case. Ju Hek's face grew serious. If we know where they will land, at least we can prepare. All I know is there are 2 enemies, and neither has fully arrived yet. He scanned around. then realized, wait, third floor, hey, Bachi, over here. Bachi crossed his arms, sensing the question, quickly replied, yes, definitely the same energy I sensed on the third floor. What he said made Ju-hike stare blankly into the distance. If that is true, then they must be the elites behind Desera, Vanchik, and Choi Jin-gun. The images of those two flashed in Ju-hike's mind, making him think hard, but they belong to different factions. Desera to the top sect, and Choi Jin-gun seems part of the top guild. But if I remember right, both groups have been wiped out completely. Realizing this, Ju-hike immediately crossed his arms and asked Sasimi. He asked, do you know about the two evil groups called the Top Advancement Guild and the Top Sect? She recalled and nodded. Yes, I know them. They used to try to harm people. Sasimi's voice came through the info board. Yu-Gi-Oh! And I wiped them out. Ju-hike added, so it was you all along. The one trying to invade now seems to be an elite from one of those groups. Sasimi gasped in shock. What? She was sweating nervously. We should be killed the leader too. Sorry, Ju-hike thought aloud. If someone really invades, the spirit might possess the leader as body. He quickly asked Sasimi another question from a corner. Do you know who just received a blessing from them? She clasped her hands and answered, yes, we did not kill all the blessed ones. Just kept them under watch. No sooner had she finished than Ju-hike fixed his gaze forward. Good. Let us head there. Looking at the special group, he ordered them. Everyone, get ready to move. This is real combat now. They all cheered enthusiastically. All right then. Back in a place filled with swirling dust, Morn dashed forward like a gust of wind. She rushed toward the stone with the glowing tower inside. Without hesitation, Morn slammed her blade against the door, sending it flying open. Her eyes quickly scanned the interior. Before Morn stood a blazing purple destruction tower. She glanced up at the tower's peak, a bit unsettled, sensing two massive energy sources radiating from the three walls. From her hand, Morn drew a small sword, just as expected, and the energy was overwhelming, only appearing right before an elite star descended. She quickly plunged the sword into the ground, and a blue crack appeared beneath it. It stretched all the way to the entrance of the destruction tower. That blue energy spread to the edge of the tower's door. Suddenly, dense smoke burst out like a massive fireball, rocks crashing loudly. On this side, Morn gripped her sword. Breathing hard, gasping, a voice rang out. Startling her, it is useless. A creature appeared in front of the destruction tower. We have got the signal and are ready to descend. We are not on the same level as some nobody like you anymore. It bared sharp teeth and claws at Moron. Even your full power poison won't stop us. Too bad for you, the fanatic believer of Mon Province. From the earth, she quickly pulled back her sword and stood up. I have no idea what nonsense you are spouting. Moron frowned and said to the creature, I was just stalling until you guys could descend into the modern world. This made it angry, baring sharp teeth. What? On the tower's upper floor. A thick purple smoke appeared right before her eyes. Watching the smoke, Moron thought quietly, I have stalled long enough. The rest is up to you. Master. Elsewhere, a ruined building stood. From above came purple smoke, accompanied by Rogan, who revealed sharp, intimidating teeth, sharp claws on his hand. He lifted his head and let out a savage laugh. Ha ha! Finally, I have descended. Rogan opened his mouth wide, shouting his own name not as the legendary dragon god destroyer of all, but simply as the destroyer. A voice rang out, cutting his smile short. Yeah. Welcome. No one else but Ju-hike, who had been waiting for Rogan for a long time. He charged forward, now scram for good. He delivered a strong hit before Rogan could even react. Ju-hike kicked out with his dominant leg, connecting with Rogan's face, sending him flying backward, crashing ahead. Aha! Rogan fell flat, bruised and gasping painfully. Seeing Rogan's state, Ju-hike smirked. Well, not bad. I was aiming for the neck, but did not notice someone behind you. Seeing her, Ju-hike immediately shooed her away. What are you doing? Get out of here. She hesitated briefly, then quickly left. Yes, sir. Looking at Rogan, Ju-hike wondered why she was there. From the ground, Rogan explained, the original owner of this body sent her out to rob. Looking at Ju-hike, Rogan recounted some other events. Ju-hike was dumbfounded. All he did with my blessing was seduce women and steal from them. Pathetic. Just then, Rogan smiled savagely. The line of destruction, desires slaughter. Rogan's smile revealed too long. Sharp fangs. Of course, he lacked the guts for that, so he was just a pawn. Looking at his fangs, Ju-hike chuckled with interest. Really? His broken tooth grew back. He is not human anymore. He is a true embodiment of a constellation. On this side, purple smoke emerged from Rogan's arm, surprising Ju-hike a bit. A sharp claw formed from the smoke was revealed. So you are fighting me using that weak reincarnated body. War God. Without many words, Rogan swung the claw straight at Ju Hyuk. Seeing this, Ju Hyuk smirked, clenched his fist. What nonsense is this? He threw a punch directly at Rogan's claw. In a flash, Rogan's arm was crushed and vanished completely. He screamed loudly at the sight. Ju Hyuk quickly pulled back his fist and looked at him, asking, when you put in a Choi Jin-jin's body, did not you see it already? It was not human, so why did it run away in fear? Rogan, holding his missing arm, irritably explained, it is because this body reacts like that when it absorbs magic. A new muscular arm started growing on him again, but then he reconsidered the magic power here is much weaker. A strong arm with sharp claws made Rogan smirk proudly, comparing it to the one from 300 years ago. From above, Ju Hyuk lunged toward him with a kick. Oh, really? He launched a powerful kick forward. This time, Rogan raised both hands to block Ju Hyuk's kick, and the ground beneath his feet started cracking. Indeed, just seconds later, the earth and rocks around Rogan began to crumble and sink, leaving him gasping in shock. Impossible. This is nothing like before. From above, large rocks began falling back to the ground. Hands on his hips, Ju Hyuk watched the stones smashing into each other as they fell, surrounded by thick smoke. Once again, Rogan lost, falling flat on his back. Stunned. Your magic is way stronger than before. What have you done? Looking at Ju Hyuk, surrounded by red smoke, he was terrified. Plus, the amount of magic I feel from you is even greater than what I sensed 300 years ago at the Tower of Destruction. With a confident expression, he raised his shoulder and clenched his fist tightly. Of course, the image of the Tower of Destruction flashed in his mind. Back then, my magic was limited, meaning my disciples and I never showed you the full extent of our magic power before. On the ground, Rogan clutched his stomach, bewildered. What? That can't be. Ju Hyuk did not bother explaining further, leaving it up to him to believe it or not. Holding out a shining ring, he said, anyway, today's the last day. Then he slipped it onto a finger right in front of Rogan. Now you can make your move. He raised his arm, summoning a purple smoke again. Stop lying. Star constellation? There is no such thing as a last day. A purple power burst from him like a whirlwind. It rushed to attack, shattering rocks, but Ju Hyuk dodged just in time. From his hand, he drew a short sword it can hold up well. Thanks to you from the 3rd star tier. One slash from Ju Hyuk shattered the earth below. A sly smile appeared on his face, something blocking the light and his grin. Rogan raised his head. Behind him, purple smoke shaped into a statue. Bowing his head slightly, Rogan shouted loudly. A purple smoke burst forth. Deadly, it rushed toward Ju Hyuk like a small tornado. In just seconds, the abandoned house exploded loudly. Echoing through the area, Rogan dropped to his knees, panting heavily on the ground. His face showed satisfaction with his power. Amazing. My full force roar. As the dust from the explosion cleared, Ju Hyuk stood with his sword facing him, barely scratched by Rogan's simple slash. He rested the sword on his shoulder and looked at Rogan. The simple slash carried tons of magic power. Rogan bowed his head, panting, and muttered, crazy guy, but I am kinda happy. His eyes darkened purple, his voice lowered. I have not told the Tower of Destruction guys about your return yet. Ju Hyuk frowned, confused. So what is so great about that? Suddenly, Rogan grinned with delight and said, they will be devastated when they see you manifest again. Just imagining it cracks me up. Sword still resting behind his neck, Ju Hyuk thought aloud. Psycho, stop messing around. I do not think that would actually break their spirits, which confused him even more. Ju Hyuk gripped his blue sword tightly, staring straight ahead. If you die by my hand, you will never return to your blue constellation. He lunged the sword straight at Rogan's face. Lies. It made Rogan fall backward, then collapse completely. Seeing it was over, Ju Hyuk gazed in the distance, thinking, all right, that is done here. The others are far away now. A starry, mystical sky above. A lion stared ahead. Curious, who are you? The sword constellation's dark guardian. That person smiled smugly. It was none other than Ju Hyuk's remaining friends, standing ready to challenge Fchi Chayu. We are here to finish you off. The four faced off against Fchi Chayu deep in the forest at night. Hearing the challenge, he chuckled. You want to fight me? Looks like you have forgotten the situation. Hadichi Chayu raised his arm, a red aura blazing around his fist. I am way stronger than your little star pack guys. I am Habichiyu. Then he slammed his fist down hard, shattering the ground beneath. Yunlan watched confused. Why is he punching the ground? Is he crazy? Suddenly she realized something. Eyes wide as she shouted, everyone, run. From the ground, a volley of sharp blades shot upward. Hope they react in time. They all stepped back quickly. Soyeon, sweating nervously, stared at the rising blades. Are those his powers? Arin remembered what Diosi told her. His nickname is the Sword of the Puppet Master. Say, worried? Look down. His power matches that name exactly. This is going to be tough. Yunlan refused to back down, shouting to rally the group. We just have to break all of them. She clenched her fists. If we do not destroy Hefty Chiyu's swords, he is unstoppable. Observing her every move, they thought. She is using magic combined with shockwaves to shatter those blades. She is insanely strong. Seeing that was not enough, Chiyu stomped hard. Those tiny swords 1T cut it from the ground. A line of swords rose perfectly aligned. One sword shot close to Yanlan's face. Luckily, she dodged just in time. Getting hit would be deadly. Chiyu raised his hand, spun it lightly, then swung his whole arm back. Suddenly, the sword bent along with his hand's movement. The sharp blade curved sharply toward Yanlan, forcing everyone to dodge. From behind, Aaron charged with a sword. Swinging hard at the blades, she slashed across Chiyu's chest, causing him to wince in pain. Taking advantage, Sihitai clenched a golden flame, Yanlan a blue one. Both punched Chiyu's face simultaneously, knocking him flat to the ground. Chiyu lay sprawled amid the broken debris. He opened his eyes, looking at something. From above, Soyeon dove in with a sword. Without hesitation, she swung hard, slicing Chiyu into two parts amid purple smoke. Seeing it was over, she sighed warily, looking toward the glowing sword in front of the thick smoky village. Suddenly, from the smoky village, black twilight appears. Huh, is that all you have got? Soyeon panics as the sword 1T pull out. Yeah, my sword energy combined with magic still can't do it. The blade of black twilight's sword starts to bend at his command, swift as the wind. It slices past her face. A faint cut appears clearly on Demon Soyeon's face. A second blood spurts from the wound, causing her pain. Sihake immediately worries for Demon Soyeon. Marine and two others follow behind. Concerned for her. Are you okay? Hold on. Soyeon wipes the blood away, trying to reassure them. Yeah, it just grazed me. She looks ahead, feeling unsettled. Are reincarnated warriors really this strong? Kim Joo-hyuk warned us, but he is still way too powerful. Deep in the forest, the four of them chase after Black Twilight. Suddenly, someone is shoulder watches from above. Break Cat silently observes from the high ground. Joo-hyuk appears from behind. They are still holding up, right? The other nods in reply. Replacing you, Lord Joo-hyuk. Together, they watch as the group chases Black Twilight. They are doing better than I expected. They are holding their own, and he is already injured. Yeah, that is right, but looking at Soyeon's back, Break Cat feels uneasy. The opponent is a star-level fighter, making the fight super intense. Soyeon is even burned out. Joo-hyuk gently reminds him, that is why I told you to keep an eye on them. Step in if anything happens. He crosses his arms, looking down. But honestly, I do not think now's the time to fight him. Really? Joo-hyuk's eyes glow bright red. If the starfighters from the third tier had not been late, dealing with them would have been easier. Looks like we do not have any other choice. Black Twilight's wound starts to change. It begins healing, disappearing completely. I have waited long enough toying with you. Aaron watches him, unable to hide her worry. His wound has fully healed. Is my top skill really that weak? As soon as the wound's healed, he flashed a smug grin. You guys are gonna make a name for me. Even though I hate killing kids. Behind Black Shade, a volley of swords burst out. I will tear you to pieces. He launched the swords straight forward. Meanwhile, Yanlang raised her hand, forming a fist. She slammed her fist hard into the ground with finality. Just like that, an ice wall appeared, blocking his swords. Seeing this, Black Shade clenched his lips in obvious irritation. Someone blocking my swords with ice. That is annoying. It reminds me of someone. His eyes burned with hatred, but that guy was harder to recognize. The ice block looked like it was about to shatter. Behind, Soyeon gritted her teeth, looking really worried. Damn it, it is too weak, so this is just a temporary fix. If I would known this would happen, I would have trained my defense too. Looking at everyone behind her, she quickly asked, the ice wall's gonna break soon. Does anyone have another plan? Aaron remembered what just happened and told Soyeon, Batbo box and I will try to cut through the swords. She continued, my Oster and Musco man will follow up with a powerful strike. Sihak heard this and pointed at his chest. Wait, now I am Musco man. Yanlang hurriedly reminded everyone again. Alright. The ice wall will break in 3 seconds. The wall started cracking more and more. Exactly 3 seconds later, the whole wall shattered under Black Shade's swords. He stood there, smiling with satisfaction, but not noticing beside him. Soyeon with her sword on the left and Aaron with hers on the right rushed toward him. Both swung their swords down on Black Shade at the same time. The strikes made him frown in both irritation and pain. Their sword energy was corroding his own. It would be better if he could nullify their sword energy with his own, and then create even more swords. Suddenly, a bright red smoke appeared around Black Shade. Now's the moment. Someone shouted loudly right then. Sihia clenched his fist tight and charged at Yanlang. He threw a fierce punch straight at Black Shade's stomach without hesitation. The punch hurt so bad he gasped and shouted out. The hit sent him flying backward, crashing hard onto the ground. Next up was Yanlang. She gritted her teeth and charged forward. Her high kick aimed straight at Black Shade's face without holding back. Her kick brought down a wave of blue smoke as it struck Dai. Within seconds, an ice wall formed right at Yan Lang's feet.